Chapter 1. The Apocalypse? How is the prisoner's emotional state? Is there a risk of extreme behavior? Rest assured, Captain Yang, the prisoner's emotions are remarkably stable. It was now 11:45 in the morning, under the blazing sun. This should have been a time for elementary school students to take their midday rest. However, the area surrounding Kaimin Primary School was encircled by no less than 100 police officers. The two speakers were Su Wei, a member of the Criminal Police Unit of Kaimin Public Security Bureau, and Yang Jinghe, the captain of the unit. Earlier that morning, at 10 o'clock, a violent assailant had stormed through the front gate of Kaimin Primary School, injuring 4 security guards in quick succession. He then proceeded to plant several bombs within the school, effectively taking hundreds of teachers and students as hostages. Upon receiving the emergency call, the police swiftly surrounded the school and dispatched a negotiation expert. This assailant was not motivated by money or social grievances. He specifically demanded to meet a certain individual. As the two men conversed, a sudden explosion erupted on the campus, sending flames soaring and debris flying. The heat wave rendered those nearby nearly breathless, and police vehicles blared their sirens while officers dropped to the ground in shock, staring at the horrifying scene before them. It took a good 15 seconds for everyone to recover from the shock of the explosion. Is this what you call emotional stability? Yang Zheng's face contorted in anguish. If those hundreds of teachers and students inside the school were truly killed in the blast, not only would he, a mere captain of the criminal police, be held accountable, but even the city's party secretary would be interrogated. Moreover, orders had already been issued from above, emphasizing that no matter the cost, the safety of those hundreds of teachers and students must be guaranteed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Zheng's phone rang with an unknown caller. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the answer button, only to hear a despondent male voice on the other end. Don't worry, I only blew up the storage room. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If I don't see the person I want to meet by 11:50, I will detonate all the bombs here. Calm down. The person is on their way, I assure you. You will see him within 5 minutes. Please remain calm. Yang Jinghe continually reassured the assailant. Yet the other party hung up without further ado. Where is he? Where is the person he wants to meet? Yang Jinghe exploded in fury after the call ended. He's coming, just wait right there. Su Wei pointed to a prison vehicle speeding towards them in the distance. Chun Ge, male, 30 years old. He had been imprisoned 2 months ago for intentional homicide. Following a first trial verdict, Chun Ge was sentenced to death. If it weren't for this incident, tomorrow would have marked the day of his execution. As the prison vehicle's door swung open, Yang Jinghe rushed over and seized Chun Ge by the collar, dragging him out of the vehicle. Did you orchestrate this? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Yang Jinghe was at a loss for words. Captain Yang, do you have a cigarette? Chun Ge silently extended his hands, craving a smoke. Due to his status as a serious offender, both his hands and feet were shackled, and the chains connected them, making it impossible for him to stand upright while speaking. Su Wei observed Chun Ge closely. He was a man in his 30s, exceptionally robust. Though hunched over, he was still taller than average. If he stood straight, he would likely exceed 190 centimeters. His broad shoulders and muscular arms were likely thicker than the thighs of an average young woman. Speak honestly, did your accomplices set this up? Are you planning to escape? I tell you, that's impossible. There are snipers stationed all around. If you make any move, I will take you down, Yang Jinghe warned, his eyes aflame with intensity. Chun Ge scoffed. Captain Yang, am all alone who would be my accomplice? I've heard that you were involved in the underworld when you were younger and had a few good brothers. Yang Zhenghe roared it. Nowadays, brothers are worth less than cabbages. Well, I'm heading up now. By the way, can someone help me with these shackles? Chun Ge jangled his chains. I move slowly. And what if I can't get there in 5 minutes? Fine, help him remove the shackles from his feet. And don't try any tricks. Yang Jinghe barked. This matter was far too significant. If anything went awry, the consequences would be dire. Once the shackles were removed, Chun Ge was finally able to stand upright, towering over everyone present. With handcuffs still on, he walked toward the interior of Kaimin Primary School. After just a few steps, he suddenly halted and turned to Captain Yang. What are you doing now? Yang Jinghe inquired sharply. Captain Yang, a cigarette. Chun Ge extended 2 fingers. You. Yang Jinghe wanted to explode but found himself at an impasse, his hands trembling with frustration. He could only pull out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, only to discover it was empty. Su, give him a cigarette. Light it for him. We're running out of time. Yang Jinghe was drenched in cold sweat. Su Wei produced a cheap Long Bai Shan cigarette, lighting it and placing it in Chen Ge's hand. Thus, with the cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Ge ventured deeper into the school. Kaimen Primary School boasted 6 stories, and Chen Ge took the elevator straight to the rooftop. To clarify, he was not the mastermind behind this chaos. Chen Ge was utterly alone. His parents and siblings were all deceased. While he had indeed associated with a few comrades during his earlier days in the underworld, those individuals lacked the courage to resort to such drastic measures to save him. As he approached the rooftop, Chen Ge had initially speculated whether this assailant might be someone he knew. However, upon reaching the rooftop and seeing the bomber, he was certain he had never encountered this person before. The assailant was a man in his early 30s, slender in build, standing about 180 centimeters tall. He sat quietly on the rooftop, his posture straight, with eyes gleaming with intensity. Chen Ge had encountered many formidable individuals in his life. The aura emanating from this man was reminiscent of either a member of the armed police or a soldier. It was hard to fathom why he would engage in such acts. However, Chen Ge soon noticed that the assailant was clad in a psychiatric hospital uniform. A mental patient? Finally, I get to meet you, the bomber said, taking a deep breath, visibly excited. We shouldn't know each other, should we? It doesn't matter, time is short. You must remember every word I'm about to say. The assailant's face was alight with fervor. I have traveled back from the future, and in less than 10 minutes, the world will end. You must prepare yourself. Your words are as ludicrous as your attire. Chen Ge took a deep drag from his cigarette and casually flicked the butt off the rooftop. It's all right, you will soon believe me, the bomber replied. Then why didn't you go directly to the police or scientists? The assailant scoffed. Do you think I haven't tried? Why else would I be dressed like this? I came back from the apocalypse in that world. There is no hope, no protagonist halo, no revival of spiritual energy. All roads ultimately lead to despair. I refuse to witness such a world again. As the bomber spoke, he approached the edge of the rooftop. By the way, my name is Lu Jun. We will meet again. With that, Lu Jun leaped from the 6-story rooftop. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse. Chen Ge watched in horror as the man leaped from the 6th floor, his hands still shackled, rendering him powerless to intervene. Damn, what is wrong with this guy? Chen Ge muttered. To take hundreds of children as hostages just to inform him that the world would end in 10 minutes? Then jump to his death? Which mental institution did he escape from? He was on the brink of death, the apocalypse? The destruction of the universe had nothing to do with him. Boom! A loud crash erupted behind Chen Ge as the armed police discovered Lu Jun's suicide and forced their way through, led by none other than Yang Jinghe. How did he die? Did you push him? Yang Jinghe barked. Captain Yang, look at me. Chen Ge raised his hands, still firmly handcuffed. How could I have pushed him? He jumped to his death. He said his name was Lu Jun and that he was a time traveler. He also claimed the world would end in 10 minutes and that we should prepare ourselves. Stop spouting nonsense. What did you two discuss? Yang Jinghe interrogated. He's just a lunatic. I'm about to die. Do I have the luxury to argue with you? Before Chen Ge could finish, 2 fully armed police officers rushed forward, pinning him to the ground and reapplying the shackles on his feet. Yang Zheng's expression turned grave. Soon, the explosives team contacted him, confirming that the bombs installed throughout the school were indeed real, and the methods employed were highly skilled, clearly indicating extensive professional training. Fortunately, all the explosives had been disarmed. Listening to this, Yang Jinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him had the bombs detonated. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet he could not fathom the motives of this bomber. Was it merely to meet Chen Ge before taking his own life? Time travel? The apocalypse? Had he read too many novels? Leave a portion of the team to rescue the hostages and calm the students. Su, well, escort him back, Yang Jinghe said with a stern expression. Thus, Chen Ge was escorted back to the prison vehicle. According to protocol, transporting a prisoner required a minimum of 2 officers. Yang Jinghe and Su Wei boarded the vehicle, preparing to return to the prison. Su Wei seemed quite intrigued by Chen Ge. Brother, how did you end up here? Leaning back in his seat, Chen Gu replied nonchalantly. Murder. Su Wei remarked. In truth, the current legal system is considerably more lenient than before. With a good attitude towards confession and voluntary surrender, there is a high probability that the second trial will result in a commutation to a suspended death sentence. With diligent labor reform and connections, one could be released in merely 20 years, at which point you would be in your 50s. Chen Gu slightly tilted his head to gaze at Su Wei, leisurely stating, "But I have killed 8 people." Upon utterance of this sentence, the atmosphere within the prison van instantaneously thickened, and Su Wei felt a chill creep down his spine, as if it were some kind of illusion. "Xiao Su, mind your tongue," Yang Jinghe admonished. "Chen Gu, think carefully. Do you truly not recognize this bomb-wielding assailant? Why does he wish to meet you? How did he come to know of you? He even recited your identification number." "My dear Captain Yang, we reside in an age of information. As long as one possesses a smartphone, confidentiality is long compromised. If information security were truly upheld, then how do you explain that swindlers know others' phone numbers?" Chen Gu countered, rendering Yang Jinghe speechless. Indeed, in this era of information, the methods of acquiring an individual's data are copious. Previously, he had handled a case involving a criminal organization that sold personal information of citizens, with each individual's data fetching a mere 40 cents, and the victims numbered in the millions. "Captain Yang, what time is it?" Chen Gu suddenly inquired, as if possessed. "It's nearly 12 o'clock. Why do you ask?" "Be precise. That madman told me that 10 minutes hence would be the apocalypse. I had just ascended the stairs at precisely 11:50, meaning noon is the moment he referred to as the end of the world," Chen Gu elaborated. "It is currently 11:59 and 48 seconds. Are you really inclined to believe the ravings of a lunatic?" Su Wei queried. Chen Gu remained silent, staring intently out the window. Tomorrow he would face the execution ground, the apocalypse. How ironic. Time passed second by second. Inside the prison van, an eerie silence enveloped them, each person fixated on their screens as the clock struck 12. At the stroke of 12, "I told you he was insane. Look, it's 12 o'clock. And where's the apocalypse? Captain Yang, shall we go out for a drink after our shift?" Su Wei inquired with a chuckle. Yet before Yang Jinghe could respond, suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted. It was neither an explosion nor gunfire. The source of the deafening noise was indiscernible, as if it emanated from every direction simultaneously. Expressions of anguish spread across every face. Though Chen Gu considered himself to be in good health, the moment he heard the sound, it felt as though his heart might shatter, and the world around him faded to black for a good 5 or 6 seconds before he could regain his composure. At the precise moment of the thunderous noise, the driver of the prison van fainted, causing the vehicle to collide with the guardrail. None of the occupants had fastened their seatbelts. Chen Gu's head slammed against the iron bars of the van, suffering a secondary injury. Yang Jinghe was violently thrown into the front seat, dazed and disoriented. Su Wei fared slightly better, his head striking the front seat. "What the hell? What is happening?" Yang Jinghe exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Upon lifting his head, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. At the moment of the explosion, everyone had lost consciousness for 5 or 6 seconds. If they were ordinary pedestrians, a fall might suffice, but for the driver, it was disastrous. Dozens of vehicles collided in a chain reaction on the left side. As the drivers remained oblivious, a large truck barreled towards them, crushing both vehicle and occupants into oblivion. On the sidewalk, students were crossing the street in groups when a bus accelerated into them, scattering flesh and blood across the sky, ultimately crashing into a bank. The once bustling and lively street transformed into a hellscape in an instant. "What the hell? What in the world?" Yang Jinghe, after 20 years as a criminal investigator, felt his scalp tingle at the sight before him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was a nuclear attack. Yet there were no signs of explosions or mushroom clouds. Yang Jinghe hurriedly searched for his fallen cell phone, eager to contact the police station for immediate assistance. However, upon retrieving his phone, he discovered it had no signal. "Xiao Su, quickly call headquarters," Yang Jinghe shouted as he leaped from the van, intent on rescuing victims. "Captain Yang, the phone has no signal." Su Wei's face turned pale. "Then use the walkie-talkie, quickly." Su Wei fumbled in a panic to retrieve the walkie-talkie, but it too had no signal. As Yang Jinghe exited the prison van, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Is it raining? He reached out to touch it, only to find that the droplets were of vivid blue. Chapter 3. Blue rain. Raindrops fell from the heavens, each drop resonating softly as Chungu, Yang Jinghe, and Su Wei involuntarily gazed skyward. The city descended into an eerie silence, abruptly severing them from the hellish scene unfolding before them. Every remaining soul turned their eyes to the sky, that a chill coursed through Yang Jinghe as a drop of rain landed upon his cheek. Upon reaching up to touch it, he was astonished to discover that the raindrop was, in fact, blue. The rain was remarkably clear and transparent, devoid of any impurities that it poured down heavily, enveloping the entire city in a deluge, transforming the space between earth and sky into a curtain of blue. The sight was undeniably beautiful, yet an overwhelming sense of strangeness pervaded the atmosphere, leaving everyone unnerved. Captain Yang, this rain. It isn't toxic, is it? Su Wei stammered, his voice trembling. In contrast, Chungu remained composed, observing the bizarre scene before him. To a man on the brink of death, all was indifferent. Should we check on old Lu? Yang Jinghe inquired, referring to the prison transport driver who, having neglected to fasten his seatbelt, had been violently ejected from the vehicle during the accident, his head striking the concrete and leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Despite having served as a police officer for decades, Yang had never encountered such a nightmarish scenario. The blue rain, the inexplicable thunderous sounds, and the complete failure of all communication devices left them in a precarious situation. The foremost priority was to get old Lu to a hospital for urgent medical attention. Yang Jinghe, dismissing concerns about the peculiar blue rainwater, leaped from the vehicle, ready to lift old Lu into the car. Suddenly, Su Wei's voice pierced the air, laced with fear. What the hell? What is that thing? Captain Yang, get back! Quickly! Yang Jinghe, startled by Su Wei's panic cry, was initially unaware of the source of his terror, only to witness Su Wei drawing his service weapon, pointing it skyward in sheer fright. Years of experience as a seasoned detective kicked in, and Yang turned swiftly, drawing his own gun. Though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the sight that met his eyes above. What on earth is that? Yang Jinghe stared, momentarily paralyzed, forgetting to fire his weapon. Chungu followed the gaze of the two officers, his own eyes widening in horror. Damn, could that lunatic have been telling the truth? Is the apocalypse upon us? Chunji's eyes were transfixed on the creature, soaring overhead, that appeared to be a humanoid entity, entirely black with bat-like wings. Its lower half seemed to have been gnawed by some unseen force, abruptly severed and dripping of viscous black fluid. Its skin and face were riddled with pus-filled sores the size of fists, faintly revealing its features. Most alarming of all was its mouth, which bore multiple rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. The creature flew with astonishing speed, descending from the sky and landing directly before Yang Jinghe in an instant. Having lived for over 40 years, Yang Jinghe had never encountered anything like this. Even with his formidable composure, he found himself rooted in shock. Captain, Su Wei shouted, but in a moment of chaos, the gun he held discharged unexpectedly, a bullet firing from the chamber. The bullet missed both Yang Jinghe and the creature. But the sound of the gunshot jolted Yang back to reality, but he ducked just in time to evade the creature's assault, though fear rendered his fingers rigid. The creature swooped past him, landing with a thud, and opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into old Lu's neck. The creature's teeth resembled serrated steel blades, effortlessly tearing through flesh. Old Lu convulsed twice, then lay still. Yang Jinghe, though only an acquaintance of old Lu's, felt a surge of rage at witnessing his colleague's brutal demise. His eyes ablaze with fury, he raised his weapon and fired. Bang, 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 for shots rang out, but the limited power of his service weapon, compounded by the torrential rain, resulted in all 4 shots missing their mark. The creature seized old Lu's lifeless body in its jaws and took flight. Yang Jinghe stood drenched in blue rainwater, trembling uncontrollably. After years of policing, he never expected his life to be threatened by. Just as he began to steady himself, a sound unlike any he had ever heard echoed from behind him. Yang Jinghe spun around, only to see the creature had returned. Hurtling towards him with alarming speed as he prepared to fire, the creature lunged, knocking him to the ground, its maw poised to snap at his throat. It's over. Yang Jinghe realized his fate was sealed, and in that moment, fleeting thoughts raced through his mind. My son is still in high school. What will happen to him if I die? Who will care for my father? My mother will surely mourn. What are they doing now? Just as Yang Jinghe resigned himself to his doom, an imposing figure collided with the creature, sending it sprawling away from him. He had narrowly escaped death, his body limp as the figure grasped him, hoisting him from the muddy ground. You Chengge, how did you get out? Yang Jinghe instinctively raised his gun at Chengge. Astonished to see, not only was he free from the prison transport, but the shackles had also been removed. Chengge pointed towards Su Wei in the vehicle, who appeared to be in a state of shock. Trembling uncontrollably, gun clutched tightly in hand, oblivious to the need to fire. The key was right on him. I swiped it, Chengge declared. Watch out, Yang Jinghe suddenly shouted as the creature lunged from behind Chengge. Sly and cunning, the creature had been launching surprise attacks from behind. Chengge swiftly turned, his arm coiling as the creature opened its maw to attack. In a flash, a massive fist struck the creature squarely in the face. The impact resonating with a thunderous boom that drowned out even the sound of the rain. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted from the creature's mouth, its face caving in from the force of the blow. Several teeth shattering, and the pus-filled sores bursting, revealing writhing, nauseating little worms within. Chengge adopted a boxing stance, stepping back slightly before delivering a swift kick to the creature's previous wound. The creature let out a sharp, agonizing shriek, its wings flapping wildly as it retreated into the sky, visibly pained and unsteady in flight. Yang Jinghe gazed at Chengge in disbelief. Are you even human? Chapter 4. Escape. The creature, which had proven too formidable for them to handle with firearms, had been repelled by Chunji's bare hands. This was utterly ludicrous. Hey, don't point that gun at me. Aim it at that thing up there, Chengge said, gesturing with a finger to direct Yang Jinghe's aim. Recalling that Chengge had just saved his life, Yang Jinghe reluctantly lowered his weapon, though unease lingered in his heart at the thought that Chengge was a convicted murderer who had taken 8 lives. He felt torn. Stop overthinking it. Look up. That bat-like creature is still circling. Chengge pointed to the sky, where the creature remained, hovering ominously, searching for an opportunity. A bat-like creature. Do you recognize it? Yang Jinghe asked. Astonished. I don't know. Just a name I came up with, Chengge replied, his focus still fixed upon the creature above. Suddenly, the creature dove down again, but this time, its target was neither Yang Jinghe nor Chengge. Realizing that Yang Jinghe was armed and Chengge was a formidable fighter, the creature sought out Su Wei in the prison transport instead at Su Run. Yang Jinghe bellowed, but Su Wei was frozen in fear. Clutching his gun tightly, trembling uncontrollably, Yang Jinghe raised his weapon and fired 2 shots at the descending creature, but given the limited range of his service pistol, he could not reach the rapidly descending target. Before either man could react, the creature crashed into the prison transport, flipping it over until the doors were parallel to the ground. Su Wei screamed in utter despair, firing his weapon in a frenzy until the chamber was empty, his fingers still squeezing the trigger. The creature prepared to feast on its prey, but Yang Jinghe managed to squeeze off one last bullet, striking the creature's wing. The creature's wings trembled violently, revealing that it possessed not 1, but 2 pairs of wings. The first pair was used for flight, while beneath the larger wings, a smaller, seemingly vestigial pair fluttered uselessly. Suddenly, the creature began to vibrate its small wings, producing an array of sounds, screams of people from the crash, the sound of colliding vehicles, the rhythm of raindrops, and astonishingly indistinct human voices. In disbelief, Yang Jinghe exclaimed, Incredible! This monster can mimic human speech. You police really are something else. This is clearly a case of mimicry. The creature likely has no understanding of the meanings behind those sounds, Chengge replied, shaken. Chengge removed his coat and wrapped it around his hand. The creature's teeth were alarmingly sharp. Who could tell if they bore any pathogens? A wound to the arm would be dire. Su Wei, confined within the prison van, was on the brink of collapse from sheer terror, and it was fortunate that Yang Jinghe had attracted the monster's attention with that gunshot. Chengge scanned the vicinity, pointing at a nearby hair salon. I will go rescue someone. You head over first. Do you see the rolling shutter door at the entrance? Once we both arrive, you must immediately pull it down. With that, Chengge strode purposefully towards the creature, which flapped its small wings violently, emitting a cacophony of sounds in an attempt to intimidate him. Damn it. Chen Gu exclaimed, quickening his pace, resembling a ferocious tiger as he lunged forward. Delivering a powerful punch to the monster's face, the creature let out a piercing scream, propelled several meters away. Peering into the van, Chen Gu saw Su Wei, trembling uncontrollably from overwhelming fear. Chen Gu swung his palm and struck Su Wei's face. The blow felt as if a bear had swatted him, nearly knocking him out. However, the pain jolted him back to reality. Stop staring foolishly. Hurry up and get out. Chen Gu didn't allow Su Wei a moment to react. Yanking him out of the vehicle as if he were a mere chick to AT that moment, Yang Jinghe shouted from a distance, "Run, run." As he called out, he pointed towards the sky. Chen Gu turned to see an alarming sight. He had stirred a hornet's nest. Countless creatures of the same kind as the bat-like monster swarmed the sky. These creatures were fully formed, possessing elongated legs covered in dark fur, ending in razor-sharp claws. There appeared to be at least 1,000 of them. No wonder they spoke of an apocalypse. Where did all these creatures come from? Without a backward glance, Chen Gu sprinted away, his speed unmatched by Su Wei, who was quickly falling behind. Don't leave me. Please don't leave me, Su Wei cried as he ran. The prison van was roughly 20 meters from the hair salon. An adult could cover that distance in mere seconds. Yet, at that moment, some of the bat-like monsters had already spotted them and were diving downwards. Chen Gu reached the hair salon first, seizing the rolling shutter door and pulling it down. Don't close the door, Su Wei wailed in despair. However, Chen Gu stopped the door a foot from the ground. Thinking that if Su Wei didn't make it in time and the creature caught him, he would not hesitate to pull the door down, that he had done all he could. He had shown compassion. As Su Wei was merely 3 meters from the shutter, a bat-like creature had already approached him from behind, claws extended, ready to snatch him away. No, not just one creature. 3 or 4 more were closely following. Su Wei's mind was consumed with the urge to run. With one large step forward, the shutter door was within reach, and Chen Gu swiftly grasped Su Wei's foot, yanking him inside. Almost instantaneously, Yang Jinghe pulled down the shutter and secured it with a lock. Bang, 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 several loud thuds echoed as creatures slammed against the shutter. Thankfully, it was made of metal. Although the monsters possessed great strength, they could not breach it at that moment. Nonetheless, the force had already warped the metal door. If thousands of these creatures charged simultaneously, the shutter would eventually give way, and they would be left awaiting their doom. Everyone in the room was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that the monsters had only made an initial assault before the outside fell silent. All 3 were utterly exhausted, with Su Wei letting out a wail that was neither a cry nor a laugh. Chen Gu swiftly covered his mouth. Stop yelling. Do you want to attract the monsters? The hair salon had no windows, and with the shutter drawn, darkness enveloped the room. Yang Jinghe took out his phone and illuminated the space with its screen. Suddenly, Su Wei pointed towards a corner of the salon, shouting, "A monster! There's a monster!" Yang Jinghe hastily raised his gun, though it was devoid of ammunition. Don't shoot. We are humans. In the deepest part of the salon stood 2 individuals, hands raised, staring at Yang Jinghe in terror. Chapter 5. Knocking on the door, the 2 individuals in the depths of the salon had their hands raised. Chen Gu glanced at them. Both were men. The one on the left appeared to be around 40 years old, sporting earrings and dyed yellow hair, resembling a street punk, that he held a professional hair clipper in his hand. The man on the right was much younger, around 25, not particularly tall, about 1.70 meters, with a slightly plump build. Clearly a customer who had come for a haircut, the half-shorn hair on his head looked somewhat comical. Upon realizing they were humans, the 3 finally exhaled in relief. Don't be afraid. We just need to hide for a moment. Apologies, Yang Jinghe said weakly as he collapsed onto the floor. This hair salon had once been a garage, with 3 walls and no windows. Usually, it relied on the glass door for light. Now that the shutter was down, the salon was completely dark, devoid of any illumination. Is there no light in here? Yang Jinghe inquired. The hairdresser spoke cautiously. There is, but for some reason, the power has suddenly gone out. Yang Jinghe wiped his face vigorously, noticing that Su Wei had yet to recover from his fear, so he approached to offer comfort. People naturally have varying levels of courage. Although Su Wei was a police officer, he was still human, and facing such bizarre circumstances would certainly instill fear. To be honest, Yang Jinghe was also frightened, but he could not allow that to show. Xiao Su, you will be fine. Those monsters may seem formidable, but let us not forget that we are not defenseless either. The army will arrive swiftly. Against modern weaponry, Those creatures are utterly insignificant. Yang Jinghe's words were directed not only at Su Wei, but also at Chen Ge. With no bullets left in his gun, Yang Jinghe was left with bare hands that in his youth he had been quite capable in a fight, able to fend off 3 to 5 assailants. But as he aged, his physical prowess had diminished that if Chen Ge chose to resist, even with Su Wei and the 2 men from the salon, they would not stand a chance. Chen Ge carefully pressed his ear against the shutter. And outside was utterly silent. The soundproofing here was impressive. By the way, do you have any cigarettes? Chen Ge approached the chubby young man with half a haircut. That I don't smoke. The young man shrugged. Chen Ge turned to the hairdresser, who upon noticing Chen Ji's prison garb, was filled with dread. He quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one out, and just as he was about to offer it, Chen Ge snatched the pack, finding half a pack inside. Oh, how kind of you! And a lighter too, he exclaimed, pulling out a cigarette to light up, then lighting the one in the hairdresser's hand. Unfortunately, the prison uniform lacked pockets. So Chen Ge tucked the half-pack of cigarettes into his sleeve. The hairdresser dared not ask for it back, leaning closer to Yang Jinghe instead. Regardless of the circumstances, police officers always provided a greater sense of security than prisoners. "Officer, what exactly is happening outside?" the hairdresser whispered. Yang Jinghe, wanting to stabilize the situation, replied with a smile, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just trust in the police and our soldiers." That he himself was unsure of what was truly occurring. Finally, Su Wei calmed down. That he suddenly looked at Chen Ge. "What did that bomber say to you?" Yang Jinghe recalled that Chen Ge had previously mentioned topics about the apocalypse and wondered if he might glean any clues from him. "Don't look at me." That madman said he had traveled back in time, claiming the future is an apocalypse. That as for the rest, I have no idea. Chen Ge shrugged as Su Wei's face was a picture of despair. "I just passed the civil service exam. How can he claim it's the end of the world?" Don't listen to his nonsense. Those monsters may look fierce, but modern armies are not something flesh and blood can withstand. Movies are all nonsense, with zombies descending. If there were truly zombies, a single battalion could handle them. Yang Jinghe worked hard to stabilize everyone's emotions. "Officer, what should we do next?" the hairdresser asked softly. All eyes were on Yang Jinghe, who pondered the future course of action. That we have 2 paths before us. The first is to return to the police station. There, we have ample manpower and weaponry, capable of dealing with any monster. The second option is to head to Kaomen Primary School, where the SWAT team should still be present. 100 fully armed special police officers would be sufficient to face any calamity. Yang Jinghe laid out the 2 options. Logically, returning to the police station would be more secure, but it was farther away. On foot, it would take at least 40 minutes. Kaomen Primary School was closer. With traffic, it had taken only 5 or 6 minutes to reach, and on foot, it would take at most 20 minutes. That I suggest we go to Kaomen Primary School, Yang Jinghe concluded. Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, a glimmer of hope sparked in everyone's eyes. "When do we set off?" the hairdresser inquired. "Not right now." Su Wei doused the enthusiasm with cold water. "Right now, the outside is teeming with monsters. I'm definitely not going out." "Indeed, the outside is crawling with monsters. That we should rest for the night. If the monsters disperse by morning, I will lead you out," Yang Jinghe asserted, "as long as there exists a glimmer of hope for survival. The potential of humankind is boundless." At that moment, he approached Chen Ge and inquired, "Chen Ge, do you wish to seek a reduction in your sentence? Although your case did not pass through my hands, and I am unaware of the reasons behind your actions, your willingness to save both me and Su Wei in our direst hour indicates that you are not a heartless fiend. Should we manage to escape this ordeal, I would gladly testify on your behalf in hopes of mitigating your sentence." Deep down, Yang Jinghe was acutely aware that Chen Ge had taken the lives of 8 individuals, making any hope for leniency utterly unattainable. His true intention was to stabilize Chen Ji's state of mind, believing that as long as one clung to hope, they would refrain from reckless actions. However, Chen Ji's response was unexpected. "I don't want that I end this world. Death is the end of all matters, and I harbor no regrets for my actions." Yang Jinghe was rendered speechless by the retort. Thus, the 5 of them, the barber, the portly man, Yang Jinghe, Su Wei, and Chen Ge, found themselves engulfed in an eerie silence, seated quietly within the salon. Only Yang Jinghe occasionally glanced at the time. Time sped by, and soon it was past 7 in the evening. Fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon each of them, yet no one uttered a complaint. "Captain Yang, do you have any food?" I'm feeling a bit hypoglycemic, Su Wei murmured softly. Yang Jinghe searched his pockets and ultimately produced a single piece of gum, which he handed over. Just as the group began to feel a sense of despondency, a sudden, ominous knocking echoed from outside the roll-up door. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, every individual in the salon held their breath. Even a single strand of hair falling to the ground could be heard with crystal clarity. Under such circumstances, how could anyone possibly be knocking on the door? Though the sound was faint, the oppressive silence magnified it, and their frayed nerves were set ablaze by the slightest noise. Su Wei, using the dim light of his phone screen, silently mouthed to Yang Jinghe. Did I hear that correctly? Yang Jinghe raised a finger to his lips and stealthily approached the roll-up door, pressing his ear against it to discern any sounds from the outside. As soon as he did, another soft knock resonated, accompanied by the desperate cries of a woman. Help! Help! It seems to be a person. Sweat beaded on Yang Jinghe's forehead. In that moment, he was uncertain whether the entity outside was indeed human. The 5 occupants of the salon exchanged glances, each grappling with indecision. Particularly, Yang Jinghe bore a heavier psychological burden. If it were a person outside, as a police officer, he could not turn a blind eye. Yet, what if it were not a person? In that case, none of them would likely survive. His inner turmoil was palpable. What should I do? Yang Jinghe looked at the other 4. Chenggu also pressed his ear against the roll-up door. Apart from the unnerving silence, he could faintly hear the sobbing of a woman. Captain Yang, remember, the monster that attacked us can mimic various sounds through wing vibrations. It is possible that the cries for help and the woman's weeping are mere bait to lure us in. I personally do not care about survival. But what about them? Chenggu gestured towards the barber and the portly man. Yang Jinghe, already indecisive, grew even more conflicted after hearing Chenggu's words that I end his helplessness. He turned his gaze to Su Wei. Captain Yang, don't look at me. I have no idea what to do. Su Wei replied to AT that moment. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. Yang Jinghe ultimately devised a compromise. I will open the roll-up door, just a crack to assess the situation outside. If it is indeed a person, we shall let her in. If it is a monster, we should be able to fend it off together. Su Wei, lacking initiative, was inclined to follow Yang Jinghe's lead. Chenggu, with no say in the matter and indifferent to his own fate, could only acquiesce as Yang Jinghe prepared to pull up the roll-up door. A hand suddenly reached out and pressed down on it. Yang Jinghe turned to see that it was the portly man. What are you doing? Are you truly willing to let someone die? Yang Jinghe questioned. Let me speak first, the portly man replied calmly. You just mentioned that the monster can imitate human voices. Does it merely mimic sounds without understanding their meaning, or can it comprehend the context of our words? Is that really important? Yang Jinghe retorted. Of course it is. Answer me. The portly man stood his ground against the police captain. Yang Jinghe, uncertain whether the monster could grasp human language, found himself at a loss. It should not be able to. Chenggu interjected. When that creature attacked me, it imitated a cacophony of sounds, but human speech was merely a part of it. The portly man nodded. Then why are you all debating? Let's test it and find out. He stepped towards the roll-up door, cleared his throat, and suddenly asked, what is the next line to the song on the vast horizon? My love is... Even in the midst of such a tense atmosphere, the others nearly laughed that it was a quintessentially popular song, one that any non-deaf person would surely have heard. Under the gentle hills, the flowers are in bloom. A girlesque voice responded from outside. Everyone exhaled in relief, nearly certain that the entity outside was indeed human, as the half-verse was sung melodiously. Despite the monster's prowess, they could not possibly decipher human culture in such a brief span. Yang Jinghe began to pull up the roll-up door when suddenly, the barber stepped in front of the group. Listen, gentlemen, what are you thinking? I&T had better to stay put and mind our own business. What does it matter whether that woman lives or dies? What if a monster rushes in when we open the door? What if she herself is a monster? How can you be so sure that the monster cannot hear us singing? Why not wait until dawn and then head to the police station or school? The barber's face twisted with anxiety. Yang Jinghe's complexion darkened. When faced with danger, self-preservation often becomes paramount. Which is entirely understandable. I am a police officer, and I cannot simply stand by and watch someone perish, Yang Jinghe asserted. But you must also take responsibility for our lives, the barber retorted. Enough of this. With so few of us, we should not be at odds, the portly man suddenly interjected. Since we cannot reach a consensus, let us vote. The majority rules. Good idea. Yang Jinghe clapped his hands that I am in favor of saving her. Su Wei, what about you? I'll follow your lead, Captain Yang. Su Wei replied hurriedly. All right, that has 2 votes in favor. Yang Jinghe turned to the remaining trio that I oppose this decision. We absolutely cannot open the door. The barber insisted. This is my establishment, and you should heed my counsel. Now it's 2-1. Qingge, your turn. Yang Jinghe pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Qingge positioned himself behind the barber. This time, I side with the barber. It's wiser for us to remain here until dawn. You, Captain Yang, you are a good person, and your desire to save lives is commendable. However, wagering the lives of 5 for 1 is a deal that simply does not add up. Qingge remarked with a smile. Human lives are not a commodity. If 1 life is to be saved, then 5 must also be preserved. Yang Jinghe retorted vehemently, "Do not rush. We still have 1 vote remaining." We agreed that the majority prevails, and no one is allowed to backtrack, Qingge stated. Instantly, all eyes turned to the portly man, who had not anticipated being the deciding factor. After several moments of contemplation, he raised his hand, wearing a resigned smile, that I abstain. The portly man declared as his words echoed. All eyes were fixed upon him. Do not look at me like that. I genuinely do not know what to do. Hence, I am leaving the decision to you, he concluded, stepping away from the discussion, adopting a stance of indifference. Yang Jinghe was taken aback that matters had reverted to square one, that now it's 2-2. You cannot open the door, the barber exclaimed urgently. Yang Jinghe closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he withdrew a firearm from his clothing. Upon seeing the gun, the barber gasped in alarm. See, comrade officer, let us discuss this calmly. No need to brandish the weapon. Yang Jinghe did not aim the gun at the others. Instead, he pointed it at his own temple. Captain Yang, what are you doing? Su Wei exclaimed, bewildered by Yang Jinghe's actions. Everyone, in this situation, I understand your desire for self-preservation. It is only human nature, and I hold no ill will towards you. That I have a proposal. Shortly, you will open the roll-up door by 1 foot, and I shall go out to see what manner of being is knocking at the door. If it were a human, I would bring her inside. If it were not, you would push me out, then pull down the roller shutter. Although I may be of little worth, I still weigh over 100 kilograms. Even if I cannot defeat the monster, I can at least provide it with a meal. I will not be a burden to you. Yang Jinghe spoke each word with resolute conviction, leaving no room for doubt. Qingge sighed. Team leader Yang, it must not have been easy for you to become the head of the criminal police. Right? Is it worth sacrificing yourself for others? Qingge, I wish to ask you a question. Why did you kill 8 people? I cannot believe there was no reason behind it. Do you think what you did was justified? Yang Jinghe's gaze fixed intently on Qingge. Qingge hesitated for a moment, a bittersweet smile of resignation spreading across his face. It was worth it. Even if given another chance, I would do the same. Then I believe what I am doing now is also worth it. Open the door. Xiao Su, come here. Yang Jinghe's eyes burned with determination. With no other choice, Su Wei prepared to lift the roller shutter slightly. Just as Yang Jinghe was about to peek outside, he was suddenly yanked back by Qingge. Qingge, what are you doing? Yang Jinghe inquired. Better to keep your life and lead everyone out to fight. You are a good person, and I admire you. I am different. My life is worthless. If it weren't for this incident, I would be facing the firing squad by 8 o'clock tomorrow. That I do not mind this half day. With that, Qingge strode purposefully towards the door. Yang Jinghe stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that a murderer like Qingge would act in such a manner. The chubby boy and Su Wei worked together to lift the roller shutter a foot, just enough for one person to pass through. Qingge crouched down to look outside. He had always enjoyed horror films, which often featured frightening scenes. He braced himself, thinking that perhaps he would see a bloody head drop as soon as he peeked out. However, instead of a severed head, he saw a pair of feet clad in sneakers. Slowly looking up, aided by the dim starlight, Qingge discerned that it was a woman in her 20s, and moreover, she was visibly pregnant. When the pregnant woman saw the shutter opening, she struggled to lower herself and crawled inside inch by inch. The others in the salon noticed her as well, and Yang Jinghe and Su Wei worked together to pull her in. Meanwhile, Qingge scanned the area, observing the external situation. Outside, it was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard, sending chills down his spine. Qingge dared not linger, quickly retracting back inside. Yang Jinghe promptly pulled the roller shutter down. What is the situation outside? Yang Jinghe inquired. I don't know. It's too dark. Chengu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The barber suddenly suggested, could we not take advantage of the night to leave? Look, even she, a pregnant woman, managed to arrive here safely. Impossible. Yang Jinghe and Chengu responded in unison. Humans are not nocturnal creatures. Without infrared equipment, if we encounter monsters, we might not even realize how we perished. Moreover, most beasts have superior night vision compared to humans, Yang Jinghe explained. Then, all eyes turned to the pregnant woman. Yang Jinghe reassured her, do not be afraid. I am a police officer. Can you tell me what the situation outside is like? Through her sobs, the pregnant woman recounted her experience. Her name was Yang Tingting, a cashier at a supermarket. When the sky erupted with a deafening noise, she fainted, and upon awakening, it was already dark. The streets were deserted, and the usual bustling snack street lay in darkness. She was uncertain of what had transpired, but fear consumed her as she knocked on doors seeking help, traversing an entire street, only to be met by Yang Jinghe and his companions. Do not worry. Everything will be all right by tomorrow, Yang Jinghe consoled. Everyone must be exhausted. Let us rest, and I shall lead you to safety tomorrow. Encouraged by Yang Jinghe's words, a sense of relief washed over everyone. At that moment, Chengu noticed the chubby boy stealthily hiding a pair of scissors in his pants. Yang Jinghe helped Yang Tingting lie down, but their phone batteries were running low, with only 15% remaining, uncertain if they could last until dawn. Time ticked away, and deep into the night, while everyone had their eyes closed, it was unclear if they were truly asleep. Suddenly, Yang Tingting let out a short, sharp scream. Yang Jinghe awoke instantly, flipping over to sit up. What happened? What is going on? Chengu also opened his eyes immediately. He had not slept at all. The chubby boy was snoring beside him. With one hand clutching her chest, Yang Tingting looked warily at the three men sleeping beside her. Su Wei, the barber, and the chubby boy. I felt someone touching my chest just now, Yang Tingting whispered. Yang Jinghe raised an eyebrow. But given the current state of heightened emotions, he refrained from reacting harshly. It's all right, perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Yang Tingting murmured, her head bowed. Although she was heavily pregnant, she possessed an attractive figure, inevitably drawing unwanted attention. Yang Jinghe took a deep breath and tried to reassure her. Do not worry, they would not dare to overstep. Yang Tingting nodded and lay back down once more. Yang Jinghe, utterly fatigued, closed his eyes and began to doze off again. Meanwhile, Chengu, aided by the dim light of his phone, witnessed the barber reaching out towards Yang Tingting. In the darkness, Yang Tingting's body trembled slightly. But this time she remained silent, merely enduring. Chapter 8. Apprehension. This day felt like a surreal dream. Bombers, the apocalypse, the monsters one would only expect to see in films. All were etched into memory. Chengu sat in the barber's chair, managing to stay awake for the first half of the night. But by 1 o'clock, Yang Jinghe's phone finally died, plunging the salon into darkness once more. At this point, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, and Chengu, feeling utterly exhausted, leaned back in his chair, his eyelids growing heavy that he could not recall when he drifted off, but when he next awoke. A faint light was streaming through the gap in the roller shutter. Yang Jinghe had already woken up early. Discovering his phone dead, he borrowed Su Wei's phone to check the time. It was 5:15 in the morning. Everyone, rise and shine, Yang Jinghe called, rousing each person. Today, he intended to lead them to a safer location, for they could not remain in the salon indefinitely. There was no food or water, and being trapped here would lead to certain doom. The chubby boy rubbed his eyes, red veins visible in them. Each person was on the brink of exhaustion, their spirits and resolve nearly depleted, having been confined in that small, dark space for over 17 hours. They risked deteriorating mentally if they stayed much longer. Everyone, let us gather our strength. Today, I will take you to the school, where there are hundreds of armed police, and the cafeteria will have ample food supplies. We will surely escape this nightmare. Perhaps the military has already mobilized and cleared out those monsters. Yang Jinghe fervently encouraged, hoping to invigorate their spirits. Yang Tingting kept her hand on her belly, seemingly unwell. Yang Jinghe quietly inquired, but she merely shook her head. The chubby boy suddenly raised his hand, looking around. Don't you find it strange? Yang Jinghe paused for a moment. What seems odd? The chubby boy pointed at Yang Jinghe, then at Su Wei, Chengu, and Yang Tingting. You're number 1.2, 3, 4, and I make 5 out if my memory serves me right, there should be 6 of us. Where did the barber go? The dim lighting and their recent awakening left everyone's minds foggy. That it was only when the chubby boy pointed it out that Yang Jinghe realized they were missing someone. In an instant, a chill ran down everyone's spines. What the hell? What is going on? Su Wei's face reflected terror. How did one person suddenly disappear? Did he sneak away while we were asleep? Su Wei questioned. Impossible. Do you remember how he reacted when we opened the door to save someone last night? He was adamant about not wanting to open it, that a coward like him would never leave alone in the dark. The chubby boy replied, pulling out his phone to turn on the flashlight, hoping to find the barber hiding in a corner. Yet the salon was small, it was easy to see everything, and the roller shutter was still closed, leaving them to wonder how a living person could simply vanish. Fear gripped them all. Could a person truly evaporate like water? Or had a monster stealthily entered last night and taken the barber away? Who will check the restroom? We haven't looked there yet, the chubby boy suggested. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jinghe cautiously approached. The restroom was less than a square meter, separated by a wooden door, with just a toilet inside. Nervously, Yang Jinghe opened the door, wishing fervently that the timid barber was merely using the facilities. Creak! The wooden door swung open, revealing an empty restroom. Good grief! Su Wei's face was as pale as a ghost. Chen Ge meticulously scanned the surroundings, searching for any hidden compartments or secret passages. After a thorough examination, he found nothing. This left only 2 possibilities. The first, the barber had stealthily escaped while everyone was asleep. This seemed almost implausible. To exit the garage, one would need to open the roll-up door, which emitted a loud noise that would undoubtedly rouse everyone. Moreover, there was no reason for the barber to leave alone. Thus, only the second possibility remained, a notion that everyone was reluctant to accept, that a monster had visited the salon during the night after everyone had fallen asleep and abducted the barber. The mere thought of an unknown creature sneaking in while they were in deep slumber sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. Wait, what is this? Chen Ge suddenly entered the restroom and retrieved a large bundle of black material from the wastebasket. The dim lighting in the room, combined with the palpable tension, had prevented anyone from noticing the contents of the trash. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it to be an outfit, a pair of jeans and a half-sleeved shirt. The style seemed eerily familiar. This is the barber's clothing. The chubby boy exclaimed that I remember distinctly that when I went to get my haircut yesterday, he was wearing this. Do you think a monster would make him strip first? And if he really was devoured by a monster, why was there no scream? Yang Jinghe was in a state of confusion. Although he had served as a detective for 20 years, the current situation had transcended the realm of criminal investigation. 6 individuals had been asleep in a sealed room, and upon waking, only 5 remained. The clothes of the missing person were found in the bathroom. Have you considered the possibility that the barber never left this room? Chen Ge suddenly proposed. Yang Jinghe did not grasp his statement. However, the chubby boy quickly understood Chen Ji's implication. Are you suggesting that one of the remaining 5 could be an unknown monster? As soon as this was uttered, fear took root in the hearts of all present. The 5 individuals stood at different corners, anxiously eyeing one another, with no one daring to speak first. All right, everyone, let us first prove our humanity, the chubby boy suggested. How do we do that? Su Wei questioned. Su Wei, let me ask you something. What were the names of the 2 prisoners we transported yesterday? Yang Jinghe inquired. Su Wei paused momentarily, but soon responded. We didn't transport any prisoners yesterday. That I can prove he is genuine, Yang Jinghe asserted. What is your daughter's name? Su Wei asked. That I have only 1 son, no daughter. Yang Jinghe replied. That I can also prove he is real. The 2 police officers stood united once more. Chen Ge, what was the name of the bomb suspect who drowned yesterday? Yang Jinghe asked. Lu Jun, I must correct you. He committed suicide by jumping off a building. Not by drowning, Chen Ge responded. The trio simultaneously cleared their suspicions, their gazes landing on the chubby boy and Yang Tingting. Chapter 9. The face of a tumor. The chubby boy waved his hands in panic. Don't look at me like that. It's frightening. If anyone here has the most suspicion, I recall someone entered late last night. Aren't you curious? She is a woman and pregnant. How could she come through unscathed? Yang Jinghe had long harbored doubts, but since Yang Tingting was a girl and pregnant, her seemingly pitiful demeanor made it easy to overlook her. Did I have another question? Tell me, have you ever seen a pregnant woman? The chubby boy asked. Both Chengu and Su Wei were single and had never encountered a pregnant woman, but Yang Jinghe furrowed his brows, fixating intently on Yang Tingting, that he took a step back, observing that her belly appeared to be 6 or 7 months along. Generally, during this stage, pregnancy symptoms would be quite severe, with dizziness and nausea being common. Yet, had she shown any signs of distress throughout the night? "I sense something is amiss," Chengu remarked. "Last night, I witnessed that barber groping her, yet she remained silent, that I assumed she was too frightened to speak, but when we woke this morning, the barber was gone. We were all in deep sleep during the latter part of the night. Who knows what transpired?" All 4 pairs of eyes focused intently on Yang Tingting, who appeared to be an enigmatic presence. What was happening outside? It felt as if the world was on the brink of collapse, and a pregnant woman was the one knocking at their door. By the logic of a rational person, one would instinctively seek refuge at home when faced with danger. Everyone had been so startled yesterday, and with Yang Jinghe's insistence, they had failed to notice these crucial details. "Miss, we mean you no harm. Given the current uncertainty, please lift your shirt to reveal your belly." The chubby boy slowly approached. Yang Tingting suddenly became very agitated, grabbing a bottle of shampoo and hurling it at him, striking him squarely on the head. "What do you want? Don't come near me. Why are you bullying a girl?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. Yang Jinghe rushed to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. We have no ill intentions, that I assure you. In the name of the police, you will not come to harm." Yang Tingting appeared extremely agitated, her body trembling incessantly, as though all the suppressed fear had erupted. "You were the last person to have contact with the barber last night. Do you know where he went?" Yang Jinghe pressed. Yang Tingting, in stark contrast to her timid self from the previous day, now seemed utterly neurotic. "Fine, come closer. I will only tell you one person," she demanded, clutching her chest and warily watching the others. Yang Jinghe was about to step forward when Chengu grabbed his arm, whispering, "I feel something is off, that it's fine. What can a woman do to me?" Yang Jinghe reassured, striving to calm everyone, that he then addressed Yang Tingting. "Trust me, I would never harm you." With that, he cautiously approached Yang Tingting, while the chubby boy slipped his hand into his pocket, where he concealed a pair of scissors. Chengu retreated to the barber chair, ready to defend himself should anything go awry. Yang Jinghe edged closer, grasping the hem of Yang Tingting's garment, gradually lifting it. However, as soon as her abdomen was revealed, his pupils constricted, and terror washed over his face that Su Wei, unable to discern the situation from the back, was oblivious, while the chubby boy and Chengu bore witness to a horrifying sight. Yang Tingting's protruding belly was not that of a fetus, but rather a grotesque tumor the size of a volleyball. This tumor was dark brown and riddled with bumpy protrusions, with countless blood vessels extending deep into Yang Tingting's body. The most terrifying aspect was that the tumor sported a fist-sized eye that rolled around wildly. Upon seeing this, everyone present felt their skin crawl. That moment, the tumor suddenly split open, revealing a face twisted in agony, which several of them recognized as the barber's visage. "Damn it." Chengu swung the barber chair with all his might, striking Yang Tingting on the head. The impact was so forceful that it caved in half of her skull. Yet shockingly, not a single drop of blood oozed forth, nor was there any brain matter. It was merely hollow, revealing only thin, dark tendrils crawling through Yang Tingting's veins. In that instant, Chengu realized the truth. No wonder this woman had been strolling nonchalantly through the apocalyptic streets. She had long since been assimilated by the monster. The parasitic tumor suddenly opened its mouth, from which no sound emerged, yet a viscous black liquid began to flow forth. Abruptly, a black, tongue-like appendage shot out from the tumor's mouth, piercing through Yang Jinghe's chest. Yang Jinghe's eyes widened in shock as he trembled, attempting to extract the tongue, but his own limbs felt paralyzed, as if his bones were melting away. He never imagined that his moment of compassion would ultimately lead to his demise. "Damn it." The formerly timid chubby boy unsheathed the hidden scissors and swiftly severed the tongue of the parasitic tumor, causing black liquid to spray everywhere. The liquid splattered onto the floor, which hissed ominously as it corroded. Chengu raised the barber chair once more, desperately smashing it against Yang Tingting's back. A resounding crack echoed as her spine shattered. Yet even then, not a flicker of pain crossed her face. She had become utterly numb, merely extending her hands to protect the parasitic tumor, incessantly muttering, my child, damn you." The chubby boy lunged forward with scissors in hand, plunging them into the parasitic tumor. Chun-Gu wielded a barber chair with fervor, smashing the grotesque mass into a pulpy mess, and in doing so, reduced Yang Tingting to an unrecognizable form as well. Only then did he toss the barber chair aside, panting heavily as he sank to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Wei appeared utterly bewildered, trembling as he crawled over to examine Yang Jinghe's injuries. Captain Yang, please wake up. What am I to do if you were dead? Captain Yang, Chapter 10. Yang Jinghe. My name is Yang Jinghe, and I am a police officer. It is often said that before one departs this world, they glimpse a montage of their most significant moments. What I see before me now are the pivotal figures of my life. Perhaps this is my own version of that montage. First, I must offer an apology, for I have not been entirely truthful. When we were verifying each other's humanity, I claimed to have a son. Indeed, I did have a son, but he passed away 7 years ago. Being a police officer, particularly a detective, inevitably breeds animosity that I remember that this case originated 8 years prior, during a time when the campaign against organized crime had yet to commence. Especially in this small locality where gangs thrive, Li Chunmei was a 56-year-old laid-off factory worker, struggling to find employment in the city due to her AG.INA bid to support her family. She scraped together enough money to purchase a small tricycle, traversing the streets to collect scrap materials that, on the other hand, Qian Jinhua was the proprietor of a local nightclub, commanding a small army of underlings and boasting some influential connections. These two individuals were not fated to cross paths. However, on that fateful day, Qian Jinhua, having imbibed a bit too much, took his mistress for a joyride in his luxury car and, in a reckless moment, collided with Li Chunmei, who was returning home after gathering scraps. Had Qian Jinhua immediately taken her to the hospital and offered compensation, this incident might have been resolved quietly. Yet, the self-proclaimed gangster did not do so. Instead, he exited his vehicle, brandishing a metal rod, and viciously assaulted the incapacitated Li Chunmei. Only after ensuring she lay motionless did he drive over her, leaving the scene without a backward glance. Before long, the police received an emergency call that by the time I arrived, Li Chunmei had already succumbed to her injuries, her husband and son wailing in anguish at her side, demanding justice for the perpetrator. Qian Jinhua was swiftly apprehended, but he vehemently insisted that he was not the one driving that day. He claimed it was one of his subordinates and maintained that it was merely an unfortunate accident, not murder. The details of the courtroom proceedings, the influence exerted by Qian Jinhua's connections, and the intricacies of the case were beyond the grasp of a mere detective like myself. Ultimately, the verdict was rendered. The subordinate who took the fall received a 5-year prison sentence, while Qian Jinhua compensated Li Chunmei's family a substantial sum. Everyone believed the matter was settled, yet her family could not accept such an outcome and resolutely appealed. However, due to a lack of evidence, the original ruling stood firm that Li Chunmei's son, Zhao Long, was a diligent young man working in a factory. The tragedy of it all was only just beginning in the wake of his mother's death. Zhao Long was engulfed in profound sorrow and refused to accept the court's verdict. Yet, facing the wealthy and well-connected Qian Jinhua, he found himself at an impasse. Zhao Long, a machinist, fashioned a 2-foot-long machete and clandestinely followed Qian Jinhua for over 3 months. Biding his time until the right moment arose. One fateful evening, Qian Jinhua, inebriated, parked his luxury car and staggered homeward. Zhao Long trailed him, shadowing him to his residence. Despite his extravagant lifestyle, Qian Jinhua was a loving husband to his wife and father to their 9-year-old daughter. Seizing the opportunity as Qian Jinhua opened the door, Zhao Long rushed inside, wielding his machete, and unleashed a flurry of blows, reducing Qian Jinhua to a mere semblance of humanity in his frenzied state. Zhao Long did not spare Qian Jinhua's wife and daughter either. Once the haze of rage dissipated, Zhao Long stood amidst the carnage, panic-stricken, and fled with his father back to their hometown. However, the police were not oblivious. They quickly traced Zhao Long's whereabouts after receiving a tip-off. I was the one dispatched to apprehend him, that I vividly recall handcuffing Zhao Long to the ground while his elderly father knelt, pleading for mercy. My son is ridding the world of evil. How can he be labeled a murderer? Why did you not arrest those thugs when they killed my wife? Faced with Zhao Long's father's accusations, I found myself at a loss for words. That I had been in the police force long enough to know that the complexities of such matters could not be succinctly articulated. Ultimately, after a protracted trial, Zhao Long was sentenced to death, that I believed the ordeal had come to a close. But little did I know, it was merely the beginning of a far darker chapter. 3 months later, during the National Day holiday, I set out to pick up my son from the bus station, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, I still had not laid eyes on him. That anxious wait was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Officer Yang, do you remember me? Your son is in my possession. Upon hearing that voice, my heart plummeted. What do you want? Are you after money? Name your price, and I will gather the funds. The voice on the other end dripped with disdain. Officer Yang, do you think money holds any significance for me? I wish to speak with you. Just you and I. He then provided an address. As a detective, I promptly reported the matter to my superiors, who took it very seriously and prepared to surround the location. Yet, when I arrived and saw Zhao Long's father alongside my son, my blood ran cold. Both were bound with explosives, and any misstep could result in disaster. Mr. Zhao, I understand your anguish, but this has nothing to do with the child. Your son is the one I arrested. If you seek vengeance, come after me and let the child go. I gazed into my son's terrified eyes, my heart aching. You must trust in the law. Your son killed 3 individuals, one of whom was a 9-year-old child, and no matter the circumstances, he will face the ultimate penalty. That do you not comprehend the chaos that would ensue if everyone followed his path? Mr. Zhao merely laughed, a chilling, disconcerting sound. Big bosses can evade justice by finding scapegoats, serving mere years before returning to the streets. That my son, however, faces execution. This, Officer Yang, is the law you speak of. The law is crafted for the poor. Now I see clearly. Officer Yang, do you know why I summoned you? I want to witness your son obliterated before your very eyes. Let your law judge me. With that, this once meek farmer, devoid of hesitation, ignited the fuse. Dad, this would be the last time my son called me that. Then the bomb detonated. In that instant, I truly understood the meaning of the heavens collapsing. That my world crumbled, just as his did. I finally grasped why Mr. Zhao refused to engage in reason. All arguments are made in the pursuit of preserving life, yet his heart was set on death. That I cannot say whether I am a good police officer, but I am certain I am not a good father. From that moment forth, guilt over my son consumed me, a constant ache in my heart. Only when I aided others did that guilt subside. Albeit momentarily, over time, it burgeoned into a psychological affliction, a strong inclination towards self-destruction. I would rather suffer in silence than witness another's torment. Thus, when I heard a woman knocking at the roll-up door, I opened it without a second thought, unaware that it would lead to the terminus of my existence. That my name is Yang Zhi. That my story has come to an end. Let it be so. Chapter 11. Supply. Su Wei shook Yang Jing's body insistently, attempting to rouse him, but a thumb-sized wound marred his chest, the result of the parasitic tumor's tongue piercing his heart. Even divine intervention would not suffice to save him. Su Wei sought to perform CPR, but as he pressed down, Yang Jing's chest caved in like a cookie, sending Su Wei into a terrified retreat. Chen Ge picked up a comb and began to prod Yang Tingting's lifeless form. Discovering that she had become a mere shell, her organs entirely siphoned away. Countless black, minuscule tendrils extended from the parasitic tumor, infiltrating the blood vessels of Yang Tingting's body. At this point, the tumor lay in ruins, and the tendrils had lost their vitality. Captain Yang is beyond saving. Look at this black ichor. The chubby boy pointed at the black liquid on the ground, where the floor had been corroded, leaving small pits. Although the toxicity of this black substance remained uncertain, the sheer volume injected into Captain Yang's heart would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even his bodily structure had been compromised. Otherwise, Su Wei would not have been able to pierce through his chest so easily. The rapidity of these events was staggering. Merely last night there had been 6 of them, yet upon awakening, only 3 remained. Regarding the events of the previous night, the 3 could only speculate. The barber had been overly familiar with Yang Tingting, taking advantage of her timid nature, which inadvertently triggered the parasitic tumor within her. This entity's tendrils could invade a person's body, spreading through the bloodstream, rendering the barber incapable of uttering a sound, ultimately consumed as nourishment for the parasite. It seemed that when Yang Tingting entered the salon, she still possessed her faculties, but after a night, she had succumbed entirely to the parasitic tumor's control. That Su Wei lay nearby, weeping incessantly, exclaiming, "What kind of world is this? After all my hard work to become a police officer, How did it suddenly turn into the apocalypse? In contrast to Su Wei's breakdown, the other two remained remarkably composed. What shall we do now? The chubby boy inquired. How should I know? Chun Gu retorted, pulling out a cigarette he had procured from the barber. He couldn't believe how swiftly everything had unraveled. Hey, you there, officer? What should we do next? Chun Gu asked, but Su Wei was on the brink of collapse. Utterly at a loss. Well, we can't rely on anyone now. Should we stay here or venture out? Chun Gu looked at the chubby boy. Of course, we should go out. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving at this rate. We won't even need to worry about monsters eating us. We'll just die of starvation, the chubby boy exclaimed, throwing up his hands in despair. Chun Gu approached the roll-up door, taking a deep breath. No one knew what awaited them outside, that if they opened the door to a horde of unknown monsters, they would be doomed. That Su Wei, seeing the two about to open the door, rushed to stop them. Are you crazy? Who knows how many monsters are out there? If we open that door, we're dead. If you two want to die, that's your business, but I want to live. The chubby boy replied calmly. Officer, please remain composed. This place is no longer tenable. First and foremost, it is utterly unsafe. Moreover, look at the black liquid on the ground. It is undoubtedly highly toxic. The liquid will evaporate, and before long, this space will be filled with poison. You need to decide whether you wish to wait here to die or join us in leaving. Before Su Wei could make a choice, Chun Gu had already pulled open the roll-up door. With a loud clatter, blinding sunlight streamed in. As they beheld the sun once more, the chubby boy smiled. They could still bask in sunlight, which felt miraculous. Outside lay a profound silence. There were no humans to be seen, nor any monsters, as if the city had transformed into a ghost town. Only the sun of a summer morning at 6 o'clock shone down upon the earth, and a prisoner transport vehicle lay abandoned beside the guardrail. Hey, are there any weapons inside the vehicle? Chun Gu inquired. That Su Wei nodded stiffly. Taking a deep breath, Chun Gu strode toward the vehicle. That Su Wei attempted to call out to him, but Chun Gu had already entered the transport vehicle, rummaging through it until he emerged with 2 tactical vests. These vests were equipped with collapsible batons, pepper spray, walkie-talkies, body cameras, handcuffs, and more. Chun Gu pulled out a baton, feeling its substantial weight, while its power was limited. It was certainly preferable to being unarmed. The walkie-talkies and body cameras were inoperative, and it was unclear what kind of dark technology these monsters employed. After donning one tactical vest, Chun Gu tossed the other set to the chubby boy, who eagerly put it on without hesitation. What about me? Su Wei asked quietly. Don't you still have a gun? Chun Gu replied. That gun has long been out of bullets. It's less useful than a hammer. Su Wei exclaimed. Give me something for self-defense. Chun Gu removed the pepper spray from the tactical vest and tossed it to Su Wei. Gentlemen, I believe our immediate priority is to fill our stomachs. The chubby boy raised his hand. Didn't Ti Yong Ting mention she was a cashier at the supermarket? If she could walk here despite her pregnancy, it means the supermarket isn't far. Shall we go look? I agree. Su Wei raised his hand immediately. Having gone a day and a night without food, he was beginning to feel the effects of low blood sugar if left untreated. Sudden low blood sugar could be fatal. The 3 of them cautiously approached the street, and fortune favored the persistent. They finally stumbled upon a dilapidated supermarket. Chun Gu entered first, ensuring the supermarket was devoid of any living beings before beckoning the chubby boy and Su Wei inside. The supermarket was in disarray, a testament to the chaos of the previous day. Yet many sealed food items remained edible, and they even found bottled water. The trio, ravenous and parched, wasted no time indulging, oblivious to what they consumed as long as their hunger was sated. The chubby boy wandered over to the stationery section, returning with 3 large backpacks. Let us take extra food and water. We don't know when we'll have a proper meal again, he urged. Chun Gu made his way to the kitchenware section, selecting several sharp knives. Though short, they were certainly more lethal than a baton. Simultaneously, Chun Gu grabbed a few mop handles, using tape to bind the knives to the poles. Fashioning 3 makeshift spears. Look what I've found. An unparalleled weapon. The chubby boy suddenly burst into laughter, brandishing a fire axe. Upon seeing the axe, Chun Gu felt his knives lose their allure for them. This truly was a remarkable weapon. The chubby boy handed the fire axe to Chun Gu. I'm not really skilled in combat. You take it. Chun Gu wasted no time, grasping the axe firmly, feeling a surge of confidence. Su Wei softly inquired, where should we go now? Should we stick to the original plan and head to the school, or return to the police station? Chun Gu countered, "You're the officer. You know better than us where we should go." "What do you think?" Su Wei was at a loss. He had always been indecisive, relying on Yang Zheng and Ma for guidance. Now that Captain Yang was gone, he had no idea what to do next. "Perhaps we should head to the school. There are more people there, and reuniting with a larger group is certainly safer." Su Wei suggested tentatively that he was cautious around Chun Gu, considering him a genuine murderer. Should his violent tendencies arise, Su Wei would be defenseless in this environment. Chun Gu remained silent, while the chubby boy muttered, "Haven't you all seen post-apocalyptic films? The busier the place, the more dangerous it is." Su Wei could only look at Chun Gu, who had unwittingly become the most authoritative figure in their small group. "I too believe we should go to the school, given the uncertainty of the current situation. Staying with armed personnel is the safest course," Chun Gu asserted. "All right, if that is the consensus, let us not backtrack. Once we've eaten and refreshed ourselves, we'll head to the school together," the chubby boy stated. "By the way, I still don't know your names." "I'm Su Wei." "I'm Chun Gu, a murderer," Chun Gu declared nonchalantly, unbothered by his admission that you're a murderer, and you still dare to be close to the police? "Aren't you afraid they'll arrest you?" the chubby boy asked, astonished. Chun Gu merely smiled and replied, "What is your name?" "In this apocalypse, names don't matter. Just call me Fatty," the chubby boy said. Chun Gu observed that this self-proclaimed fatty was not particularly overweight. Standing around 5'7" and weighing approximately 140 pounds, categorizing him as somewhat plump. By the way, I have another question. Do you think it's just this city that has turned into this nightmare? Or has the entire world succumbed to this fate? If it's only this city, we should leave immediately. Also, have you ever pondered why these monsters appeared? Have you seen the film The Mist? In it, the military-esque experiment accidentally opened a portal to another world. What do you think? The chubby boy whispered. Stop watching so much sci-fi. If it were that easy to open a portal to another world, humanity would have been in chaos long ago. I suspect these creatures might have escaped from that laboratory. Chun Gu replied, by the way, Officer Su, being part of the system, do you know any insider information? Su Wei bitterly responded, I'm just a lowly officer. How could I know so much? If I truly had any insider knowledge, would I still be trapped in a salon? 3 individuals engaged in conversation while indulging in food until they could consume no more. The portly boy, once again, filled 3 backpacks to the brim, ensuring they were well stocked with provisions and fresh water, enough to sustain them for at least 3 or 4 days, having satiated their hunger. The trio regained their strength, and it was time to embark on their journey. Chun Gu, wielding a fire axe, led the way, while the rotund boy, grasping a mop handle fashioned into a spear, followed closely in the middle. Su Wei, armed with a canister of pepper spray and a kitchen knife, brought up the rear. The 3 traveled in silence, wary that even the faintest sound might attract some bizarre entity. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at an intersection. Suddenly, the portly boy pointed skyward and exclaimed, Look, what is that in the sky? Both Su Wei and Chun Gu raised their gazes, and they all stood frozen in place. On either side of the street loomed towering buildings, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, rendering the horizon invisible. However, upon exiting this thoroughfare, they finally beheld a gaping black void in the southern sky. This black void was not a celestial body, but rather a vast, dark chasm suspended in the air. Given its distance, it was impossible to gauge its diameter, but in comparison to the sun on the horizon, it appeared to be nearly 10 times its size. The scene was both surreal and fantastical. I can't shake the feeling that resembles a video game texture, the portly boy muttered to himself. Chun Gu, unaccustomed to video games, queried, What do you mean? It's just I feel like this thing exists in a different dimension from ours that we can see it, but we can never touch it. The boy replied, Do you remember that deafening sound we heard yesterday? Could it be that a hole was torn in the sky? Chun Gu pondered aloud. This question left them at a loss for answers. The portly boy quietly observed, Doesn't this scene remind you of a mythological tale? Upon hearing this, both Chun Gu and Su Wei simultaneously thought of a well-known myth, exclaiming in unison, Nuwa mending the sky. Is it possible that Nuwa wasn't mending the sky, but rather a rift in dimensions? The bizarre creatures from the legends emerged from that rift. Nuwa first sealed the rift, and then led the people in vanquishing those monsters, resulting in a later era of peace and prosperity. The portly boy grew increasingly animated. All right, let us focus on reality, that if we can't reach the school, It doesn't matter if the sky has a hole or if it's disintegrating. Chun-gu interjected, bringing them back to the present, that he recalled that the journey from school to the salon took him just over 10 minutes in the prison transport, that in terms of walking time. It should take no more than 20 or 30 minutes. This meant that as long as they encountered no unexpected events, they would reunite with the main group within 20 minutes. Though the black void above was a spectacle, nothing was more crucial than ensuring they could sleep soundly that night. The trio proceeded along the route taken by the prison transport, moving swiftly forward. After 20 minutes of relentless walking, Su-wei finally spotted the entrance to the open-door primary school. Just as he was about to approach, Chun-gu and the portly boy suddenly pulled him back. That I can't shake the feeling that something is off about this atmosphere. The portly boy tightened his grip on the spear. Are you sure there are hundreds of SWAT officers here? Why is it so eerily quiet? Chapter 13. The school. From the moment they left the salon, Chun-gu sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the city. Though the open-door market was not a large city, with a population of around 600,000, they had yet to encounter a single soul. Not even the winged creatures resembling bats that had attacked them yesterday were in sight. The city felt lifeless, as if tens of thousands had vanished overnight, for the school before them, while it was conceivable that the trained SWAT officers lay in wait, maintaining silence. One must remember that this was a school, home to not only the officers who had failed to evacuate but also hundreds of elementary students and teachers. Anyone acquainted with the teaching profession understands how challenging it is to keep hundreds of children quiet. Yet, the open-door primary school stood in utter silence, devoid of even the slightest sound save for the whisper of the wind. This was highly irregular and defied logic. Should we still go in? The portly boy inquired cautiously, while Su-wei looked at Chun-gu. Though he was a police officer, he too was at a loss for what to do. Chun-gu could not reach a decision either. The three exchanged anxious glances, realizing the weight of their choice. One misstep could lead to their demise. Chun-gu was beginning to understand why the military claimed that all paths led to despair. The situation indeed felt hopeless. Portly boy shouted to the school that if anyone responds, we'll enter. If there's no answer, I think it's best we don't go in. Chun-gu clutched his fire axe tightly. The world as they knew it could no longer be explained by their common sense. What could possibly account for the enormous black void in the sky, larger than the sun? Clearly, humanity's current understanding of science could not elucidate this phenomenon. The portly boy took a deep breath and called out from the school entrance toward the classroom. Is anyone alive? If so, make a sound. His voice echoed harshly in the stillness of the city, reverberating between the buildings without any sign of cessation. The three remained tense, their gazes fixed on the classroom ahead. Half a minute passed with no response. Let us go. There is something amiss here. Either the SWAT officers have evacuated the children, or something else is afoot, Chun-gu declared. The presence of 100 well-armed, trained officers was certainly a formidable force. They had faced two attacks, first from the bat-like creature, then from the parasitic tumor. While both monsters were indeed strange, they were not insurmountable. A burst of gunfire could reduce the bat creature to pulp, and the parasitic tumor was virtually defenseless against direct confrontation. It seemed most likely that the SWAT officers had escorted the children to a safer location. What a futile effort, Chun-gu lamented. Just then, the fourth-floor window of the classroom swung open, and a figure leaned out, waving at them. Chun-gu, possessing the keenest eyesight, quickly discerned that the individual was clad in a tactical uniform, the very same officers who had failed to evacuate the previous day. Seeing someone, the trio breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally, we see a living person, the portly boy exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. We're back in the embrace of our organization. Lowering their guard, the three hastened into the school. The teaching building comprised 6 floors, with first graders on the ground floor, second graders on the second, and so forth. Chun-gu had anticipated that the place would be a wreck from the assault, but to his astonishment, each classroom was impeccably tidy, devoid of any chaos, evidence that the open-door primary school had not suffered an attack from those creatures. Wait, let us barricade the entrance. If any monsters come through the door, we'll be in trouble, Chun-gu suggested. The school lacked nothing but desks and chairs. Yet when the three sought to block the entrance with classroom furniture, they discovered that there wasn't a single set of desks and chairs to be found. Could it be that all the children in this primary school are standing while attending class? The portly boy inquired, bemused. The trio scoured several classrooms, yet not a single desk or chair appeared. This was indeed peculiar. Let us not dwell on this too much. We should quickly reunite with the main group and leave this cursed place. Su Wei, on the brink of madness, just wanted to reach a safe haven, enjoy a hearty meal, and finally get some much-needed sleep. Leaving everything else behind, as Su Wei pressed the elevator button, there was no response to no choice but to hurry to the 4th floor, he said. Chen Ge and the portly boy exchanged glances, both sensing the strangeness within the school. Portly boy, tell me under what circumstances would a school lack desks and chairs? Chen Ge asked in a hushed tone. Unless this school has no students, the portly boy replied that as they faced the teaching building once more, an inexplicable chill washed over them. Fear was futile. They had come this far, and outside hardly seemed any safer. The portly boy steeled himself and followed Su Wei to the 4th floor, with Chen Ge trailing behind, vigilant of their surroundings. Only when he reached the 4th floor did he see the portly boy and Su Wei curiously searching for something. What are you two up to? What happened to that officer? Chen Ge inquired. We're just as curious. That officer should have been in this classroom. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? He didn't even come to fetch us. The portly boy asked, perplexed. Looking up, they noticed a door plate above the classroom that read Class 4-3, that this classroom was the only one with an open window, confirming that the officer had indeed been there to greet them. Yet, logically, they should have encountered each other. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? The chubby boy suddenly exclaimed, Do you think that police officer we just saw might not be human at all? Perhaps he is a ghost. He wasn't urging us. He was telling us to flee. Despite it being summer, Su Wei and Chen Ge felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the chubby boy's words. Surely it can't be that sinister? I can't shake off this feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps we should leave quickly. The chubby boy suggested that Su Wei, feeling a twinge of reluctance, thought it too risky to abandon his colleagues after finally encountering them. Chen Ge moved to the wall, gently brushing his hand against its surface. You two, come and take a look at this. What do you make of it? Upon closer inspection, they noticed a series of small holes in the wall, each the size of a pinky finger. Su Wei's expression shifted drastically. As a police officer, he recognized these as bullet holes that, in other words, a battle had once taken place in this classroom. Furthermore, Chen Ge noted the absence of desks and chairs in the room. Damn it, something feels off about this place. We must leave. Chapter 14. The oddity. Chen Ge had come to realize that something was fundamentally wrong with this school. Their entry had been prompted by the sight of a special police officer on the 4th floor beckoning to them, leading them to mistakenly believe they had found reinforcements and subsequently lower their guard. Logically, upon seeing newcomers, one would expect someone to come and greet them. Moreover, Su Wei was a police officer, and Chen Ge was dressed in prison garb, which should have drawn attention. Yet upon reaching the 4th floor, they found no one. That the bullet holes on the wall indicated that this place had previously endured an attack, with gunfire having erupted in that very room. Most importantly, this school housed at least 500 or 600 students, along with dozens of teachers and staff, not to mention over 100 special police officers. Yet after spending this time here, why had they seen no one? Not even a whisper of human presence? Chen Ge inquired. Overall, something feels off. We need to move, the chubby boy said, nervously scanning their surroundings while tightly gripping a makeshift spear fashioned from a kitchen knife and a mop handle. Su Wei, still bewildered by the unfolding events, saw the chubby boy and Chen Ge preparing to leave and hurriedly stopped them. Where are you two going? We've finally found our comrades. This place is problematic. We should leave first, Chen Ge insisted. But outside may not be safe either, Su Wei countered. People must be hiding on the rooftop or higher floors if we climb just a couple more levels. We rebound to find our comrades, and then we'll be safe. Without waiting for a response, Su Wei began ascending to the 5th floor, but both Chen Ge and the chubby boy remained behind him. If you wish to court death, be my guest. I shan't accompany you, the chubby boy retorted, showing no regard for Su Wei and heading downstairs. Instead, Su Wei felt a sense of embarrassment, glancing at Chen Ge for support. Chen Ge, don't forget you're still a prisoner, Su Wei threatened. Then I am now a fugitive. Come and catch me if you can, Chen Ge declared, following the chubby boy in his quest to escape the eerie school. Su Wei's face twitched. If he had the nerve, he would have acted sooner. Observing the desolate 5th-floor staircase and the retreating figures of Chen Ge and the chubby boy, he called out, Wait up. You too. What's with the anger? I was only joking. The three hurried down the stairs. 3 physically capable adults could descend 4 floors in a minute or two, swiftly reaching the exit. However, upon catching sight of the classroom exit, their expressions soured. The entrance they had used to enter was now barricaded by countless desks and chairs, rendering their escape impossible. Silence fell among them as cold sweat trickled down their brows. Su Wei, the most timid, began to tremble. He had previously thought Chengge and the chubby boy were merely trying to scare him, but the sight before him confirmed his fears that something was amiss. "We can't have gotten lost, can we?" Su Wei asked cautiously. "There is only one path up and down. If you're lost, show me," the chubby boy whispered, carefully approaching the pile of desks and chairs. Prodding them with his spear, confirming they were not an illusion, he stated, "This is all too real. Could we truly be haunted?" The chubby boy murmured. "When we came up, there were no desks or chairs. We were only gone for 3 or 4 minutes at most. What force could have arranged hundreds of sets of desks and chairs here? Unless, where did all the people who disappeared go?" Su Wei shuddered. "Are you suggesting that the missing individuals have turned into ghosts, wishing for us to remain here as company in death?" However, Chengge observed an even stranger detail. "Where have all these desks and chairs come from? Chubby, do you remember that when we first arrived, this floor was devoid of any furniture? We confirmed there was only one way up and down." Su Wei's complexion grew, increasingly pale. The eerie atmosphere of the place had begun to weigh heavily on him, and he regretted entering. "Why don't we three just move these desks and chairs aside? It won't take too long." Su Wei suggested quietly that if we don't figure out where these items came from, it would be futile that we might clear a path only to have them return in an instant. The chubby boy warned, scanning the area warily, that there really no other exit. Chengge scoffed. "Regardless of who is pulling the strings here, confining me will not be so easy. Follow me. We'll jump out the window." Su Wei and the chubby boy's eyes lit up simultaneously. "Right, the door is blocked. We can jump out the window." Upon reaching the adjacent classroom, however, their hopes were dashed to prevent students from injuring themselves by jumping out. The school had installed vertical steel bars on the windows, each as thick as a pinky finger. Watch me," Chengge boasted. "Based on my years of skipping school, these steel bars are merely for show." With that, he took a couple of steps back, then charged forward, kicking at the steel bars. The result? The bars didn't budge an inch. "Ouch!" Chengge limped back. Why did they skimp on the right things and not these? "What the hell?" The chubby boy rolled his eyes. "These are steel bars. Do you realize what that means? If you could break them with one kick, you wouldn't be human." Chengge swung the back of a fire axe against the steel bars, but even after a vigorous attempt, they only bent slightly, and these bars were specifically designed to prevent children from jumping out, with spacing so narrow that an adult could barely fit a single arm through, finding themselves at an impasse. They returned to the main door, realizing they might indeed have to move the desks and chairs one by one. That what if we try heading upstairs? Su Wei suggested quietly. With no other options, Chengge and the chubby boy reluctantly agreed. Being trapped here was not a solution, and if they encountered any living people, they could devise a plan together. The three returned to the 4th floor, meticulously inspecting each classroom, confirming that indeed there was not a soul on the lower floors. Standing at the staircase leading to the 5th floor, an air of tension enveloped them. "Why do I have this ominous feeling of marching to my doom?" The chubby boy mused that "Don't be such a pessimist. We're merely engaged in a fight for survival," Su Wei replied. Only Chengge remained silent, his face pale, staring intently at the end of the 4th floor corridor. "Look over there. Isn't that the special police officer who waved at us earlier?" Chapter 15. Encountering the supernatural, the structure of this educational building was symmetrical, with the staircase situated in the center, flanked by identical classrooms on either side. Presently, Chengge and his companion stood before the staircase on the 4th floor. At the far end of the right corridor, a figure had inexplicably appeared. Due to the distance, they could only make out that the figure was clad in the distinctive tactical uniform of a special police officer, but the face remained obscured. This officer stood at the corridor's end. Staring directly at them, that a chill ran down Chengge's spine. Prior to this, Chengge and the chubby boy had thoroughly inspected each classroom. The rooms were small enough to scan in one glance. And the absence of desks and chairs meant there was no place for someone to hide. In other words, it was impossible for anyone to be on the 4th floor. Yet, here stood a police officer at the end of the corridor. Silent, not waving, nor approaching. Even someone as bold as Chengge felt a shiver run down his back, tightly gripping the fire axe in his hand. "What should we do?" he asked in a hushed tone. The chubby boy swallowed hard. You're asking me. Who should I ask? First, he couldn't determine whether the figure standing in the distance was even human. Since entering this school, an array of bizarre occurrences had unfolded. Who wants to go take a look? Chunge turned to Su Wei. That Su Wei was trembling, and when he noticed Chunji's intense gaze upon him, he stammered. Why are you looking at me like that? I absolutely refuse to go. But that is your colleague. If you don't go, who will? Should we vote on it? Chunge proposed that I vote for Officer Su. Same here. The chubby boy fixed his gaze on Su Wei. As a people's police officer, it is inherently your duty to safeguard the property of the citizens that we are relying on you now. Su Wei was on the verge of tears, lamenting to himself how these two scoundrels were setting him up. Do not fret. If danger arises, we shall certainly come to your rescue, Chunge declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Yes, 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 the chubby boy nodded vigorously. Trembling, Su Wei inquired, but why can't the three of us go together? What if it's a trap? If only one person falls into a trap, the other two can still come to the rescue. However, if all three of us fall into a trap simultaneously, we would be utterly helpless in seeking assistance. Chunge responded. Upon hearing this, it seemed quite reasonable. Then can I have a longer weapon? Su Wei looked at the wolf-repelling spray and kitchen knife in his hands, realizing that it wasn't the strength of the equipment that was lacking, but rather the distance. All right, I'll get you one. That the chubby boy tossed his makeshift spear over. Su Wei caught it, continuously encouraging himself. Do not be afraid. You have been educated in materialism, ready to vanquish all phantoms. There are no ghosts in this world. Surely, it must be a colleague playing a prank on you. Do not fear. Do not fear. Do not fear. Su Wei kept murmuring as he cautiously inched towards the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Logically, upon seeing someone approach, a normal special police officer would greet him. But the officer at the corridor's end merely stood there, staring blankly, which only intensified the trio's fear. Chunge lowered his voice. Chubby, what do you think about the situation here? Though the chubby boy appeared quite timid, he had a knack for unconventional perspectives. Initially, at the school gate, it was he who suggested, let's not go inside. After a moment of contemplation, the chubby boy suddenly uttered something peculiar. Do you know what a parallel universe is? What on earth is that? Simplify it. I haven't even graduated high school yet. Chunge replied. Well, you must have read some books. Point two parallel universes are like two sheets of paper. My theory is that this teaching building coincides with a teaching building from a parallel universe. Hence, we might witness many strange phenomena. That special police officer might not even belong to our universe, the chubby boy explained. Chunge nodded, somewhat understanding. The chubby boy elucidated further. If you tear out 2 pages from a book and overlay them against a light source, the text on both pages will align. This space is no different. So, are we trapped? Chunge asked. You could interpret it that way. However, this is merely my speculation. I cannot say for certain if these bizarre occurrences are indeed the result of a parallel universe. After all, such concepts exist only in science fiction, the chubby boy replied. That moment, Su Wei had drawn very close to the special police officer. Gripping the makeshift spear tightly, he continued to tremble. Hey, brother, are you still alive? Make a sound. Su Wei slowly extended the spear, gently poking the officer's body. Suddenly, the officer turned and fixated his gaze on Su Wei. Su Wei let out a terrified scream, dropping the spear and scrambling backward, only to halt abruptly after a few steps. Was he still alive? However, when he turned to take a closer look, his scalp prickled in fear. Holy hell! What the hell? I've seen a ghost, damn it. I've seen a ghost, Su Wei cried out in terror. He vanished. How could he just disappear like that? The special police officer, who had been standing at the corridor's end, had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the makeshift spear lying on the ground. But Su Wei's legs turned to jelly, and he wanted to run, but he found himself unable to move quickly. Chunge and the chubby boy were engrossed in a discussion about parallel universes when they were startled by Su Wei's scream. They quickly turned their attention to Su Wei, who was scrambling towards them, launching himself on a Chunge. I've seen a ghost. I've seen a ghost. He vanished. Just like that, he disappeared. Su Wei was so terrified he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Chunge and the chubby boy also noticed that the figure at the end of the corridor had vanished. Their vigilance and fear escalated to their peak. Those who fear spiders often scream upon seeing one, but when the spider suddenly disappears, the fear intensifies to its zenith. Calm down. For heaven's sake, calm down. Chungu shouted, swinging his arm and delivering a slap to Su Wei's face that Su Wei had also been nearly driven to the brink of collapse during the bat monster's attack. That it was understandable. After all, police officers are human too, and it is entirely normal for them to feel fear, especially in circumstances that defy comprehension. After being slapped, Su Wei still trembled uncontrollably. What should we do? The chubby boy inquired. Let's go take a look. That my life is already in shambles. I fear no phantoms or monsters, Chungu declared, spitting into his palm to bolster his courage. Though he said this, the innate fear of the unknown lingered, causing Chungu to feel a chill run down his back as he carefully advanced towards the corridor's end. Chapter 16. White flesh objects and people could vanish at any moment, appearing at will. This felt eerily reminiscent of quantum mechanics. The chubby boy took a deep breath, gripping the kitchen knife in one hand and pulling Su Wei along with the other, following closely behind Chungu. The corridor was not long, and they could see the end clearly. Chungu gripped the fire axe tightly, cautiously peeking into the classrooms on either side to confirm they were empty. No one. Not even a rabbit could be seen, but he picked up the spear from the ground and hastily returned. The chubby boy cast a questioning glance, and Chungu gently shook his head, indicating he had found nothing. What they were experiencing was far more bizarre than mere hauntings. Although it had been dangerous in the hair salon, at least the events had been within the realm of understanding. The bat monster could bite off a person's neck, but it could also be injured by bullets and could be struck to the ground. However, the current situation was beyond any resolution that bullets could provide. Should we continue upstairs? The chubby boy asked. Chungu, holding the fire axe, reached the stairway to the 4th floor and shouted up, "Is anyone up there? If there's no one, we'll be leaving. I'll count to 3. The echoes of Chunji's voice were the only sounds that filled the silence on the 5th and 6th floors. They could ascertain that the teachers, students, and police officers here had undoubtedly encountered some unfathomable event. In any case, they must hasten to leave this cursed place. Let's go. We'll exit through the front door. No matter what tables or chairs stand in our way, we'll smash through them," Chungu ordered. They needed an outlet for their frustrations. If they didn't vent somehow, this place would drive them insane. Su Wei had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing they could leave, his fear diminished slightly. The 3 of them hurried to the 1st floor hall, where they found the tables and chairs still piled at the entrance. Initially, they had found moving the furniture too laborious, but now it seemed to be their only escape route. With a shared determination to leave this accursed place, they quickly moved aside the clutter, discarding the chairs and tables behind them. Although it appeared to be a formidable pile, the 3 of them worked together to swiftly clear most of it. They could now see the glass door they had entered through. In no more than 10 minutes, they would be free to for what lay beyond, whether it was haunted or not. Chungu didn't care if he had to dance on the grave of the king of hell. As Chungu was tossing the tables and chairs aside, he noticed that both the chubby boy and Su Wei had stopped. He initially thought they were exhausted and needed a moment to rest. "Hey, don't slack off. Hurry up. The sooner we get out, the sooner we can relax," Chungu called out without turning his head. The chubby boy lowered his voice to a whisper. "Chungu, turn around and look quickly." As he spoke, there was a distinct quiver in his voice, as if he had encountered something deeply incomprehensible and terrifying. Chungu abruptly halted his actions. The chubby boy, who had remained calm even when trapped in the hair salon while 2 trained police officers were on the verge of breaking down, was now on the brink of losing his composure. Slowly, Chungu bent down to pick up the fire axe from the ground and then suddenly turned around. Before turning, he envisioned various scenarios. Could it be a horde of bloodthirsty monsters charging at them? Or perhaps the zombies depicted in films? Or an entire swarm of bat monsters? However, the scene before him far exceeded his comprehension. Behind them, a crowd of people had gathered, seemingly out of nowhere. Indeed, they were all people, some clad in uniforms of special police officers, some in students' attire, and others in casual clothing resembling teachers. Previously, they had searched high and low. Yet now these individuals appeared before them as if conjured from thin air. Each person mirrored the same demeanor as the special police officer they had encountered on the 4th floor, silent, unresponsive, with blank expressions devoid of emotion, their eyes lacking any spark, staring intently at them. That a rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 individuals. The most crucial question remained: when had they surrounded them? Amidst the multitude, in such a serene environment, Even the softest of footsteps would resonate loudly. Yet astonishingly, these three seemingly robust individuals remained utterly oblivious. Chubby, what was that term you used for it? Parallel universe. Can you converse in their universe's tongue? Quickly greet them. Despite Qin-Ji's audacious spirit, he felt a chill surging from the depths of his heart. The chubby one, grasping a spear, declared fiercely, I sense they are not beings from a parallel universe. With that, he suddenly dashed forward, thrusting the spear violently into a child's chest. What are you doing? Su Wei exclaimed. However, the ensuing scene shattered his perception of reality. The spear pierced the child's body. Yet no blood flowed. Instead, a mass of pallid flesh emerged. Run! The chubby one bellowed. Haven't you noticed something amiss? Qin-Ji's pupils constricted sharply. Where had the chairs and tables they had discarded earlier gone? In an effort to facilitate their escape, they had tossed aside the obstructive furniture, yet now it had inexplicably vanished. Those were not chairs and tables at all. We've been deceived from the very beginning. The chubby one shouted. This is not a parallel world, nor a matter of quantum mechanics. We have been utterly duped. He withdrew the spear and struck again, this time piercing the child's neck. Through the sensation relayed by the spear, he discerned that these beings possessed no bones, only that repulsive, white flesh, akin to the fatty pork found in a market. Yet this flesh was alive. Chun-Gu gazed at the furniture pile before him and suddenly realized something. He swung the fire axe in his hand and struck a chair with a resounding thud. The sensation was not akin to striking wood. It felt as though he had cleaved into a mass devoid of bones. The severed leg of the chair began to twist and convulse, rapidly losing color, ultimately transforming into a writhing white tentacle. And no wonder the furniture had appeared silently. This was not furniture at all, but part of a monstrous entity. Not only the chairs, but those people behind them were also components of that terrifying creature. Suddenly, the figures behind them grinned widely. Their rigid, grotesque smiles were expressions no human could feign. Reminiscent of a corpse-esque grimace forced into a semblance of a smile. Yet almost immediately, the teachers, students, police officers, and the very furniture behind them began to melt away silently, dissolving into grotesque masses of pulsing flesh. Run! Chapter 17. Desperation while witnessing the melting of his fellow beings into grotesque masses of flesh would instill fear in anyone. Qin-Gu, observing the metamorphosis unfold before him, felt a chilling dread seep into his very core. Even he, who prided himself on being unflinching in the face of death, was horrified, let alone the chubby one and Su Wei. The most pressing concern was their utter confusion regarding the unfolding events. Why had these individuals suddenly appeared? And why were they transforming into heaps of flesh? Stop staring like fools. Run. The chubby one's roar jolted Qin-Gu and Su Wei back to reality. The three hastily dashed down the corridor to the left, entering the nearest classroom, barricading the door to prevent the entities from entering. They retreated to the wall, anxiously staring at the glass door. What on earth were these things? Su Wei, now notably calmer, having been subjected to so much terror in a short span, began to show signs of numbness. Qin-Gu spoke gravely. If I am correct, those masses of flesh are the true orchestrators behind this chaos. Moreover, these seemingly mindless entities appear to possess a form of intelligence. Have you ever seen a cat hunt a mouse? We are currently that unfortunate little mouse, and it will not cease until it drives us to the brink of madness, the chubby one added. Given the current predicament, it seems we cannot escape unscathed that if we find ourselves in a dire situation where speech is impossible, let us communicate through sign language to convey our circumstances. Su Wei, astonished, inquired, You know sign language? Isn't improvised good enough? No interruptions. Listen closely. A thumbs up signifies safety. A fist indicates danger and readiness for battle, that if you see a peace sign, run without question. Can you remember that? The chubby one questioned. Absolutely. It's so simple. How could I forget? Qin-Gu affirmed. Thumbs up means safety, a fist means combat mode, and a peace sign means to flee immediately. Got it. Su Wei echoed the phrases, suddenly asking. But does any of this even matter now? Before the chubby one could respond, the glass of the classroom door shattered from an external force, startling the three into raising their weapons, their hearts racing in their chests. A mass of white flesh was hurled inside, and Qin-Gu recognized it as a writhing clump of flesh, reminiscent of fatty pork. Yet what transpired next shattered their psychological defenses entirely. the mass began to swell, gradually morphing into a humanoid form, complete with brows, a nose, eyes, a mouth, and roughly the size of a 10-year-old child. Moreover, the mass appeared to don clothing. Moments later, a 10-year-old wearing a school uniform stood before them. Who could have imagined that this schoolboy's true form was an indescribable mass of flesh? All three recalled the special police officer who had appeared at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, who had suddenly vanished. They had thought it was a ghostly occurrence, yet now realized that officer must have been transformed into one of these flesh masses for a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds. All attention had diverted from him, and in that instant, the officer had morphed into flesh and fled. This creature could transform into whatever it consumed. Not just humans, but the furniture as well must have been devoured by this beast. The chubby one muttered to himself, "Damn it. Let us eliminate him first." At that moment, his palms were clammy with cold sweat, yet survival necessitated the destruction of this creature before them. The chubby one charged forward, driving his makeshift spear into the schoolboy's chest. Although the child wore clothing, it resembled a chameleon-esque mimicry. In truth, the uniform and the student were merely facets of this facade. Attempting to withdraw the spear, the chubby one was met with an occurrence that utterly overturned his understanding of science. As the spear pierced the schoolboy's chest, a stream of white flesh oozed forth, and as it dripped onto the spear, it transformed the blade's tip into an identical mass of flesh. The trio watched in disbelief as a metal knife metamorphosed into a component of organic matter. What the hell? This defies science. How can metal become flesh? The chubby one, witnessing this surreal scene, felt his worldview begin to crumble, experiencing genuine panic for the first time. Previous encounters with parasitic tumors or bat-like creatures had at least adhered to the laws of physics. Yet this indescribable mass had transcended human comprehension. The schoolboy silently extended a hand, and the knife that had transformed into flesh reverted back to its metallic form. It can revert back. What kind of sorcery is this from an alternate realm? The chubby one screamed in a frenzy. Initially, he had questioned how this creature could possibly kill hundreds in a single night, but he now understood his error. This entity could not be rationalized with conventional logic. And there were likely hundreds more of these flesh masses lurking outside. Wait, that means we must never come into contact with these masses. Otherwise, our bodies will be transformed into parts of this monster. The chubby one decisively formed a peace sign that we can't fight. We must run. Yet the doorway was already teeming with figures, each one a component of that nameless monstrosity, just as despair threatened to engulf the chubby one. A burst of flame ignited beside him. Turning, he saw Chungu shedding his clothing and setting it ablaze, striding toward the door. It's a gamble. If these things fear not even fire, then so be it. Chungu shouted. Hurry, follow me. With the flaming garment in his right hand and a lighter in his left, an item he had surreptitiously acquired from the barber, Chungu realized that this seemingly trivial act had now become a crucial lifeline. Indeed, upon sensing the heat, the masses recoiled en masse. As long as they were biological, they were inherently fearful of fire, even if they were creatures that defied rationality. Get lost. All of you, clear out, quickly, through the front door. Chungu roared to Su Wei, and the chubby one followed closely behind. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance, and within moments, they reached it. At this moment, the entrance was obstructed by a mass of pallid flesh, and Chungu hurled his burning clothes at it. Upon contact with the intense heat, the grotesque mass trembled in response, surprisingly parting to create a narrow passage. The glimmer of escape loomed before them. Hope ignited within the hearts of the trio. Suddenly, the flesh began to split, transforming into writhing tendrils. The ends of these tendrils were embedded in the walls, floors, and ceiling, creating a dense network of at least 100 appendages. With merely a piece of clothing, there was no hope of burning their way out. Guys, do we have any tricks left? Stop holding back and use them. Chungu shouted. Chapter 18. Survival. The once solitary exit had now morphed into the gaping maw of a demon. With the fleshy tendrils firmly affixed to the walls and floor, some as thick as a wrist and others as fine as a strand of hair. Yet, all these appendages shared a singular trait. They were lethally dangerous. Any contact would result in human skin, bones, and muscles transforming into the repugnant flesh, and there were hundreds of these tendrils, evenly dispersed across every inch of space. Burning them out with a mere piece of clothing was utterly futile. Chunge found himself at a loss. This was not a problem that could be solved with sheer strength. Damn it. If only I had a flamethrower. He cursed, fully aware that in reality, such devices capable of spewing flames several meters were purely cinematic fantasy. With the only exit now sealed, if they did not devise a solution, death awaited them. That Su Wei's face turned pale as he managed a bitter smile. Never did I imagine I would meet such a gruesome end. Had I known, I would have saved a bullet for myself. Suddenly, the chubby boy spotted something hanging on the wall that he hurried over, discovering that it was a detailed floor plan of the school. The map meticulously indicated classrooms, teachers' offices, the cafeteria, fire escape routes. Fire escape routes. Logically, to prevent overcrowding during a fire, a teaching building would certainly have more than one exit. Do we have a way out? Follow me, the chubby boy shouted to the other two, immediately darting towards the right side of the corridor. Chunge quickly followed, while Su Wei exclaimed, "Where are you two going?" "Wait for me." Although Chunge was unaware of what the chubby boy had discovered, his behavior throughout this ordeal had proven him to be a trustworthy ally. That I've realized that this building has more than one exit. Behind the teaching building is the school cafeteria, which has a small door for staff, and nearby is a fire escape. If any of these paths are open, we can escape this nightmare, the chubby boy said excitedly, upon hearing there was a chance to survive. Su Wei immediately perked up, his steps noticeably lighter, to their astonishment. The mass of pallid flesh had not pursued them. The teaching building was relatively small, and in under 2 minutes, they reached the cafeteria. However, upon seeing the back door of the cafeteria, their hearts sank. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. Moreover, the back door had been blown apart, and it was impossible to move the tons of concrete with mere human strength. Damn, I should have anticipated this, that if the back door were an escape route, the people in the school would have fled long ago, the chubby boy lamented. Chunge carefully surveyed the cafeteria, finding a chaotic mess of ingredients strewn about. With remnants of yesterday's meal still simmering in a pot, that Su Wei, once filled with hope, now sank into despair, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unsure of what to do next. Now only the fire escape remained. But judging by the state of the cafeteria, it too was likely blocked. They truly found themselves at a dead end. Chunge stood up to examine the gas canisters, if they still contained liquefied gas. Perhaps they could fashion a makeshift bomb. Unfortunately, the canisters were emptied, and it's over. This time it's truly over. With no escape, no hope, and no one even aware of our predicament. Only death awaits us. Even the usually composed chubby boy was left speechless. As the air thickened with profound hopelessness, Chunge, the chubby boy, and Su Wei exchanged glances, unable to utter a word, merely staring at one another. The cafeteria fell into a haunting silence, and all they could do was wait for the monster to find them and devour them one by one. The chubby boy opened his backpack and pulled out a compressed biscuit, taking a few bites. After a while, there wouldn't be anything left to eat anyway. Just as the three of them sank into despair, a sudden creak emanated from behind Chunge. Their nerves taut, the trio sprang to their feet, turning to the source of the sound. That it was an old refrigerator, which, due to the monster's invasion, had long lost power. Chunge's keen eyes noticed that the refrigerator door had been ajar. Was that door open before? Chunge inquired. That I didn't notice, the chubby boy replied, cautiously approaching with a kitchen knife in hand. What if the refrigerator concealed one of those flesh masses? They had no idea how to eradicate such grotesque entities. While it appeared that the masses feared fire, whether heat could truly destroy them remained uncertain, especially since these flesh forms could oscillate between organic and inorganic states, an utterly bizarre phenomenon. Their limited understanding made it impossible to comprehend this transformation. Chunge, wielding a fire axe, cautiously approached and swung the refrigerator door wide open. Just as he prepared to strike, he was astonished to find a small child inside. Momentarily stunned, Chunge pondered whether this child was a product of the flesh or a survivor. After a brief hesitation, he concluded that this was indeed a human. The reasoning was simple. While the flesh could mimic human form, it could not replicate the complexity of human eyes. The eyes of the flesh forms were lifeless and vacant, whereas the boy before him was filled with palpable fear, a clear indication that he was not a monster. Yet, Chunge refrained from reaching in to pull him out, remaining vigilant. What if the flesh had evolved? In this world, logic no longer applied. Anything was possible. Little brother, come out, We are not the bad guys, Chun-gu said softly. The child wore a name tag on his chest, bearing his likeness and name, Chunlele. Chunlele appeared visibly frightened, warily observing the three men before him, clearly having encountered the flesh forms before. We are humans, not monsters. Those monsters cannot speak, right? You two, make a sound. Chun-gu directed towards the chubby boy and Su Wei. Squeak, they replied in unison. You see, we are human. Come out. Chun-gu continued, picking up a rag and wrapping it around his fist. Confirming that the three were indeed human, the little boy gradually lowered his guard and stepped out of the refrigerator. However, as soon as he emerged, Chun-gu delivered a punch to Chunlele's nose. Thud! The child fell back, rolling his eyes as blood erupted from his nostrils like twin fountains. That there's blood. This time we can truly confirm he's human, Chun-gu stated without a hint of remorse. Chapter 19. The Flesh Corpse. How powerful is Chun-gu's punch? Su Wei was the most qualified to comment, having witnessed Chun-gu's fist cave in the head of a bat creature just yesterday. He feared that Chun-gu might inadvertently kill the child with a single blow, yet he remained silent, merely observing from a distance that in this apocalyptic scenario, there was no room for excessive compassion. Team leader Yang was a good person, but his moment of mercy ultimately led to his demise. That Su Wei wished to live a little longer. Chunlele, now bloodied and in pain, clutched his nose, desperately attempting to crawl back into the refrigerator. Chun-gu seized him by the back, pulling him up. That I told you, we are not the bad guys. Why are you trying to run? Chun-gu hoisted Chunlele as if he were a mere kitten, and it was evident that the child regretted stepping out of the refrigerator. What should they do now? Bring him along or leave him behind? Chun-gu pondered. Under normal circumstances, Su Wei, as a police officer, would never abandon a child in such a perilous situation. Yet, given the current circumstances, their own survival was paramount, let alone the burden of an extra mouth to feed. Unable to directly suggest leaving the child behind, he glanced at the chubby boy for guidance. Don't stop me. I have no idea what to do. The chubby boy shrugged. The three found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. That I believe we should focus on finding a way out of this cursed place. Chun-gu asserted that if we can't find a way to escape, it's death regardless. After much hesitation, Su Wei softened. Lele, right? Come with me. Uncle is a police officer and will definitely get you out. Su Wei sighed. Fully aware that his words were merely platitudes, that in the face of real danger, he would not risk his life for another. Tell Uncle how you managed to survive, Su Wei inquired. Chunlele, still clutching his nose, replied, My teacher told me to hide in the refrigerator and instructed me not to come out no matter what sounds I heard. The chubby boy fell into deep contemplation upon hearing those words. According to Su Wei's previous description, there were at least 100 fully armed SWAT officers and 500 to 600 faculty and students in this place. That if anyone had the greatest chance of survival, it would certainly be those well-trained and well-equipped special police forces. Yet, the reality was that a mere child had managed to survive. This seemed utterly illogical. Could it be that the refrigerator possessed some extraordinary quality? The chubby boy cautiously approached the refrigerator and, after careful observation, concluded that it was nothing more than an utterly ordinary appliance, devoid of any special attributes. Could it be related to the temperature of the refrigerator? Temperature. The boy suddenly stood up, enlightenment dawning upon him. I knew something was amiss. It must be the temperature, he exclaimed. Isn't it strange? That lump of flesh clearly has no eyes or ears, yet it can pinpoint our locations with precision. I've told you before, don't play cryptic games with me. My education only goes up to high school. Chun-gu interjected. It's the temperature. That it locates us through our body heat. That it lacks any organ akin to human eyes and cannot see. Therefore, it relies on our thermal signatures for tracking. The reason this child survived is not due to exceptional prowess, but because he hid inside the refrigerator, which that lump of flesh simply cannot see. The chubby boy said excitedly. Even though the refrigerator has lost power, it can still maintain a relatively low temperature for up to 12 hours. That is why Lele survived. And then, Chun-gu inquired, how do we get out? The chubby boy fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, how could they escape? Knowing the principle behind it did little to help, as the refrigerator was now powerless, rendering them incapable of creating a low-temperature environment. It doesn't necessarily have to be low temperature. High temperature could work too. That it was previously terrified of fire. There must be plenty of combustible materials in the kitchen. Let us search together. The chubby boy took the initiative and began to search. Su Wei joined in the hunt. "Look what I found!" Su Wei exclaimed with excitement, holding up a box of disinfectant alcohol. This is 75 medical alcohol, typically used in the cafeteria for sterilization. Definitely a highly flammable and explosive substance. However, aside from the alcohol, nothing else of use was found. Ultimately, Chengu approached with a bag of flour. "That you're not planning to make dumplings, are you? It's not New Year's Eve this year." Su Wei quipped. "Are you serious about a holiday? Given the current situation, surviving is already a blessing. And you still want to make dumplings? How did you even become a police officer? Do you understand what a dust explosion is? I intend to use this to blast open the meat blocks at the entrance. Since it's going to end badly anyway, I might as well go all out. Die with a bang. And let us make it worthwhile." Chengu declared fearlessly that if not for the apocalyptic state of the world, he would feel as if he were standing on the gallows, as every moment felt like a gain. Upon hearing the term dust explosion, the remaining two, aside from the two young Chenlele, lit up with realization. How had they not considered this before? One bag of flour might not be enough. "I'll go look for more," Su Wei exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. Generally, cafeterias have a dedicated storage room for various foodstuffs and fruits, which should contain a considerable amount of flour. "Damn it, trying to scare me, are you? This time, I'll turn you into barbecue." Su Wei soon discovered an entrance to a basement, which should be stocked with many ingredients. However, the door to the basement was locked. That Su Wei grabbed a fire axe and smashed the door open. But as he opened the basement door, he froze in shock. "Ah!" Chengu and the chubby boy rushed over upon hearing the scream, only to witness an unforgettable scene. The entire basement was filled with that murky white mass of flesh, which resembled a small mountain, rhythmically writhing. Unlike the tentacles outside, this mass revealed faintly visible dark blue veins. Could this be the true form of those monsters? The chubby boy whispered, fearful of waking the flesh. The four of them cautiously stepped back. That if their guess was correct, this pile of flesh was the source of everything. "What should we do?" Chengu silently inquired. The chubby boy whispered back, "This thing has caused us so much suffering. Let us burn it." "All right, let us burn it. That in nature, almost nothing is fireproof." The four of them took the medical alcohol they had just discovered and sprinkled it over the massive lump of flesh. Fortunately, the mass remained dormant, showing no signs of awakening. Chengu tore a piece of fabric from his clothing, ignited it, and tossed it into the basement. "Farewell, you fiend." Chapter 20. Ignition. Medical alcohol is a flammable substance, and upon contact with a spark, it ignited with a whoosh, engulfing the entire basement in flames. The three were forced to retreat as the fire surged, Su Wei cradling Chenlele, his eyes sparkling with hope for survival. As long as this monster was dead, they could escape this cursed place. However, as the flesh burned, it suddenly awakened, its massive body twisting violently as countless tentacles erupted from the mass, flailing wildly and swallowing anything they touched. The flames, the tentacles, and the dim space created a scene reminiscent of hell. Yet Chengu noticed something peculiar. Despite the tentacles thrashing about, they seemed to act like a blind creature, unable to touch them. This further confirmed the chubby boy's earlier assertion that the monster relied on temperature for tracking. Now that it was ablaze, it was akin to being blinded, utterly incapable of perceiving the four living beings standing before it. Su Wei let out a triumphant laugh. "This is what you deserve." But the chubby boy's expression turned grave. "Why do I feel that something is off? Shouldn't we be leaving?" Su Wei was eager to watch a little longer. But soon he couldn't muster a smile. The texture of the mass began to change. Its original form, resembling the fatty flesh of a pig, was highly combustible. However, as it burned, the white fat started to take on a metallic sheen. "Did you forget? This thing can transform into inorganic matter. Fire can only destroy organic entities. It cannot kill inorganic stones. Damn it, how could we forget that? Run!" The chubby boy shouted, bolting away. Chengu ran as if fleeing a calamity. With flour on his left shoulder and several bottles of alcohol hanging on his right, sprinting towards the door. The cafeteria was less than 2 minutes away from the main entrance, and if they could create a dust explosion, they might escape while the flesh was in disarray. That moment, the massive core of the flesh in the basement had completely stilled, transforming into a block of iron. The alcohol sprinkled on its surface quickly burned away, and the iron began to revert to its original flesh form. This time, it was genuinely enraged. Although the mass appeared mindless and devoid of intelligence, it was, in fact, quite cunning. When it first arrived at the school, it was merely the size of a fist. Had it been discovered and either burned or frozen at that time, there would have been a chance to eradicate it. Instead, it lurked in the shadows, continuously devouring passing humans, and by the time it was discovered, it was too late to eliminate it. When Chingu and his companions arrived at the school, the flesh was like a cat toying with a mouse. But unexpectedly, they had found its true form and nearly set it ablaze. The mass began to swell rapidly, bursting through the basement like a white tsunami, sweeping toward the four of them. "Oh my God! Is it angry? I'll toss you into the flames and see if you're upset." Chingu cursed vehemently. Who was the idiot that suggested burning it? The distance from the cafeteria to the classroom building's entrance was merely 2 minutes. Yet those 2 minutes felt more harrowing than the specter of death itself. The mass behind them proliferated at an alarming rate, nearly filling the entire corridor in an instant. Not only that, but horrifying faces began to materialize within the mass, those of the people it had devoured. The chubby boy and Chingu ran the fastest, while Su Wei, burdened with carrying Chinlele, felt the encroaching mass close in, heightening his anxiety. Suddenly, he slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. In that moment, Su Wei's mind went blank. Help! Chingu had already sprinted 5 to 6 meters ahead when he turned back to grab Su Wei's hand. But it was too late. As Su Wei stood up, the white mass surged like a tide, threatening to swallow both him and Chinlele whole. Without a moment's hesitation, driven purely by instinct, Su Wei scooped up Chinlele and, with a basketball-like motion, hurled her out of the gaping maw of the white mass. The chubby boy reached out and managed to catch the falling child just in time. "Give me your hand!" Chingu let out a desperate cry, but it was already too late. Su Wei's legs were tightly ensnared by the white, fleshy mass. Chingu lunged forward, grasping Su Wei's hand, attempting to pull him free from the grotesque substance. Su Wei's legs had been assimilated and corroded by the white mass, his bones and flesh transformed into that murky tissue. Crack! In an instant, Su Wei's body was torn in two. Chinji's grip faltered, and he staggered back several steps, holding the severed half of Su Wei's body, utterly at a loss to at that moment. Su Wei's breath was but a whisper, barely clinging to life. "Then am I still considered a good cop?" Su Wei murmured softly. "Stop talking. I'll get you out." Chinji's heart ached with anguish. Indeed, Su Wei, this police officer, was quite timid, yet apart from his cowardice, he had no other flaws throughout this harrowing journey. He had never anticipated meeting his demise here. That Su Wei shook his head with great difficulty. "I can't go on. You all run while I hold it off." With his final strength, Su Wei opened a vial of medical alcohol, dousing himself in it. Chingu understood his intent. It was their sole chance of survival. "There's no time. You're a murderer now. Stop hesitating. It won't make a difference if I'm gone. Hurry!" Su Wei roared in fury. Chingu pulled out a lighter, closing his eyes as he ignited Su Wei. In an instant, Su Wei erupted into a colossal fireball, directly obstructing the oncoming tide of white flesh. Chingu dared not look back. Gripping Chinlele with one hand while dragging a sack of flour with the other, desperately sprinting towards the exit. Moments later, they finally reached that accursed doorway. The tendrils continued to writhe incessantly. Seemingly in search of a target to go, Chingu shouted, and the chubby boy tore open the sack of flour, scattering it into the air. The flames indeed did not eradicate the creature, but they could render the flesh temporarily incapable of discernment. The three of them had to seize this opportunity to escape. There was only one chance. Soon, the entire hall was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Whether the three of them would be blown to bits no longer mattered. It was far better than being devoured by those monsters. Chingu tore a strip of cloth from his shirt, ignited it, and hurled it towards the entrance. Then the three of them raced desperately towards the second floor. A thunderous explosion echoed as a massive fireball erupted in the teaching building's hall. "Now's our chance." Chapter 21. Desperation. The fatty tissue contained copious amounts of oil, making it easily ignitable. At that moment, the violent dust explosion in the teaching hall created a fireball with a diameter of several meters, engulfing all the tendrils at the entrance. The tendrils crackled and twisted furiously as they were consumed by flames. "Now, hurry!" Chingu bellowed, hastily carrying Chinlele towards the exit. "Take a deep breath. After the dust explosion, this space will surely be depleted of oxygen. "Be careful not to faint," the chubby boy shouted. Chen-ge believed his lung capacity to be quite sufficient. And on the second floor, he took a deep breath before sprinting towards the first floor entrance. With all his might, he covered the distance in less than 10 seconds. Yet, within that fleeting span, it felt as though death itself loomed over them. An ominous sigh at their throats. The searing heat waves scorched their faces, and Chen-Lele buried her face in Chen-Ji's back, too consumed by fear to care about her own safety, even if she were to be engulfed in flames. It was preferable to being devoured by that creature. The temperature in the teaching hall surged dramatically following the explosion. The flesh masses, devoid of eyes and ears, relied solely on temperature to sense their targets. In this high-temperature environment, their abilities faltered, causing the tendrils to flail wildly. Chen-ge dodged the thrashing appendages while racing towards the exit. However, the dust explosion was as swift to dissipate as it was to arrive. A cool breeze swept in through the doorway, instantly lowering the temperature within the hall. The tendrils regained a portion of their vision, turning towards Chen-ge. With gritted teeth, Chen-ge leaped through the doorway. "I've finally escaped this hellish place." Chen-ge felt an overwhelming surge of elation as he carried Chen-Lele on his back. He had never felt such joy in his life. Not even during childhood festivities had he experienced such happiness. The dim sunlight bathed his face, imparting an exquisite sense of comfort. The breeze was so pure. The clouds looked so beautiful. How wonderful it was to be alive. Strangely enough, the moment Chen-ge exited the teaching building, the tendrils behind him ceased their pursuit, reluctantly retracting. Chen-ge turned to check on the chubby boy, but that single glance washed away his joy entirely. The oppressive heat from the dust explosion had subsided, and the tendrils regained their vitality, once again sealing off the doorway. The chubby boy had ultimately been a step too slow, that if only he had run a few steps further, he could have escaped this cursed place. But reality offers no alternatives. That in just a second or two, the chubby boy's expression shifted from confusion to bitterness, ultimately settling into resignation as he raised his hand, flashing a peace sign at Chen-ge. The tendrils at the entrance grew increasingly numerous, merging into a massive mass of flesh that completely obstructed the teaching building's doorway. Chen-ge stood frozen in place. At that moment, he was torn between the exhilaration of his own escape and the sorrow for his friend's sacrifice. Although he had known the chubby boy for less than 2 days, their shared experiences of life and death had forged a bond deeper than that with acquaintances of many years. Yet now, such a friend might never return. Suddenly, Chen-ge laughed. "What the hell was I so afraid of? I was already a dead man walking. Young, Officer Su Chubby, you were all good people. You shouldn't have died. Why am I, the scoundrel, the one left standing?" Chen-Lele gazed at him in fear. "Little brat, you should leave as far away as possible. That I end this world. I can no longer look after you." Chen-ge cast his gaze around the school grounds. And indeed, he spotted what he had been searching for. "Uncle, where are you going?" Chen-Lele looked at the lifeless city, her eyes filled with terror. In this apocalyptic world, the child might not make it 100 meters before perishing. "I'm going back to save people." Without looking back, Chen-ge strode towards the school exit. Surrounding the school were numerous police cars, remnants of a bombing incident that had occurred the previous day. Many officers had arrived, and fortunately, the bomb disposal team had already defused the explosives. Yet those cars hadn't left. This meant the dismantled bombs must be in one of those police vehicles. Now, Chen-ge fully believed the man named Lu Jun's words. This was indeed an apocalypse, and no matter which path he chose, it would ultimately lead to despair. But he finally understood why that man, Lu Jun, would rather take his own life than endure this world once more. Moreover, according to Lu Jun's own words, he had planted bombs in this school that could blow it to smithereens. That I refuse to believe that even bombs can't deal with you. Chen-ge resolved to return and save the chubby boy. Perhaps by now, the boy had already perished, but it mattered not. He no longer considered his own survival. At worst, he would die. He was now unafraid of death. What more could they do to him? Grasping the fire axe in his hand, Chen-ge smashed open the nearest police car door, searching for explosives. The car emitted an ear-piercing alarm, but Chen-ge paid it no mind. After smashing 4 vehicles, he finally found the defused bomb inside one of them. Chen-ge's education was limited, yet he had held various jobs, including a stint learning about explosives in a coal mine under a mentor. Who would have thought that this skill would prove useful in the apocalypse? This appears to be military-grade explosives. Chen-ge's brow furrowed. He had suspected that Lu Jun was no ordinary person, but he had not anticipated that he could acquire military explosives. Such explosives are highly stable and can only be detonated with a detonator or through special methods. Otherwise, even fire would not trigger them. Next to the explosives, Chen Ge discovered detonators and fuses that he assembled the bombs one by one, binding them to himself, utilizing the rudimentary methods he had learned at the mine to create makeshift explosives. Finally, he rummaged through the police car for clothing. Finding a suitable outfit to change into, he tore the remaining clothes into strips, soaked them in alcohol, and fashioned several rudimentary torches, with the fire axe in his right hand and a torch in his left. Explosives strapped to his body. If it were not for the end of the world, Chen Ge would surely have been apprehended as a terrorist. Seeing this terrifying appearance, Chen Lele had begun to perceive him as a menace. "Why are you still here? Hurry back home. Your parents might still be alive," Chen Ge inquired. Chen Lele replied softly, "I don't know the way back. My dad always drives me home." "Then wait here. Do you see the sun in the sky? When it reaches its zenith, if I haven't returned, you must flee." Chen Lele stood there on the verge of tears. Without a backward glance, Chen Ge strode towards the teaching building. One man fights with all his might. No man can withstand him. Here I come. Chapter 22. Terror. These masses of flesh exhibited a certain degree of intelligence, which was evident in their behavior reminiscent of a cat catching a mouse. When the dust explosion occurred, these flesh masses suffered, and upon encountering the blazing torch, they recoiled at a considerable distance. Yet they also understood that fire could not destroy them, thus maintaining a precarious distance from Chen Ge. Moreover, this time, Chen Ge was not intent on retreating. He was advancing deliberately, and astonishingly, the tendrils did not obstruct him, intentionally parting to allow his entry. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge recognized that ahead lay hell itself. Once he stepped in, there would be no hope of resurrection. Yet, he approached with a heart resigned to death. Now that he was aware these flesh masses lacked hearing and sight, there was no need for stealth. "Fatty, are you still alive? If you are, make a sound. Otherwise, I will blow up the school. This is something I dreamt of doing since childhood." At this moment, Chen Ge completely disregarded the concept of life and death. "If you have the capability, then kill me. But if not, I will surely eliminate you." The building stood desolate, void of any sound. Chen Ge realized that the little fatty was most likely gone. "Forget it. I made the effort to come back and rescue you, and you left first. How rude." Chen Ge inhaled deeply and located the load-bearing wall of the entire teaching building. Demolition has its tricks. Much like the controlled demolition of derelict buildings, destroying a few key points could cause an entire structure to collapse in an instant. This teaching building was not particularly tall, only 6 stories. And once the load-bearing structure was compromised, it would soon crumble entirely. Even if the monster survived the explosion, it would be crushed to death. Having set up the explosives, detonators, and fuses, Chen Ge held the torch firmly. "Farewell, you wretched world. I shall never return in my next life," that he chuckled coldly, realizing that throughout his life, he had seldom encountered a smooth-sailing moment. Whenever there was a glimmer of hope, reality would deliver a harsh slap, reminding him not to indulge in daydreams. With only a minute remaining, Chen Ge wondered if he could afford a smoke. Lighting a cigarette with the torch, he took a deep drag. Blissful. Without hesitation, he ignited the fuse. Although his life had been constricted, he intended to leave with a bang to AT that instant. Chen Ge felt something resting on his shoulder. It must be those flesh masses, he thought. Whatever, if you want this 100-plus-pound carcass. Take it, then I tell you to run. Why are you back? Chen Ge was taken aback. Had these flesh masses evolved so quickly that they could speak? It was indeed the little fatty's voice. Looking back, it was none other than the little fatty patting his shoulder. Chen Ge delivered a punch to the little fatty's face, who yelped in pain, blood gushing from his nose. "That you're alive. You re-human. You didn't die." "No, wait, there's no time." Chen Ge suddenly realized the fuse was already lit, and there was less than a minute before the bomb would detonate. There was no time to ponder why the little fatty was still alive. He hoisted him over his shoulder and ran for their lives. However, the tendrils had already entwined around them. "I have a torch on my back. Hurry, there's no time," Chen Ge shouted, passing the lighter over. "No, the flame from the torch is too small. We can't break free." The little fatty remained composed as ever. "There's no time. Run." Chen Ge was frantic, upon learning his friend was still alive. He had no desire to die. Isn't living preferable? The little fatty retrieved a bottle of alcohol from Chun-Ji's waist, splashed it on the ground, ignited the torch, and tossed it onto the alcohol. Instantly, a towering inferno erupted at the entrance. Chungu understood that the intense heat would impair the judgment of these flesh masses. This was their only opportunity, that he carried the little fatty, not daring to glance back at the fuse, and sprinted madly. The tendrils used heat sources to determine the prey's location, but the ground was ablaze, making every figure appear as prey, save for the little fatty and Chungu, who were spared from attack. When they burst forth from the sea of flames, their clothes were ablaze. Yet, the greatest threat was not the flames on their bodies, but the impending explosion of the bomb. Chun-Lei awaited them at the entrance. Chungu scooped her up and dashed forward. Uncertain of how far they had run, they suddenly heard a deafening explosion behind them. Although the trio had escaped the school grounds, they were still caught off guard by the shockwave. Tumbling to the ground, the little fatty stared in disbelief. "Where did you get the bomb? Would you believe me if I said I found it?" Chungu felt utterly drained, panting on the ground. Finally, having dealt with that bizarre mass of flesh, in the aftermath of the explosion, the teaching building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Even if that mass of flesh was not killed by the blast, it would be trapped beneath the rubble, finally resolved. Chungu took a deep breath and laughed heartily. The joy of surviving against the odds was beyond comprehension. Then, the little fatty recounted his experiences. After being forcibly separated, the little fatty had not been immediately consumed by the mass of flesh. He suddenly recalled that there was a fire escape next to the cafeteria and attempted to test his luck. However, the fire escape was also blocked, rendering escape impossible at that moment. He heard Chun-Ji's voice. The little fatty thought he was mistaken, but upon reaching the first-floor hall and seeing Chungu, he realized that Chungu had returned to save him. "I am definitely keeping this friend," the little fatty exclaimed. The two stood and gazed at the school. Not realizing the extent of the situation, they froze in place, their faces devoid of color. "Am I dreaming?" The little fatty murmured that "I don't think so." Chungu replied, slowly retreating, fear evident in his expression. The teaching building had indeed collapsed. During the explosion, the flesh masses were obliterated, scattering into the sky. Yet those shattered masses did not lose their vitality. Instead, they swiftly coalesced into a colossal entity. Moreover, the ruins of the teaching building were writhing as if some immense force were pushing upward. Boom! Before the astonished gaze of the little fatty and Chungu, the true form of the monster finally emerged. It was an enormous white tentacle, towering over 100 meters, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, composed entirely of that white flesh. The gigantic tentacle boasted numerous branches, extending countless smaller tentacles and massive fleshy tumors. The mass that had previously devoured Su Wei was merely an insignificant fragment among many. The white tentacle reached toward the heavens, a colossal structure, with smaller tentacles and tumors quivering incessantly. This scene was profoundly shocking for the two. That now I understand why hundreds of fully armed police could not escape, the little fatty remarked with difficulty. This is no longer a monster that humanity can contend with. Indestructible by blade or bullet, impervious to ice, and unburnable by fire. Unless nuclear weapons are deployed. Wait, this thing doesn't seem to move. The little fatty suddenly discovered a critical oversight. Chapter 23. The map. The two scrutinized the gigantic tentacle before them and finally made a discovery. "Why do I feel like this thing resembles a tree?" Chungu inquired. "Me too. This is essentially a tree made of flesh." The little fatty instinctively lowered his voice. Although they knew these flesh masses lacked hearing and sight, the terrifying presence still instilled fear within them. From an overarching perspective, the massive tentacle resembled the trunk of a tree, with the tentacles and fleshy tumors acting as branches and fruits. Most crucially, the massive tentacle seemed rooted underground, unable to move freely, which explained its limited attack range. Should we continue to confront it?" The little fatty whispered. "What confrontation? We should hurry and run. Let the military handle this monster," Chungu urged, grasping Chun-Lei and quickly retreating. Having deployed explosives to no avail against this creature, it was clear they could not manage this situation. Since fighting was futile, they hastened their escape. Chungu, the little fatty, and Chun-Lei retraced their steps and soon spotted the supermarket from earlier. The three of them dashed inside, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm exhausted. I can't go on," The little fatty plopped down on the ground, pulling out a bottle of mineral water and taking several gulps. Followed by some food to replenish his energy. That in just a single morning, they had experienced so many incredible events. It was utterly exhilarating. After resting for a while, Chungu peered outside for any signs of danger, ultimately confirming that the gigantic tentacle indeed did not move. Although they had distanced themselves significantly, the tentacle's form was still visible. Why has the world transformed into this? Chungu murmured, realizing that in merely one night, the world had morphed into something unrecognizable. The little fatty gazed at the black hole on the horizon. Do you think those monsters fell out of the black hole? Otherwise, how could we explain this? Now we have an additional burden. Chungu poked Chunleilei's head. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Chunleilei, being quite young, struggled to articulate her address despite her lengthy explanation. The little fatty finally caught his breath and began to contemplate their next course of action. This city is no longer habitable. We must leave at once. Let us hope the outside world is peaceful. The chubby boy remarked previously they had contemplated going to the police station, yet it appears that even the police cannot guarantee their safety. Departing from this city is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. What about you? Do you intend to return home to seek your parents, or will you choose to accompany us? Chungu inquired. Chunleilei found himself with no other options. A child of his age would scarcely survive a few minutes without protection. That I will follow you, Chunleilei promptly replied. The chubby boy took out his mobile phone, only to discover that there was no signal whatsoever. A phone devoid of network connectivity was of little use in such dire circumstances. Are you familiar with this city? Do you know how we can escape? The chubby boy questioned. Chungu admitted his unfamiliarity, as he was originally from elsewhere, having come here for work, and most of his time in this city had been spent within the confines of a prison. Upon observing Chunji's expression, the chubby boy discerned that their chances were slim. Cautiously, he stepped outside, scanning the surroundings until he finally spotted his target. A bookstore. Provide me cover. We are heading to the bookstore, the chubby boy instructed. Surely, you do not still believe that knowledge equates to power. Furthermore, a bookstore may not necessarily be a repository of knowledge, Chungu retorted. You are correct. A bookstore may not guarantee knowledge, but it will undoubtedly possess a map. The chubby boy chuckled. Both of them were relatively ignorant of the city, and if they wished to leave in the swiftest manner possible, a map was essential. Chunji's eyes brightened. You have indeed considered this thoroughly. The bookstore in the distance appeared dilapidated, the door firmly locked. The chubby boy exerted himself several times to no avail. Chungu, wielding a fire axe, struck the door with a powerful blow, shattering it open. The interior of the bookstore was dimly lit, having been constructed in a garage. It was not particularly spacious, yet despite its small size, it was adequately equipped. The first thing that caught their eye was a substantial pile of student practice papers. Would you like to complete a set of exercises to calm down? Chungu said with a mischievous glint in his eye, gazing at Chunleilei. Even in the face of the apocalypse. You still want to do exercises? May the end of the world arrive swiftly, Chunleilei retorted. Heaven does not forsake those who strive. They quickly found a map of the city. The two of them followed the markings on the map to determine their current location. The chubby boy pointed to a nearby street. That is the main street, which leads directly out of the city that if we walk, we can exit within 3 to 4 hours at most. Chungu carefully tucked the map away and suddenly posed a critical question. What if the situation outside is even worse? The chubby boy was rendered speechless. Judging by the ominous void overhead, it was improbable that this calamity was confined to a single city. Perhaps the entire world had succumbed. Moreover, they were utterly unaware of what had transpired in the world. Why such bizarre creatures existed, or where the city's inhabitants had vanished to. Why had the military not yet arrived? The chubby boy forced himself to refrain from pondering these questions, realizing that should they arrive at a definitive answer, they might lose their hope of survival. Hope is a curious entity. It resembles the string of a kite, providing us with motivation while simultaneously binding us. Yet if one day the binding is lost, the kite will swiftly plummet to the ground. Then let us seek a safer place, the chubby boy suggested, indicating the map that we currently have weapons and food, yet we lack medicine. Look, there is a hospital along our route. We can procure some supplies as we pass. Chungu leaned closer to examine the map. This city was rather unique, divided by a river. To exit, they would need to traverse a bridge and then reach the hospital mentioned by the chubby boy before finally escaping this hellish city. Of course, whether the world outside was hell or paradise remained a mystery. They could only take a gamble. Just as the chubby boy was about to speak, Chungu suddenly covered his mouth. "Listen," Chungu whispered urgently, "there are footsteps, and not just one person." The chubby boy furrowed his brow, gripping a kitchen knife tightly. Did I end this apocalyptic scenario? While monsters were undeniably fearsome, the threat posed by humans could not be underestimated. The human heart is as treacherous as a demon. At any time, the greatest danger to humanity is always humanity itself. Chapter 24. Undressing. Chungu listened intently. The footsteps remained steady, indicating that the individuals had not yet detected their presence. Moreover, in this nonsensical era, how could one be certain that those approaching were indeed human? The incident with Yang Tingting lingered in his mind. The footsteps grew increasingly hurried, and Chungu, clutching the fire axe, concealed himself behind the bookstore door. Should any hostility be displayed, he would strike with the axe, ensuring the demise of those intruders at that moment. Voices could be heard from outside. "Sister, the door is ajar. Let us enter and rest for a while." "Indeed. Wanru, you are not in good condition. You should take a break." Two men were speaking. The first had a clear yet slightly hoarse voice, suggesting he was in his teenage years, while the latter had a deeper, more robust tone, likely belonging to a middle-aged man. From their conversation, it appeared that there was a woman outside who was injured and unable to move easily. The chubby boy held the knife tightly and quickly covered Chen Leilei's mouth to prevent any noise from escaping. Soon, a shadow blocked the entrance. A young man clad in a school uniform entered unguardedly. Evidently a high school student. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s, wearing glasses and exuding an air of gentility, while the woman, appearing to be 26 or 27, was quite attractive and visibly pregnant. Upon entering, the trio spotted the chubby boy at the door, particularly noting the knife he held, which transformed their expressions to one of sheer terror. "I apologize. I was unaware that anyone was here." "We will leave immediately," the middle-aged man hurriedly said, shielding the pregnant woman. However, it was the high school student who displayed a fierce demeanor, glaring menacingly at the chubby boy. Yet the chubby boy paid little heed to the two men, focusing intently on the pregnant woman, more precisely her belly. "Come here, remove your clothes," he commanded, pointing the knife at her, causing her to pale in fright. "What are you doing? Don't get carried away. We have the numbers to intimidate you." The middle-aged man barked, though the chubby boy noticed his trembling hands, indicating his fear. The chubby boy had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Act now, before the middle-aged man could comprehend the situation. Chungu lunged out from his hiding place like a ferocious tiger, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. It was evident that the man was unaccustomed to physical exertion, and Chinji's blow nearly caused him to retch, doubling over and gagging. The high school student, sensing trouble, attempted to charge forward, but Chungu had already anticipated his move, landing a punch squarely on the student's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The pregnant woman screamed, and the chubby boy advanced, knife in hand. "What do you want? Please don't harm her. She is pregnant. I will give you anything you desire," the middle-aged man pleaded from the ground. Writhing in pain, the chubby boy pressed the knife against the woman's neck. Her face drained of color as he lifted her clothing. The woman initially believed the two criminals intended to assault her, trembling in fear and closing her eyes. However, after a moment, she sensed that they had not taken further action. Cautiously opening one eye, she discovered the chubby boy giving Chungu a thumbs up. "Safe. She's a normal pregnant woman. You nearly scared me to death." Chungu also breathed a sigh of relief. They had been thoroughly frightened along the way, and their first instinct upon seeing a pregnant woman had been that another person had been infected by parasitic tumors. But the chubby boy had seen clearly that the woman was indeed pregnant. The middle-aged man had assumed his wife was in danger, yet upon seeing her pregnant belly, both men relaxed, sitting aside to examine the map. Utterly bewildered, only the high school student, consumed by rage, rose and charged forward like a beast, only to be met with another punch from Chungu that sent him crashing down once more. Chungu, though not highly educated, had been fighting since elementary school. He was not boasting when he claimed to have never lost a fight, that as he grew older, he became aware that injuring others could result in financial repercussions, leading him to temper his aggression. "Stop fighting. Please. What are you? Why are you attacking us?" the woman urgently interjected, attempting to quell the conflict. The chubby boy did not respond to her, instead asking, "Where are you headed? Have you encountered anyone else along the way?" The middle-aged man, sensing that the two did not harbor malicious intent, and noticing the child with them, gradually relaxed that we are attempting to leave the city. "What about you?" The chubby boy and Chingu exchanged glances, both of them wary of these strangers. After the battle at the school, they had become like brothers, trusting each other with their lives. But these unfamiliar individuals, an old saying came to mind. One should harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant against others. That my wife is pregnant. She is 8 months along, that we are merely resting here for a moment before continuing our journey. The middle-aged man pleaded, while the woman, heavily pregnant, was ill-suited for a long trek, especially in these apocalyptic times where mere survival was a miracle. The portly youth cast a glance at Chingu, who nodded subtly in return. Thus, the middle-aged man assisted his wife to a quiet spot to rest, while the high school student glared menacingly at Chingu. After a brief silence, introductions commenced. The middle-aged man identified himself as Zhao Kun, a manager of a modest company, while the woman was his wife, Lu Wanru. The high school student, Lu Wanru's younger brother, was named Lu Fei. Unbeknownst to them, a sudden appearance of monstrous creatures had put them in peril. Fortunately, it was lunchtime when Lu Fei had come to his brother-in-law's house for a meal, and Zhao Kun had remained at home with his wife, sparing them from the monster's wrath and preserving their lives. However, danger loomed swiftly, and they could no longer stay at home. They prepared to leave by car, but the vehicle's engine refused to start, forcing them to proceed on foot. Soon, Lu Wanru, exhausted, spotted an open bookstore and suggested resting inside, where they encountered the portly youth and Chingu. Chingu recounted the harrowing events of the past 2 days, particularly the parasitic tumors, which made Zhao Kun understand their heightened sensitivity towards pregnant women. "Just call me Fatty. I'm a drifter, that AS for this gentleman." The portly youth winked at Chingu. "That I'm Chingu, a murderer," Chingu replied coldly, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Upon hearing the term murderer, Zhao Kun's face paled instantly, and with a stiff smile, he moved further away with his wife. Lu Fei, however, scoffed dismissively, unconvinced by Chun Ji's claim. "A murderer? I'm still the top dog at school." Chapter 25. Companion sunlight slanted through the bookstore's entrance as Chingu, the portly youth, and Chen Lele sat on the left side, while Lu Wanru and her husband's brother occupied the right. Following the earlier misunderstanding, both parties decided to maintain a respectful distance. The portly youth pulled 2 loaves of bread from his backpack, tearing one in half to share with Chen Lele, while Lu Fei hungrily eyed the bread. Licking his lips, they had left in haste, without any provisions and with all vehicles rendered inoperable. Their long journey had left them famished. Lu Fei whispered something to Lu Wanru, who displayed a worried expression and grasped her brother's arm. Lu Fei, however, forcefully broke free, approaching the portly youth. "Give us some food. I'll trade you something for it," he demanded. Although Zhao Kun's face mirrored his concern, he had not intervened when his brother-in-law approached. Chingu regarded Lu Fei and saw a reflection of his younger self, fearless and brash, with a defiance that dismissed all authority. The portly youth remained silent, taking large bites of the bread. Lu Fei, feeling ignored, grew incensed and reached for the portly youth's backpack. But as he extended his hand, Chingu swiftly seized his wrist. Lu Fei's expression shifted to one of terror as he felt the vice-like grip threatening to crush his wrist, eliciting a pained scream. "That don't hit him," Lu Wanru cried out, attempting to rise but hindered by her pregnancy. "Let go, or I'll kill you," Lu Fei shouted, but Chingu retaliated with a swift kick to his solar plexus. Though Lu Fei was slender, he was still a high school student, and Chen Ji's kick sent him crashing into the bookstore wall, leaving him breathless and drenched in cold sweat. "Who dares to act so brazenly?" Chingu approached, gripping Lu Fei's hair, even while on the ground. Lu Fei glared defiantly, refusing to show fear. Chingu slammed his head against the wall, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from Lu Fei's forehead, leaving him barely conscious, his eyes rolling back. "Stop, please, husband, intervene," Lu Wanru urged desperately, tugging at her husband. Yet, Zhao Kun, a man of letters who had never fought in his life, found himself hesitant against a self-proclaimed murderer, especially when comparing their sizes. Chen Ji's arms were nearly as thick as Zhao Kun's waist. "You stop, if you don't, I'll call the police," Zhao Kun threatened, his voice shaky to be why now. Chingu had struck Lu Fei's head against the wall several times, rendering him completely unconscious, with only his legs twitching in protest. "Let us go. We must leave before nightfall," the portly youth urged at last. Chengu released Lu Fei, who slumped against the wall, lifeless on the ground. The naivety of youth had led him to believe he was invincible. It wasn't until Chengu and the portly youth had vanished from sight that Zhao Kun helped his younger brother to his feet. Thankfully, Lu Fei, though battered, sustained only minor injuries. After wiping away the blood, he regained consciousness shortly afterward. "You are too impulsive, child. That I saw a supermarket nearby with plenty of food," Zhao Kun admonished. Lu Fei, cradling his head in silence, often found himself in fights at school, having allied with some older boys. But now he feared that those allies might already be dead. By the way, those two mentioned they wanted to leave the city before dark. Do you think they know something? Zhao Kun inquired. Lu Wanru whispered, "What should we do? We should follow them out of the city. Perhaps outside is safer. Once we leave, we can return to my hometown. The countryside is bound to be safer," Zhao Kun reassured his wife. "And you try not to be so impulsive in the future. Think about the consequences." Lu Fei felt ashamed, not afraid of Zhao Kun, but rather worried about his sister's concern. Zhao Kun peered outside. He spotted the portly youth and Chengu in the distance, and the three began to trail behind them. Chengu, possessing the best stamina, took swift strides, carrying Chenlele on his shoulder, while the portly youth, despite appearing unfit, was still young. In the prime of life, to ensure they left the city before nightfall. Chengu quickened his pace, glancing back to see the trio following closely. "Don't mind them," the portly youth advised without turning back. After 20 minutes of hurried walking, they finally reached the main thoroughfare of the city, Peoples Avenue. That if they continued straight along this road and crossed the bridge, they would soon exit the city. Chengu turned to observe the trio, discovering that Zhao Kun had procured a unicycle for his wife to sit on, while Lu Fei pushed the cart, closely following behind. Seeing Chengu staring, Zhao Kun approached with a friendly demeanor. "Brother, no misunderstandings. We are taking the same route. By the way, do you know anything about what is going on?" He offered Chengu a cigarette, upon recognizing the brand. Chen Ji's expression softened slightly. He had previously been reluctant to indulge in such expensive cigarettes that were not privy to the details. "We just want to leave this dreadful place," Chengu replied, accepting the cigarette. Seeing Chengu accept the smoke, Zhao Kun seized the opportunity. "Brother, my younger brother is still young and naive. He is just a student. Please don't hold his foolishness against him. Since we've already crossed paths, why not travel together? There is safety in numbers." Lu Fei apologized to the brother. Lu Fei glared at Chengu, still brimming with resentment. "Hurry up, don't upset your sister," Zhao Kun urged. Hearing his brother-in-law leverage his sister's authority, Lu Fei lowered his head, unable to utter the apology that stuck in his throat. "All right, that is not necessary. That if you wish to accompany us, feel free," Chengu replied, understanding the pride of youth. With the tension easing slightly, conversations began to flow more freely. "Brother, should we seek refuge at the police station?" Zhao Kun asked. The portly youth shook his head. "The police are overwhelmed. Initially, 2 officers accompanied us, but they've since perished. Besides, this is a small town with limited law enforcement. Over 100 lives were lost at the school. How many could possibly remain?" Chapter 26. The rabid Zhao Kun firmly believed that Chengu possessed knowledge of the situation's intricacies, thus deciding to stick with him, convinced that safety lay ahead. "Less chatter. We must leave this city before darkness falls." The plump boy cast a glance at the sun hanging in the sky. Although his phone still had a bit of battery left, the absence of a network had rendered the time inaccurate. Judging by the trajectory of the sun, it should be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That it was summer, and darkness wouldn't descend until at least 7 in the evening, which meant they still had 5 hours left. Once night fell, who could say what kind of fiendish creatures might emerge in this eerie city? In just 2 short days, they had already encountered 3 types of monsters. First, the bat-like creature that attacked the police car. Then, the parasitic tumor that had taken residence in Yangtingting. And finally, the fleshly mass they had dubbed Meat Centipede, a name coined by the plump boy. Each of these monsters exhibited vastly different levels of strength. While the bat creature appeared the most ferocious, it possessed the weakest combat ability. The parasitic tumor was the most insidious, preying on the vulnerabilities of pregnant women and masquerading as an unborn fetus. The most despair-inducing encounter, however, had been with the Meat Centipede in the school, which seemed to be immortal. Though it might have weaknesses, Chungu and his companions could not afford to experiment with each one. They didn't have that many lives to spare. Presently, they could only hope that upon leaving the city, they would be greeted by a gathering crowd and armed forces, preferably with tanks to obliterate everything lurking within the city. Why is there not even a shared bicycle around here? Lu Fei grumbled quietly, prompting Lu Wanru to softly comfort her younger brother. Despite Lu Fei's bravado, he would swallow even the greatest grievances the moment his sister spoke. Now, the six of them formed a line. Chungu led the way, followed closely by the plump boy and Chen Lele, while Lu Fei pushed Lu Wanru in the middle, with Zhao Qin bringing up the rear. They trudged on for over an hour, and aside from Chungu, everyone felt the strain in their legs. Suddenly, Chungu came to a halt. The others assumed he merely wished to pause for a brief respite. Yet he stood rigidly, staring ahead. Before they could react, Chungu abruptly raised his fist, causing the plump boy to swiftly draw out the newly crafted spear and cautiously approach Chunji's side. This was their predetermined signal. Raising a fist indicated that they were entering combat mode. The three trailing behind them, witnessing the tense stance of the two, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Uncertain of what lay ahead, Zhao Qin, intrigued, moved to the front to investigate, only to find a pure white rabbit standing defiantly in the center of the street, staring intently at them. This rabbit stood upright on its hind legs, its eyes glowing a vivid red. Upon noticing the humans, it neither fled nor approached, merely fixating its gaze upon them. Chungu and the plump boy exchanged glances. They had encountered far too many bizarre phenomena along the way. Faced with a mere rabbit, they would not dare to underestimate it. "What is going on?" Lu Wanru whispered. Zhao Qin, perplexed, replied, "There is a rabbit blocking our path." This situation felt exceedingly strange. They had never encountered anything like it before. And even Chungu felt a prickling unease at the back of his neck. The rabbit's gaze was unlike that of any ordinary creature. It was something unknown. Humans instinctively harbor a fear of the unknown, a trait embedded in their DNA. "Should we just go around it?" Zhao Qin suggested quietly, puzzled as to why the two seemed so wary of a rabbit. Chungu remained silent, scanning the surroundings until he finally located a half-brick by the roadside. With all his might, he hurled the brick like a meteor, and it struck the rabbit squarely on the head that a dull thud echoed as the rabbit collapsed, its brain matter splattered. Yet, the two remained on high alert, observing for a full 3 minutes before Chungu cautiously approached, using a fire axe to lift the rabbit's corpse, confirming that it was indeed dead. That was a false alarm, after all. This must have been someone's pet rabbit. Completely unafraid of humans, Lu Wanru remarked, her heart softening at the sight of the adorable creature. She had intended to voice a complaint, but the words caught in her throat. "Do you think we can make soup from it?" Zhao Qin mused whimsically. "Wanru, I'll cook up this rabbit for everyone when we find a safe spot." Chungu and the plump boy exchanged another look. Had they truly been overly anxious? Assured that it was merely an ordinary rabbit, the group resumed their journey to their current pace. They would reach the Cross River Bridge in another hour, and after crossing it, they could exit the city and enter the suburbs. Eagerly, Zhao Qin picked up the rabbit, declaring, "Once we're in a safe place, I'll prepare soup for everyone and why culinary skills are quite commendable." What a fine homemaker he was! The six of them pressed on for another 10 minutes when Chungu abruptly halted once more. The plump boy, following closely behind, couldn't see Chungu's face, but the pallor of his profile indicated something was amiss. The plump boy hurried over, only to find a snow-white rabbit standing again in the center of the road. Gazing at them intently, that a chill shot from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. The plump boy sensed that this rabbit was far from ordinary. "Zhao Qin, where's the rabbit's corpse?" The plump boy suddenly inquired. "Are there two identical rabbits now? Or has the one we killed risen from the dead? Or is this all just a coincidence?" At that moment, Zhao Qin's stammering voice came from behind. The rabbit's body is gone. I just hung it on the handle of the cart." In the middle of the road, the six of them found themselves in a standoff with a rabbit that neither fled nor jumped, simply staring at them with an unsettling intensity. The plump boy tossed a biscuit from his backpack in an attempt to distract the creature, but the rabbit showed no interest in the treat. "This is too bizarre," the plump boy murmured. "Have you all heard the story of the yellow weasel in northeast China? I can't shake the feeling that this rabbit resembles the folklore's yellow weasel." "And what happened to the rabbit's corpse?" he pondered. "Could resurrection truly exist? Let us ignore it and go around." the plump boy suggested, offering the most sensible course of action. The six of them carefully circumvented the creature. But no matter how they maneuvered, the rabbit remained fixated on them. "Quickly, let us move. We'll be out of the city in no time. Come on," the plump boy urged as he jogged ahead, while Chungu deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate the others. However, as they ran, Chungu suddenly came to a stop, causing the plump boy to collide with him from behind. Without uttering a word, the plump boy had already deduced what had happened. Peering ahead, he saw, in the center of the road stood a snow-white rabbit, staring them down once more. But unlike the previous encounters, this time the rabbit, for heaven's sake, appeared to be smiling. The chubby boy had scarcely finished his words when a sudden chill crept down his spine, for the smile upon the rabbit's face had grown ever more pronounced. Although the chubby boy was astute, he found himself utterly unable to fathom the creature's intentions. The behaviors of humans and animals were not always mutually intelligible. For instance, while humans urinate to relieve themselves, lions do so to mark their territory. Similarly, a smile does not universally signify kindness. It can convey mockery, derision, a sardonic grin, or a flirtatious smirk, among other expressions. Casting a glance at the time, the chubby boy noted that it was nearly 3 o'clock. If they could not vacate the city before nightfall, they might encounter all manner of dark entities. Remaining in this place was not a viable option. Resolutely, he seized the rabbit by its ears. And this time, the creature finally reacted, kicking its legs in protest. At least now it resembled a rabbit. Furthermore, despite being lifted by its ears, the rabbit refrained from attacking, which allowed the chubby boy to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this creature's primary tactic was to instill fear through atmosphere rather than through any genuine prowess. But I don't know if you can understand me, so I shall repeat myself. Do not follow us any longer, or I shall stew you, the chubby boy threatened. The rabbit mechanically turned its head to stare at him, its crimson eyes sending shivers down his spine. With a dismissive wave, he tossed the rabbit to the side of the road. "Let us move on. Ignore it. It lacks real capability," he urged his companions. Chungu took the lead, pulling along Chun Lele, while Zhao Kun lingered, still feeling uneasy. Once Chungu and the others had passed the rabbit and confirmed that no terrifying incident ensued, Zhao Kun finally nudged his wife, cautiously making his way forward. The rabbit appeared truly harmless, fixating on the group until they were utterly out of sight. They hurried onward, walking for nearly half an hour before finally not spotting the rabbit again. Allowing them to exhale in relief that it seems to be merely a creature meant to frighten, the chubby boy murmured. Not every monster is truly fearsome. One often encounters the saying that the disparity between humans surpasses that between humans and dogs. This adage holds true even for the monsters that have abruptly appeared in this world. Some are fierce as tigers, while others are simply dim-witted. As the sun began to dip in the west, the time approached 3 o'clock. Chungu, now at the forefront, could see the Cross River Bridge ahead. Once they crossed the bridge and continued a bit further, they would finally escape this hellish place. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no other souls, as if the entire city contained only these 6 individuals. With the prospect of leaving this wretched locale so close at hand, they felt neither hunger nor fatigue, eager to depart. Yet just as Chungu prepared to hasten across the bridge, his expression abruptly changed. The rabbit now stood ominously before the bridge, fixated upon them. The chubby boy, reassured by the rabbit's apparent lack of offensive capability, felt curiosity spark within him. Why had this rabbit been trailing them? Was there something about them that drew its attention? Chungu turned back, whispering, "This time, I shall investigate it if necessary. I will simply toss it into the river." However, as he pivoted, the rabbit that had been so closely following them had inexplicably vanished. The atmosphere among the group grew, increasingly eerie. "Fatty, did you see where that rabbit went?" Chungu inquired softly, gripping his fire axe tightly. The chubby boy produced a makeshift spear. "I did not see it." They were now quite close to the riverbank, able to glimpse the water on the other side. The river spanned approximately 500 to 600 meters, shimmering beautifully under the sunlight. However, they had no time to appreciate the scenery as they searched for the rabbit. Before them lay an open expanse. The rabbit had either leapt into the water and drowned, or had simply vanished into thin air. According to the law of conservation of mass, an object cannot simply disappear. Yet the true nature of that peculiar rabbit's adherence to this law remained an enigma. Lu Fei's temper flared. "What are we doing here? It's just a rabbit. If you aren't moving, I will. With that, he strode ahead. The chubby boy and Chang'e sensed something was amiss. Chang'e reached out to grasp Lu Fei, but the chubby boy restrained him. Good advice is wasted on the wicked. We can save him once, but can we do so for a lifetime? Chang'e reluctantly withdrew his hand as Lu Fei continued forward, only to glance back and find the remaining 5 had not followed. Xiao Fei, come back. We. H. Lu Wanru suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Not only Lu Wanru, but the expressions of the others also turned pale as they instinctively recoiled. While Lu Fei remained oblivious to the unfolding horror, then a massive shadow erupted from the ground, opening its gaping maw to sever Lu Fei's arm in one swift motion. Chapter 28. Shark. The incident transpired with alarming rapidity. The others had scarcely grasped what had emerged from the earth to gnaw off Lu Fei's arm. Lu Wanru, seeing her brother in peril, was consumed by anxiety. However, her pregnant condition hampered her movement, and she could not call upon others for assistance. Tears streamed down her face as Lu Fei, still alive, clutched his severed limb. Howling in agony and rolling on the ground, he attempted to rise twice. But the sudden loss of an arm disrupted his balance, causing him to fall back down, exacerbated by the rapid loss of blood. The chubby boy's complexion turned ashen. Did anyone catch a glimpse of that creature? Zhao Kun, being a desk-bound individual, had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle and stood frozen in shock. Chang'e, however, quickly regained his composure. I saw a glimpse, but I cannot be certain. It appeared as though a great fish burst forth from the ground. The chubby boy questioned, Are you certain? You truly believe a fish emerged from the ground? That's utterly unscientific. With the state of the world as it is, does science even matter anymore? Chang'e retorted. Could it be that the rabbit we encountered earlier was not vanishing, but rather being consumed by whatever lurked beneath? The chubby boy pondered, the possibility becoming increasingly plausible. Yet he forcefully stomped on the ground, confirming its solidity. How could a fish swim through solid earth? This defied all reason. The monsters manifesting in this world trampled upon the scientific principles humanity had painstakingly established over millennia. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure. Chang'e, do you think that rabbit's persistent presence was not meant to frighten us, but rather to warn us of the danger ahead? And we dismissed it. The chubby boy inquired. Did I? In retrospect, this seemed quite plausible, though no rabbit could communicate. Given their harrowing experiences along the way, they had assumed the rabbit wished them harm. Lu Wanru, witnessing her brother lying in a pool of blood, turned to plead with her husband. Kun, can you think of a way to save Xiao Fei? Zhao Kun's face was devoid of color. That boy wouldn't heed my warnings that I forbade him from approaching. Yet he insisted. Who can he blame for this predicament? Lu Wanru, helpless as she watched her brother teetering on the brink of death, could no longer restrain her tears. With no other recourse, she turned her gaze towards Chang'e and the chubby boy, hoping they might assist her. However, both men ignored her desperate plea. In such dire circumstances, the prospect of saving another seemed uncertain, let alone their own survival. What should we do now? Should we press forward or retreat? Chang'e inquired softly. The chubby boy contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring, We must continue forward. We have likely already fallen within the hunting grounds of the monsters. Escaping may not be so simple. Moreover, I have noticed that these creatures seem to possess their own territories, confining their movements within specific bounds. The meat-like entity was a prime example. The meat-like creature at school was invincible within a radius of several kilometers, deterring any other monsters from approaching. Of course, there might be those bold enough to venture close, but they would have likely been consumed by the meat-like creature at that moment. Lu Wanru struggled to dismount from the unicycle. Wanru, what are you doing? Zhao Kun exclaimed, hastily grabbing her arm. Yet Lu Wanru remained steadfast, advancing toward Lu Fei. I can understand your reluctance to intervene. Xiao Fei is not your kin, and I cannot demand you to assist him. However, he is my brother, and I must go. Lu Fei had already slipped into a semi-conscious state. Even if Lu Wanru were not pregnant, it would be impossible for her to drag a typical high school student several dozen meters. In terms of upper body strength, women possess only 60% of the strength of men at the same weight. This is why, in combat sports, even at equal weights, genders must be separated. While society now advocates for gender equality, the physiological differences remain irrefutable. Zhao Kun reached out to grasp his wife's arm, only to have her shake him off vehemently. Chen Ge blinked, recognizing this as the legendary brotherly magic. Zhao Kun stood frozen in place, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Ultimately, he chose neither to save the individual in peril nor to grasp his wife's hand. Instead, he merely observed from the sidelines, although his heart perhaps raced with anxiety. The lives of his wife, son, and brother-in-law were ultimately deemed less valuable than his own. A wife can be remarried, a son can be born anew, and as for his brother-in-law, he was a source of annoyance. Why should he risk himself to save him? Lu Wanru, cradling her burgeoning belly, approached her brother, gently shaking his body. Lu Fei was stained crimson, a severed arm revealing stark white bone, his eyes tightly shut. Perhaps he had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. As Lu Wanru dragged her brother backward, she suddenly noticed the ground darkening beneath her feet. The once yellow earth was shrouded in shadow, an icy chill creeping into her heart. She realized that the monster which had just bitten off her brother's arm had returned, and the three men behind her showed no inclination to assist. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her brother. Suddenly, the rotund boy exclaimed, "Why hasn't whatever lurks below attacked us after we've been standing here for so long?" Chen Ge, with a grave expression, replied, "Shall I inquire of the creature beneath?" Though his words were nonchalant, he gripped a brick tightly in his hand, aware that it would be of little use against the monster. Yet it provided him with a semblance of comfort. Lu Wanru's complexion turned ashen. She could see the sunlight above, yet the ground beneath her felt dark. An image from a fishing documentary flashed through her mind, depicting a scientific team angling for large fish on a lake. Suddenly, they noticed the water darkening below them. An aerial footage revealed a massive fish exceeding 5 meters in length beneath their boat. In other words, the creature lurked right beneath her feet. At that moment, Lu Wanru had exhausted her strength. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she cast a desperate glance at her husband. His expression mirrored her urgency. Yet despite the panic, he would never gamble with his own life. Boom! At that instant, a colossal figure burst forth from the ground, soaring into the air. The three men in the distance clearly saw it, a fish. Or more precisely, a shark, measuring over 7 meters in length, its gaping maw aimed straight at Lu Wanru. Faced with such a scenario, Zhao Kun could only shut his eyes and pretend not to see. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a brick flew through the air like a cannonball, striking the shark squarely in the eye. Chapter 29. A gamble for life. The brick soared towards the great shark, perfectly hitting its eye. To their astonishment, the brick pierced through the shark's head as if it were made of sand, offering no resistance whatsoever. Yet despite this, the impact still altered the shark's trajectory, causing its attack to veer past Lu Wanru. Overcome with fear, Lu Wanru collapsed to the ground, her body devoid of strength, her face a shade of blue, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Is this a joke? Elemental transformation? Confess, did you consume a devil fruit? The rotund boy shouted at the shark. However, the shark had already vanished underground, disappearing without a trace. The hard earth was as fluid as water to this creature. Chen Ge observed with clarity. As the great shark submerged, it moved as if it were a genuine fish entering water, causing ripples to form on the surface. Having left high school to work and support himself, Chen Ge found it impossible to comprehend the situation and thus turned to the rotund boy. "Don't look at me. I have no clue why this is happening either." The boy was drenched in cold sweat, having encountered phenomena that defied the laws of physics before. He thought it unnecessary to be so alarmed. The previous encounters with the flesh-tainted creature and the obstructive rabbit were no less bizarre than this shark that could swim underground. Chen Ge gently touched the ground, his expression grave. Humans perceive their surroundings through light. Yet light cannot penetrate the earth to reach below. How, then, could this great shark see them? Why had only Lu Fei been targeted? Was the shark, like the flesh-tainted creature, able to locate its prey through temperature? No, that couldn't be. Chen Ge stared intently at the ground. While his education may have been limited, his intellect was not that if the shark hunted by detecting temperature, all of them would have been attacked indiscriminately. Yet, thus far, only the reckless Lu Fei and the determined Lu Wanru had suffered assaults. Could it be? Chen Ge suddenly grasped a crucial realization, cautiously retrieving a stone from underground and signaling for silence. He then hurled the stone into the distance, the soft thud against the ground barely audible, But in that fleeting moment, the great shark surged upward from below, swallowing the stone whole. Witnessing this, Zhao Kun clamped his hand over his mouth. Realizing that the shark located its prey through sound, that in the absence of light underground, the shark could not see while swimming. It could only utilize its vision when leaving the earth to hunt. In other words, as long as they remained silent, they would not fall victim to its attacks. When Lu Fei moved toward his brother, the sound of his footsteps drew the shark's attention, resulting in the severing of his arm. Lu Wanru's attempt to rescue her brother likewise provoked the shark's strike, while the rotund boy, Chen Gu, and Zhao Kun, who had remained still, escaped its wrath. To be precise, the shark did not detect their locations through sound but through vibrations. Chen Gu murmured. The rotund boy was correct. Arriving was easy, but leaving would be arduous. Now, they could only stand still, for any movement would surely result in an attack. Lu Fei lay on the ground, having slipped into complete unconsciousness that if they did not find a way to staunch his bleeding soon, he would succumb to blood loss. Yet remaining stationary was not a viable solution. Human endurance is finite. Standing consumes more energy than walking, and within an hour or two, their legs would ache, their feet would throb. Moreover, darkness would soon descend, and who knew what more terrifying entities might emerge in the night. Chen Gu scanned the area, seeking an escape route utilizing the terrain, but the vicinity was utterly flat, devoid of even a single tree. There was no opportunity to exploit the landscape. Did I have an immature idea? Chen Gu suddenly declared. The rotund boy responded. It seems we're on the same wavelength. The two men cautiously emptied their backpacks, the most crucial supplies being fresh water. They concentrated all the water bottles in Chen Ji's possession. Zhao Kun, perplexed by their intentions and filled with urgency, feared these two fools might be contemplating their final meal. Can't we salvage this? When I say run, you run. When I say stop, you stop. You must heed my command. Chen Gu insisted. He then cast a glance at Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, sighing inwardly. These two were essentially beyond saving. Their fate was either to be devoured by the shark or to perish in this place. There was no third option at that moment. Zhao Kun pleaded. Chen Gu, I implore you, can you take my wife with you? I beg of you. She is with child. Spare me your pleas. As a murderer, what morals do I possess? She is not my wife or child, Chen Gu replied coldly. Everyone was an adult and must take responsibility for their choices. Had Lu Wanru not stubbornly insisted on rescuing her brother, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, the opportunity was now irrevocably lost. Chen Gu could empathize with their sibling bond, but empathy held little weight when his own survival was at stake. That he glanced back at Chen Lele, who nodded in understanding. Throughout their ordeal, the child had not caused them any trouble, which was already commendable. Prepare yourselves, Chen Gu shouted, raising a bottle of mineral water and hurling it violently to the ground. The filled plastic bottle collided with the earth, producing a thunderous sound. In an instant, a massive shadow erupted from below, swallowing the water bottle whole. Run! Chen Gu yelled, sprinting for his life. The shark, having surfaced to seize the water bottle, took 5 or 6 seconds to completely submerge again. They aimed to exploit this brief window of opportunity to reach the Cross River Bridge. While the shark could swim in the earth, the space beneath the bridge was empty. Chen Gu was wagering that the great shark could not ascend to the bridge. Once there, they should be safe. They were approximately 100 meters from the Cross River Bridge. At a sprint, they could cover that distance in about 10 seconds. Even with the youngest, Chen Lele, they would only need to toss 3 bottles of mineral water. Chen Gu was the fastest, nearly covering half the distance in an instant, meticulously tracking the time. Approximately 5 seconds had elapsed when he shouted, "Stop!" In an instant, everyone froze, holding their breath in anticipation. Zhao Kun no longer glanced at his wife. His own survival was paramount, and he did not believe he was in the wrong. However, what transpired next was even more harrowing. From beneath the concrete surface, a shark fin leisurely glided toward the crowd. Chapter 30. Drowning every individual, including Chen Gu, felt their heart leap to their throat. The creature had learned to swim, and cold sweat streamed down Chen Ji's forehead. Chen Gu, being the fittest among them, had been leading the way, followed closely by the chubby boy, and then Chen Lele. One must not underestimate the speed of a child's run. Many out-of-shape adults could hardly keep up. Finally, there was the panting Zhao Kun, who, upon seeing the enormous shark approaching, trembled uncontrollably, crying out, "Help me, save me." Yet in such dire circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, let alone rescuing others. The chubby boy hurriedly whispered, "It's all right, don't panic, everything will be fine." But not everyone could maintain their composure in the face of danger. Zhao Kuan's heart felt as if it would burst from his chest. At last, the great shark arrived at his feet. In that moment, Zhao Kuan's spirit shattered completely. He screamed and bolted toward the bridge. "Don't run. It can't see us," the chubby boy shouted, but his voice could not penetrate the nearly frantic Zhao Kuan's ears. In his frantic dash, Zhao Kuan collided with Chen Lele, whose face turned ashen. The shark beneath sensed the violent vibrations above and lunged toward Zhao Kuan, leaping out of the water to bite him in half. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Apart from Chen Ge, everyone felt their throats tighten, the urge to vomit overwhelming them. Yet they all understood that if they succumbed to that urge, they would undoubtedly become the next target. In the distance, Lu Wanru saw her husband meet such a grisly fate and immediately burst into tears, stifling her cries with her hands. She seemed to foresee her own doom, clutching her brother tightly, weeping silently. Chen Ge took a deep breath. While others may succumb to chaos, he must remain steadfast. The sight of spilled entrails was nothing to him. He had witnessed far worse. "Prepare." Chen Ge retrieved a second mineral water bottle. According to his calculations, if he could distract the great shark once more, he would successfully reach the bridge. The chubby boy and Chen Lele would need at least 2 more throws to make it. As for Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, they were beyond salvation. It was time to concede defeat. With all his strength, Chen Ge hurled the bottle into the distance, the impact with the ground resonating loudly. Yet this time, the great shark did not appear. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Ji's forehead. What was happening? He stared in horror at the ground. Logically, the shark should have surfaced at the sound or the tremors it felt. Could it be that this creature possessed memory? Having jumped out for the first bottle, it now refused to be fooled again after tasting it. Chen Ge pondered silently. However, if he did not lure the shark away, they would not dare move an inch. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What else was in his backpack? Cautiously, he opened it and discovered several cans of luncheon meat. Upon seeing Chen Ge retrieve the luncheon meat, the chubby boy's expression turned regretful. He had refrained from eating it during lunch, and now it was to be fed to the shark. But the situation was dire, and there was no room for hesitation. Chen Ge hurled the can of luncheon meat far away. Indeed, upon hearing the clang of metal against the ground, the great shark leapt from beneath, swallowing the meat in one bite. "Run!" Chen Ge shouted. The 3 members of the team sprinted forward, with Chen Ge being the first to reach the bridge, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the chubby boy and Chen Lele were still about 10 steps away from the bridge. Victory within reach. Just as Chen Ge turned to check on them, his expression suddenly shifted. He noticed that a school badge was about to fall from Chen Lele's pocket. Initially, the badge was tucked away safely, but the earlier collision with the frenzied Zhao Kuan had nearly dislodged it. Under normal circumstances, this would be trivial, but now, even the slightest sound could be fatal. Chen Ge urgently called out to Chen Lele to secure the badge. But in that moment of hesitation, it slipped from his pocket and clattered to the concrete below. What had once seemed inconsequential now posed a deadly threat. In the distance, the shark's fin approached at an alarming speed. The chubby boy yelled, "Run!" With only 10 steps remaining, if they could sprint to safety before the shark closed in, they would prevail. Chen Lele, pale-faced, followed the chubby boy in a desperate dash. Ultimately, the chubby boy, being an adult, took larger strides and reached the bridge first. However, as Chen Lele still had 5 or 6 steps to go, the shark was already behind him. Chen Ge lunged to grab Chen Lele's hand, attempting to pull him to safety, but at that moment, the shark surged forward, sinking its teeth into Chen Lele's waist. With a sickening crunch, the lower half of Chen Lele's body was bitten off, his eyes instantly losing their spark. Chen Ge, overcome with force, fell backward, and the remaining half of Chen Lele's body landed atop him, blood staining Chen Ji's clothing. "Uncle, am I going to die?" Chen Lele gasped weakly. Chen Ge found himself at a loss for words, unable to face the child who now bore only half a body. "Uncle, can you tell my mom and dad that At this point, Chen Lele's pupils dilated, and he breathed his last that a mere 7-year-old child, gone in an instant in that moment. Chingo understood why soldiers might choose to take their own lives rather than confront the apocalypse. Such despair had only visited him once before in his life. "Don't just stand there, run. The beast is coming back," the chubby boy suddenly shouted. Chingo looked up to see. Indeed, the great shark, having gained momentum, lunging toward them, aiming for the remnants of Chun Lele's body. With death looming, Chingo could only abandon the corpse and sprint toward the center of the bridge. The shark leaped into the air, quickly closing the distance between them. Just as it seemed poised to bite him, the shark's leap faltered, and in a desperate turn, it lashed its tail against Shinji's back. The sheer force sent Chingo flying, plunging into the river below. It was over. He was doomed. However, the shark had forgotten that it was no longer on solid ground. It plunged into the water beneath the bridge, an element it was unaccustomed to. Chingo chuckled bitterly at his fate. If he could not defeat the shark on land, what chance did he have in the water? Yet in the next moment, he was taken aback to see the great shark thrashing wildly in the river. As though it were drowning, the shark, capable of swimming on land, was now struggling in the water, desperately attempting to escape the surface, but it could only swim in the mud, lacking the ability to fly. Soon its eyes rolled back, and it ceased to struggle, floating belly up in the river. Had he won? Chingo could hardly believe that this river had saved his life. Summoning his courage, he swam closer and kicked the shark a couple of times. It lay still. He signaled to the chubby boy on the bridge, "Drop me a knife." The chubby boy promptly tossed down a kitchen knife. Chingo grasped it in the water and struck the shark twice. To his astonishment, the creature's body bore no blood, and it began to disintegrate rapidly in the water, as if ice were melting. When the transformation was complete, the once massive 7-meter-long shark had been reduced to mere skin. Chingo cautiously approached and sniffed it, detecting a briny scent of seafood. This could serve as a trophy. Surely, it would prove useful. Chingo dragged the shark's skin to the shore, exhausted and devoid of strength. He collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the food in his backpack was all sealed, remaining edible despite the backpack being submerged in water. That moment, the chubby boy also arrived, marveling at the sight of the shark's skin, exclaiming in wonder at the bizarre existence of such things in the world. However, Shinji's mood was far from cheerful. He was disheartened to realize that in less than an hour, their team of 6 had dwindled to just 4. Lu Fei had suffered a broken arm, and after such a long time, he had no idea how his condition was faring. The chubby boy reached out to grab the shark's skin, but as soon as his hand made contact, the skin seemed to come alive, wrapping around his hand. "What the hell? It's still alive! Still alive!" He shrieked in terror, shocked that this seemingly lifeless skin could still pose a threat. Chingo was equally alarmed. He lacked the energy to confront such a creature again. However, the chubby boy's cries quickly ceased when he realized the shark's skin was merely gripping his hand and had no intention of consuming him. Furthermore, he felt no discomfort at all. "What on earth is this thing?" he muttered under his breath. Plopping down onto the ground, accidentally pressing his hand against the earth, he suddenly discovered that his hand sank right into the ground. The sensation beneath felt akin to water. Both were bewildered, staring at the shark's skin before them. Were it not for the apocalypse, this absurd shark's skin alone could sustain them for a lifetime. The secret of how this massive shark could swim underground lay within this skin. A triumphant smile spread across the chubby boy's face that he gently tugged at the shark's skin, only to find it tore away effortlessly, leaving his arm completely unharmed. "I have a rather immature suggestion." The chubby boy suddenly exclaimed that if utilized properly, this could be a divine artifact. "It seems we've both arrived at the same conclusion," Chingo responded. They decided to fashion the shark skin into a simple garment, which could potentially allow them to hide underground in a moment of peril. Initially, Chingo intended to create 2 pieces, but the chubby boy objected, insisting on making just one. His reasoning was simple. He could not swim, and even if he donned a garment made of shark skin, he would surely drown. Moreover, if they left the excess unprocessed, it could pose a risk if it fell into the hands of others or monsters. Ordinary solids would not harm the shark skin in the slightest. In the end, the chubby boy would a kitchen knife and meticulously cut the shark skin, crafting a cloak. Though the shark was deceased, the skin seemed to retain a semblance of life. It would instinctively wrap around any living creature it encountered, merging seamlessly with human skin. When no longer needed, it could be easily removed with a gentle tug, causing no harm to the skin, as it turns out that defeating monsters can indeed yield loot. I thought such a concept was exclusive to video games. The chubby boy mused, and together they burned the remaining shark skin. Fortunately, this peculiar material could be dealt with using fire. By the time they finished their tasks, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Being summer, the sun still shone brightly overhead. Chungu and the chubby boy made their way back to the bridge to check on Lu. At that moment, Lu Wanru sat vacantly, cradling her brother. Lu Fei had succumbed to blood loss, his body now cold. In less than half a day, Lu Wanru had lost both her brother and her husband. It was uncertain how she would cope. "Can you still walk?" the chubby boy asked Lu Wanru, who was smeared in blood. Seeing her state inevitably stirred feelings of compassion. Lu Wanru wiped the blood from her face, insisting, I'm fine with that." She wobbled to her feet, though the expression on her face belied her claims of well-being. "Let us continue onward." Lu Wanru urged Chungu, and the chubby boy. In truth, the optimal choice would have been to leave her to fend for herself. But Chungu and the chubby boy exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. If she wished to follow, so be it. They had no idea when they might be devoured by the ever-present monsters. Each step forward was a small victory. After the loss of her husband and brother, Lu Wanru's demeanor appeared steeled. Her prior timidity seemingly vanished. The three of them continued onward, dragging their weary bodies until they encountered a rabbit with blood-red eyes. Staring intently at them, "Dude, here it comes again," Chungu greeted calmly, finding this little creature adorably charming compared to the man-eating shark from before. This time, the rabbit did not obstruct their path, but instead hopped away, seemingly having come to deliver a message. Crossing the bridge, Chungu glanced back at the apocalyptic scenery. The golden sunlight spilled onto the tranquil river, creating a surprisingly beautiful sight. How long had it been since he had witnessed such splendor? In the past, consumed by work and familial obligations, who had the time to pause and appreciate the world? It was ironic that he found solace in the beauty of nature during the end of days. Chapter 32. The Dr. Lu Wanru was already pregnant, and the sudden upheaval of losing her husband and brother in a single night left her in utter despair that if not for the child within her, she could only imagine how she might have crumbled. After crossing the bridge, it wouldn't be long before they could escape this cursed city. The chubby boy wore an expression of excitement. Chungu stowed the shark cloak in his backpack, contemplating the dilemma of bringing Lu Wanru along. Her presence would undoubtedly hinder their speed, yet abandoning her, a heavily pregnant woman, would almost guarantee her demise by nightfall. Ultimately, the chubby boy proposed a compromise. "Let us take you to a place where there are people. After that, we won't be able to assist you any further. This fellow here is a genuine murderer, and he might even be wanted in other cities. By the way, Chungu, why did you kill someone? You've never mentioned it." Chungu shot him a glare. "You talk too much. Go fetch that little cart. It'll make things faster." After a flurry of activity, the sun began to set, and it was estimated that darkness would soon fall. Chungu sat Lu Wanru in the cart while the chubby boy pushed it. Lu Wanru gazed vacantly at the city behind them. Once upon a time, she had a warm home. After traveling for over half an hour, Lu Wanru seemed to have fallen silent, and suddenly, the chubby boy whispered, "Chungu, do you think she is losing too much blood?" Chungu turned to look at Lu Wanru in the cart. Her complexion was pale, devoid of color, and her once white dress was now drenched in blood. Initially, the chubby boy thought the blood belonged to her brother Lu Fei, but quickly realized something was amiss. Lu Fei had been dead for nearly an hour, and logically, the blood should have dried by now. However, the blood in the cart still appeared fresh. Upon inspection, they discovered that Lu Wanru was bleeding profusely. The two were at a loss for what to do, lacking any medical knowledge. Chungu looked at the chubby boy, who shook his head helplessly. It seemed Lu Wanru would not survive the night. "Let us take it one step at a time." Chungu sighed. That a once happy family, now none remained, unintentionally glancing upward. Chungu spotted a figure standing at the edge of the sunset. Facing the sun, he could not discern the person's face. Instantly, he became alert, gripping his fire axe tightly as he scrutinized the approaching figure. The individual drew closer, revealing a disheveled doctor's white coat, appearing to be in his 40s, with unkempt hair indicating a lack of recent grooming. That he staggered slightly, clutching a bottle of liquor between his fingers. And upon reaching Chungu, he took a couple of swigs before stating, "If you want her to live, come with me." With that, the mysterious figure turned and walked away. The chubby boy suddenly recalled noticing a hospital on the map earlier. Could it be that they had fortuitously encountered a doctor? They could not afford to dwell on uncertainties. Lu Wanru was losing blood rapidly, and time was of the essence. They hastily followed the man. Resembling a doctor, Chun Ge quickened his pace to walk alongside the mysterious figure, forcing a smile as he offered a cigarette. "What should I call you, brother?" "Zhao," came the curt reply. "Dr. Zhao, are you a physician from the nearby hospital?" Chun Ge inquired. "Yes." "How many doctors are still at the hospital? How many people are there?" Chun Ge pressed on. Zhao regarded him coldly. "I'm the only one left. You needn't test me here. If you don't believe me, feel free to leave." With that, he continued walking without looking back. The chubby boy whispered, "So, what do you think? Can we trust him?" "Well, we have no other options. Plus, look at the sun. It's about to set. If we face another attack, we might not survive," Chun Ge replied. Chun Ge remarked, "Rather than languishing here, it would be more prudent to accompany Dr. Zhao and seek assistance." Lu Wanru, having lost a significant amount of blood, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, they soon spotted the hospital. This was the very establishment they had previously identified on the map, intending to procure some medical supplies, and unexpectedly, they encountered a physician within its walls. Upon entering the hospital, they were met with a gruesome sight: blood-soaked floors strewn with corpses. There were patients, doctors, and nurses alike. It was summer, and under the sweltering heat, the bodies emitted a foul stench. Chun Ge and the rotund boy nearly retched at the sight. It was evident that this place had also fallen victim to an attack that "Don't look at me. I'm just as clueless as you are that I am in the blink of an eye. Everyone has perished," Dr. Zhao stated coldly. The rotund boy, suppressing his terror, began to examine the bodies on the ground, only to be astonished to find that these corpses bore no visible wounds. Each face was frozen in its final expression. Some wore smiles. Others wept. Some appeared terrified, while a few looked grateful that in any case. Witnessing such a tableau of lifeless forms with varied expressions sent a chill down Chun Ge's spine, despite the summer heat. "You two, bring her over here," Dr. Zhao commanded, directing them to place Lu Wanru upon the operating table as he commenced the surgery. The rotund boy and Chun Ge, being novices in such matters, could only wait outside. After what felt like an eternity, over an hour had passed before Dr. Zhao emerged from the operating room, clutching a small, bloodied fetus swathed in white cloth that its a stillbirth. Dr. Zhao's gaze finally flickered with a hint of emotion, a rare display of pity. "So, how is the woman?" Chun Ge inquired its in Fate's hands that I cannot ascertain whether she will survive. Dr. Zhao sighed. "At least I have done my utmost. Be the way. If you wish to remain alive, follow me." At that moment, the hospital experienced a total blackout, plunging everything into darkness. Dr. Zhao, holding a candle, led the two into the underground morgue. Despite having endured numerous harrowing experiences thus far, the sight of the morgue felt particularly unsettling to Chun Ge and the rotund boy. Those entities prefer to slay the living. Yet they cannot perceive the deceased. Dr. Zhao remarked nonchalantly, "I survived my first day by hiding in the morgue." "What entities? What are you talking about, Dr. Zhao? Can you clarify? We have encountered many bizarre occurrences along our journey. Perhaps we can assist you." The rotund boy urged. "That I don't know. I haven't seen them. Even if I had, I wouldn't be able to escape, but perhaps death would be preferable." Dr. Zhao suddenly chuckled bitterly. "All right, I shall fetch that woman." As Dr. Zhao departed, the dim morgue felt exceedingly eerie. "Dr. Zhao, could you leave the candle with us? I fear the dark," the rotund boy whimpered. Chapter 33. Tranquility. Humans inherently harbor a profound fear of death. While alive, one may not feel overtly terrified, but once deceased, the living often dread the presence of corpses, which seems rather irrational. From a materialistic standpoint, a dead person is merely a collection of matter, akin to stones or wooden blocks. Yet for some reason, people fear corpses while being indifferent to stones that in the pitch-black morgue. Despite the myriad bizarre events they had encountered, the rotund boy and Chun Ge felt an unsettling chill creep up their spines at the thought of each cadaver resting within the drawers. Breathing became laborious. "Chun Ge, didn't you claim to be a murderer? Even murderers fear corpses." The rotund boy whispered that a murderer is still a human. I've never seen so many corpses." Chun Ge retorted that in such a shadowy environment, the absence of sound heightened their sense of dread. The rotund boy softly hummed a tune to distract himself. "The Wuming Mountains connect to the mountains beyond. Moonlight spills upon the Xiangshan. Mid-verse, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and in the oppressive darkness, any sound felt jarring. The singing abruptly ceased, and the rotund boy swallowed hard. That must be Dr. Zhao returning. Right. Just as he was about to inquire, Chengge clamped a hand over the rotund boy's mouth, lowering his voice urgently. The footsteps are wrong. Whatever is outside is not Dr. Zhao. Human weight, height, and shoe sizes vary greatly, and consequently, footfalls differ. Chengge possessed acute hearing, having learned to distinguish between different individuals' footsteps as a child. Dr. Zhao was slender, and having endured some trauma, he appeared hollow-eyed, resulting in a sluggish gait. However, the footfalls outside were distinctly brisk. And judging by the sound, the entity was likely heavier than Dr. Zhao. According to Dr. Zhao's earlier assertion, everyone in the hospital, save for him, had perished, and if the footsteps did not belong to Dr. Zhao, then to whom could they belong? Could it be that the entity wandering outside the morgue was not alive? Both men shared a moment of terror as they realized this. Tap, 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 the footsteps drew ever closer. And Chengge and the rotund boy felt their hearts racing. With each step that approached, their hearts twitched in trepidation. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps finally reached the morgue door. Seeming poised to burst through at any moment, Chengge gripped the fire axe tightly, determined that whatever dared to intrude would face the blade, whether it be living or dead. Yet, the footsteps halted abruptly at the door. The corridor fell into a suffocating silence, devoid of any sound. The rotund boy was drenched in cold sweat. Fear is an innate human response. Even those unafraid of death cannot escape the instinctual dread that is ingrained in humanity. The two men within the morgue were engulfed in an atmosphere of palpable fear that in previous encounters with monstrous entities, they at least had seen their true forms, be it parasitic tumors, flesh-eating entities, or man-eating sharks. While lurking in the shadows might evoke fear, encountering these creatures diminished their terror as they understood what they faced. The most potent source of fear is always the unknown. Yet now, they had no inkling of what stood outside the door. Seconds could have stretched into minutes, and suddenly, the entity outside began to move again, the footsteps gradually receding from the morgue's entrance. Both men exhaled in relief. It seemed they were in the clear. Just as Chengge began to relax, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. Chenji's heart nearly ceased beating. Without a moment's thought, he swung back with a punch, only to hear a thud as the rotund boy cried out, "It's me. Don't be alarmed. It's already terrifying here. Don't suddenly touch my shoulder," Chengge retorted irritably. The rotund boy looked taken aback. "What are you talking about? I didn't touch your shoulder." Upon uttering these words, both men beheld fear reflected in each other's eyes. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense. "Chengge, don't jest. I'm a coward and can't handle being frightened," the rotund boy said, his voice trembling as if he might see or wide at this juncture. "Do you think I would jest with you?" Even Chengge, usually bold, spoke with a quiver in his tone. That it was crucial to remember that the morgue housed far more than just the two of them. Countless corpses lay within the cold storage. Could it be that the figure in the cold storage had grown restless and sought to emerge for a breath of air? Such a notion was ludicrous. The two men leaned against each other and cautiously inched toward the door. The morgue, situated in the hospital's basement, was shrouded in darkness due to the citywide blackout that accompanied the apocalypse. Only a sliver of light filtered in through the door's glass, leaving them unable to discern what lay within the morgue. Perhaps, at that very moment, several corpses were lurking in the shadows, playing cards and waiting for one of them to join in. "Fatty, why don't you go take a look? I'll keep watch here," Chengge whispered. "Chengge, your skills far surpass mine. You should check it out while I stand guard." The rotund boy trembled. The already eerie morgue felt even more foreboding. "I suggest we vacate this cursed place. Sleeping on the streets might not be so bad," the rotund boy proposed. "I concur." Suddenly, without warning, the morgue door was kicked open. Both men screamed in terror, and Chengge brandished his axe, prepared to strike. "What are you two doing? Come help," Dr. Zhao's voice called out. They turned to see Dr. Zhao approaching with a candle in hand, followed by a gurney upon which lay Lu Wanru. Though her complexion was pallid, her chest still rose and fell gently, indicating she was alive. "Who are you two to her? Family?" Dr. Zhao inquired. "No, not at all. We don't know her. We met her on the road today. By the way, that is not important, Dr. Zhao. Is this place haunted?" The rotund boy asked bluntly. Indeed. Just now in the darkness, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. Chungu remarked that Dr. Zhao, with a stoic expression, lifted the candle, revealing a cold storage cabinet that had been opened, from which a lifeless hand hung limply. Chapter 34. The heart's demise. You too need not frighten yourselves. There are no ghosts here. This corpse has only recently departed, and some of its nerves are still functioning. It is entirely normal for it to move occasionally. I have grown accustomed to it. Dr. Zhao stated nonchalantly that I am a firm materialist and do not believe in the existence of ghosts in this world. The only place where ghosts truly reside is within the human heart. Wait, aside from this corpse, we also heard footsteps, but those were definitely not yours. Chungu said. Dr. Zhao replied, I forgot to inform you that after dark, this place often harbors unknown entities. That is why we must take refuge in the morgue. Of course, if you wish to leave at any time, do not forget to take this woman with you. To be honest, they had no obligation to care for Lu Wanru, as they were mere strangers before this encounter. Chungu remained silent. Now that night had fallen, no one could predict what malevolent entities awaited them outside. At the very least, Dr. Zhao's continued survival in the morgue indicated that it was temporarily safe. Fatty, fetch some food, Chungu said. You can't be serious about eating here, the chubby boy exclaimed with a look of disgust. Although he knew he would eventually adapt to an environment filled with corpses, he was not ready for it just yet. Chungu handed a piece of compressed biscuit to Dr. Zhao, saying, You must have left the hospital to find food, right? In any case, thank you for your assistance. Dr. Zhao silently accepted the biscuit, murmuring a quiet thank you, before retreating to a shadowy corner, not uttering a word, resembling a corpse more than a living being. Dr. Zhao, could you elaborate on what exactly transpired here? Chungu inquired. The proximity of the hospital to the outskirts suggested that if it had been attacked, the outer regions were certainly unsafe. Their plans could very well be flawed. The threat was not confined to this city, but might encompass the entire nation. Or even the world. Dr. Zhao bit into the compressed biscuit and, after a long silence, replied, I am uncertain about what has occurred. About 2 days ago at noon, I suddenly heard a tremendous explosion, and it seemed as though the sky had shattered. The expressions of both men turned serious at that moment. The shattering sky Dr. Zhao spoke of must refer to the black hole on the horizon, along with the deafening sound that had rendered many unconscious. They still did not grasp the full extent of what was happening. Then, blue rain began to fall, and inexplicable phenomena emerged. This hospital was no exception. Following the explosion, traffic came to a standstill. All electronic devices lost signal, and even car engines refused to ignite. Everyone was trapped in the hospital, Dr. Zhao recounted, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. That very night, those entities made their appearance. Chungu keenly noted that Dr. Zhao referred to them as those entities rather than naming a specific creature. That I managed to evade disaster by hiding in the morgue, but everyone else in the hospital perished. There were no visible wounds on their bodies. It felt as though they were drained of life, akin to being consumed by the Dementors in Harry Potter. Dr. Zhao reminisced. Moreover, those entities only appear at night. During the day, we are temporarily safe. No, not safe. We have already encountered 3 types of monsters that can operate in daylight, each capable of claiming lives. Chungu bluntly interjected that Dr. Zhao seemed about to say something further when Lu Wanru, lying on the bed, suddenly stirred and emitted a pained groan. The 3 men ceased their discussion, redirecting their attention to Lu Wanru. With great difficulty, Lu Wanru opened her eyes, immediately besieged by a sense of weakness, and then she realized her belly had shrunk. My child, Lu Wanru asked weakly. Chungu and the chubby boy found themselves at a loss for words. Within the span of a single day, her husband, brother, and unborn child had all vanished, and it was a burden that would be unbearable for anyone. Even a strong man. Dr. Zhao, however, coldly remarked, the child was born, but unfortunately, it was a stillbirth. Lu Wanru stared blankly at the dark ceiling, showing no signs of tears or distress. Perhaps the overwhelming events of the day had rendered her completely numb. There is no greater sorrow than a deadened heart. Lu Wanru had succumbed to despair. This family could not be deemed particularly wicked, nor were they paragons of virtue. They were merely ordinary people. Every choice they made was one that any common person might make, yet they found themselves facing such a grim fate. That as for Chenlele, he was just a child. Throughout this ordeal, he had not cried or caused any trouble. For a 7-year-old, that was commendable. Yet, this very child had met his end at the jaws of a man-eating shark, leaving no trace of his body behind. Chen-Ge began to understand that their survival in this chaotic world relied not solely on their capabilities, but significantly on luck. Had Lu Fei not acted recklessly while crossing the bridge, it would have undoubtedly been Chen-Ge leading the way. And even then, he would not have been able to thwart the sudden attack of the man-eating shark. One could only say that it was all fate, not dwell on it. The road ahead is still long. Chen-Ge was no comforter, but he had often heard others say this. Lu Wanru did not utter a single word. Her eyes fixed vacantly on the ceiling. The chubby boy gently tugged at Chen-Ji's sleeve, suggesting that it would be best to let her have some quietude. No words of comfort could match the clarity that often comes from within. They were uncertain whether they would endure until the morrow. This hospital was not as peaceful as they had imagined. It surely concealed some dark secrets. To be cautious while sleeping tonight, that if anything seems amiss. Flee immediately. A.S. for Lu Wanru. We have done all that we could. Our compassion has its limits. I cannot risk my life for another, the chubby boy stated. All right, I will heed your advice. Chen-Ge, exhausted from the day's events, felt utterly drained. Having faced life and death at school in the morning and again while crossing the bridge in the afternoon, it was all too overwhelming, leaving him on the verge of breaking down. When one is utterly fatigued, they become indifferent to everything. Despite the cold, dim morgue, Chen-Ge quickly succumbed to sleep, even beginning to snore. Whether he would survive until the next day was a matter for the morrow. The chubby boy was more cautious. He placed their 2 backpacks behind him and closed his eyes to Dr. Zhao. On the other hand, opened a cold storage cabinet and laid down in the place designated for the deceased. This man must be seriously unwell, the chubby boy thought to himself. Time ticked by, and it seemed that everyone had fallen asleep, except for Lu Wanru, who, with great effort, began to rise to her feet. She quietly opened the door and then gently closed it behind her. The chubby boy cracked his eyes open just a sliver, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 35. The sound of weeping in the dead of night in the morgue. Chen-Ge woke abruptly, overwhelmed by the urgent need to relieve himself. The entire morgue was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. This was no mere metaphor. The surroundings were filled with corpses, an undeniable statement of fact. Even with his boldness, facing such an environment sent chills down Chen-Ge's spine that he gently nudged the chubby boy, asking, "Fatty, are you awake? If you hadn't pushed me, I think I could have fallen asleep soon," the chubby boy replied grumpily. "What is it? Of course, I need you to get up to use the restroom," Chen-Ge whispered. The chubby boy immediately rolled over. As he too had been holding it in for quite some time, but lacked the courage to venture out alone, that was a perfect opportunity to go together. With no light whatsoever in the morgue, Chen-Ge failed to notice that Lu Wanru was no longer lying on the bed. Thus, the two of them carefully made their way forward, eventually reaching the morgue's entrance. "Don't wander too far. Hurry back after you relieve yourself," Chen-Ge whispered, aware that there could be unknown dangers lurking within the hospital in this world. He would not be surprised if he encountered extraterrestrials performing a dance in the square. The hospital's basement was equally engulfed in darkness. The chubby boy held his phone, which had only 12 battery remaining, a dwindling resource. Relying on the dim light, they moved a few steps forward, preparing to relieve themselves. Once they did, the tension in their bodies began to ease. After enduring so much in just one day, even Chen-Ji's resilient nerves began to fray. The time on his phone read 1:25 a.m. Without a signal, he had no way of knowing if the time was accurate. "When do you think our lives will reach a resolution?" Chen-Ge lamented. The apocalypse arrived without warning, devoid of any foreboding signs. Yet, he felt a complex gratitude for this end of the world. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he would have already faced execution. Who knows? We can only take it one step at a time. He mused. The chubby boy tidied up his pants, preparing to return to sleep, seizing the opportunity to rest while he still could, for the future might not afford him even the luxury of slumber. The two of them walked back slowly, making their way towards the morgue's door. Just as they were about to head back, a haunting sob echoed from the darkness behind them, unmistakably a woman's voice. In such an eerie environment, the sound sent chills down their spines, causing their hairs to stand on end. Chen-Ge stiffly turned to gaze into the dark corridor behind him, which revealed nothing but an expanse of blackness. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and activated the flashlight on his phone, casting a dim beam that faintly illuminated a white figure at the far end of the corridor. Gathering his courage, Chungu called out, "Lu Wanru, is that you?" She was the only woman still alive in the entire hospital, having just lost all her family. The thought of her running here alone in the dead of night to weep was somewhat understandable, and their fear began to ease slightly. "Lu Wanru, I know you are deeply saddened, but how about we get some sleep first? Your crying is quite terrifying," Chungu whispered into the corridor. Yet, the presence lurking in the depths remained silent, with only the soft, hair-raising sobs reverberating through the hallway. The flashlight's beam was weak, easily dissipating, rendering it impossible to discern what lay deeper in the corridor, save for a vague, white shape. "Should we go closer?" Chungu inquired. The chubby boy nodded with difficulty, and they cautiously advanced into the corridor's depths as they drew nearer to the white figure, just as they were about to see its true form. The flashlight suddenly extinguished. The corridor plunged back into absolute darkness. "Fatty, what are you doing? Turn the flashlight back on." Chunji's back was drenched in cold sweat as the chubby boy nervously replied. "The phone's out of battery, so do we still go forward?" Chungu asked. They had already traversed a considerable distance, trapped in the dim corridor on the first floor, unable to move forward or retreat. And in the darkness, neither could see the other. "Do you remember our signal?" Chungu asked. "You hold my hand, and if I make a peace sign, don't hesitate, just run. Understood?" "Understood." "Grab my hand." Chungu extended his arm, and in their blind search, the chubby boy finally grasped Chunji's hand, and they moved forward inch by inch. "Lu Wanru, is that you? Please stop crying. I know you are heartbroken, but we must continue to live." Chungu spoke softly, their steps becoming increasingly tense as they counted their movements, finally reaching the end of the corridor. "Lu Wanru, are you there?" Chungu called again. The sobs in the darkness abruptly ceased. Chungu reached out to where he remembered the figure should be, but his hand met empty air. Nothing. Chungu thought Lu Wanru might have bled out and collapsed, bending down to feel the ground, only to touch the cold tiles. Realizing something was amiss, he planned to lead the chubby boy back to the morgue, but just as he straightened up, he felt something brush against his head, sending a shiver down his spine. "Curse it! I've killed so many, and I'm not afraid of ghosts. Even the king of hell would yield to me." Chungu muttered to bolster his courage, gritting his teeth and reaching out. First, he encountered a chilling sensation, and then he realized that the thing that had touched his head was a part of a human body. Upon further exploration, he grasped that it was undeniably a pair of dead feet. The icy touch could not belong to a living person. Chungu suddenly recalled that the vague white figure he had seen at the corridor's end was indeed a hanging corpse. He felt as if he were suffocating. Yet if it were merely a corpse, it wasn't too terrifying. He could still accept that. Continuing to feel upward, he touched a skirt, and he could almost conclude that the lifeless body hanging there was none other than Lu Wanru, who had lost her entire family in a single day. The fear in Chunji's heart subsided somewhat, replaced by profound sorrow. This woman had ultimately succumbed to despair, choosing such a tragic end to escape her suffering. Just as he intended to bring the body down with the chubby boy, he sensed something was wrong. Chungu, mustering his courage, again reached out and touched Lu Wanru's icy feet. The corpse had long lost its warmth, indicating she had been dead for some time, at least since before they had come to the water. Then who was crying in the corridor earlier? Chapter 36. The corridor. My name is Chungu. I am 30 years old and I have mingled with gangs, endured hardship, taken lives and set fires. Yet now, I feel my legs weakening. The corridor was enveloped in utter silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The feet of the corpse dangling from the ceiling swayed slightly, brushing against Chunji's face, jarring his nerves. Having just touched Lu Wanru's feet, now cold as ice, he realized she had been dead for at least 3 or 4 hours. It was a little past 1 in the morning, meaning Lu Wanru had likely died around 9 o'clock that evening. Yet Chungu swore he had distinctly heard a woman's cries just moments ago. What could this mean? Had Lu Wanru recorded her last moments to frighten them as a form of revenge for their failure to save her husband and brother? This was no way to play games. "Sister, we were mere strangers caught in the chaos of the apocalypse, each relying on their wits to survive. Grudges should be settled with the living. And now that you've become a ghost, you can seek out the king of hell in the afterlife. Don't linger here." In the pitch blackness, without a single source of light, lowering Lu Wanru was impractical. and they would have to wait until dawn. Chun-Gu slowly began to retreat, dismissing whoever had been crying as he reaffirmed his stance as a staunch materialist. Determined to dispel all supernatural fears, he continued to reassure himself, raising his other hand to form a peace sign, signaling the chubby boy to hurry up. But there was no response from behind him. "Fatty, have you gone mute from fright? Hurry back," he urged softly. His voice, though quiet, should have been audible in the stillness of the corridor. Yet unexpectedly, the chubby boy's voice emerged from the corridor center, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Chun-Gu, who are you talking to?" Chun-Gu was bewildered. He had been holding on to the chubby boy. So how could his voice be coming from the middle of the corridor? That was at least 5 or 6 meters away. Wait. Panic surged through him that if the chubby boy was in the corridor's center, then who was he holding onto in the darkness? "Fatty, stop messing around. This isn't the time for jokes." Chun-Gu fervently wished it were just the chubby boy trying to lighten the mood. The chubby boy trembled as he replied, "Just now, I couldn't feel your hand. So you moved ahead." Chun-Gu could distinctly sense that what he had been holding was indeed a human hand. Yet it was devoid of warmth. Ice cold, he had previously noticed that in this silent corridor, even breathing could be clearly heard, but since earlier, he hadn't heard the chubby boy's breath. Quietly, Chun-Gu began to loosen his grip, inching his way towards the chubby boy, terrified of making a sound. What he had been holding on to, was it a person or something else entirely? He dared not contemplate the possibility, even if it turned out to be a corpse. He could accept that, anything but something else. The moment his grip completely released, the entity in the darkness suddenly reached out and seized Chun-Gu's wrist. Terror reached its zenith, but in an instant, it transformed into an overwhelming fury. This was a natural human reaction. Many people enter a frenzied state when pushed to their limits, and Chun-Gu was no exception, though he was just an average man possessing relatively strong physicality. How could he not be afraid in such a situation? "Ah!" Chun-Gu roared, raising his fist, as large as a sandbag, and struck the thing in the face. Thud! He felt as though he had hit something peculiar. The texture delicate, resembling a woman's face. "Run!" Chun-Gu bellowed at the chubby boy. "Quickly back," saying it was easy. In absolute darkness, one loses all sense of direction. Chun-Gu believed he was running towards the chubby boy. But after just a few steps, he collided with a wall that if only there were a shred of light. Chun-Gu had seen the sun every day, had seen the light, yet now he realized just how vital illumination truly was. He ran fast, but the impact was harsh. His head struck the wall, leaving him dazed in his blurry vision. He felt something cold wrap around him, that familiar sensation. Icy, delicate, like a dead woman's face. Yet the way this thing moved was not human. A person could not entwine themselves with anything. Damn it. Anger surged within Chun-Gu, determination igniting his spirit. Worst case, he would die fighting. He would not care whether it was a human or a ghost. With both hands, he felt something resembling a human head. Chun-Gu seized the head and forcefully smashed it against the wall. After delivering over a dozen blows, feeling unsatisfied, he kicked it with all his might, sending the object flying far away. Yet in the darkness, that entity soon coiled around Chun-Gu once more. In a state of panic, he heard something drop to the ground with a distinct thud. This sound was all too familiar to Chun-Gu, the unmistakable noise of a cheap 1 yuan lighter hitting the floor. Blast! Chun-Gu had completely forgotten that he had a lighter in his pocket. Consumed by fear just moments ago, he immediately reached down to feel for in the obscurity. The thing had already wrapped itself around his waist. The critical moment. Chun-Gu finally grasped the lighter and heard a small flame ignite with a pop. At that moment, he felt as though he had seized the entirety of the world. A world illuminated by light was simply magnificent. Though it was merely a tiny flame, Chun-Gu was so exhilarated that he nearly wept. A glimmer of brightness in the darkness felt extraordinarily warm. Of course, this sentiment was fleeting. The primary concern was to escape the current predicament. Chun-Gu swiftly maneuvered the lighter to discern what was entangling him. Upon seeing the light, the entity coiled around his waist emitted a shrill, piercing scream and retreated instantly. Chun-Gu could not see clearly, but he was certain that the thing was definitely not human. It resembled a serpent, swiftly retreating into the shadows. Through the faint glow, Chun-Gu witnessed the creature slither into the corpse of Lu Wanru, after which it fell utterly silent. Was this creature afraid of fire or light? Regardless, whatever it was undoubtedly a weakness. Just as Chingu relaxed his guard, a hand clasped his shoulder. Blast! There was something else. Without a moment's hesitation, Chingu swung a punch. "It's me!" the chubby boy shouted. His fist halted a mere 0.01 centimeters from the chubby boy's nose. Chapter 37. Dark intestines. Upon seeing the chubby boy, Chingu did not relax but rather questioned him. "How can you prove that you are indeed you?" They had encountered monsters that could assume the appearance of others before, so it was prudent to remain cautious. The chubby boy simply gave a thumbs up. This was their agreed-upon signal. Thumbs up meant safe. Chingu finally exhaled in relief that it was merely a trip to relieve himself, yet it had turned so exhilarating. Chingu turned to look at the corpse hanging from the ceiling. Perhaps it was only when he turned back that he noticed the body clad in white had vanished. The chubby boy took a couple of hesitant steps back. "Brother, I think we should hurry back. Let us wait until dawn and then make a run for it. This place is not suitable for lingering." "I concur with your assessment." Chingu, holding the lighter, swiftly ran towards the morgue. They had only gotten up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and had nearly died of fright. A few more such encounters would surely overwhelm their hearts. This place was exceedingly sinister. The fact that Dr. Zhao could survive here for 2 days indicated he was quite skilled. The two immediately turned and hastened towards the morgue. But after taking just 3 steps, they both halted simultaneously, for they saw that the corpse of Lu Wanru, which had just vanished, now stood behind them, blocking their path back. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Chingu felt the lighter growing warm in his hand and extinguished the tiny flame, waiting 3 or 4 seconds before reigniting it. Yet in those fleeting seconds, Lu Wanru's corpse inexplicably drew much closer. The distance that had been 4 or 5 meters had now diminished to less than 2 meters. Through the dim light of the small flame, Chingu finally discerned the corpse. It was indeed Lu Wanru. But her appearance was horrifically ghastly. Her eyes bulging, face contorted, and blood dripping from her nostrils and eyes. Chingu trembled as he asked, "Fatty, do you think she is human or ghost? Or something we do not understand?" The chubby boy gripped his phone tightly. "Regardless of what she is, as long as we return to the morgue, we should be safe," he murmured. After a night filled with too many scares, both had become somewhat numb to these entities. Chingu whispered, "Sister, I understand your suffering. But in these times, no one has it easy. That if you are still alive, we will find a way to save you. If you have already passed, we will bury you at dawn, granting you peace in death. That if you are something else, then come forth and confront me. If you possess the power to kill me, then do so. If you cannot, do not pretend to be a ghost and frighten me." Having moved past the initial terror, Chingu gradually regained his composure. Had they not encountered absurdities on this journey? To say nothing of the meat Tai Sui, an entity nearly invulnerable, for which there was no means to kill it, yet he and the chubby boy had still managed to escape. Chingu had come to understand the essence of these monsters. The more flamboyant the tactics, the more fragile they were. True warriors disdain such ostentation, akin to a great white shark, seldom striking, but when it does, it is fatal. However, the entity lurking in the darkness had entwined with them for so long. Yet they had suffered no harm. Previously consumed by fear, he had not considered this aspect. But now, as he began to calm down, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be possible that the entity that had been haunting them in the dark was not particularly formidable and could only intimidate through such means? With this realization, Chingu suddenly surged forward, delivering a kick to Lu Wanru's corpse. Initially, he had assumed he could send Lu Wanru's body flying, but to his astonishment, her corpse appeared ensnared by something, swaying back and forth like a pendulum. Only then did the chubby boy exclaim, "Look above, there is something atop Lu Wanru's head." Due to the previous oppressive darkness, devoid of any light, and the abrupt appearance of Lu Wanru's corpse, Chingu had failed to notice that what hung from it was not a rope, but a mass of pitch-black substance, that if one had to describe it. It resembled a mass of black intestines, yet its surface was unnaturally smooth, akin to the slime found in video games. Lumpy and gelatinous. Previously, Chingu had sensed a serpent-like entity lurking in the darkness. This must have been it. Realizing he had been exposed, the black, intestine-like creature lunged towards Chingu's face. Startled, he initially thought it was something formidable, but upon grasping it, he found it utterly pliable. Like noodles, devoid of any strength. Was this the fabled exterior strength with interior weakness? "So, you were merely here to frighten me." Recalling the terror he had faced earlier, Anger surged within him, and he began to use the entity as a nunchaku, striking it against the ground furiously. The black intestine emitted a cry that sounded eerily like a woman weeping. That sound from earlier had come from it. I want to let you gloat. I'll roast you. Chingu unleashed all his pent-up fury. The surface of the black intestine was exceedingly smooth. After a few strikes, his hand slipped, and he flung the entity away. It darted towards Lu Wanru's corpse as though it had been saved. And then this body began to twist in an extraordinarily eerie fashion. Human fear originates from the unknown. This entity was no longer unknown, and Chingu felt no fear. Yet, the black intestine did not command Lu Wanru's corpse to attack. It had already been frightened by Chingu's blows, resembling a monster itself. Lu Wanru crawled on all fours like a beast, racing down the corridor. Chingu released a breath of anger, feeling his limbs grow weak. There was no room for relaxation. Fatty, what exactly is that thing? Chingu inquired. The chubby boy's expression grew grave. I can't shake the feeling that this monster is different from those we encountered before. That black intestine seems more like a part of the human body itself. You remember what Dr. Zhao said? When night falls, those things emerge. But what exactly are they? Fear had eclipsed their curiosity. Both only wished to return to the morgue and enjoy a good sleep. Previously, they had viewed the morgue as terrifying, but after this ordeal, it had become a sanctuary at least they wouldn't be disturbed while sleeping there. As soon as dawn broke, they would leave, uncertain if there were any military forces stationed outside the city. Chapter 38. The Pashtungu and the chubby boy finally returned to the morgue. At last able to breathe a sigh of relief. They had never felt the morgue could be so comfortable. However, after the recent harrowing experience, neither of them felt the slightest bit drowsy. Where have you two been? Dr. Zhao's voice suddenly emanated from the cold storage, nearly giving Chingu and the chubby boy a heart attack. Brother, can you not scare us like this in the dead of night? Chingu clutched his chest, saying, Do you have any idea what we just went through? Dr. Zhao emerged from the cold storage. You went out and managed to return. You're quite fortunate. Not luck, but skill. Chingu expressed his frustration, stating that since no one could sleep, they might as well start chatting. Dr. Zhao, whose real name is Zhao Yang, is 35 years old and works as a surgeon. I have heard that the medical profession is quite lucrative. Is that true? Chingu inquired. My education level is not high, and I have always been working for others, earning only a meager salary each month. Dr. Zhao scoffed. You must have never heard the saying. Those who advise others to study medicine will be struck by lightning. Treating patients is certainly rewarding, but in this line of work, one inevitably encounters a few troublemakers. I have a colleague who, while trying to save an elderly woman in the emergency room, unfortunately could not bring her back to life. The woman's son accused him of negligence and, in a fit of rage, stabbed him 11 times with a kitchen knife in front of a crowd. Chingu felt a chill run down his spine. What happened next? He asked. What else? We had a banquet. Dr. Zhao replied nonchalantly. Everyone dies. It's merely a matter of timing that I truly do not understand why so many people cannot come to terms with it. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. By the way, what about you two? What do you do? Dr. Zhao inquired at me. I just stay at home and do nothing, the chubby man replied. Both Chingu and Dr. Zhao fixed their gazes on him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. All right. I am actually a great writer. Okay, the chubby man could not help but jest at a great writer. What have you published? Dr. Zhao asked. I enjoy reading myself. Fine, I admit, I am not a great writer. I'm just a small-time scribbler, the kind that won't starve to death. People often criticize my plots, claiming that only someone suffering from a decade-long brain ailment could come up with them. The chubby man said, mocking himself. Stop laughing at me. Let's talk about you, Chindu. Why have you killed someone? Dr. Zhao looked at Chingu in surprise. That you've killed someone? Yes, I have, Chingu replied bluntly. Why did you kill? Dr. Zhao pressed that I don't want to talk about it. Then let's drop it. Dr. Zhao said, seemingly unconcerned. Dr. Zhao, you've been here for 2 days. Do you know what lurks in the hospital after dark? The chubby man asked. Dr. Zhao's expression grew serious. It's hard to say. Then why don't those monsters come to the morgue? The chubby man asked again, recalling that Dr. Zhao had once mentioned that the creatures in the hospital could kill the living but ignored the dead. However, what they encountered that night contradicted Dr. Zhao's words. The chubby man had witnessed a black entity slither into a corpse, and Chingu had faced a brutal beating. That it was evident that the creature's lethality towards the living was purely psychological. Or perhaps what Dr. Zhao described was an entirely different kind of monster from what they had encountered. If his suspicions were correct, it would be the worst-case scenario, completely undermining all the experiences they had gathered over the past 2 days. All the monsters they had faced so far seemed to operate within specific areas, as if they had agreed upon their territories. Whether it was a school or the Cross River Bridge, only one type of unmanageable monster appeared. But if this hospital were to host 2 or more types of monsters simultaneously, all prior knowledge and experience would be rendered useless. Chen Ge was also worried about this matter. Surviving for 2 days against a single type of monster in this chaotic world was already no small feat. Let alone facing multiple kinds of demons at once, that could be utterly fatal. "Why are you all silent?" Dr. Zhao asked. "I'm wondering if we can make it until tomorrow," the chubby man whispered. While Chen Ge began to doubt whether the world before him was even real, or if he had descended into hell after his death. By the way, have you ever made any grave mistakes in your lives?" Chen Ge suddenly asked, sharing his thoughts. Dr. Zhao fell silent, lost in thought in the darkness, while the chubby man timidly asked, "Does stealing homework in elementary school count?" "Get lost," Chen Ge retorted irritably. According to religious beliefs, sinners enter hell after death. He had indeed committed grave sins through his killings. But what about Dr. Zhao? He was merely a doctor. At most, he had failed to save a patient, which could hardly be deemed his fault. As for the chubby man, his greatest sin in life was copying homework in elementary school, that if such a trivial act could lead one to hell, then the notion of Xidigarba wanting to attain Buddhahood would be laughable. In other words, this was the most authentic world, where black holes in the sky and various demons on the ground truly existed. Earlier, when they had released water, the chubby man had checked the time. It was just past 1 in the morning. It was summer, and the sun would rise around 3 or 4, yet it was still pitch black outside, suggesting it was around 2 o'clock. They could hold out for 2 more hours before seeing the sun of the next day. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Chen Ge leaned against a row of cold storage cabinets, sleepiness threatening to overtake him. The first day in the barber shop had been disorienting, and with heightened tension, they had hardly slept. This was the second night of the apocalypse, more thrilling than the first. Both Chen Ge and the chubby man were on the verge of exhaustion, struggling to stay awake. Dr. Zhao, however, perhaps having had enough rest earlier, remained alert, staring intently into the darkness, lost in thought. The morgue was enveloped in an absolute silence. Just as Chen Ge was about to drift off, a sudden knocking at the door jolted him awake. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ge and the chubby man, who were nearly asleep, immediately tensed at the sound echoing from the morgue door. The knocking was not loud, but it was rhythmic. The chubby man lowered his voice and asked, "Dr. Zhao, has this ever happened before?" Dr. Zhao replied coolly, "No." "Then what on earth is it outside?" The chubby man recalled the footsteps they had heard upon entering the morgue, which did not belong to Dr. Zhao. Lu Wanru had still been alive then. Now he could not fathom whose footsteps they had heard. Chen Ge wished fervently that it was Lu Wanru outside. Although she was rather frightening, she was also harmless. If it were something else, the outcome was uncertain. Chapter 39. Speaking bang, 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 bang. At first, the entity outside merely knocked, but soon it escalated into a furious battering of the door. Dr. Zhao pulled out a scalpel from his white coat and, lowering his voice, asked, "Do you think it could be a passerby?" Chen Ge and the chubby man remained silent. Regardless of what lurked outside, they would not open the door. The incident with Yang Tingting had occurred only the night before, and it was still fresh in their minds. Yang's moment of compassion had ultimately led to her demise, and one starts out with a heart of stone. Years ago, people would still help an elderly person who had fallen, and the elderly would not resort to deceit. That was still in a civilized society, where human values had not yet crumbled. Now, in this dark and terrifying apocalyptic world, the kind-hearted had no recourse for their grievances. Even if an exquisite beauty outside cried, "Whoever saves me, I will marry," Chen Ge and the chubby man would merely watch her perish. Though the apocalypse had arrived, ordinary people remained ordinary, devoid of any superpowers, spiritual awakenings, or enhancement agents that a single stab to the heart could grant strength to withstand a zombie attack. While Chen Ge was stronger than most, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. He had never been a savior, only a murderer. The banging grew louder. Thankfully, the morgue door was made of iron and could be locked from the inside, preventing whatever was outside from entering. Nevertheless, the 3 of them inside the morgue remained tense. Suddenly, the knocking ceased. The world fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of their heavy breaths reverberating in the dark morgue. After several minutes, the chubby man cautiously asked, "Do you think the thing outside is left? Why not you go check? If it is left, just come back and tell us," Chungu suggested. "What if that thing hasn't left and eats me?" The chubby man queried, "If you don't return, I'll know the creature is still here. Don't worry. As your good friend, I will avenge you." Chungu reassured him that I trust you like I trust a ghost. Dr. Zhao rolled his eyes. Even at this moment, the two of them were still making jokes that he carefully approached the iron door and pressed his ear against it, straining to hear any sounds outside. But upon listening, the calm demeanor he had maintained shifted. His brow furrowed as he seemed to hear something utterly unbelievable. Did I in the darkness? The chubby man and Chungu could not see Dr. Zhao's expression. Did I in a grave tone? Dr. Zhao said, "I think I hear many people talking outside." Chungu and the chubby man gasped in shock. Many people talking. They knew there were only 3 living souls in the hospital. Why would there be many chatting? The chubby man whispered, "Could it be the black entity we saw earlier? The object in question is capable of emitting cries and may very well imitate the voices of numerous individuals." The Dr. Zhao, feeling his way back to the cold storage, retrieved half a candle and ignited it, casting a flicker of light into the previously darkened space. The tense atmosphere among the 3 individuals in the morgue eased slightly. Chungu cautiously pressed his ear against the door. Indeed, an eerie sound emanated from outside, not quite resembling human speech, but rather akin to the unsettling rustle of countless insects scuttling across the ground. Yet in the next moment, all sound ceased, and a remarkably clear female voice pierced through the iron door. "I know you are eavesdropping." Startled, Chungu stumbled back 2 steps, his self-assured demeanor evaporating as a cold sweat broke out upon his brow. Was the entity outside intelligent? Could it speak? And how could it possibly know someone was listening within the room? What on earth was it? Under the candlelight, the plump man noticed Chungu's pallid complexion and understood that something was amiss, promptly drawing out a kitchen knife, his gaze fixed warily on the door. Intelligence is humanity's sole advantage over animals. Thus, the emergence of sentience in non-human life instills profound terror within us. This is precisely why so many oppose artificial intelligence, that if one day AI surpasses human intellect, will humanity enslave it, or will it enslave us? At this moment, the fear instilled in Chungu by the entity outside far exceeded any monster he had previously encountered, whether it be parasitic flesh tumors, meat worms, or man-eating sharks. Each of these creatures bore the traits of animals. They might be clever, but their intellect could never surpass that of humans. However, the entity beyond the door was different. It could speak. It was akin to awakening one morning to find a reflection in the mirror conversing with you. Would you consider yourself endowed with superpowers? Or would you think you were haunted? Chungu, drenched in cold sweat, mustered his courage and shouted at the entity outside, "I don't care who you are. We're leaving at dawn, so don't provoke us." After a prolonged silence, the entity outside responded in a haunting tone, "No, you will all die." Chungu, gripping a fire axe, felt an impulsive urge to charge out and confront it, ready for a desperate struggle. But just then, the iron door was violently struck once more, the force of the impact far exceeding the previous ones. That in the flickering candlelight, he could see the door had been slightly dented. This was an iron door. How immense must the strength of the creature outside be? Boom! The sound of the impact resonated again, and this time the door was even more alarmingly deformed. Witnessing such terrifying strength, Chungu's resolve to fight was shattered. Surely even an elephant could not possess such might. Armed with only a fire axe, he would likely be reduced to a mere midnight snack for this monstrosity. Dr. Zhao, this is your domain. Think of something. The plump man implored anxiously. Yet Dr. Zhao remained unusually calm, posing a question to them. "Are you afraid of death?" This query left both men momentarily dumbfounded. Were they afraid of death? It seemed not particularly so. "I suppose I don't fear it much," Chungu murmured, having resigned himself to his fate. Any additional day of life was merely a gift from the heavens. The plump man, however, remained silent, lost in thought. Dr. Zhao produced a slingshot from his pocket, appearing to be of rather poor quality, likely a commonplace toy. "When that thing breaks in, you two should make your escape. I will hold it off," he stated coldly. "Though I have survived in this hospital until now, I am the one who ought to perish." Chungu sensed that Dr. Zhao had a story to tell. After all, Which ordinary doctor would choose to linger in a morgue? Wait, don't rush toward death just yet. I think I might have a plan. Chungu exclaimed suddenly, inspiration striking him that I might have a solution, he declared, rummaging through his backpack until he produced the skin of the man-eating shark. Previously, he had fashioned it into a cloak, but he had not anticipated its swift utility. Once I don this, I will be able to swim underground and investigate what lies beyond that. Of course, this course of action bore its own dangers, rife with uncertainties. Yet there was no alternative. If the creature outside were to breach the door, they would be left to await their demise. The plump man exchanged a glance with Chungu. Despite only knowing each other for 2 days, the former had recognized Chungu as a brother since the latter had risked everything to save him at school. To be cautious, he advised at this juncture. Chungu donned the shark cloak, and immediately it clung tightly to his skin as though animated. Chungu felt his legs grow weak. The once solid ground beneath him transformed into a liquid medium in which he could swim. Even Dr. Zhao, typically composed, was taken aback by this spectacle. This defies the laws of science, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, watching in astonishment. Unscientific occurrences abound in this world. The plump man retorted, tightly clutching the kitchen knife and keeping a vigilant watch on the door. Regardless, he was a man weighing over 100 pounds. Should the creature truly intrude, he would fight to the death. And what of science? It is merely the rules synthesized by humanity through common knowledge. However, with common sense now rendered obsolete, could the principles derived from it still be trusted? As Chungu submerged, he remained baffled by how the man-eating shark could swim through soil. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Once enveloped in the shark cloak, he found that not only could he swim underground, but he also retained a degree of visual acuity, able to discern objects within a 5-meter radius. However, when he glanced upward, he realized he could not see anything above the surface, relying instead on the vibrations to locate potential prey. Confident in his swimming ability, he believed there was no way he could drown. Regardless of the aquatic dangers, his weapon was a kitchen knife, ill-suited for wielding underwater, and deploying a fire axe was utterly impractical. Thus, he opted for the kitchen knife for self-defense. The plump man had appropriated several knives from the supermarket, and it turned out they were all coming in handy. Gradually, Chungu ascended, estimating he must be approaching the surface, and slowly poked his head out, but he found himself in the corridor outside the morgue. Shrouded in utter darkness, with not a hint of light. The atmosphere was oppressive, and he could vaguely sense something battering against the door, yet its precise nature remained obscured. Regrettably, the alcohol he had brought from school had run dry. Had he only thought to create a torch, he would have felt much more secure. Wait, alcohol. This is a hospital. Surely there must be medical alcohol here. How had he not considered this before? However, the immediate priority was to alleviate the urgent predicament faced by Dr. Zhao and the plump man. With resolve, Chungu retrieved his lighter and ignited a flame. Even this flicker, suddenly illuminating the darkness, felt blindingly bright. Yet it was this very flame that enabled Chungu to discern what was truly battering against the door. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous peculiar creatures, but none had been as repulsive as this one. Even the meat worm seemed charming by comparison. What lay before him were countless human heads, inexplicably amassed by an unknown force, forming a larger sphere. Each head bore a different expression, many grotesquely mutilated. Some lacked eyes, others had no lips, and a few protruded half a tongue, with hair tangled together in a disheveled mass. Moreover, these heads murmured in hushed tones, their words indistinguishable. Yet the ghostly whispers in the darkness sent chills down his spine. To that moment, the heads continued to batter against the door, many already reduced to a pulpy mess. Brain matter smeared across the floor, yet they appeared oblivious to pain, relentlessly continuing their assault. However, the sudden appearance of the flame captured their attention, and all the heads turned toward Chungu, their gazes fixed upon him. No matter how brave Chungu considered himself, facing dozens, even hundreds of severed heads was enough to evoke an overwhelming sense of dread. "Excuse me, I'll take my leave." Chungu quickly submerged, while the disembodied heads chanted, "Found you! Found you! Found you! Ha ha!" The piercing, shrill laughter sent a jolt of terror through his very being. He could not ascertain whether these heads were truly dead or somehow alive. If they were deceased, why could they still speak? If they were alive, where were their bodies? Whoosh! The amalgamation of heads surged forward like a projectile, and Chungu could not comprehend the mechanics behind their movement. Lacking limbs, how could they propel themselves? Bang! The human head collided heavily with the ground, shattering the tiles beneath it into countless pieces. Fortunately, Chungu had anticipated this and had already submerged himself, capable of holding his breath for at least 3 to 4 minutes. All the attention of the head ball was now focused on him, making it likely to pursue. With the shark cloak, he was assured of his safety. Every few meters, Chungu would peek out to attract the head ball's attention, its myriad mouths emitting eerie, high-pitched screams. Chungu soon realized that the basement was merely a small section of the building. He easily made his way to the lower level, beneath the main hall. When he had previously visited the hospital, he had taken note of its layout. The first floor housed the pharmacy, which should contain a plethora of medicinal supplies. Generally, there would be alcohol available. Utilizing his unique ability to swim underground, Chungu swiftly arrived at the pharmacy, quickly locating 75% medical alcohol. Let the flames purify everything. I refuse to believe you can withstand fire like the flesh tainted, he declared, surfacing to ensure the head ball had not followed him. Chungu immediately set about crafting a torch. Amidst the chaos, he found a wooden table and exerted considerable effort to break several legs off, wrapping them with cloth soaked in alcohol before igniting it, resulting in a brilliant blaze. Haha! Now let us see who dares to provoke me. Chungu laughed triumphantly, tearing off his shark cloak to stow it safely, torch in hand, preparing to return and rescue Dr. Zhao and the chubby fellow. However, upon turning around, his laughter abruptly caught in his throat. Unbeknownst to him, the corridor outside was densely packed with figures. He discerned that these were the corpses he had seen during the day. More chillingly, they were all headless. Chapter 41. Madness at this moment. Chungu remained remarkably composed in the face of such a trivial scene. After witnessing countless bizarre occurrences throughout the night, the sight of headless corpses was no longer shocking. Moreover, he noticed that these corpses merely stood there, not advancing or moving about erratically. Logically, without heads, they should lack sight and hearing. Are you just here to frighten me? Hey, those fellows standing there, if you can only scare people, then nod your heads, Chungu shouted at the corpses. With their heads absent, they indeed possessed no hearing or sight. Chungu waved his torch in front of them, confirming their complete lack of response. After 2 days of grappling with these creatures, he finally encountered something that adhered to the laws of physics. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave and allow you to stand there in silence, he said, assured that these seemingly terrifying entities were mere bluster, devoid of any real threat, and his lingering fear dissipated into the ether. Excuse me, move aside, he said cautiously, ensuring he didn't brush against the corpses as he successfully squeezed through their ranks. The head ball should have been lured away by now. Chungu was skeptical that those severed heads could strategize against him. Let me demonstrate a feint and lead you away. That he also recognized that the phenomena encountered within this hospital were characterized by psychological attacks rather than physical ones. In other words, apart from scaring people, they were rendered largely ineffective. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If the creatures in this hospital were merely capable of intimidation, how had these individuals lost their heads? No, when he had arrived at dusk, the corpses on the ground had appeared unscathed. This implied that the heads had been severed not long ago. Chungu cautiously approached, using the torch to inspect the wounds on the corpses, only to find the gashes to be jagged and irregular, suggesting the heads had not been simply cut off but rather wrenched away by some force. Regardless, this place was fraught with danger, and all he needed to do was endure until dawn to escape. They asked for why he shouldn't leave the hospital immediately. Chungu had at least gained an understanding of the creatures within. Yet he was entirely oblivious to what else might lurk outside. Not to mention, if a man-eating shark appeared, they would all be doomed. The shark's only weakness was its inability to breathe on land. Outside of that, it was impervious to any physical assault. As long as he remained on solid ground, it posed an insurmountable threat. Chungu was reassured that these corpses lacked sight and hearing. Merely relying on instinct to move slowly, did he dash back towards the basement. Hoping to rescue the chubby fellow and Dr. Zhao, he encountered no further signs of the head ball and had no idea where it had gone. However, with the torch in hand, it provided a flicker of warmth in the oppressive darkness, and despite the stench of decay lingering in the air, Chungu had grown accustomed to it after breathing it in several times. Upon rushing back to the basement, Chungu's expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that the door had been forcefully breached, leaving the interior empty. Both the chubby fellow and Dr. Zhao were nowhere to be found. Remaining calm, Chen Gu examined the traces at the entrance. The headball's impact on the morgue door would undoubtedly have created a significant noise. Having been on the first floor just moments ago, he would have certainly heard it. Yet, he swore he had heard nothing. An ominous premonition settled in his heart. Had Zhao Doctor and the chubby fellow encountered an ambush while he was away? Chen Gu hurried to inspect the morgue door, realizing it had not been violently broken from the outside, but rather opened from within. This indicated that for some unknown reason, the chubby fellow and Dr. Zhao had opened the morgue door from the inside. They must have encountered danger within the morgue. Chen Gu refrained from calling out loudly, feeling cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This hospital concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. An earlier detail suddenly struck him. The headball had stood outside the morgue, taunting him with, "I know you're eavesdropping." The chilling thought had nearly paralyzed him then, but upon reflection, how did it know he was listening? Chen Gu turned back to the morgue, pondering whether part of the monster had already infiltrated, lurking and observing them all along. Was it this knowledge that allowed it to anticipate their every move? His focus had been entirely on the headball, completely missing this crucial detail after he had left. Perhaps the lurking monster had launched a surprise attack, forcing the chubby fellow and Dr. Zhao to flee the morgue. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. But where could the two have gone after leaving the morgue? Chen Gu felt his mind beginning to smoke that he could rule out the first floor, as he had remained there. If Dr. Zhao and the chubby fellow had descended, he would have seen them immediately. Moreover, during an emergency, individuals often panic and run chaotically, making it impossible to deduce their movements. Chen Gu recalled that the hospital contained 6 floors, with hundreds of rooms to search that if he methodically inspected each one, he would still likely find nothing by dawn. Did he have no choice but to wait until morning? However, he was all too aware of the chubby fellow's capabilities, while he was cool-headed and foresight. His combat skills were minimal, that in the event of an unexpected danger, he would be doomed. Just as Chen Gu grappled with his predicament, the silence of the hallway was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chen Gu immediately held his breath, straining to listen, soon identifying the footsteps as those of Dr. Zhao. "Dr. Zhao, over here! Where have you and the chubby fellow gone?" Chen Gu called out. Typically composed, Dr. Zhao's face now bore a hint of panic as he took several deep breaths before responding. "This is bad. The chubby fellow has gone mad. In that moment, Chen Gu struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his words. What did it mean that the chubby fellow had gone mad? It had been less than 10 minutes since he left. What could have transpired in such a brief time? Dr. Zhao quickly returned to the morgue, locking the door once more, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Not long after you left, the chubby fellow suddenly went berserk, brandishing a kitchen knife and attacking me that I had no choice but to flee. Thankfully, I was familiar with the layout and managed to lose him before returning." Dr. Zhao gasped and a weight settled in Chen Ji's heart. Could it be that the chubby fellow was overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere? Indeed, prolonged exposure to high-stress environments often drove individuals to madness. Yet the chubby fellow might lack physical resilience, but his mental fortitude should have been strong. This behavior was unexpected, or was there more to this situation than met the eye? Chapter 42. The eyeball. Given the urgency of the situation, Chen Gu set aside his thoughts and asked, "Aside from the morgue, where is the safest place in the hospital?" Dr. Zhao pondered briefly before promptly providing an answer. "The rooftop." The rooftop was spacious, and with summer upon them, sunlight would soon grace the area. These monsters would undoubtedly avoid the sun, that is the highest point of the hospital. It would be the first to bask in sunlight once it rose. Perhaps this was why these creatures never dared approach the rooftop. "Then let's head there. After I find the chubby fellow, I'll join you," Chen Gu urged. However, Dr. Zhao wore a bittersweet smile that we can't get up there. The rooftop is locked to prevent patients from jumping off in despair. The key is usually kept by the director, tucked away in his office drawer. Then we'll go to his office. That Dr. Zhao spoke with a more bitter tone. His office is on the 4th floor. And the hospital is now teeming with unknown monsters. You and I should go together. Think carefully. The morgue is no longer safe. Will you accompany me to the rooftop, or stay here and await your demise? Chen Gu inquired. That Dr. Zhao sighed helplessly. Do I have any other choice at this moment? Initially, Chen Gu intended to wield a fire axe, but after searching around, he discovered that his prized weapon had vanished. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. They had to act swiftly, that if they could just hold out until the sun appeared, It would be their victory. After scouring the area, Chungu found that his only weapon was the kitchen knife he had started with. The two cautiously left the morgue, and although the surroundings remained unchanged, the presence of a torch, an unparalleled artifact, illuminated their path, rendering the environment less sinister than before. However, as they reached the first floor, they saw headless corpses aimlessly wandering in the hall. Goodness, they can still move without a head. A medical miracle. Dr. Zhao could not help but exclaim. Just beside them was the staircase leading to the second floor. The two hastily ascended, only to find that the situation on the second floor was even more bizarre than the first floor hall. Look at what's growing on the wall. They must be human eyeballs. Right. Even as a seasoned surgeon accustomed to various gruesome scenes, Dr. Zhao felt a chill run down his spine at such an eerie sight. The walls of the second floor corridor were covered with a multitude of human eyeballs. And most disturbingly, these eyes were actively rolling about. Seemingly alive, Dr. Zhao leaned in closer, noticing that these eyeballs appeared to possess awareness and were making direct eye contact with him. That I can't help myself. Dr. Zhao exclaimed, pulling out his scalpel, ready to extract one of the eyeballs to examine its structure. As a surgeon, my curiosity is piqued. How can inorganic walls sprout so many eyeballs? It's illogical. Chungu, witnessing Dr. Zhao's insatiable thirst for knowledge, could not resist commenting, "Brother, at such a critical moment, let us refrain from research. You can indulge in that during the day." While Dr. Zhao continued to extract an eyeball, he insisted, "During the day, these eyeballs retract. I just want to see what this thing truly is." After successfully removing one eyeball, Dr. Zhao was astonished to find nothing behind it. No nerves or connections. Just a solitary, rotating eyeball affixed to the wall. However, once extracted, the eyeball quickly lost its vitality, transforming into an ordinary lifeless orb. But Dr. Zhao still could not fathom the underlying principle of it all. Chungu forcibly dragged him to the fourth floor, fortunately encountering no dangers along the way. They had no idea where the previously encountered headball had gone. Dr. Zhao soon located the director's office, only to find the door locked upon pushing it. "This is it. We're doomed," Dr. Zhao lamented bitterly, but soon he appeared to come to terms with his fate. Chungu stepped back and kicked the office door open with a resounding crash, startling Dr. Zhao. "Why dawdle? It's just a door." Chungu strode confidently into the office, which was relatively quiet and devoid of anything unusual. Dr. Zhao opened a drawer and retrieved a set of keys. "Let us go," Chungu urged. "Our survival depends on whether Dr. Zhao's assumptions hold true." Yet, as they exited the director's office, a piercing metallic scraping sound echoed from the depths of the dark corridor. In the shadows, a figure approached, dragging an axe. Seemingly drawn by the noise of the kicked door, Dr. Zhao recognized immediately that its combat capability would likely not exceed 5. Realizing that remaining here would only complicate matters. "You head upstairs. I'll handle this," Chungu said coolly, observing the advancing figure. Dr. Zhao hurried up the stairs toward the rooftop, but as Chungu discerned the figure clearly, he gasped in shock. It was none other than the chubby boy. His eyes were completely black, swaying unsteadily, and he was dragging the fire axe, clearly in an altered state. "Fatty, do you remember me?" Chungu asked softly. The axe scraped against the ground with a grating sound, indicating he had completely lost awareness. Approaching step by step, "That it seems he doesn't remember me," Chungu quipped quietly as the chubby boy lunged forward, swinging the axe at him. Without hesitation, Chungu delivered a powerful punch to the chubby boy's face, rendering him motionless on the ground without even a cry of pain. Though it appeared the chubby boy had been controlled by some entity, the creature controlling him had underestimated his opponent's strength. "I wonder if there's a way to restore him. If it weren't for such dire circumstances, I wouldn't want to abandon my friend who has accompanied me through thick and thin." Chungu recalled a story from his childhood about a woman in the countryside who went into hysteria and was hit in the face with a shoe sole, supposedly to ward off evil spirits. He doubted the truth of that tale, but felt compelled to try any remedy at this point. Seizing the chubby boy's shoes, he exclaimed, "This stench, it's practically a biological weapon." Chungu thought the odor in the first floor hall from the decaying corpses was nothing compared to the smell emanating from these feet. "Fatty, if you don't wake up, I'll have to slap you," Chungu shouted, raising the foul shoe. Noticing no reaction from the chubby boy, he had no choice but to prepare for a slap. Suddenly, 2 eerie objects emerged from the chubby boy's eyes. Upon closer inspection, Chingu realized they were two black eyeballs. Chapter 43. Fingers. Why were two black eyeballs squeezing out from the chubby boy's eyes? What in the world is going on? The specifics of the situation were no longer important. Chingu deduced the likely sequence of events, connecting it to the previous occurrence of eyeballs growing in the second-floor corridor. He surmised that these black eyeballs had likely been present in the morgue from the very beginning, and the monsters seemed interconnected, capable of sensing each other, which allowed the headball to accurately claim it was eavesdropping. Once he departed, these black eyeballs must have attacked the chubby boy, seizing control of his nervous system and driving him into a frenzied state. This meant that smashing these eyeballs would likely free him from control. Right. Chingu picked up the fire axe that had fallen to the ground, preparing to strike the two eyeballs. Although they could not speak, they sensed danger and promptly retreated back into the chubby boy's body. Chingu had already swung the axe, but managed to halt his strike just in time. This thing is rather peculiar, he remarked to prevent the chubby boy from going berserk again. Chingu found numerous bandages in a nearby room and wrapped him up like a mummy. This should prevent any harm. Now, reflecting calmly on the bizarre occurrences in the hospital, it seemed all the inexplicable phenomena were related to human anatomy. First, there was the black, slimy intestine that hid within the corpses. Lu Wanru lost all her family members in a single day, succumbing to despair and hanging herself in the basement, allowing the black intestine to seize control of her corpse and create various terrifying scenarios. Chingu prided himself on his courage, yet even he had nearly been frightened to the point of urination. Then there were the disembodied heads, followed by headless torsos, and now a pair of human eyeballs. When pieced together, did they not resemble a dismembered corpse? What, then, was controlling these entities? If the scientific principles of the world still applied, the brain must be directing these limbs. Could it be that the mastermind, this elusive figure, has been quietly observing everything from the shadows? What could be their purpose? Continuously creating corpses? Chingu, not particularly skilled in psychology, realized that even the greatest psychologists would struggle to comprehend what a corpse might think. He could only speculate based on the scant evidence at hand that if only the chubby boy were conscious, he would excel in such matters. Chingu reached out to check the chubby boy's breath, confirming he was still alive, likely just unconscious, that if he could extract the black eyeballs, perhaps he could restore his rationality. Surely, the one capable of achieving this was the surgeon, Dr. Zhao. Chingu had no choice but to carry the chubby boy toward the 6th floor. However, at the stairway between the 4th and 5th floors, another familiar figure obstructed his path. "Dado, you're here too." Chingu greeted Lu Wanru's corpse with unexpected enthusiasm, but he felt no fear in facing this figure. She was even weaker than the chubby boy, and he had already seen through the monster's true form. It was merely a black intestine, rendering him fearless that if you dare come closer, I'll demonstrate a tutorial on how to prepare intestines right here. Lu Wanru, clad in white garments, suddenly pivoted and sprinted deep into the corridor on the 5th floor. Chingu, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression. The apparition before him seemed to mirror his own astonishment. It appeared that this creature possessed a memory, realizing it could not overpower him and opting to flee instead. However, before he could revel in his fleeting victory for even a minute, Lu Wanru returned, leading a horde of headless corpses to his utter dismay. It turned out she had not fled, but had gone to summon reinforcements. The audacity to overwhelm him with sheer numbers was a blatant disregard for honor. No matter how valiant Chingu was, he could not possibly confront such a multitude of monsters simultaneously and could only dash toward the 6th floor to that moment. The corridor on the 5th floor was also choked with these headless bodies. And combined with the eerie hour of just past 2 in the morning, it was as though they were set to film a horror movie without any need for makeup, with corpses lining the upper floors. The only option left was to retreat downstairs. Chingu hastily carried the portly boy with him to the 3rd floor. Strangely, the corpses stood eerily still at the staircase leading to the 4th floor, facing Chingu, neither pursuing nor retreating, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Just as Chingu pondered the oddity of the situation, the boy on his back suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, mumbling through the haze. "Did I somehow fall asleep? It hurts. It feels like someone punched me while I was dreaming." Chingu, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. The boy had finally regained consciousness. "That you're awake. Quickly think of a way to resolve our predicament." He urged. The boy, still unaware of the chaos, listened as Chingu succinctly recounted the events. The expression on the boy's face grew increasingly grave. "Are you all right now? If so, Get off me. You're heavier than a boulder. Chun-Gu quipped. The boy rubbed his eyes, incredulous that he still possessed a pair of black eyeballs within him. If what you say is true, I believe I understand what has transpired, he replied with a calm demeanor. You should check the first floor. We likely won't be able to escape now, as those corpses will surely block the entrance. Chun-Gu immediately descended the stairs and, as expected, found the first floor hall densely populated with headless corpses. To his dismay, the headball was also present on the first floor. Although he could easily swim out using the shark cloak, such an action posed two significant drawbacks. First, neither Dr. Zhao nor the boy could escape. They would have to await their demise here, and whether they could endure until dawn was uncertain. Second, he had no idea what awaited him outside. There could be even more terrifying entities lurking beyond. I will share my understanding of the situation, he began. The origin of all this chaos appears to stem from a grotesquely dismembered corpse. The flesh of this body can control other corpses, be they headless or otherwise, including Lu Wanru. The boy unwound the bandages from his body and took the torch to Tio confirm my hypothesis. We should capture a headless corpse and dissect it to see if it contains any of those flesh fragments. Chun-Gu regarded the boy with suspicion. And why haven't you been controlled? Perhaps it's because I am still alive, the boy suggested. Chun-Gu fashioned the bandages into a lasso, seizing the opportunity when the head ball rolled away, ensnaring a headless corpse and dragging it from the first floor to the second. With the torch in hand, the boy murmured an apology before Chun-Gu swung an axe, cleaving into the corpse. After but a few strikes, a dark, writhing mass suddenly emerged from within the headless body. Illuminated by the torchlight, it became clear that it was a pitch-black finger. "Ha, I guessed correctly," the boy sneered. Chapter 44. Inferno. These corpses did not rise without cause. Something was undoubtedly controlling them from the shadows. That it now appeared that the controlling force resided within the flesh fragments inside them, suggesting that a monster could manipulate the corpses of other beings using parts of its own body. The initial appearances of the black intestines, the headball, the pair of black eyeballs within the boy, and now this finger, all seemed to originate from a singular entity. Burn it! The boy declared that he was skeptical that these monsters would fear fire. Without hesitation, Chun-Gu approached the black finger with the torch, but to his surprise, the finger recoiled from the heat. Simultaneously, the other headless corpses began to move toward Chun-Gu, although these entities appeared menacing. Their combat prowess was surprisingly feeble. In one-on-one confrontations, they likely could not even match the boy's strength. While Chun-Gu and the boy were distracted, the previously writhing black finger once again delved back into the corpse, causing it to rise slowly. Chun-Gu, reminiscent of a valiant general from ancient battlefields, wielded his firefighting axe with fervor. Despite the monster's control over the corpses, they were ultimately mere flesh and blood. And with each swing, he reduced them to a gory mess. However, as these corpses were already deceased, they felt no pain and had no fear of death, and no matter how fiercely Chun-Gu struck. They continued to advance, unperturbed, driving him and the boy to retreat. "What now?" Chun-Gu shouted. The boy's expression darkened, feeling a throbbing pain in his head, unable to suppress the urge to rub it. The thing controlling these grotesque bodies must be a brain. He exclaimed, "That I know that, but the pressing issue is how to locate this brain and stop standing there idly." "Come help me," Chun-Gu retorted. Although the corpses were slow and weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. There were at least hundreds of them. It was impossible to fend them all off alone. Suddenly, the boy remarked, "Did you not mention a head ball earlier? Do you think the brain might be nestled right inside it?" Chun-Gu paused, realizing that the head ball was immensely powerful and seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. It was indeed plausible that the monster's brain was concealed among the multitude of heads. "That thing is no joke. You have no idea how badly that bastard chased me before," he muttered. "Are you scared?" the boy inquired. "Not at all. Chun-Gu fears nothing under the heavens," he declared, spitting into his palm and gripping the firefighting axe tightly. With dawn only half an hour away, they merely needed to hold out until then. Their chances of survival would be significantly improved. "If you're not brave enough, I'll go alone. That I still have 2 eyeballs in me. And who knows what dangers they pose," the boy declared, brandishing a kitchen knife. Strangely, while other black flesh fragments could effectively control the corpses, his own black eyeball seemed unable to control him. Perhaps it was because he was still alive, rendering it incapable of mastering a living being. Chun-Gu scoffed, "With your skills, I advise against throwing yourself into danger, that go to the 6th floor and find Dr. Zhao. I will handle the rest, that don't be reckless. It's better to have each other's backs to AS for the corpses. A fierce smile spread across the boy's face. Upon seeing his expression, Chingu understood his intent. Let the flames purify everything in the hospital. While other supplies may be scarce, medical alcohol was abundant, and since it was only the corpses that were fearless, the lurking monster's hesitation to reveal itself implied it might not be as terrifying as they believed. At least when he attempted to burn the Black Finger earlier, it had fled, indicating it was indeed afraid of fire. Chingu still had a considerable amount of alcohol he had collected earlier. He poured it liberally across the floor, igniting it, and in an instant, the 1st floor hall and the staircase to the 2nd floor erupted into a sea of flames. Moreover, the human body contains a substantial amount of fat, which ignites easily. Those caught off guard among the headless corpses were swiftly engulfed in flames, and within moments, the entire 1st floor hall was permeated with the aroma of roasting flesh. One person became 10, and 10 became 100. That hundreds of headless corpses flailed their arms in the inferno, a scene that could only be described as hellish. As the flames raged on, the first headless corpse fell still, and a writhing black flesh fragment emerged from its mouth. Neither of them were anatomists, so they could not discern the origin of this flesh. With a splat, the fragment dropped to the ground, wriggling away from the flames. More and more corpses began to expel flesh fragments from their mouths, which rapidly coalesced into a singular mass, swiftly rolling deeper into the hospital. With the loss of external support, the burning corpses collapsed one after the other. "What is happening?" the boy remarked, his expression darkening. "This fire feels satisfying, but have you thought about how we're going to escape? If it's just the alcohol burning, it won't last long, but if we pile in hundreds of corpses, who knows how long it will continue to blaze." The 1st floor hall had transformed into a conflagration, yet fortunately, the floors and load-bearing columns were fireproof. For the time being, they would not ignite, but there's no time for that. We must act decisively. As long as we eliminate this monster's brain, the 2 eyeballs within you should emerge on their own. Chingu grasped the axe and began his search for the elusive headball. This entity was of colossal size, and the hospital was merely a minuscule venue, utterly incapable of concealing such a monstrous presence. Of course, it was quite possible that this creature had no intention of hiding itself at all. Not far down the corridor, the headball glared with a countenance filled with venomous resentment, fixated on the inferno. Composed of hundreds of severed heads, each visage bore eyes brimming with hatred and loathing, wishing nothing more than to rend the arsonist limb from limb. Soon, all those eyes were fixated intently on Chingu. "Do not regard me with such glares. It was his idea to set the fire." Chingu pointed towards the plump figure beside him. "Do not shift the blame. You were the one who ignited the flames," retorted the rotund fellow. The headball subtly drew back, gathering momentum, and in the next instant, the mass of severed heads surged toward the two like an unstoppable tide. "Not good, run," cried Chingu, and both he and the plump fellow turned and fled. This creature possessed boundless power. Confronting it head-on would yield no favorable outcome. Chapter 45. Counterattack. The lobby on the 1st floor and the 2nd floor of the hospital were interconnected, and the headball rolled up the narrow staircase. Chingu and the plump fellow had witnessed the creature's might. A direct confrontation would likely spell their doom, so without uttering a word, they hastily turned to escape. Damn it, running has become the most frequent activity in these past few days. Chingu could not help but curse. Whether confronted with a meat gourd or a man-eating shark, they had to flee, and now, against the headball, they were still compelled to run. Had they known, they would have first visited the police station to procure some firearms, to become formidable and to shine a new whoosh. The headball shot through the air like a cannonball, smashing against the wall with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole in the external structure of the hospital. Fortunately, the building was constructed of reinforced concrete, preventing it from being completely breached. How do we combat this thing? The plump fellow's face turned pale, that in the face of overwhelming strength. Any petty tactics were utterly futile. If one were to ask the plump fellow to calmly analyze a situation, he would undoubtedly excel. However, expecting him to adapt on the spot to confront a formidable foe was another matter entirely. Suddenly, Chingu let out a cold chuckle. I know how to eliminate it. Really? The plump fellow looked on in disbelief. Chungu reached into his clothing and produced the shark cape. Brother, you aren't planning to don that and make a getaway, are you? The plump fellow lamented, nearly in tears, for he could not swim and could not make use of the shark cape. But it's not for me to wear. It's for it. Chungu gestured towards the headball. The plump fellow paused momentarily, then quickly grasped Chunji's intention. Lead it to the first floor, Chungu commanded. The two swiftly turned and leaped from the second floor corridor to the first. Chungu, robust and steady, landed firmly on his feet, while the plump fellow nearly lost his balance, collapsing to the ground in agony. Damn it, had I known the apocalypse was upon us, I would have trained my body better. He groaned, clutching his backside to AT that moment. The headball had already detected their presence, crashing through the second floor railing and plummeting down. The first floor was littered with charred corpses, emanating a foul odor, but that was not their concern now. Chungu clutched the shark cape, his gaze fixed intently on the headball. Fueled by an unknown force, the headball charged once more, crushing the scorched bodies beneath it. Chungu, akin to a Spanish matador, swiftly evaded, causing the headball to collide with the wall behind him. Now's the time. Chungu propelled himself forward, draping the shark cape over the headball. The surface of the cape melded with the skin of the heads. And in an instant, the ground beneath the headball transformed into a pool of water, sinking it into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Chungu yanked the shark cape away, and the liquid beneath the headball solidified, entrapping half of its body within the ground, rendering it immobile. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. Incredible, exclaimed the plump fellow, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Chungu finally exhaled in relief. Now he could focus properly. The brain controlling these monstrosities must reside at the very center of the headball. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Chungu yanked a head from the mass. And indeed, the moment it was severed from the headball, it immediately lost its vitality, reverting to an ordinary head. The plump fellow hurried over to assist, and together they tossed severed heads onto the ground. This was a scene unimaginable in ordinary times, yet they had grown accustomed to it. Dead entities were far safer than the living. At last, they reached the epicenter of the headball, revealing a blackened cranium. This head was roughly the size of a basketball, devoid of eyes, skin, muscle, tongue, or even bone. It appeared exceedingly bizarre. Chungu took a deep breath. Surely this was the source of the calamity, that he raised the fire axe and brought it crashing down upon the black head. To his astonishment, this seemingly terrifying object was remarkably brittle. The axe dented the crown with surprising ease. The Dio not rely solely on physical attacks. Let's employ elemental forces and burn it with fire, exclaimed the plump fellow, brandishing a torch. Hurry, let us extract those two entities from my mind, or I shall roast you to accompany my drink. Having endured so much peril, the plump fellow had grown increasingly audacious. Although the blackened head had its crown shattered, it still exhibited some semblance of vitality, its lips moving in a bizarre rhythm. Suddenly, the plump fellow furrowed his brow and gently lifted the shattered crown with a kitchen knife. Wait, something's amiss. This head is empty. Where's the brain? He shouted. The cranium, whether the skull or the crown, ultimately served to protect the fragile brain. Yet now, this head was hollow. Its brain had vanished. In other words, the crisis was far from over. Both Chungu and the plump fellow felt a chill run down their spines. To AT that moment, they failed to notice the black head was grinning. Where on earth is the brain? Chungu raised his axe, intent on obliterating the abominable object before him. The plump fellow replied coolly, the brain must be hidden in the safest location. The morgue? Previously, Dr. Zhao had mentioned that the morgue was the most secure place. No, Dr. Zhao has been residing in the morgue for the past few days. If a black brain were concealed there, it would have been discovered long ago, and Dr. Zhao would not have survived to this day. Suddenly, the plump fellow had a flash of inspiration, and Chungu arrived at the same conclusion. The rooftop. Logically speaking, creatures that feared sunlight would avoid it, and the rooftop, basking in sunlight, would be the last place these blackened corpses would venture. Yet this entity did the opposite, and no wonder so many corpses obstructed our path as we ascended. It was to prevent us from nearing the brain. Chungu realized with clarity, this is bad. Dr. Zhao is still on the rooftop. We must hurry. Chungu dashed towards the rooftop, while the plump fellow ran a few steps before abruptly turning, igniting a torch, and setting the black head ablaze. As a model citizen, how could I not finish the job? The plump fellow sneered. The muscles of the black head withered rapidly as the flames consumed it, resembling a human being. Meanwhile, Chungu had already reached the 4th floor, that I the staircase between the 4th and 5th floors. There were countless headless corpses blocking their path. Armed with a fire axe, Chungu and the plump fellow fought their way through, carving a bloody path. Among the corpses lay Lu Wanru, without a glance. Chungu smashed her head into a pulp, brain matter splattering everywhere. Sister, my apologies. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 46. The vegetable dog Dr. Zhao awaited them on the rooftop of the 6th floor. And the sky was beginning to show the gentle hues of dawn. Within 20 minutes, the first rays of sunlight would illuminate the earth at that point. The night-S crisis would pass in truth. He was not overly concerned about his own survival. He had come to terms with many things. Bang! With a resounding crash, the plump fellow and Chungu burst through the rooftop door, followed closely by a throng of corpses. Together, they locked the door, finally allowing themselves a moment to breathe. Dr. Zhao, you're still alive. Chungu marveled at the sight of him. Dr. Zhao's expression stiffened. Did I ask that how you speak? Have you no manners? From a physiological standpoint, I should still be alive. Did I ask the plump fellow unharmed? Dr. Zhao inquired. Well, not exactly unscathed. He has 2 entities in his mind. Can you find a way to extract them? Chungu asked. Dr. Zhao furrowed his brow. That I'm not particularly skilled in neurosurgery, but if necessary, I can manage. Hand me the axe. I'll help you crack open his skull. The plump fellow was at his wit's end at a time like this. Can you both stop joking and hurry to find the brain? Dr. Zhao was perplexed. What brain? On the rooftop, there was a clear and unobstructed view. There was simply no place to conceal anything. If there had been, Chungu, upon gazing at the water tank on the roof, wasted no time and, wielding an axe, marched directly towards it, cleaving the tank in twain with a single stroke. That I in the face of such wanton destruction of public property. No one dared to condemn him. Together with the plump boy, they pried open the tank's door, and upon peering inside, their expressions changed in unison. This time, they were right. Within the tank floated a large black brain, eerily suspended in the water. Although Chungu was not a physician, he could instantly discern that this was no human brain, for a human brain would not sprout such bizarre tendrils. This brain was entirely black, resembling a human brain in outline, but covered with numerous minuscule tentacles, akin to a jellyfish in the water. Destroy it. The plump boy hissed through clenched teeth. Initially, they had merely intended to spend a peaceful night here. But this creature had left them utterly exhausted. The thought of not chopping it into mincemeat for dumplings was a source of deep-seated resentment. Chungu raised the fire axe, ready to strike down. When suddenly the door was flung open, a mass of grotesque black flesh coalesced into a gigantic ball and charged towards them. Be careful. The plump boy shouted in human terms. The most vital organ is the brain. Modern medicine deems brain death as the criterion for declaring a person deceased. There are even peculiar theories about brains in jars. Whenever the brain is threatened, the rest of the body will go to any lengths to protect it. The swirling masses of black flesh were precisely the other bodily tissues of this creature. Soon, these black masses began to shatter and reassemble, ultimately transforming into a towering black giant. This giant stood nearly 3 meters tall. Enveloped in an inky darkness, its bones, muscles, and hair were all black, emanating an indescribable foul odor, crowned by the remnants of its fractured skull. Chungu observed that this entity's self-healing abilities were astonishingly rapid. Despite having been smashed to bits by the fire axe and scorched by the plump boy's flames, it now appeared as though it had fully recovered. The giant reached out to retrieve the brain from the water tank, placing it back within its own head. Thus, a living being stood before them. Compared to the initial psychological trauma, this visceral threat was far more terrifying. Do not make contact with it. As long as we can hold out until dawn, we shall emerge victorious. This creature's body can infiltrate ours, controlling our movements. By the way, why haven't those 2 eyeballs inside me emerged? Is it blind? The plump boy suddenly realized that the giant's head lacked eyeballs. At that moment, Dr. Zhao spoke up. In fact, the human brain is utterly unaware of the existence of eyeballs. The plump boy and Chungu stared at Dr. Zhao in horror. I haven't read much. You mustn't be deceiving me. Chungu exclaimed in astonishment. How could the brain possibly be oblivious to the eyes? It's true. The human eyeballs deceive the brain through various means, rendering it unaware of their existence. However, if the eyes sustain severe injury, they must be immediately removed. Otherwise, once the brain recognizes the presence of the eyeballs, it may trigger a rejection reaction, potentially causing them to explode, Dr. Zhao explained. Wait, if what you say is true, those two eyeballs inside me can't return. The plump boy was filled with despair. Their original purpose was never to return, but to avoid the risk of the brain exploding. What should I do? The plump boy felt a sense of impending doom. Indeed, the giant was blind and could not see, flailing its arms aimlessly. Perhaps having seen too many grotesque sights, Chang'e found this creature oddly endearing. However, since it was blind, as long as the three of them remained silent and waited until dawn, they would be safe. Yet unexpectedly, the black giant reached out and dragged a corpse from the 6th floor. It was Lu Wanru. Though Lu Wanru's head had been crushed, her eyes remained intact. The black giant directly gouged out her eyeballs and embedded them in its palm. I told you, you can't explain these things with common sense. The plump boy was left utterly bereft of solutions, and it seemed they could only resort to brute force upon seeing Chang'e. The black giant let out a shriek and charged at him. When brave souls meet on a narrow path, the valiant shall prevail. Damn it, it's either fight or die. There is no escaping now. You all step back. I'll confront it, Chang'e declared, brandishing the fire axe as he strode forward. Standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall, Chang'e was already quite imposing among ordinary people, yet this monstrous being towered at a staggering 3 meters. It was simply outrageous. When they clashed, the ensuing spectacle nearly caused Dr. Zhao and the plump boy to widen their eyes in disbelief. With a single swing, Chang'e struck the black giant's waist. Creating a gaping wound, the giant, perhaps in pain, dropped to its knees. Whoa! This thing is weak, Chang'e exclaimed in astonishment. However, upon reflection, if it were as formidable as the Hulk, they would have been crushed like children long ago. One couldn't deny that the black giant possessed an extraordinarily resilient life force. Even when its body was torn into fragments, those pieces remained alive and could rapidly reassemble. Yet, the trade-off was that the giant's strength was inferior to that of an average adult. Hey, I'm challenging you to a one-on-one. Don't run, Chang'e howled, swinging his axe with fervor. As the black flesh coalesced, Chang'e contemplated how to right his will. Yet he never expected the black giant to be so feeble. Scattered like stars, united as a heap of dung. That perfectly describes you, doesn't it? You've been trying to scare me all night, and now that I've struck you a few times, you dare protest? After encountering so many monsters along the way, he finally faced one he could defeat. The black giant, realizing it could not triumph, turned to flee, just as the sun began to rise on the horizon. You dare to run? Chang'e exclaimed, smashing the other leg of the giant with his axe. The giant collapsed to the ground. Chang'e then delivered a decisive blow, severing the giant's head. Though the giant appeared formidable, its bones were surprisingly brittle. It had a remarkable recovery speed, yet it had opted for regeneration over durability. As the sun began to rise, panic spread across the giant's face, and it desperately attempted to escape. However, its head lay adjacent, and the brain was its vital point. Should it be damaged, no amount of regenerative ability could save it. In a desperate bid for survival, it sought to reclaim its brain. But Chang'e swung his axe once more, scattering the black flesh like petals in the wind. That moment, the first rays of sunlight graced the rooftop. Upon contact with the sun, the black fragments instantly dissolved, transforming into a puddle of black water, utterly lifeless. The head attempted to roll away from the sunlight, but Chang'e struck it, cracking the skull open, exposing the black brain to the sun's rays. As the light shone upon it, the giant's body began to disintegrate. First the flesh, then the bones. The expression on the black head morphed from indifference to despair, its mouth moving in inaudible mutterings that no one could comprehend. As the sun rose, illuminating the earth, the brilliant light seemed poised to vanquish all evil. Chang'e lost track of how long it had been since he last witnessed a sunrise that the black head and brain disintegrated completely. The three of them collapsed onto the rooftop, utterly drained. That had been a night of profound exhaustion. Thankfully, they had managed some rest earlier, but the toll of the latter part of the night left them feeling utterly fatigued. Wait! The plump boy suddenly shrieked. Now that this giant is dead, what about the eyeballs inside me? He cried out to Dr. Zhao, and Chang'e exchanged bewildered glances. Why not sunbathe a bit longer? Chun Gu suggested. Dr. Zhao, equally intrigued, reached out and gently poked the plump boy's head, seemingly incredulous. How could such a large head possibly contain 2 eyeballs the size of oranges? That's illogical. Why not perform the craniotomy on site? Dr. Zhao inquired to Dr. Zhao, how many craniotomies have you conducted in total? The chubby boy asked with a sorrowful expression that Dr. Zhao raised a finger. Just one. No, what I mean is I've never performed a brain surgery at all. I'm not a neurosurgeon. My expertise lies in general surgery that I can stitch wounds, or remove an appendix, or even deal with common colds and fevers without issue. However, neurosurgery is a bit too advanced for my skill set. But that's all right. I can learn as I go. Experience is something one accumulates gradually. As Dr. Zhao spoke, he retrieved his surgical knife. The chubby boy was nearly frightened to tears. Get away from me. It's just 2 eyeballs in the brain. What's the big deal? I'd rather die than perform a craniotomy. While he was speaking, he suddenly felt something in his palm. Looking down, he saw a black eyeball the size of an orange separating from his flesh and appearing in his hand. In light of this miraculous occurrence, Dr. Zhao found himself at a loss, unable to explain it with modern medicine. The chubby boy hurriedly took the object to bask in the sunlight, only to discover that this black eyeball was impervious to the sun's rays. Of course, without light, one cannot see. Since this thing has developed eyes, it means sunlight poses no threat to it. The chubby boy muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Wait, something's off. Why do I have an additional field of vision? The chubby boy's expression turned to one of terror. Dr. Zhao and Chun Gu were bewildered, not understanding what he meant by having an extra field of vision. It's like split-screen gaming. My visual perception is connected to that thing. Oh my God! The black eyeball, bouncing around like a rubber ball, eventually returned to his palm and melded with his body. Are these 2 things treating my body as their home? The chubby boy lamented, on the verge of tears. This is superpower. It's beyond explanation. Modern medicine can't account for it, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, his face etched with fear. How can an eyeball detached from one's body still see? And how can the images it perceives transmit back to my brain? This is utterly bizarre. The chubby boy gritted his teeth, ultimately realizing he could exert a degree of control over the 2 black eyeballs through his brain. However, those eyeballs possessed a certain autonomy, akin to having 2 disobedient pets. This ability would be phenomenal for reconnaissance. Chun Gu chuckled. Anyway, it seems your body is not in any immediate danger. Let us quickly find a place to rest for the night. Dr. Zhao, do you plan to stay here or accompany us? Chapter 48. The crash in any era. Individuals with specialized skills are immensely valuable, particularly in this apocalyptic world, where the worth of a doctor becomes even more pronounced. Who dares claim they've never had a cold or fever? Who would assert they are immune to injury? Having a doctor within the group instills a sense of security. Lu Wanru ultimately succumbed to despair and took her own life. Otherwise, she could have lasted a few more days, given her physical condition. Chun Gu observed Dr. Zhao, who did not respond immediately, but fell into contemplation. Chun Gu could tell that Dr. Zhao was a man with a story to tell. Yet everyone harbors secrets. If he chooses not to disclose it, Chun Gu would not pee or wide at a tea this moment. The chubby boy was already engrossed in play with the 2 black eyeballs, seemingly unharmed in the short term. As for the underlying principle, forget the principle. After a lengthy contemplation, Dr. Zhao finally nodded slowly. All right, I will accompany you. Staying here is ultimately a death sentence. I might as well venture out to see what has transpired. However, please wait for me. I have a few matters to attend to. The 3 returned to the basement, where Chun Gu and his companions' backpacks remained, containing all the supplies they had gathered along their journey. They ate a small amount of food to regain some strength. Earlier, Chun Gu had felt quite alert despite the fright, but now that they were safe, fatigue washed over him. After 2 days with barely any sleep, even a robust body could not withstand such strain. In contrast, the chubby boy appeared more energetic than Chun Gu, perhaps due to his carefree nature. Dr. Zhao poured alcohol into the morgue before igniting it, setting the entire place ablaze. As he gazed at the incinerating morgue, his expression was complex, filled with both reluctance and nostalgia, yet ultimately resolute as he turned away. Chun Gu silently observed Dr. Zhao, noting the body in the cold storage unit that perhaps held great significance for him. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to spend the first night of the apocalypse in a morgue. Of course, such thoughts were best kept to oneself and not spoken aloud. A tea around 4 in the morning. The summer dawn broke, and the three emerged from the hospital, gazing at the sunlight as if it were from another world. Although only 2 days had passed since the outbreak, they felt as if several years had gone by. What I hope for most is to see the army arriving as soon as we leave the city to eliminate all those vile creatures in the factory, the chubby boy exclaimed. Chang'e, however, felt conflicted that if the army truly arrived, the murderer, would not escape. He would certainly be apprehended and, once the situation stabilized, face execution. That Dr. Zhao remained silent, carrying a medical kit filled with various medicines, hoping it would sustain them until they found the larger force they sought. Thus, the trio embarked on a new journey. This hospital was already on the outskirts of the city, and on foot, they could leave this cursed place within an hour or so, that I in stark contrast to the chubby boy's optimistic demeanor. Chang'e recalled the army's warning. No matter which path one chose, despair awaited at the end. Though the apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior, Chang'e had already encountered enough scenes of despair. As they walked for over an hour in silence, the chubby boy suddenly pointed ahead. We made it. We're finally out. Chang'e looked up to see a vast expanse of greenery, all rice paddies. In other words, they had left the city limits and should be distanced from danger. Dr. Zhao suddenly listened intently and whispered to them. Do you hear that sound? Chang'e and the chubby boy were too absorbed in their joy to notice anything unusual. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's words, they all held their breath. Gradually, the chubby boy's expression turned grim, and Chang'e felt the same. Why is it so quiet here? The chubby boy asked, his brow furrowed. That my home is also in the countryside. During summer, there should be plenty of frogs in the rice paddies, their croaking filling the air at night. But why is there not a single sound now? An unprecedented wave of fear washed over them. They had rejoiced too soon. Although they had escaped the city, danger had not yet receded. Dr. Zhao pressed a finger to his lips. Don't speak. That is not what I meant. Listen closely. Chang'e and the chubby boy closed their eyes, straining to discern any sounds around them. Suddenly, a strange rumbling noise echoed from afar. The chubby boy's face lit up with joy. A helicopter! It's a damn helicopter! In the distance, a small black dot appeared in the sky, growing larger, the rumbling sound intensifying. They could see clearly now. It was a military attack helicopter. The chubby boy was on the verge of tears. After all their struggles, they had finally found the larger force. No matter what kind of creatures were out there, he refused to believe anything could withstand a 7.62 caliber bullet. He waved his arms vigorously, hoping to attract the helicopter's attention. Whether or not it noticed them was uncertain. But it soared directly overhead. Everything's fine. Seeing a military helicopter means the army is not far behind. The chubby boy exclaimed, his spirits soaring, believing their ordeal was finally at an end. But would things truly conclude this way? As the military helicopter approached the town, all its instruments suddenly malfunctioned, and the engine inexplicably stalled. The chubby boy's smile faded as he witnessed the helicopter plummeting to the ground, followed by a massive explosion. His grin froze in an instant. What is the cruelest thing in this world? To offer someone a glimmer of hope just as they sink into despair. The emotional roller coaster was overwhelming. The chubby boy extended his trembling hand, anxiously pinching his flesh to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Why do I feel like the army might not be reliable either? Chang'e muttered softly. Spit, spit, spit. Hurry up and get that thought out of your head. You raven! After all we've been through, we're finally on the verge of salvation. How can you say something so pessimistic? The helicopter came from the east, which means a large force must be nearby. If we keep heading east, we will surely be saved, the plump young man declared. This is undoubtedly the best course of action thus far. Neither Dr. Zhao nor Chang'e possessed any grounds for rebuttal, and they could only continue their journey eastward. As for what further encounters awaited them along the way, only the heavens could ascertain. Come now, let not despair take hold. Let us proceed, the plump young man urged. Chapter 49. Sustenance before departing. Chang'e lit 3 cigarettes on the ground. Captain Yang, you are a good man. You do not deserve to perish here. Allow this cigarette to be my tribute to you. Officer Su, though your courage may be modest, you too are commendable. What a damnable world this is, where all the virtuous seem to meet their end. This cigarette is for you as well, and to that pilot aboard the plane earlier. It is likely you have already reported to the king of the underworld. Yet regardless of circumstances, you serve your country and people. This cigarette is my salute to you. At last, Chungu glanced at his dwindling pack of cigarettes, now containing just four, a remnant from when he had cunningly acquired them from the barber. Lele, it's not that uncle does not wish to save you. Rather, he is utterly powerless. Alas, you did not even get to utter your final words. Once I escape this peril, I shall ensure to send you a couple of bottles of Waha. And as for Lu Wanru and her family, alas, one can only say that all of this is fate. We are at least even now. May your journey be smooth, A.S. Chungu murmured a lengthy soliloquy. The plump young man and Dr. Zhao had already ventured quite far ahead. What are you doing back there? Hurry along, the plump young man bellowed, prompting Chungu to hasten his pace. However, after 2 consecutive days of inadequate rest, coupled with hunger and fatigue, he felt dizzy and weak. Should he encounter adversaries in such a state, he would rather lie down and await his demise. As they pressed onward, the bustling cityscape faded into a tableau of verdant farmland, yet not a single farmer could be seen tending to the fields, which plunged Shinji's heart into despair. The trio continued their trek from 4 in the morning until noon. Ultimately, their bodies could bear no more. Their strength utterly depleted, they briefly conferred and resolved to seek refuge for the night. Otherwise, they would perish from sheer exhaustion before any monstrous entity could find them. The plump young man extended his hand, and 2 ebony orbs obediently emerged. With a flick of his wrist, the eyes leaped in opposite directions. At that moment, the plump young man resembled a gamer controlling 3 screens simultaneously, witnessing 3 distinct vistas. A truly wondrous sight that Dr. Zhao had previously studied this phenomenon, yet found no suspicious elements, ultimately resigning to inaction. After a few minutes, the 2 dark orbs returned, reintegrating into the plump young man's form. He pointed southward. If we head that way, we should find a small village not far off. Let us investigate. It would be ideal if there are people, and if not, we must rest for the night. Their physical and mental stamina had reached its zenith. They could not afford to prolong their ordeal. Dragging their weary bodies to the village, they were met with the anticipated emptiness. No soul was in sight. Chungu suspected something was amiss, but with no time to ponder, he decided to make the best of what they had. For they could not simply exhaust themselves to death. Moreover, no place could be deemed entirely safe. Approaching a brick house adjacent to the fields, Chungu gently knocked, confirming the absence of inhabitants before forcefully kicking the door open. The room was remarkably clean, considering the apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior. Chungu scoured the area for anything of use. Good heavens! Look what I've found! He exclaimed to his companions, the plump young man and Dr. Zhao hurried over to witness half a bag of rice in the kitchen. Having gone 2 days without a proper meal, the thought of steaming white rice made their mouths water uncontrollably. The plump young man quickly located a rice cooker, yet alas, it was devoid of power. The gas canister was similarly unlit, leaving him in a state of frantic dismay. Chungu, wielding a pot and an axe, constructed a makeshift stove using bricks and felled a fruit tree in the yard. The tree bore unripe apricots, still too sour to consume. To their astonishment, they discovered a hand pump well in the center of the yard. The plump young man forcefully pumped the handle, and clear water gushed forth. Water, rice, fire. This place is nothing short of paradise. Chungu and the plump young man set about cooking, while Dr. Zhao stood nearby. Unsure of how to contribute, accustomed to a busy schedule, he seldom cooked for himself. Watching his companions labor with fervor, Dr. Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. "What can I do to help?" he inquired. The plump young man noticed a bountiful vegetable garden and excitedly uprooted a head of cabbage. "You wash that off. I'll stir-fry it for you in a bit," he said with a grin. Before long, the enticing aroma of rice wafted through the yard. The plump young man unearthed various cooking utensils and seasonings, preparing a delightful sweet and sour cabbage dish. By the time they finished, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The 3 of them, disregarding any notions of politeness, devoured the entire pot of rice and polished off the stir-fried cabbage. Chungu vowed he had never tasted such delectable sweet and sour cabbage in his life. "Plump one, from now on, you shall be responsible for our logistics, handling all cooking and meal preparations." After finishing his meal, Chungu reclined in the yard, so full he could barely move. For the first time, he discovered that being satiated could bring such happiness that I end these dire times. Living another day was a blessing. Finding joy each day was a fortune. that he asked for nothing more than to have rice and cabbage to feast upon daily, and he would be content that in stark contrast, the compressed biscuits and bread they had brought remained untouched. Having eaten and drunk their fill, drowsiness soon enveloped them. Let us take turns keeping watch. We should rest well, and at dawn, we shall continue our journey, Chun-Gu suggested. Very well, I will take the first watch. You too should sleep, the plump young man replied, appearing quite sprightly. Chun-Gu couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth, that in his own teenage years, he could game all night without consequence. Now, after just 2 days, he felt as if he were on the brink of collapse, that he had aged, unable to endure such strain. Their surroundings seemed quite comfortable. The master bedroom had a heated Kong, and the living room boasted a sofa and a wooden bed. Chun-Gu could no longer withstand it. Within mere moments of reclining on the sofa, he began to snore that Dr. Zhao's sleep quality was markedly poorer. Yet having exhausted himself the previous night, he too succumbed to slumber after half an hour of squinting. The plump young man moved a chair outside to bask in the sun, reflecting on his previously bustling life. Suddenly, he realized that this leisurely existence was the essence of life itself. Though his former days had not been apocalyptic, they bore little difference, as the tedium was suffocating in a moment of boredom. He picked up a few iron nails from the ground and began to etch his name into the wall. However, after feasting, drinking, sunbathing, and enduring 2 nights of exhaustion, the plump young man inadvertently closed his eyes as well. Chapter 50. Handwriting in a Haze. The plump young man was abruptly awakened. Was that a nightmare? Did I dream of being chased by a horde of beautiful women? He muttered to himself. The sun still hung in the sky, indicating he had only slept for a brief interval. He slapped his face to rouse himself. While no immediate danger loomed, one must remain vigilant, for who knows what perils might arise. He attempted to rise and wash his face at the well. But upon standing, his legs ached and throbbed, as though pricked by needles. What is this? Have I neglected my fitness, and have these past 2 days taken their toll? The plump young man lamented. With no other choice, he began to massage his legs as he wobbled to the well, the sensation akin to the soreness one feels from prolonged squatting. As he moved about, he discovered his arms were equally sore, prompting him to quietly complain, "It seems I must earnestly dedicate myself to physical fitness." With that, he hobbled to the well to wash his face, glancing at his reflection in the water bucket. He was alarmed to see his pallor was ghastly, bloodshot eyes suggesting he had not slept for days. I told you, one mustn't stay up late as one ages. Back in my youth, I was renowned for my stamina. The plump young man mused that, of course, the stamina he referred to involved gaming all night with friends, losing 18 rounds in a row. His stomach rumbled, and a wave of hunger washed over him. How can I be hungry so soon after eating? He wondered, rummaging through his backpack for sustenance. However, when he opened it, he was taken aback. Previously brimming with food and water, it now contained barely half of its original contents. His first thought was that either Chun-Gu or Dr. Zhao had pilfered food while he slept. Stealthily, he approached the room where Chun-Gu was snoring soundly on the sofa, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. But what of Dr. Zhao? The chubby boy recalled that Dr. Zhao was sleeping in the master bedroom, but he tiptoed into the room only to find that the person was inexplicably missing. This left the chubby boy somewhat bewildered. Where could he have gone? He had only dozed off for a mere 10 minutes. How could he have vanished? Could it be that Dr. Zhao had fallen ill from something he ate and had gone to the restroom? No, that couldn't be right. The restroom was just at the base of the nearby wall, and if Dr. Zhao had indeed gone there, the chubby boy would have surely noticed that a flicker of caution ignited within him. Could it be that Dr. Zhao had taken half of the food and fled? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, Dr. Zhao had joined them midway and had been preoccupied with his thoughts. Parting ways could be understood, but if he intended to leave with food, he could have easily taken the entire backpack. Why only half? Moreover, the items taken were all his favorites: canned luncheon meat, compressed biscuits, sausage bread, and the like. Well, there was no point in pressing the issue. Everyone has their own aspirations, and perhaps he had his own reasons. What had happened had already transpired, and insisting further would be futile. The chubby boy sighed and inadvertently turned around, spotting a mirror on the table in front of the heated Kong. Upon glancing into it, he was startled by his own reflection. His face was pale, his eye sockets dark, and his eyes were bloodshot, presenting a rather haggard appearance. That he gently touched his cheek, bewildered. How could this be? In just 2 days, how had he become so worn? He hadn't even indulged himself. Recalling his university days, He remembered that he and his classmates had once stayed online for 3 consecutive nights without looking this exhausted. What on earth was happening? Ultimately, he could only attribute it to the sheer fatigue of the past few days. When it was time for his shift, he planned to take a good rest. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the entire city and the surrounding countryside were experiencing a power outage. Otherwise, he could have charged his phone and watched some videos. He quietly rummaged through the room, hoping to find something to alleviate his boredom, and eventually discovered half a calendar atop the television. The reason it was only half was that many elderly villagers had a habit of tearing off a page each day to avoid confusion. It was now June, and the last page displayed June 19, that the chubby boy paid it little mind, carelessly placing the calendar back on the television before returning to the doorway to bask in the sunlight. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue that he reached out to touch the wall beside him, recalling how he had carved his name into it out of boredom. However, as his hand continued downward, he suddenly felt another character. The chubby boy's eyes widened. He distinctly remembered only inscribing his name. Why was there an extra character? He immediately bent down to inspect it and discovered that the addition was not a Chinese character, but rather a number. 16. What did 16 signify? The chubby boy's curiosity piqued. Had this number always been there, or had he unconsciously etched it himself? Gently tracing the 16, he was certain the mark had been made not long ago. The house was constructed of red bricks, and it was easy to discern the age of the scratch. Moreover, the crucial detail was that the 16 was undoubtedly in his handwriting, that he had a habit of flicking the pen upward after writing the number 1. And the base of the 1 in 16 bore a distinctly marked upward stroke, albeit less pronounced on the brick surface. The chubby boy swallowed hard. What on earth was happening? Was he seeing things? Why, just a day or two ago, had this house suddenly revealed a number he had personally carved? A chill crept up his spine. This place was undoubtedly peculiar. Chungu! Chungu! Wake up! Get up quickly! He shouted that as he continued to look down, he noticed several more numbers beneath. 17 and 18, that the handwriting was unmistakably his own, yet he could not recall when he had carved these inscriptions. Chungu, wake up! Dr. Zhao has gone missing. It seems he may be in danger, the chubby boy yelled again. However, Chungu remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to his calls. Growing anxious, the chubby boy approached and slapped Chungu across the face. For an ordinary person, such a jarring stimulus would surely rouse them. Yet Chungu showed no sign of waking. The chubby boy suddenly realized that Chungu was not merely asleep. He was utterly unresponsive. This was absurd. Was he truly experiencing something akin to the trials of Tang Sung on his journey to the west? Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered curses under his breath. Chapter 51. Rice grain. It is entirely normal for a person to experience panic when confronted with danger. This is an unavoidable physiological response. Those who can swiftly regain their composure are the elite, while those who become utterly flustered are the mundane. Though the chubby boy's fighting capabilities were not particularly high, he quickly calmed himself upon recognizing the unknown danger surrounding him, that he needed to compile all the irrational occurrences and analyze the current situation. Stay calm, stay calm. With my astute mind, I can surely identify numerous inconsistencies, he thought, taking a deep breath and feeling the ache in his arms and legs. Immediately, he identified the first anomaly. Why do I feel such pain? This was illogical. He pinched his sore calf. During his college days, he had run 1,000 meters, and due to a lack of exercise, he could barely get out of bed the next day. That was real pain. However, muscle soreness from intense exercise typically manifests the day after one wakes up. The chubby boy glanced up at the sun, gauging its position, and concluded that he had not been asleep for more than 20 minutes. Why, then, were his legs in such agony? Moreover, why did his arms hurt as well? Despite having been active over the past 2 days, the exertion on his arms had been minimal. It made no sense. And then there was the missing Dr. Zhao. That it was not a certainty that Dr. Zhao had fled with half the food. He could have encountered some misfortune. After all, in this eerie place, encountering danger was entirely conceivable. Perhaps a giant octopus had fallen from the sky and devoured Dr. Zhao whole. In any case, the chubby boy resolved to carry Chungu away with him. However, at a height of only 1.7 meters, and with Chungu towering at 1.96 meters, he was like a bear. No matter how hard he tried, he could only manage to awkwardly drag Chungu off the sofa. Carrying him away was likely an impossible feat. Wake up. Get up. If you don't, I swear I'll make you regret it, the chubby boy shouted, slapping Chun-Ji's face again, but still, Chen-Gu remained in a deep, unyielding slumber. Such a deep sleep could either indicate severe brain trauma, leading to a state akin to a vegetative existence, or perhaps he had been drugged. Was Dr. Zhao the mastermind behind all this? He alone possessed the expertise to handle various medications. Yet that made no sense. They had saved his life. If he wished to part ways, he could have just said so. There was no need for such a dramatic turn of events. Furthermore, the chubby boy recalled the 3 numbers inscribed beneath his name. 16, 17, and 18, consecutive numbers. What could they possibly signify? No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend their meaning. What would follow after these 3 numbers? 19? 20? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in the chubby boy's mind. He felt as though he had grasped something elusive. He could affirm that these 3 numbers were undoubtedly inscribed by his own hand. If anyone knew him best in this world, it was undeniably himself. The pressing question remained. When had he carved these 3 digits? Could it be that he suffered from somnambulism? Had he unconsciously etched these numbers while asleep just moments ago? Or was it a more mysterious hypothesis of temporal displacement? Had he, in the past or future, inscribed these numbers, which were now seen by his present self? The chubby boy's sixth sense informed him that these 3 numbers were undoubtedly tied to the looming danger. 16. What could possibly connect to 16? Could it be an abbreviation in English or pinyin? 16? Solo. Was someone intending to challenge him to a solo duel? Surely he wouldn't write something so trivial. What about 17? 18? The chubby boy was thoroughly perplexed. These 3 numbers were followed by 19, a number he had just encountered on the calendar in the room. Wait a moment. The chubby boy's expression morphed into one of horror as he dashed into the bedroom. Snatching the calendar from the table and fixating on the date displayed. June 19. How could it possibly be June 19? The chubby boy swallowed hard, fully aware that the day of the apocalypse had been June 14th. He had gone downstairs for a haircut, only to become trapped in the barbershop, where he met Chen-Gu, team leader Yang, and Su Wei. On June 15, they had encountered the meat tadpole in the morning, a man-eating shark in the afternoon, and a black corpse at night. On June 16, at 4 in the morning, Chen-Gu himself and Dr. Zhao had departed from the hospital, walking until noon when they finally arrived in this village to prepare a meal. He had merely slept for 20 minutes, at most 30. Logically, it should now be around 3 in the afternoon on June 16. Yet, why did the calendar indicate that it was June 19? There was a full 3-day discrepancy. Stay calm. Perhaps the calendar is simply inaccurate. The chubby boy incessantly muttered to himself, yet he knew that this was nearly impossible. June 14, the day of the apocalypse. Ordinarily, no one would pay heed to a paper calendar. Regardless of whether the villagers had left or perished, the date on the calendar would remain frozen on June 14th. However, the calendar now displayed June 19th, indicating that someone had tampered with it. The individual responsible for moving the calendar was likely one of the 3 of them. The more the chubby boy pondered, the more fear gripped him. With Chen-Gu in a state of unconsciousness and Dr. Zhao absent without a trace, he found himself devoid of any reliable companions. The foremost task now was to ascertain whether it was truly June 16th or June 19th. Taking a deep breath, he felt an inkling of the answer within him. The inscriptions on the wall were indicative of the date, seemingly a reminder to himself to remain vigilant. To discern the passage of time. There was but one method, to seek a point of reference. After all, humanity cannot inherently prove the existence of time. It can only infer its passage through external changes that in such circumstances, a clock would prove useless. The chubby boy forced himself to calm down, persistently searching for objects that could verify the passage of time. In the room, the heated Kong, the calendar, and the television provided insufficient evidence. What about Chen-Gu? It was needless to mention, he was a murderer, lacking even a cell phone. The chubby boy looked outside. Beneath the sun, there lay a cooking pot. After everyone had finished their meal, he had been too lazy to wash it, planning to do so before dinner. Little did he anticipate that this very act of laziness would now serve as a tool for establishing the passage of time. He distinctly remembered that there were still remnants of rice within the pot. If only 20 minutes had elapsed, the rice grains would surely remain plump and unaltered. However, if what he surmised was correct, and 3 days had indeed passed, the remaining rice would undoubtedly have changed color. Perhaps even spoiled. Nervously, the chubby boy approached the pot, gritted his teeth, and lifted the lid. Chapter 52. The Code. Taking a deep breath, as if bracing himself for a monumental decision, he forcefully removed the lid. He observed clearly that the remaining rice grains had dried out and hardened, taking on a yellowish hue. Although it was summer, cooked rice could not possibly undergo such transformation in a mere 20 minutes. In other words, his earlier conjecture might very well be accurate. Time had passed unnoticed, and it could very well have been several days. Yet the chubby boy had no recollection of any such events. An inexplicable dread creeping into his heart. All the monsters and specters he had previously encountered, while terrifying, had at least been visible, allowing him to comprehend their nature. But what had transpired now? Why had such a situation occurred? He was utterly bewildered. Had he merely closed his eyes for a moment, only for 3 days to elapse? This was utterly absurd. Had Dr. Zhao met with foul play during these 3 days? Why was Chungu in a state of unconsciousness? Why did his limbs ache so painfully? Surely, something had transpired to them, but the 3 days had been silently erased by some unseen force. Could it be that the tales of the old rogue Araki were based on real experiences? Had the Crimson King truly manifested? The chubby boy's mind raced with possibilities. Wait, no. The 3 days had not been directly erased. After all, he had inscribed words on the wall, leaving himself clues beyond the inscriptions. Perhaps he had left other hints. Looking at Chungu, who lay asleep like a log, utterly unhelpful, he sat on a chair and replayed all that had transpired on the afternoon of June 16th. The three of them arrived here, then cooked, ate, and slept. He had merely dozed for a moment, and if the calendar was accurate, it was now already the afternoon of June 19th, 3 days having passed in the blink of an eye. Hold on, the calendar? Based on his previous deductions, someone must have torn off the pages of the calendar during these 3 days. Otherwise, the date would surely reflect the day of the apocalypse, that is, June 14th. Could the one who tore off the pages have been himself? The chubby boy approached the master bedroom step by step, scrutinizing the calendar closely, searching for any possible clues on the torn pages. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. If the torn pages were hidden away, it implied that he had encountered danger during those 3 days. But why hadn't he fled? Suddenly, the chubby boy's stomach growled, revealing that he hadn't eaten in several days. Perhaps it was best to fill his belly first. He reached into his backpack, but then his movements froze abruptly, that a chill washed over him. So that's how it was. He wondered why the food in his backpack had diminished so significantly. It turned out that it wasn't Dr. Zhao who had taken the food, but rather he had been the one to eat it during those 3 days of hunger. The chubby boy stared at the backpack in his hands, the most convenient place to conceal items, and simultaneously, a spot he would undoubtedly check, this very backpack. If he had known that at some point in the future he would lose his memory while needing to leave clues, he would have undoubtedly hidden them in this very backpack. This way, when hunger struck, he would naturally reach for it. Without hesitation, the chubby boy dumped everything from his backpack onto the floor, aside from the food. A small piece of paper tumbled out. His heart raced with excitement. Indeed, it was just as he had suspected. What a genius I am! Alas, had he been given the opportunity, he could have become the Sherlock Holmes of Huaxia. He cautiously unfolded the piece of paper, which turned out to be a page from the calendar. And most importantly, the reverse side bore a symbol. It appeared to resemble the letter Y. What could this possibly mean? My English is not particularly strong. Why record such a crucial clue in English? It makes no sense. The chubby boy couldn't help but scoff at himself that he was unable to decipher the code he had left behind. Truly, he was an exceptional talent. However, he was well aware of his own limited command of English. Aside from the 26 letters he had learned in school, he had practically returned all the vocabulary to his teacher. So, what did this Y signify? After much contemplation, the chubby boy suddenly realized that the symbol drawn on the paper was not Y at all, but rather a peace sign. The peace sign, run. The chubby boy turned to look at the yard. It appeared utterly devoid of danger. Just moments ago, he had even considered making this place his temporary residence. Yet now, the June 18th version of himself warned the present him that this place was perilous and urged him to flee immediately. This was the code he had previously agreed upon with Chungu. A thumb represented safety, a fist indicated readiness for battle, and a peace sign denoted extreme danger. No questions asked, simply run. The person who trusted the chubby boy most was, of course, himself, that if yesterday's self had declared this place dangerous, then it was indeed perilous. Otherwise, yesterday's self would not have drawn a peace sign on the paper. And this place was already sufficiently eerie in itself. Determined to escape with Chungu, the chubby boy recalled spotting a small handcart in the storeroom while cooking yesterday. The two of them could barely manage to escape together. When Chungu had risked his life to save him at school, the chubby boy would never abandon the unconscious Chungu. However, just as the chubby boy turned to fetch Chungu and flee, he discovered that the boy who had been sleeping on the sofa had vanished. What the hell? What is going on? The chubby boy's eyes widened. Was this place haunted? How could a living person simply disappear? Chungu, are you awake? Stop playing around. We need to leave quickly. The chubby boy shouted throughout the room. Initially believing that Chungu had awakened on his own, the chubby boy scoured every corner, searching both inside and outside, yet found no trace of Chungu. This left him utterly perplexed. Where had he gone? A vanishing act of such magnitude was ridiculous. Faced with this bizarre situation, even beads of cold sweat began to form on the chubby boy's forehead. He wished fervently for Chungu to awaken. With Chunji's strength combined with his own intellect, they could tackle any strange occurrence together that I've supported you both for so long. It's time for you to contribute. Go, Pikachu. The chubby boy flicked his hands, and two black orbs instantly detached from him. Leaping in opposite directions that in an instant, he gained 3 perspectives. Suddenly, through the black orbs, he spotted a dark shadow darting past in the neighboring yard. From its silhouette, it appeared to be a person. The chubby boy couldn't afford to dwell on this any longer. He grabbed a kitchen knife, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and burst through the door. Although he had no idea what had transpired with Chungu, he was certain it could not be good. Chungu, are you there? If you are, make a sound. Chungu, the chubby boy murmured softly. At that moment, his 2 eyes bounced back into place. Despite their somewhat fearsome appearance, they were quite handy, indeed. Chapter 53. 5 nuts. The chubby boy stealthily approached the adjacent courtyard, but the entire area was eerily silent. Devoid of any sound, he called out twice, but received no response. That if Chungu truly awakened, he would undoubtedly respond immediately. Yet, the absence of such a vibrant person sent a chilling shiver down his spine. Unless he had encountered a ghost. This was not mere astonishment. The chubby boy genuinely doubted his own senses, for in this world, anything could happen without warning. Even the sight of Ultraman battling the Trisolarians would not faze him. The 2 black pupils observed everything within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, something dark darted past in the vision of the rear black eye. Startling the chubby boy, he quickly turned around, only to see the weeds in the vegetable patch swaying gently. Chungu, is that you? I'm scared. Don't frighten me, the chubby boy whispered. While the atmosphere had previously been unsettling, it had not yet posed a threat to his safety. However, the presence of something lurking nearby instilled a sense of imminent danger far more intense than before. The black eye in front conveyed a sight. A shadowy figure had slipped into the cornfield behind the village, but its movements were too swift to discern its identity, regardless of who it might be. The chubby boy longed for the comfort of a dog by his side. After all, the feeling of being alone was vastly different from having a companion. Forget it. Let us just go see. He resolved, hastening forward. He hoped fervently that upon parting the cornfield, he would find Dr. Zhao and Chungu roasting corn, offering him a slightly charred ear to savor. To bolster his courage, the chubby boy vigorously shook the corn stalks, forcefully creating a path that in front of the small village. Rice was cultivated, while corn thrived in the rear, a sprawling expanse that seemed endless. His 2 black eyes followed closely behind, bouncing along like rubber balls. Dr. Zhao, Chungu, is that you roasting corn? Save one for me, the chubby boy shouted. The rustling sound of corn leaves provided a slight alleviation of his fear, though it remained quite intimidating. Whoosh! A shadow darted past the black eye. This time the distance between them was alarmingly close, nearly touching. The black eye was so frightened that it leaped into the chubby boy's embrace, causing him to jump in surprise and swallow hard. What was that? The chubby boy discerned that this shadow was definitely not human, for it moved in a crawling manner. Indeed, if it were human, the horror would have been exponentially greater, that he vaguely saw that it was a dark object skimming the ground. At least the size of a basketball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of something slicing through the air around the chubby boy grew increasingly louder. His face paled. There were creatures in the cornfield, and not just one. These things moved in swarms. Could all these strange phenomena be the handiwork of these creatures? He gripped his kitchen knife tightly, though it offered little solace. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from behind him, prompting him to whirl around as a mass of darkness leapt onto his face. What the hell is this? The chubby boy panicked, frantically swatting at the creature on his face, trampling down Corn in the process. At that moment, the two eyes could only cheer from the sidelines. Providing no practical assistance, he could feel several legs as thick as chopsticks crawling over him. Fear, revulsion, and panic surged through him, overwhelming him with negativity. This is it. Today, Wong Warren is going to die here, he bellowed in despair. Just as he resigned himself to fate, a soft thud resonated. The creature that had been dancing on his face suddenly went limp and flopped down. The chubby boy swatted it away, still in shock. When a hand reached out towards him, he looked up to see Dr. Zhao standing there. In that instant, the chubby boy felt an overwhelming urge to collapse into Dr. Zhao's arms and weep. The timing of his arrival was nothing short of miraculous. Dr. Zhao wielded a small scalpel, diligently wiping the viscous substance off the blade with a corn leaf. Don't worry, this creature only looks intimidating. It's not particularly formidable. Just look, it has been scaring you all this time, and you're not injured at all, are you? Dr. Zhao reassured him. The chubby boy finally lowered his gaze to examine what it was. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in horror. Is that a spider? He asked incredulously. Before him lay a black spider, the size of a basketball, writhing on the ground. That's enormous. Is this the legendary bird-eating spider? I've heard there are spiders in Australia that can grow up to 40 centimeters. The chubby boy exclaimed, thumping his chest. No, this cannot be a bird-eating spider. It's an unknown species, Dr. Zhao declared, picking up the kitchen knife that the chubby boy had dropped and swiftly slicing the large spider in two. The chubby boy assumed Dr. Zhao was merely delivering a coup de GRC. But to his surprise, Dr. Zhao was rummaging through the spider's remains. Moments later, Dr. Zhao retrieved a red, fleshy sack and handed it to the chubby boy. Eat this, he instructed. The chubby boy grimaced in disgust. Could this be edible? He squeezed it, feeling its soft texture, unsure how to describe it. You must have lost a portion of your memory, right? Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked. I did too, but I managed to retrieve those memories. That if you want to know what happened over the past 3 days, eat it. With great effort, the chubby boy swallowed the red sack, suppressing his nausea. Before long, fragments of memories flooded into his mind, reminiscent of scenes from a film. Strange and surreal. What on earth is happening? The chubby boy exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Dr. Zhao continued to pry at the corpse of the spider with the knife. I don't know what this spider was originally called. I've given it a down-to-earth name. The worry-free spider. This spider secretes a bizarre venom that causes memory loss if bitten. Over the past 3 days, we've been repeatedly poisoned by these worry-free spiders, rendering our bodies increasingly weak and our memories fragmented. However, since there's poison, there must be an antidote. After killing one worry-free spider, I found this fleshy sack within its body. With a nothing ventured, nothing gained attitude, I consumed it, and to my surprise, it truly restored some of my memories. Dr. Zhao explained that at last, the chubby boy began to recollect what had transpired on that fateful night of June 16th. Chapter 54, 16 June 16 to 2 p.m. The three of them had just arrived at the small village, finished their meal, and while Chengu and Dr. Zhao began to rest, the chubby boy sat on a chair at the door. Keeping watch, after carving his name onto the wall, the chubby boy dozed off. Uncertain how much time had passed, he abruptly awoke to the sound of rustling, as if numerous things were crawling on the ground. The chubby boy jolted awake, realizing it had grown dark, likely around 8 p.m. to his astonishment. He had slept for such a long time. The moonlight filtered hazily through the night sky, causing him to wonder if he had been dreaming. Stretching, he prepared to wake Chengu for dinner. Suddenly, in the dim light, he saw a dark mass writhing on the ground. Holding his breath, the chubby boy froze. What on earth was that? Fearfully, he reached for the kitchen knife. Though the moonlight provided some illumination, it remained too dim to discern the nature of the moving object. In a hushed tone, he called, Chengu, wake up! Chengu, are you asleep? Although he was unaware of what lay on the ground, he knew it was certainly not benign. The safest course of action was to rouse Chengu, their most formidable fighter. Yet Chengu remained sprawled on the sofa, utterly unresponsive to the chubby boy's calls. The chubby boy dared not divert his gaze from the black object on the ground. Stealing glances at Chengu out of the corner of his eye, to his horror, he noticed a dark mass. eerily similar to the one on the ground, resting motionless on Chenggu's chest. The chubby boy's breath hitched in fear. What on earth was happening? It appeared that Chenggu had also been ensnared, leaving the chubby boy to place his hopes solely in Dr. Zhao. After all, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was nothing but a complete novice in combat that if he and Dr. Zhao joined forces, perhaps they would have a fighting chance. But just as he turned around, a spider the size of a basketball lunged at his face. What followed was a blur. The chubby boy lost consciousness. In the cornfield, the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, realizing that he had been attacked 3 days prior. Dr. Zhao remarked calmly, "After being bitten by the worry-free spider, not only will we suffer memory loss, but our bodies will also fall into a state of somnambulism, wandering aimlessly until exhaustion claims us. However, there is no need for you to be overly fearful, although these forgetful spiders appear formidable. Their offensive capabilities are, in truth, rather limited that I surmise they are scavengers, subsisting on the remains of other creatures." "Really?" The chubby boy seemed skeptical to Dr. Zhao explained. "In the natural world, creatures with strong combat abilities typically do not possess venom. Just observe the venomous snakes. While they are perilous, their strength pales in comparison to that of non-venomous snakes. Similarly, apex predators such as lions, tigers, and grizzly bears are devoid of venom, as it is unnecessary for their survival." The chubby boy murmured, "But can we still rely on our common knowledge in this situation?" Dr. Zhao was at a loss for words. Indeed, in this chaotic world, he had no idea whether his previous knowledge was still applicable. "By the way, have you seen Chenggu? Just a moment ago, he was napping on the sofa, and in the blink of an eye, he has vanished," the chubby boy inquired urgently. Dr. Zhao shook his head. He genuinely did not know where Chenggu had gone. "Our best course of action is to leave quickly. If we delay, we may find ourselves in grave danger," Dr. Zhao asserted. "Not leaving, if anyone is to go. It shall be you," the chubby boy declared resolutely. Dr. Zhao looked at him in surprise. "I didn't expect you to possess such loyalty. By the way, did you just mention your name?" "Wang Warren." "What sort of name is that?" The chubby boy replied, a bit embarrassed. "I was born during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and since my mother has a fondness for 5-nut mooncakes, she named me Wang Warren." Dr. Zhao chuckled and pointed to the sky. "Don't accuse me of lacking loyalty. I will stay with you for 3 more hours. That I end 3 hours, around 5 in the afternoon. If we still cannot find Chenggu, I will depart immediately." The chubby boy nodded. If they did not locate Chenggu in 3 hours, it would likely indicate that he was beyond reach. "Very well, 3 hours it is," he affirmed. The encroaching darkness posed a grave threat to them. If they could not escape before nightfall, they might never leave at all. "Now, we must hunt as many of these spiders as possible and extract the flesh sacs within them. These are the antidotes. Let us prepare as much as we can," Dr. Zhao instructed us. "So, we were once the prey, but now we have become the hunters. The balance of power has shifted." Thus, the two ventured forth, gradually tracking the elusive, forgetful spiders. The chubby boy had also lost 2 days of memory. He required at least 2 flesh sacs to fully recover. Strangely, he sensed that the soreness in his body had lessened significantly, likely a side effect of the venom. That Dr. Zhao wielded a scalpel, recounting his experiences as they walked, that he had awakened around 9 this morning. Having lost 3 days of memory, the extent of his amnesia was considerable. He could only recall sleeping in a hospital morgue, and upon awakening, found himself in an unfamiliar village. Unlike the chubby boy's fanciful musings, Dr. Zhao immediately suspected something was amiss with his mind. Moreover, due to his memory loss, he could not recall who the chubby boy and Chenggu were, prompting him to flee without hesitation. However, the forgetful spiders would not allow such a plump morsel to escape easily. Along the way, Dr. Zhao encountered several attacks. Initially, he was quite alarmed, but he soon realized that these spiders only sought to intimidate. As long as he avoided their bites, he would be safe. Subsequently, Dr. Zhao began to fight back. After slaying one of the forgetful spiders, he dissected it and obtained a red flesh sac. With a mindset of making the best of a dire situation, Dr. Zhao consumed the flesh sac, and to his astonishment, his memory began to return. Now, they needed to find Chenggu and flee immediately. Did Chenggu wander off in his sleep? The chubby boy softly inquired. "No, that is unlikely. If he had awakened, he would surely have greeted you. Could it be that Chenggu has succumbed and been dragged away as prey?" Dr. Zhao's expression turned grave. That a spider the size of a basketball possesses considerable strength, and it is unlikely there is only one. It would not be difficult for them to drag a person away in unison, though we must return. Perhaps we can uncover some clues, Dr. Zhao suggested. The two hastily returned to the house they had previously occupied. Dr. Zhao began to search the surroundings for any signs of struggle but found nothing. Chen Ji's disappearance is indeed perplexing. According to the chubby boy, Chen Ge had been sleeping on the sofa. He merely glanced at his bag and calendar, and poof, he was gone. There is no need to panic. Let us employ the process of elimination that Dr. Zhao stated. Firstly, we can conclude that Chen Ge did not wake up on his own. Had he done so, he would have surely greeted you. Secondly, Chen Ge certainly did not leave this courtyard. Observe the ground. There are no extraneous footprints or drag marks. In other words, he must still be in this room. Thirdly, if he is still in this room, where could he possibly be? Dr. Zhao hesitated momentarily, glancing at the chubby boy. Why did you stop? The chubby boy asked that I have nothing more to say. I can only deduce up to this point. Do you think I am Sherlock Holmes? My profession is that of a doctor, not a private investigator. This room is so small that one can see the entirety of it at a glance. Where else could he possibly hide? Unless we are dealing with ghosts, Dr. Zhao remarked. Indeed, this room is so compact. Where could he possibly conceal himself? The chubby boy suddenly had a realization, his expression growing increasingly serious. There is one place we have yet to search. Where? The vegetable cellar. What? Dr. Zhao momentarily struggled to grasp the meaning of those words. That I'm not criticizing you, but it's clear you grew up in the city. Many rural homes have a vegetable cellar, which remains warm in winter and cool in summer, ideal for storing vegetables. Some farmers dig their cellars outside, but others might excavate one within the house. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, both turning their gazes towards the kitchen. In fact, when they were in the kitchen, they had already noticed that at the far end of the room, there was a wooden door on the floor. But at that time, no one paid it any mind that if those spiders have hidden Chen Ge in the vegetable cellar, then everything makes sense. Why did Chen Ge vanish without a sound? Why do those spiders come and go without a trace? The underground cellar is likely their lair. The chubby boy, holding a kitchen knife, took a deep breath. Dr. Zhao, if you are afraid, you can wait here. I will be back shortly. Don't speak as if someone is cowardly. If I were truly afraid, I would not return, Dr. Zhao replied calmly. The two dared not make a sound as they approached the edge of the cellar, steeling themselves before lifting the wooden door. Typically, cellars within rooms are not dug too deep, as they are meant for convenience in accessing vegetables, with depths not exceeding 1 meter. However, upon opening the door, they were greeted by a seemingly bottomless pit, forming a 30-degree angle with the ground. A person could barely crouch down to enter. IT was now almost certain that this hole served as the spider's lair, and Chen Ge had undoubtedly been dragged down below. Yet, the constricted space exceeded their expectations. While one person could navigate it with some ease, if two entered together, they would find it nearly impossible to retreat should danger arise. Thus, it was decided that the chubby boy would go alone. Furthermore, the tunnel was exceedingly low, with a diameter of only about 1 meter. Crouching down was manageable for a short time, but prolonged bending would prove unbearable, necessitating crawling. Ultimately, they found a length of nylon rope in the storage room. One end was tied around the chubby boy's waist while Dr. Zhao stood outside, ready to pull. They established a signal. If the chubby boy tugged the rope 3 times, Dr. Zhao would pull with all his might. Dr. Zhao, my life rests firmly in your hands. It is said that a healer bears a parent's heart, so you must not abandon me. The chubby boy lamented. Once you descend, I will drop the rope and flee. Dr. Zhao shot him a glare. The chubby boy took a deep breath and bent down to crawl into the abyss, muttering prayers under his breath. Since it was midday, light streamed in from above, and with the aid of a torch, the initial illumination was quite sufficient. However, as he crawled deeper, the light gradually faded, leaving only the flickering torch. After all they had experienced, the chubby boy had developed some measure of courage, especially after the incident at the hospital, that he believed he could handle whatever challenges lay ahead. Yet he had not anticipated the existence of such a long tunnel underground. After crawling for several meters, the chubby boy noticed the soil growing increasingly damp. Perhaps due to a lack of oxygen, he found it somewhat difficult to breathe. That I feel as though I might be running low on oxygen. The plump boy casually inquired. feeling not only slightly oxygen deprived, but also experiencing a touch of auditory hallucination. He perceived the presence of numerous entities crawling around him, with a torch clenched in his mouth and a knife in his hand. He painstakingly advanced inch by inch. Suddenly, as he crawled, he felt the ground beneath him was damp. Upon inspection, he discovered it was mud. The sight of a water well in the courtyard had already led him to surmise that the groundwater here must be abundant. Continuing deeper might very well result in a plunge into an underground river. However, if it was all mud, progress would be impossible, and should he become ensnared in a quagmire, suffocating would be a fate worse than being devoured by spiders. He lifted the torch to illuminate his path, and was taken aback to find that this passageway had reached a dead end. Just a few meters ahead, there was no further way to proceed. Yet the space before him had widened considerably, allowing him to stand upright. Unable to resist, he stretched his limbs, his legs numb from the prolonged crawling. Just as he took a step forward, he unexpectedly stumbled, landing face first in the mud. Hastily wiping the muck from his face, he turned to see that it was none other than Chungu who had tripped him. Chunji's complexion was strikingly pale, a testament to the excessive venom he had ingested over the past 3 days, pushing his body to its limits. Nevertheless, the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. It's all right. As long as you're alive, there's a doctor outside, Dr. Zhao, whose medical skills are exceptional. He will surely save you. The plump boy chattered incessantly. Subsequently, he tied the rope around his waist to Chunji's, tugging it 3 times with vigor. Above, Dr. Zhao received the signal and immediately exerted all his strength to pull the rope, preparing to hoist Chungu up. The plump boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chungu was alive, that was what mattered. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed overhead. Curiously, the plump boy raised the torch to investigate, only to discover that the 5-meter diameter cavity above was densely populated with spiders of various sizes. The smaller ones were roughly the size of a human fist, while the larger ones were 2 sizes bigger than a basketball. The grin on the plump boy's face froze as he addressed the spiders. My apologies, esteemed guests. I hope I haven't disturbed your afternoon slumber. Please continue your rest. I shall take my leave. Chapter 56. Beast the plump boy, ever polite, greeted the spiders before cautiously inching backward. Having lived for over 20 years, he was confident in many aspects of himself, save for his combat prowess, but he readily admitted to being an undeniable weakling when it came to fighting. The spiders above stared intently at him. Although they sent chills down his spine, he felt a strange sense of calm, for at least these creatures were visible to the naked eye. Despite their formidable appearance, they could be killed, indicating that the danger was within manageable bounds. With each careful step backward, he anticipated that the spiders would soon pursue him, and indeed, his intuition proved correct. Just as he exited the cave, the spiders lunged at him in a frenzy. The plump boy quickly raised the torch. While the spiders were quite intimidating, they were ultimately still animals, creatures of nature. They possessed an inherent aversion to fire. Upon seeing the flames, the spiders congregated at the cave's entrance, hesitant to advance. Thus, he continued to retreat slowly toward the mouth of the cave. Even though he understood that the spider's offensive capabilities were not particularly strong, a single bite could inject venom into his system, potentially leading to a grim fate at their mandibles. The effort of crawling had already drained his energy, and now, moving backward was exhausting him even more. Yet, the plump boy dared not linger for a moment. With every step he took back, the spiders advanced slightly closer. They were merely seeking a meal. Did they truly deserve blame? As the plump boy's legs grew weary from the exertion, he finally felt sunlight streaming in. It was a moment of life or death, and he took a deep breath, hastening his retreat. Suddenly, he felt a hand grasp his leg, pulling with force and yanking him from the cave. Turning to see who had rescued him, he found it was Dr. Zhao. "Quick, shut the door. There are spiders everywhere," the plump boy shouted. Almost simultaneously, the spiders erupted from the cave like a fountain, even though they knew the spiders were not particularly dangerous. The sight alone was disconcerting that Dr. Zhao gritted his teeth and slammed the door shut, but several large spiders still made their way through the gap. Grabbing the fire axe from the ground, he swung it with all his might. But as a mere doctor without professional training, he quickly fatigued. The plump boy was in a similar predicament. Neither of them were adept in combat, and with 7 or 8 large spiders surrounding them, Their demise seemed imminent. The venom of these spiders had a peculiar effect. A single bite could lead to a loss of memory that Dr. Zhao reported having lost about a day's worth of memories. The plump boy remained unaware of this, while Chenggu lay on the ground, still unconscious. "What should we do in this situation, Dr. Zhao?" the plump boy asked, his forehead slick with sweat that Dr. Zhao clenched his jaw. "If we can slay one of them, the others will surely flee. Creatures are instinctively afraid of death, and these spiders should be no exception. The problem is, our weapons are too short. Do we have anything longer?" Previously, the plump boy had fashioned a simple spear, but it was left in his bedroom and not brought along. Now, with the spiders encircling them, escaping was impossible in the short term. They deliberated their strategy. The spiders charged forward. A basketball-sized spider lunged directly at the plump boy's face. This time, he had a clear view of its fangs, which were fine like embroidery needles, aside from their venomous fangs. They possessed no other means of attack. With both hands, the plump boy seized the spider, preventing it from biting him, and in a moment of desperation, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on the spider's leg. A crunching sound echoed, and to his astonishment, the spider's foreleg was severed, white fluid spraying forth. He had no way of knowing if it was toxic, but he spat in disgust, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Strangely enough, the substance had no foul taste. It resembled coconut milk. Now, not only Dr. Zhao, but the other spiders were taken aback. Observing the plump boy's ferocity, they retreated several paces in shock. "We've already descended to the level of beasts." "You surpass even that," Dr. Zhao remarked, his lips twitching. "I will never dine with you again." Indeed, individuals can commit outrageous acts when driven by extreme anger, seizing the moment while the spiders were momentarily stunned. Dr. Zhao swung the fire axe and struck one down. The remaining spiders, reluctant to abandon their meal, circled around a few times before ultimately retreating. Dr. Zhao picked up a scalpel and began to dissect the deceased spider, obtaining a red flesh sac, which he hurriedly administered to Chenggu. Yet, Chenggu remained in slumber, showing no signs of awakening. "This place is no longer tenable. We must leave immediately." I spotted a unicycle in the warehouse. "We can use it to transport Chenggu away," Dr. Zhao declared. The two men hastily gathered supplies and weapons before making their swift exit. As night fell, their vision would be severely compromised in the darkness, placing them at a disadvantage. Pushing the unicycle onto the road, flanked by cornfields, they proceeded with trepidation. Yet, after barely 10 minutes, the plump boy suddenly halted. To his astonishment, he saw a rabbit squatting in the middle of the road. Wasn't this the very rabbit they had encountered before heading to the hospital? The rabbit's demeanor was identical to before, calmly staring at the plump boy and Dr. Zhao as they approached, its red eyes sending shivers down their spines. The plump boy had yet to decipher the rabbit's mysterious abilities. "What is going on?" Dr. Zhao asked, his gaze fixed on the creature, now hypervigilant after the recent events. The plump boy swallowed hard. "I don't know. But this rabbit seems far from ordinary." Suddenly, the cornfields began to sway, and a massive spider emerged, sinking its fangs into the rabbit. The plump boy instinctively raised his kitchen knife in response. Dr. Zhao mused, initially believing the rabbit posed a significant threat, only to realize it was not as formidable as he had thought. The rabbit might have the ability to resurrect, despite its current lifeless state. It could soon find a way to revive. The plump boy gulped again, anxiously scanning their surroundings. "Revive? How absurd!" Dr. Zhao exclaimed, astonished by the rabbit that had been whisked away. In peaceful times, discovering the secrets of resurrection would undoubtedly merit a Nobel Prize. "Dr. Zhao, don't you think it's a bit noisy around here?" the plump boy asked, glancing nervously at the rustling cornfields. Unbeknownst to them, the corn stalks surrounding them began to rattle ominously. One by one, spiders crawled out from the fields, fixating their gaze on the plump boy, Dr. Zhao, and the unconscious Chenggu. Chapter 57. God of War. Faced with the onslaught of large spiders, the plump boy turned pale. It was clear the spiders were intent on pursuing him until they had their fill. "Dr. Zhao, perhaps we should just fight to the death." The plump boy trembled. Dr. Zhao, observing the encroaching spiders, exhibited a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. "Perhaps this adventure should end here. Having experienced so many exhilarating events, it has all been worthwhile. Lao Zhao, please do not give up on your treatment. While you may wish to abandon hope, I still wish to live," the chubby boy exclaimed. Dr. Zhao looked bitterly at the increasing number of spiders. Do you believe we can survive this? Indeed, the individual attacking power of these spiders is not formidable. An ordinary adult, armed, could easily dispatch one. However, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the road was densely populated with spiders, numbering at least 800, if not 1,000. A single bite would result in memory loss and temporary paralysis, leaving no chance of escape. Fatty, I am truly glad to have encountered you and Lao Chun before the end. Who would have thought that in the apocalypse I could find two true friends? Dr. Zhao said, reaching into his pocket to gently grasp a slingshot that he then retrieved a surgical knife, ready to fight to the last. Even if life is ordinary, a spectacular death would render it worthwhile. Suddenly, it seemed the spiders received some signal and surged toward the two like a tidal wave. The chubby boy's face turned pale as he wildly waved his makeshift spear, but such feeble attempts were futile against the swarm. Among them, the largest spiders, roughly the size of a basin, leapt at their faces. The chubby boy felt despair wash over him. After enduring so many trials, was he truly to perish at the jaws of these spiders? Just as Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy were about to abandon all resistance, a fire axe swung from behind them, smashing two large spiders into a pulp. What the hell? The chubby boy stiffly turned to see Chengge. One hand gripping the fire axe, the other shielding his head, wobbling as he stood up from a unicycle. My head hurts. It feels like I've been drinking fake liquor. How long did I sleep? Why are there so many spiders chasing you too? Chengge stretched, his bones cracking loudly. What the hell, Chengge? You finally woke up. You called it a short nap? You've been asleep for 3 days. You scared the life out of me. I thought you wouldn't wake up. The chubby boy exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in excitement. Chengge paused, glancing at the sun. He recalled it was around 2 when he fell asleep. And now it was at most 5 or 6. That surely the chubby boy must be mistaken about him sleeping for 3 days. But given the current situation, there was no time to ponder such details. They needed to find a way to break free. Lao Chun, these spiders may not possess great attacking power, but they are venomous. Be careful not to get bitten, Dr. Zhao cautioned. Chengge, though respectful of the enigmatic threats, did not take this tangible danger lightly. Forget the unicycle. Follow me and gather your supplies. With the fire axe slung over his shoulder, Chengge charged forward. He swung the axe in a wide arc, crushing the nearest spiders to a pulpy mess. For the smaller spiders, he crushed them underfoot, while for the larger ones, he wielded the axe with precision. The most formidable aspect of the forgetfulness spider was its venom. In terms of strength and speed, they were rather average. Taking Dr. Zhao's advice, Chengge wrapped his neck with his clothing. Brandishing the fire axe as if clad in heavy armor, he charged forward like a warrior into a kindergarten, carving a bloody path in moments. A while later, the chubby boy yelled from behind, Chengge, you're amazing. Shortly after, Dr. Zhao called out, Lao Chun, you're incredible. These spiders, being living creatures, instinctively sought to avoid danger. Upon recognizing Chengge as a threat, they retreated like a tidal wave. These creatures, it seemed, were bullies who feared the strong. If I had known, I would have fought them head-on, the chubby boy exclaimed, exhilarated, feeling more thrilled than if he had faced the enemy himself. Chengge, from now on, I shall bow to no one but you. Indeed. Lao Chun, we shall follow your lead, Dr. Zhao echoed. Do you dare to lend a hand? Just standing by and shouting encouragement. Is that it? Chengge thought, his expression darkening. Standing there, the forgetfulness spiders parted before him, as if he had consumed the blood of a mythical beast. The spiders, swift to arrive, were even quicker to retreat, disappearing back into the cornfield in the blink of an eye. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao, having narrowly escaped death, exhaled a sigh of relief, while Chengge maintained a serious demeanor. You two move ahead. A giant is approaching. Huh. The chubby boy was confused but soon saw the cornfield ahead, where the stalks parted into 2 rows, indicating that a colossal creature was drawing near. Realizing that staying behind would only lead to trouble, he resolutely discarded 2 of his eyeballs. Moments later, the 2 dark orbs returned, bouncing back. What the hell? That spider is bigger than a car. Is that really a spider? The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment, having never encountered anything so outrageous. Moments later, the creature hidden within the cornfield finally revealed itself before them. A gargantuan spider, standing as tall as a compact car, its 8 legs sprawling out to a length of 4 to 5 meters. Unlike the smaller spiders, this giant possessed razor-sharp mandibles. A single bite could result in severed limbs or even death. Additionally, each of its 8 legs ended in a deadly point, resembling spears. One could only wonder about its strength. Chungu, can you handle this? The chubby boy whispered. If you two remain here as a hindrance. I certainly cannot. Find a safe place to be. By the way, do either of you have any sharp weapons? Chungu inquired. The chubby boy tossed a spear, which Chungu caught. Then he threw the fire axe to the chubby boy. In underwater combat, resistance is formidable, relying on harpoons and spear guns, while the fire axe is not particularly sharp and thus not suited for underwater use. But where could one find water on this flat road? Chungu flicked his wrist, and the shark cloak adhered to his skin as if it possessed a life of its own, growing ever more attuned to him. Instantly, the road beneath transformed into a shallow pool. Chungu seamlessly dove underwater, and the giant spider lunged forward, only to miss, standing confused as it spun in circles. What is happening? It too was bewildered. Suddenly, Chungu leaped from the water with a dragon-like flourish, thrusting his spear directly into one of its eyes. Before the giant spider could react, Chungu submerged again. Chapter 58. Equipment. My friends, who understands this? I ventured out for food and encountered a formidable foe. The giant spider frantically turned, its legs stabbing the ground repeatedly. It could not fathom why a human could swim underground. Such a phenomenon defied all logical reasoning. At that moment, Chungu had quietly swum beneath the giant spider. The upper half of the spider's body was encased in a hard shell, conservatively estimated to be half an inch thick. Whether his kitchen knife could pierce it remained uncertain. However, as long as it was a living creature, it must possess a weakness. Chungu opted for a surprise attack on its underbelly. As the giant spider continued searching for Chungu, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. As a foot-long blade plunged deep into its flesh, in agony, the giant spider roared madly. Seizing the opportunity, Chungu dove underground, swimming 5 to 6 meters away before resurfacing for air. He observed white eggs falling from the giant spider's damaged abdomen. Realizing with a start that it was a female spider, pregnant and in need of substantial nourishment to bear its offspring, and no wonder it relentlessly pursued humans. Motherhood is never easy. The fallen white spider eggs twitched. Still alive, taking advantage of its suffering, Chungu prepared to strike again at its wound. However, as he surfaced from the water, he inadvertently came face to face with the giant spider. Underwater, one often misjudges distance and direction. There had been an experiment where participants attempted to swim from one hole in the ice to another. Though the surface appeared clear, they soon found themselves beneath the ice, which led to a frantic rescue. Now, Chungu found himself in a similar predicament. He had assumed he would emerge directly beneath the giant spider, but instead collided head-on with it. The giant spider roared in fury, its sharp leg lunging toward Chungu, who swiftly blocked it with his spear. With a resounding crack, the spear pierced through, leaving a hole the size of a pinky finger, mere inches from Chungu's chest. What kind of power is this? Chungu thought, discarding the spear, diving back underwater to retrieve a steel kitchen knife. However, the knife was too short. He needed a more suitable weapon. Wait, dear spider, I believe your legs would make excellent weapons. Might I borrow one? The tips of the giant spider's legs are remarkably hard, capable of piercing through stone, that if one could obtain a leg from such a spider as a weapon, it would be incredibly advantageous. This time, Chungu learned his lesson. He circled around the giant spider, surfacing for a breath every few meters. Although the giant spider was endowed with immense strength, it could not grasp even a shadow of Chungu, who danced around it, frustrating the creature to the point of spinning in circles on the ground. Just as the spider's patience was on the verge of wearing thin, Chungu sprang forth from the water once more, delivering a swift strike to the joint of the spider's foreleg. And no matter how resilient the spider's legs were, the joints must remain flexible. Otherwise, they would be rendered immobile, with a flash of the blade. One of the spider's front legs was severed at the joint, and Chungu seized the fallen limb, rolling into the ground. The giant spider, nearly frenzied, relentlessly pounded the earth with its remaining legs. Yet no matter how fervently it tried, it could not penetrate the pavement. Chungu examined his newfound weapon with care. The severed spider leg was not overly thick, its cross-section oval, approximately 2 centimeters in diameter and about 1 meter in length. Straight in form, fitting perfectly in his grip like a sword, its tip extraordinarily sharp, capable of easily piercing metal. That he pondered what material constituted this leg. It seemed to defy logic, and amidst such absurdities, this one was inconsequential. That in ancient times, this spider leg would undoubtedly be considered a divine artifact. Chungu swung it underwater a few times, thoroughly pleased that he tore a strip from his pant leg to fashion a guard for his hand, and casually stowed the kitchen knife in his bag, reserving it solely for culinary purposes henceforth. The giant spider, resembling a creature in a state of madness, had a hole torn in its abdomen, from which white spider eggs dropped, appearing somewhat grotesque. After digging at the ground for a while, the giant spider exhausted itself, realizing it had incurred losses, having neither consumed its desired snacks nor escaped unscathed, and now had lost so many offspring. Disheartened, the giant spider prepared to retreat to its lair. Suddenly, Chungu erupted from the ground, wielding the spider leg, and delivered a decisive thrust from below, piercing the spider's head. The sensation was incredibly smooth. Chungu was enamored with this unparalleled weapon, although the giant spider's head was penetrated. Its body continued to writhe. However, it was not long before it lay still to ensure the creature's demise. Chungu used the spider sword to mutilate the giant spider's head into a pulp. Confirming that it was truly dead before sighing in relief as he resurfaced, he retracted his shark cloak and summoned Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy to return. Upon witnessing the giant spider's corpse, both were momentarily at a loss for words, their thoughts coalescing into a single expression: impressive. After resting briefly and replenishing his energy with some food, Chungu utilized a fire axe to detach the remaining 7 legs of the giant spider. After a simple refinement, they transformed into exceedingly convenient weapons, with the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao each wielding a spider sword. Through the sunset, they observed the spider swords, which were entirely black and slightly translucent, possessing a jade-like quality. Dear spider, though you have perished, we shall forever remember you. You were a selfless creature, even in death, providing us with equipment. Chungu wrapped the remaining 5 spider legs in cloth. Considering their potential future usefulness, Dr. Zhao, carrying his medical kit, began to dissect the spider's remains on the ground. Before long, he discovered the venom sac from the forgetting worry spider, carefully extracting some venom with a syringe. Dr. Zhao, what are you collecting these for? The chubby boy inquired. That it may prove useful in the future. That haven't you seen apocalyptic films? The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not the various monsters, but humans. The human heart is as dark as magic. Humans are the most fearsome beings in this world, Dr. Zhao replied solemnly. Soon, Dr. Zhao uncovered the red flesh sac used for antidote production, meticulously preserving it that moment. Only a sliver of sunlight remained. Darkness was imminent, and they had developed a palpable fear of the night, uncertain of what lurked in the shadows. While the forgetting worry spider was formidable, it was still manageable through physical means. The thought of encountering something like the flesh Taisui sent shivers down their spines. Let's go, Dr. Zhao said, having collected several vials of forgetting worry venom. Following Chungu and the chubby boy as they embarked on a new journey, that I have worked during the day and typically update at night, aiming for a stable 2 chapters daily. If I update during the day, it means I've been slacking off at work. Additionally, I recommend the comic Human Evolution Theory, which features a thrilling and bizarre plot. It's quite captivating, and I finished it in 2 days. Chapter 59. Speculation: the night is not kind to humanity. Human eyes are incapable of seeing in the dark, which is why both Chungu and team leader Yang were reluctant to travel under the cover of night in the barbershop. Now, they had no choice. Although the giant spider had been slain, who knew how many more spiders lurked in the cornfields on either side? A single bite could be detrimental. Perhaps the heavens took pity on them. For a large moon hung in the sky as the 3 of them journeyed beneath the stars, silently traversing the road eastward. 3 days prior, they had witnessed an armed helicopter flying in from the east, which, although it had crashed, confirmed the presence of military forces in that direction. That if they could locate the army, true safety would be within reach. After an hour of travel, the cornfields vanished from sight, replaced by wild grass and desolate land. Occasionally, strange cries echoed from the thickets, sending chills down their spines. The chubby boy was astonished to find that the 2 black eyeballs within him could see in the dark. He casually positioned these orbs atop his head, scanning the surroundings like a scout. There's a village up ahead. Should we go in? the chubby boy suddenly suggested. Chingu glanced in the direction the boy pointed. But without night vision, he could see nothing but darkness. This road beneath us is a national highway. There's bound to be a village or town every 20 to 30 miles. Let us have a look. Chingu proposed. Having already heard Dr. Zhao recount the events that in truth, there was no place in the world that could be deemed completely safe anymore. To survive, one could not forego sleep and rest. They could only proceed cautiously, step by step. The trio fell silent, quickening their pace until, after 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the village. To call it a village was inaccurate. It was more akin to a small town, considerably larger than the previous villages. The town boasted a network of roads forming a crossroad, with the liveliest market even featuring a 2-story building. However, under the sparse moonlight, the entire town was engulfed in darkness. Devoid of any signs of life, it seemed this place, like the city, was abandoned, with no one to be found. Chingu pointed to a nearby, small Western-style building. Let us go up. The door to the small building was unlocked. Swinging open with a gentle push, Dr. Zhao ignited a torch, and the three cautiously ventured inside. The ground floor appeared to be a shop, likely a small supermarket, stocked with mineral water and sealed food. But it was in disarray, suggesting that a looting had taken place, leaving little of value behind. Typically, the second floor would be where people resided. Chingu ascended cautiously with the torch, calling out, "Is anyone here? We mean no harm. We merely wish to rest for the night." The pitch-black second floor remained silent, and as Chingu held the spider sword in one hand and the torch in the other, he ventured upstairs. The second floor was similarly chaotic, showing signs of a struggle, yet it was devoid of any human presence or corpses. The chubby boy voiced his concern. "What do you think happened to all the people in the city? Villages and towns. If they died, there should be bodies, right? The only corpses they had encountered thus far were those of patients in the hospital. Beyond that, they had seen no signs of deceased city dwellers." Chingu found it hard to believe that those monsters would collect the bodies of the dead. If these people had been consumed, why were there no remains to be found? The pressure had been immense. Chingu had forced himself to avoid contemplating these questions, but now that the chubby boy had spoken up, he could no longer ignore them. Dr. Zhao suddenly interjected, "Do you think this might not be an apocalypse at all, but rather an alien invasion? The monsters we've seen could be extraterrestrial beings, and the missing people might have been abducted for experiments." Under normal circumstances, the chubby boy would have made a joke. But now he fell silent. This extraordinary situation could very well be an alien incursion. To think that even if someone claimed that Patrick Star and SpongeBob had come to wreak havoc, he would believe it. Nothing in this world seemed impossible anymore. Chingu, torch in hand, scoured the second floor, ensuring no dangers lurked before allowing himself a moment of respite. "Let us find a place to sleep. I hope we can get a good night's rest tonight," he said. In truth, none of them felt sleepy. After being bitten by the forgetting worry spider, they had been in a daze for several days. However, even if their minds could endure, their bodies could not. The chubby boy plopped down on a bed, exhaling deeply. Chingu sat by the window, gazing at the moon outside. He reached into his pocket and found 2 cigarettes remaining, offering one to Dr. Zhao. "You keep it. I don't smoke," Dr. Zhao replied. The 2 men sat by the windowsill, observing the transformed world outside. The room was enveloped in silence. No one spoke, and they sat quietly. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Zhao suddenly asked, "I heard the chubby boy mention that you've killed someone. Why?" Chingu stared at the moon above, suddenly smiling. "No particular reason. What about you? Have you ever met a normal person who sleeps in a morgue? What was your reason?" Dr. Zhao remained silent for a moment before suddenly extending his hand, requesting, "Pass me a cigarette." "Did you not claim you don't smoke?" Chingu inquired, astonished. "Is it not permissible for me to learn now?" Dr. Zhao chuckled. Although Chingu felt a pang of regret, he handed over the cigarette. Now, all their provisions had been depleted. The Dr. Zhao lit the cigarette, took a puff, and immediately erupted into a fit of heavy coughing, clearly indicating that he had never smoked before. "Who knows how long we can survive? I truly feel that our lives are a gift from the heavens. We might endure once or twice, but what about 3 or 4 times?" Dr. Zhao lamented as he gazed at the moon. "Indeed, if it weren't for this apocalypse, I would have been executed by now. I truly cannot discern whether to despise this apocalypse or to express gratitude for it. Perhaps we are already dead, languishing in hell." Chingu inhaled from the cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Yet Dr. Zhao shook his head that if this is hell, then the heavens are exceedingly merciful. Compared to this apocalypse, I find our existence in the real world to be the true hell, that I wholeheartedly agree. Chen Ge responded. Suddenly, a crow's caw echoed from outside. Chen Ge craned his neck out the window but saw no crow in sight. Dr. Zhao suddenly recalled something, his expression darkening slightly. Chen Ge, do you know what a virtual universe is? What? I have only a high school education, please clarify. Chen Ge replied that do you think this world we are experiencing could possibly be an illusion? Dr. Zhao said gravely, that an illusion. You must have played video games at some point. Do you think our current reality might be akin to a game, a world meticulously crafted? Dr. Zhao mused whimsically. Chapter 60. The crow. Dr. Zhao's line of thought stemmed from a very famous hypothesis, known as the brain in a vat. All human sensory experiences are mediated by the brain. So could it be that the world we perceive is merely a fabrication of the mind? Chen Ge recalled that a chubby friend had proposed a similar theory once, but had not elaborated further. Does it truly matter what is real or not? My intellect is limited, and my education scant. All I know is that now is now, and I am who I am, Chen Ge declared. You possess a remarkably pragmatic outlook. Dr. Zhao chuckled softly. Why do people experience so much distress? Is it not simply a consequence of overthinking? If you are not fatigued, you may keep watch here while I take a brief rest. Chen Ge stretched lazily, settling into the bed alongside the chubby friend. The Dr. Zhao took another puff of his cigarette, slipping his hand into his pocket to gently grasp the slingshot concealed therein. Surprisingly, the night passed without any threat, allowing everyone to enjoy a peaceful slumber. The following day, around 6 o'clock, the chubby friend sluggishly rose, stretching. This feels fantastic. If only I could enjoy such restful sleep every day. It turns out that human desires are quite simple. At that moment, Dr. Zhao descended from the first floor, carrying several unopened food items. Come and eat. Old Chen, look what I found, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, waving his hand. Something flew through the air, and Chen Ge reached out to catch it, his eyes lighting up upon realizing it was an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes. This was more valuable to him than a lifeline. The trio found a spot to sit and eat. Dr. Zhao inquired, how long do you think it will take us to find the military? Chen Ge shook his head, while the chubby friend replied, generally, the operational range of an armed helicopter is about 500 kilometers, meaning the military cannot be more than 500 kilometers away from us. Hold on, do you understand the implications of 500 kilometers? Dr. Zhao interjected that at most, we can walk several dozen kilometers in a day, which means it could take us at least half a month to reach them. Given the difficulties we face, do you think we can survive for half a month? The chubby friend fell silent. Since the apocalypse began, they had only survived 7 days, during which they had confronted innumerable life and death situations. Half a month, 500 kilometers. Just the thought of it was despairing that I saw a car downstairs. But I lack the keys. Can either of you start it? Dr. Zhao suddenly proposed an uplifting idea. The chubby friend asked, when the apocalypse struck, all communication devices failed, and every car in the city stalled. Are you sure you can start it? The armed helicopters have flown over as well, that I suspect only the area around Kaimen City experienced some magnetic interference affecting mechanical devices. Once we leave that zone, we might be fine. Just as Dr. Zhao finished speaking, a crow's caw pierced the morning air. What a harbinger of bad luck, the chubby friend remarked, peering outside but finding no crow in sight. Stop looking and come back. Be careful that a crow larger than a calf doesn't swoop down to carry you off. Chen Ge joked. Although the chubby friend recognized Chen Ji's jest, he nonetheless withdrew his head, feeling a twinge of unease. In these times, even the sight of a crow the size of a water buffalo would not be surprising. That I'll head down to give it a try if I can start the car. It would be splendid. You two should gather supplies and see what might be useful, Chen Ge suggested. The chubby friend and Dr. Zhao scoured the first floor, collecting anything of use, filling 2 large bags. Just then, the sound of an engine starting echoed from outside. The chubby friend was immediately overjoyed. Rushing outside, he found Chen Ge cheerfully seated in the driver's seat, waving at them. Incredible! You managed to start it without the keys. How did you do that, Chen Ge? The chubby friend exclaimed. Chen Ge felt a bit sheepish. Well, during a tight spot, I may have stolen a car before Dr. Zhao and the chubby friend loaded their previously gathered supplies into the vehicle. Although it was now daylight, the small town remained eerily quiet, with no one aware of the events that had transpired. They were driving a Wuling, a vehicle known for its durability and resilience. Humorously dubbed as the stronger it encounters, the stronger it becomes. This particular vehicle appeared to be at least a decade old, with paint scraped off and the engine roaring louder than a dormitory mate snoring. Nevertheless, it could still reach speeds of up to 180 kilometers per hour. That humanity's technology is truly remarkable, the chubby friend exclaimed, extending his hand out of the window to feel the summer breeze. Don't celebrate too soon. The fuel gauge is nearly empty, that if we can't find a place to refuel, we might only last another 2 hours. Chingu cautioned. 2 hours is still manageable. We could cover over 100 kilometers in that time. It's far better than walking. The chubby friend leaned back contentedly. Chingu shook his head in amusement. The chubby friend always maintained such an optimistic outlook. Have you not pondered why only the cars in Kaiman City failed to start? It must be that only Kaiman City was attacked. Other places remain intact. Perhaps we won't even need to find the military. Before long, we'll encounter civilization again, and they'll undoubtedly treat us as heroes. Welcoming us with roasted lamb legs, the chubby friend said, salivating at the thought. That I hope so. Chingu replied with a bitter smile. That it cannot be that simple. The echoes of military warnings resonated in his mind. This path of the apocalypse, no matter how it unfolded, ultimately led to a dead end. Just as the chubby friend was reveling in joy, another crow's caw echoed ominously above them. The expressions on the faces of the three men shifted simultaneously. Could this crow have followed them from the small town? They had driven several kilometers away. How could it still be trailing them? Be cautious. Every creature we've encountered along the way has been anything but normal, the chubby friend whispered. Old Zhao, I see you have a slingshot. May I borrow it? Absolutely not, Dr. Zhao categorically refused. The chubby friend coughed in surprise. If you won't lend it, fine. I refuse to believe a crow can outrun a Wuling. The vehicle broke down, and the chubby friend sat in the car with an expression of despair. What kind of world is this? Does a Wuling only come with a trial card? Chingu lifted the hood and saw smoke billowing from the engine. I knew there was a reason this car hadn't been taken. Chingu couldn't help but criticize. When he had started the engine, he sensed something was amiss, but he never anticipated it would fail so soon. Fortunately, just ahead lay a village, where they might find a replacement vehicle that we collected too many supplies. The three of us can't possibly carry all of it. The chubby friend proposed that I suggest we first scout the village for some means of transportation and then return for the supplies. Chingu agreed. Indeed, it would be a shame to leave behind such valuable items. As the three of them departed the Wuling, another crow's caw rang out from above. Chapter 61. Returning home upon hearing the crow's call. The trio simultaneously looked up, spotting a solitary black crow circling high above that it was too distant to discern its precise form. Chingu picked up a stone, attempting to strike the crow down. But it was far too high for the stone to reach. Let us not concern ourselves with it. Let us head into the village, he suggested. The chubby boy remarked, the three of us, armed and cautious, approached the village. Although it was daylight, daylight does not equate to safety. Unlike the previous town, this village appeared dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for quite some time. That the village entrance stood a large locust tree. Seemingly dead, its withered yellow leaves cascading down in the summer breeze, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The adjacent farmland was overrun with weeds, standing tall and unkempt, suggesting it had been neglected for ages. It seemed that even before the apocalypse, this village had been devoid of inhabitants. With the onset of urbanization, such deserted villages have proliferated. Often, a single guardian remains, and at times, not even a soul can be found. The youth have migrated to the cities for work, while the elderly have either perished or fled. In just a few years, once thriving villages have succumbed to desolation and decay. Chingu gazed thoughtfully at the locust tree at the village entrance. Why do I feel as if I have been here before? He murmured. However, Zhao and the chubby boy moved swiftly ahead, oblivious to his words. You two slow down. Hurry and reincarnate. Chingu said, somewhat exasperated, that he took a few steps forward. He suddenly found the place increasingly familiar, as though he had visited it previously. Hey, fatty Lao Zhao. Wait up. Where the hell did you go? Chingu had intended to call out to the two ahead, but upon raising his head, he discovered they had vanished into thin air. Chingu immediately shouted, Fatty, Lao Zhao, where the hell are you two? Stop playing around and come out. Logically, the distance between the three of them shouldn't have been too great. And with Chun-Ji's loud voice, it should have easily reached their ears, prompting a response. Yet the entire village was eerily silent, devoid of sound. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his spider sword tightly. Damn it. Not again. This journey is more arduous than the pilgrimage of Tang Sung. While he traversed 100,000 li to face 81 trials, we have barely covered 100 li and already encountered countless hardships. Fatty, Lao Zhao, this isn't playtime. Come out quickly. Chunji's voice gradually softened. Yet the deeper he ventured into the village, the more familiar it felt. Finally, upon reaching the western edge of the village, he passed by a small courtyard. At the entrance stood a jujube tree, laden with crisp dates, and the yard was filled with various vegetables, a stark contrast to the desolation of the other courtyards. Ding! Chungu stared vacantly at the small courtyard, the spider sword slipping from his grasp, and oh wonder this place feels so familiar. This is my home. Chunji's lips quivered slightly, and he felt a tightness in his chest, his trembling hand cautiously pushing open the door. His father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him and his younger brother alone. With no secondary school in the village, when Chungu was 12, their mother took him and his brother to the city for schooling. At that time, his brother was merely 6 years old to ensure he could focus on his studies. Their mother borrowed money from relatives and reluctantly moved to the city, having little education herself. She had to constantly take up odd jobs. Chungu took deep breaths. With just a gentle push of his finger, he could open that door. Yet to him, that door felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. Summoning all his courage, he gritted his teeth, lightly knocked, pushed the door open, and cautiously stepped inside. Observing the flourishing vegetables in the yard, he surmised that someone must still reside there. His heart was in turmoil, uncertain whether entering was wise. Perhaps, just perhaps, Lao Zhao and Fatty were inside too. I'll just take a quick look, he resolved, slapping his face to steady himself. Step by step, he moved forward with utmost caution. Unaware of the emotions he harbored, at last, he arrived at the entrance of the small mud and straw hut, gently pushing the door. The interior was adorned just as it had been during his childhood: gray, low ceilings and red brick floors. To the left of the entrance was the small room he shared with his brother. He could still recall the sweltering summer nights when he and his brother would lie on the windowsill, counting stars. Further along was the kitchen, where their mother would always prepare their favorite dishes. Suddenly, Chungu heard the sounds of a spatula clanking against a metal pan. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the spider sword. If someone lived here, he needed to be cautious. That he gently parted the door curtain and peered inside. Just a fleeting glance was enough to strike him like lightning. There stood an elderly figure, bustling about in the kitchen, donned in an oil-stained apron, with graying hair slightly hunched over. Upon hearing someone enter, the elder turned to face Chungu. In that instant, Chungu found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. A tumultuous storm, an overwhelming tide. None could capture even a fraction of his feelings. Mom, he cried, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. That he could hardly believe what lay before him was real. He took tentative steps forward, arms outstretched, embracing the frail figure, weeping uncontrollably. The elder reciprocated the embrace with open arms, exuding warmth. What is wrong? Why are you crying so? Have you been bullied outside? It's all right. You're home now. You're home now. Chungu sobbed incessantly, unable to rein in his emotions. Throughout his perilous journey, he had faced numerous dangers, yet never had he experienced anything like this. Stop crying. Wash your hands, and come eat. Your brother will be back soon. What will he think if he sees you like this? You're a grown man now. His mother gently soothed him. After much effort, Chungu managed to regain his composure and quietly asked, "You said Xiao Chu has returned?" "Yes, look, just as I mentioned it," he asked back. His mother pointed to the young man entering through the door. The youth, around 25, was quite different from Chungu. He appeared refined, wearing glasses, and upon seeing Chungu, he smiled and approached. "Brother, when did you come back? You should have said something. Let's eat." The young man casually placed his bag on the bed. Chungu, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward and embraced his brother tightly. "It's okay. It's okay. Everything's all right. This is wonderful. Everything is all right, brother. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying so hard today? You used to be so stoic, even when hurt," the young man teased. Chungu took a couple of deep breaths, his nose running, and after a long pause, he finally said, "I had a dream. I dreamt that you and Mom had both died. It's okay now. Everything's fine. This is wonderful. Chapter 62. My name is Chingu. I am a murderer. My father passed away early, and we were poor, often ridiculed by classmates during my school years that I never engaged in arguments. Whoever mocked me, I would simply beat them. My fists were tough and large. And among my peers, none could match me in a fight. In those days, parents didn't take children's fights seriously, considering them mere child's play. However, over time, I made more enemies, and eventually one day, a classmate with whom I had the worst relationship enlisted 3 local thugs to corner me in an alley, brandishing a knife and demanding I kneel and apologize. I was 11 at the time. That confrontation was undoubtedly the most exhilarating fight of my life. 1 against 4, resulting in 2 thugs with broken bones and 1 with a concussion. When the adults found me, I was relentlessly kicking the classmate's head, blood pouring from his orifices. From that day on, Chingu, became notorious, known throughout 10 miles and 8 villages. However, following that incident, my mother had to take me around, apologizing and offering compensation, which cost a considerable amount of money. From that day forward, I understood that hurting people came with a price. Soon, I turned 12, the age for secondary school that temper my temperament. My mother took me to a school in the city, but at that time, I had no inclination to study. The teachers, aware of my past, frequently mocked me and even colluded with classmates to isolate me. Yet, I was indifferent to it all, believing that education was worthless and that it would be better to associate with a powerful figure. Under this mindset, I met my first big brother, named Du Tian, who was somewhat renowned in the area, commanding dozens of underlings, exuding an impressive demeanor. Despite being merely a teenager, I was the most formidable among his subordinates that he even encouraged me to wield dual red flowers. Although I had no idea what that meant, it simply sounded impressive. Back then, I would skip classes, engage in brawls, and bond with these thugs, which in retrospect seems foolish. In any case, I didn't learn a thing. After graduating from junior high, my mother spent 3,000 yuan to enroll me in the worst high school in the area, as none of the prestigious schools would accept me. At that time, I had no inkling of how long it would take my mother to save those 3,000 yuan. Until that moment, my aspirations revolved around carving out a niche for myself in society, collecting protection fees from my underlings, mediating disputes, and living a leisurely life. However, my dreams were soon shattered when the campaign against organized crime commenced. My elder brother was promptly imprisoned for life, and I felt a chilling sense of despair, fearing that I would also languish in prison for the remainder of my days. Fortunately, being still quite young and having committed no heinous acts, I was merely subjected to criticism and released after a few days. Yet, following this ordeal, my hopes of continuing my education were dashed as the school expelled me, leaving me a bona fide unemployed drifter. To spare my mother from worry and to make ends meet, I began taking odd jobs in society. It was from that day forth that I realized that to be impressive in this world, one does not rely on brute strength, but rather on connections and financial resources. Lacking all 3, connections, education, and experience, along with a record of misdeeds, I encountered insurmountable obstacles even in securing a position as a waiter. Whenever I sought a respectable job, the first question posed to me was invariably about my educational qualifications. I would respond that I had completed high school. High school? Our minimum requirement is a college diploma. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. It was then that I grasped the depth of my mother's insistence on the importance of education. Only after enduring relentless hardships did I comprehend her well-meaning intentions. But alas, it was too late. In order to survive, I worked as a security guard, toiled in kitchens, and even labored in illegal coal mines. The seasoned miners recognized my quick wit and clandestinely taught me how to handle explosives, which represented my best opportunity to earn a monthly income of 5,000. However, the mine was soon shut down due to illegal operations, and the owner was incarcerated, leaving me without even a wage. Thus, I navigated through the harsh realities of society, gradually tempering my temperament. When my boss berated me, I met him with a smile, and when colleagues teased me, I chose to ignore it, all for the sake of survival. After years of struggling, my life had finally begun to stabilize. Just when I thought I would continue in this manner for the rest of my days, a monumental piece of news arrived from home. My younger brother had been accepted into a prestigious university. My brother, Chinchu, was quite different from me. He had always been earnest, preferring tranquility and academic pursuits, and he excelled in his studies. Ultimately, he lived up to expectations, gaining admission to a key university with outstanding results. We had shared a close bond since childhood, and now that he had succeeded, he would not have to endure the same embarrassment I did when asked about my educational background, that I worked even harder and lived more frugally, sending him every spare penny I could. Chen Chu truly made us proud. Not only did he work diligently to support himself, but he also consistently earned scholarships, often urging me to treat myself better, to indulge in good food and new clothes, assuring me that he could manage financially. Time flew, and 4 years passed that my brother graduated from university, while many of his peers lamented that graduation often led to unemployment. Chen Chu was fortunate. He received offers from companies even before he graduated. However, upon reflection, I realized that he bore significant pressure, not from our mother or myself, but from within. Our mother was kind-hearted, content as long as her sons were healthy and thriving. Just as I was, I sent money to my brother without expecting anything in return, for it was my duty as his elder brother to support his education. Yet, Chen Chu perceived things differently. As the sole university graduate in our family, he felt the weight of responsibility, striving to ensure a better life for our mother and me, even if it meant enduring hardship himself. His classmates advised him against signing with the company that approached him, as it was of mediocre standing and offered subpar compensation. But Chen Chu was determined to prove himself and to uplift our family. Consequently, he joined this dubious company, accepting a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. At this juncture, the situation had not yet reached tragic proportions. However, as I mentioned, life has a cruel tendency to deliver a harsh blow just when one perceives a glimmer of hope. 3 months later, news from the local police shattered my world. My brother had died. Chapter 63. A common man. When I received the news, it was past 5 in the afternoon that my mother and I had bought tickets for a midnight train. Arriving in the early hours at the local police station in Chen Chu's city of work, the officers led us to identify his body, and I was horrified to see my brother's form marred by injuries from head to toe. My mother collapsed over his lifeless body, wailing inconsolably. The attending officer informed us that my brother had been involved in a conflict in his rental apartment, where he was brutally beaten by 2 assailants. I knew this was implausible. My brother had a gentle disposition and would never instigate a confrontation. As I began to inquire further, my mother suddenly clutched her chest and collapsed. The seasoned officer immediately recognized the signs of a myocardial infarction and called for an ambulance. But before we could reach the hospital, she succumbed to her overwhelming grief. When I saw the doctor wheeling her body out of the emergency room, I felt no sorrow, only a profound sense of bewilderment. How could this happen? We had endured the most trying times. I had turned my life around. How could it end this way? With the assistance of local authorities, we arranged for her burial. Yet my quest for answers regarding my brother's demise was far from over. No matter how persistently I inquired, the police insisted that it was merely a case of accidental injury during a brawl, and that the case would soon be closed. Upon examining my brother's body closely, I discerned at least 2 distinct types of injuries, indicating that he had been assaulted by at least 2 individuals simultaneously. Since the police were of no help, I resolved to seek answers through my own means. The bad news was that I had lost everything. The good news was that I had nothing left to lose. Only my fists remained to uncover the truth of what had transpired with my brother. I needed to confront those who had been close to him. One of his housemates, Lu Hao, had moved out following the incident. That I quickly located Lu Hao, who was hiding in a basement. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came Lu Hao's voice from within. Knock, knock, knock. I remained silent, continuing to pound on the door. Lu Hao opened the door a crack, peering at me with a look of confusion. Who are you? I am Chen Ge, Chen Chu's older brother. Before I could finish, Lu Hao frantically attempted to close the door. Damn it! Something's amiss! I kicked the door open, seizing Lu Hao by the hair and slamming his head against the wall. Brother! Brother! Chen Chu's death has nothing to do with me. I truly know nothing. Lu Hao screamed. What transpired on the night my brother died? I was out at a bar with others. I genuinely have no idea. Lu Hao cried out. Help! Someone! Help! Stop shouting. This is a basement, and it's soundproof that no one can hear you from outside. Your brother is down there alone, so you might as well go keep him company. I brandished an axe that I had prepared in advance. Brother! Brother! Chen Chu's death has nothing to do with me. I swear. Then whose death is it? It was Boss Qin. It was Boss Qin who did it. Please let me go. I have elders at home to care for. Lu Hao pleaded. Who is Boss Qin? Tell me, and I won't kill you. Subsequently, Lu Hao divulged everything he knew like a torrent. Boss Qin is the owner of the company where my brother worked. Through Lu Hao's account, I gradually pieced together the sequence of events. The company my brother worked for was not a legitimate one. Local regulations stipulated that companies hiring fresh graduates would receive certain subsidies. And Boss Qin had set his sights on this lucrative opportunity, that he had signed a 1-year contract with Chen Chu. However, during Chen Chu's 3 months of employment, he received not a single paycheck. When you wish to resign, Boss Qin threatened these students with the contract they had signed, insisting that leaving before a year would incur hefty penalties. The deceived students were new to the workforce and unaware of the depths of the exploitation. And most hail from modest backgrounds, too fearful to resist that in a fit of anger. Chen Chu, along with dozens of other duped students, confronted Boss Qin in his office, upon realizing the students were causing a ruckus. Boss Qin superficially agreed to pay their wages, but that very night, 2 thugs were sent to violently assault the outspoken Chen Chu. By the time help arrived, it was too late. He had already succumbed to his injuries. After hearing this, I asked, "How do you know those 2 thugs were affiliated with Boss Qin?" "They were the security guards at the company entrance. We recognized them from our daily comings and goings." Lu Hao replied quietly. "Then why didn't you inform the police about this?" Lu Hao, visibly anxious, responded, "After the incident, Boss Qin gave me 50,000 yuan and warned me that if I spoke out, I would be killed too. Moreover, I have heard that his family possesses extensive connections, even having acquaintances within the Public Security Bureau. What about those 2 security guards who caused the death? Have they fled?" I inquired. "No. It is said that the security guards who killed were relatives of his. He has already found someone to pin the blame on." That I remained silent for a considerable time, eventually taking up a cigarette. I am not well educated and my mind does not function particularly well, but I recall a saying from my school days. Killing requires retribution, and debts must be repaid. This is a fundamental principle. I possess no other talents, but I can fight that if you bring ruin upon my family, I shall bring ruin upon yours. It's as simple as that. Armed with an axe, I made my way directly to their company's security room, where the 2 guards were still engrossed in a video game that I approached and rapped on the glass. "Who the hell is that? It's the middle of the night, and you aren't sleeping," one guard shouted as he looked up. I smashed the glass with a punch and seized him by the neck, yanking him through the window. Both guards were momentarily stunned. I had no desire to engage in idle chatter with them. With a single swing of my axe, I severed his head. "Holy crap, there's been a murder!" The remaining guards screamed in terror, reaching for the phone on the desk to call the police. That I leapt through the window in one swift motion, shattering the phone into pieces with my axe. "Hero, if you want money, I can give it to you. Just please don't kill me." I inhaled deeply from my cigarette. "Was it your hand that killed my brother?" Upon hearing this, the guard's face turned as pale as snow. I had no choice. "Hero, I know I was wrong. I promise I won't dare again. Please spare me. I will." "I hear you are a relative of Qin? Where does he live?" "All right, I will tell you everything. He masterminded this whole affair." The guard trembled uncontrollably as he scribbled down Qin's home address. "You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" No, given 10 times the courage. "I wouldn't dare to deceive you. I can call to confirm his location right now." He insisted, and no need for that. "You can go down and keep my brother company." Chapter 64, Annihilation. Having dealt with the 2 accomplices, I proceeded to Qin's residence. It was a stand-alone villa, quite suitable for my purpose. Scaling walls and entering uninvited is a skill I possess, and I slipped in unnoticed. Through the window, I observed the family gathered around the dining table. I had seen Qin's photograph on the guard's phone. The man seated in the center was indeed Qin. Alongside him were 4 others. An elderly couple, their hair entirely white, presumably Qin's parents, a middle-aged woman, likely his wife, sat beside him, and a man of a similar age, bearing a slight resemblance, who must be Qin's younger brother. They laughed and chatted amiably as they toasted one another. "Brother, I heard you've got yourself into a bit of trouble." Qin's brother asked. "That it's nothing. Just a poor student who dares to confront me you know. He even mentioned labor law in my office. After all these years in business, do you think I don't know whether labor laws are effective?" Qin, slightly inebriated, boasted proudly that I've investigated his family. Apart from an old mother, he has a brother who does odd jobs, that no background, no connections. What can he possibly do against me? If he has the guts, let him sue me. Several judges at our city court have shared drinks with me. It's all over now. Nothing will come of it. Qin's father spoke earnestly. Xiao Qin, it's best to avoid such matters in the future. Harmony breeds wealth. However, Qin's mother scoffed. Let's not speak of such unpleasantness today that a poor student dares to surround our son's office. He must be out of his mind. He doesn't even know his own worth. Son, if you encounter such foolishness again, you must deal with it this way, that it's not just about money. If we lose, they'll think we have no justification. Listening to their conversation, I suddenly recalled another saying from my school days. Those who are not family do not enter the same door. Since they are family, they should be united. That I shattered the window glass with my axe, causing Qin's mother to scream. What happened? What is going on? But then she saw a towering figure, a man of 6 feet 4 inches, brandishing an axe, advancing toward them with a menacing aura. The room fell eerily silent. Yet, Qin's mother quickly regained her composure, barking. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Where did you come from? Get out of here. I am Chen Gu, the older brother of the university student your son just killed, the one who is merely a laborer in society. I calmly introduced myself. Qin's mother pursed her lips, taking 2 steps back upon seeing the axe in my hand. Qin's expression darkened, but he quickly plastered on a smile. You are Chen Chu's elder brother. I am deeply concerned about your brother's matter. I didn't expect to be embroiled with a few. Before he could finish, I stepped forward and severed his left hand with a single stroke. Qin screamed in agony. His wife and mother joined in the screams. Sweat poured down Qin's forehead as he pleaded. Please, don't do anything. If it's money you want, I can give it to you, whatever amount you desire. Yes, we'll give you whatever you want. Just put down the weapon. Qin's brother hurriedly interjected. I remained silent, aiming my axe at his forehead. His brain splattered across the dining table. But there's been a murder. Someone call for help. Quickly. Qin's mother shrieked. I may lack skills in many areas, but exterminating your family will suffice, I said coldly. Young brother, I understand your grievances. Our family has connections in the city. Just tell me what you want, and I will fulfill it. Please, don't resort to violence. We live in a society governed by law. Just moments ago, hadn't he claimed that labor laws held no weight for him? How had it suddenly become a matter of lawful society? I advanced step by step. Run in 3 directions. Qin's father shouted, realizing too late that words were futile. I had come to eradicate them. He overestimated himself. At over 70 years of age, he had barely taken a few steps before I caught up, delivering a fatal blow with my axe, shattering his skull. That I then seized Qin's mother, ending her life with a single stroke. Next, I grabbed Qin's wife by the hair, throwing her to the ground and dispatching her with another swing, concluding the battle. Qin, still clutching his wound, staggered away, but I knew that once a person loses their arm, their balance is disrupted, and they cannot run swiftly. That I lunged forward, grasping Qin by the neck and yanking him back. Brother! Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have harmed your brother. Spare me. I can give you any amount of money. I will do anything. Qin pleaded, kneeling and weeping. That I realized I was a fool. Please let me go, and I will reform and start anew. I swung my axe down upon his head, splattering his brains across the ground. That I had no desire to engage him further. After the deed was done, a sense of emptiness washed over me. At that moment, a voice from the 2nd floor interrupted. What is all this noise? I can't even play my game. But upon seeing the carnage below, he instantly held his breath. That I looked up, locking eyes with the boy, his face drained of color as he turned to flee upstairs. In that instant, a thought flashed through my mind. Killing 100 is still just a death. That I hurried to the 2nd floor, where the boy was attempting to hide beneath the bed. I seized him by the leg, yanking him out. The boy, terror-stricken, exclaimed, Uncle, please don't kill me. I know nothing of the adult's affairs. I want to call the police. I want to look at your face. Please don't kill me. Gazing at the youth before me, no older than 16 or 17, I asked, How old are you? 17. What do you do? I'm still in school. Good, keep studying. It will benefit you to don't end up like me, who didn't even graduate high school. By the way, what relation is Qin to you? The boy trembled uncontrollably. Yes, my dad, I see. Your father killed my brother and harmed my mother. I am here to eradicate your entire family. Do you have any final words? I lifted my axe. Please don't kill me. I swung down, and the boy lay motionless on the ground. Taking a deep breath, I murmured, Mother, brother, you need not worry. I will soon join you. You shall not be alone. After the slaughter, I set fire to the villa. As the flames consumed the structure, my heart turned to ashes. Sitting on the nearby steps, I lit a cigarette. This would likely be the last time I indulged in such a vice. Then I retrieved my old mobile phone and dialed 110. Hello? Is this the police? I have committed murder. I recently discovered a rather good comic, Darwin's Game. Is anyone following it with me? Chapter 65. Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao was in a state of panic. He had lost contact with his two companions. They had been together just moments ago. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye? Old Chen. Fatty, stop playing around. Come out, Dr. Zhao shouted, but the entire village was shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to retrace his steps, certain that the two individuals would return upon realizing they were lost. However, upon turning back, he was confronted by a thick, white fog that obscured his vision entirely. Swallowing hard, an unsettling premonition began to take hold of him. How could such dense fog appear on a clear day? Typically, it only manifests in the early morning or during particularly humid, overcast weather. Taking a few steps back, Dr. Zhao called out Old Chen. Fatty, something's off? Where are you? Old Chen, Fatty. The white fog surged towards him, and in a panic, Dr. Zhao fled. Yet as he turned, he discovered that the village had vanished, replaced by a towering building that felt oddly familiar. What is happening? Is there a building here? This hardly resembles a structure one would expect in a small village, he muttered to himself. The edifice stood over 20 stories high, a type of construction inconceivable in a rural setting. But the encroaching fog left him with no choice. He hurriedly entered the building. Once inside, the fog was barred from following him, and Dr. Zhao cautiously peered within. It was a residential building, with a corridor leading upwards. A sudden wave of recognition washed over him. Had he been here before? In a moment of clarity, he slapped his forehead. This is my home. How did I end up here? I was supposed to be in that dilapidated village with Old Chen and Fatty. And just as I was about to investigate, those two rascals suddenly disappeared. Yet how could he possibly find himself in his own house? His fingers trembled slightly. If there was one place he wished to avoid, it was his own home. That Dr. Zhao ascended to the 4th floor, where the door design mirrored that of his own house. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the key from his pocket, steeling himself as he inserted it into the lock and turned it gently. The door creaked open. To his astonishment, he found himself back home. The familiar sofa, the well-known living room, the kitchen, and the bedroom all greeted him with an unsettling sense of normalcy. That he picked up the television remote and turned it on, discovering a sports match still airing. Collapsing onto the sofa, he pondered the surreal situation. Was this all just a dream? Suddenly, he slapped himself hard across the face, the sting confirming the reality. This ain't a dream. It's real? I'm truly home. But where are Fatty and Old Chen? What has become of them? Surely, this sequence of events cannot merely be a figment of my imagination. Dr. Zhao found himself teetering on the brink of confusion between reality and dreams. Just then, the sound of a door unlocking broke his reverie. Instinctively, he reached for a weapon, but to his dismay, found himself completely unarmed. His spider sword and surgical knife were nowhere to be found. Rising in a state of anxiety, he scanned the room for something to use as a weapon, ultimately settling on a plate from the table. That moment, the door swung open, revealing not a monstrous apparition, but a woman of similar age to Dr. Zhao. Noticing him standing there, bewildered with the plate in hand, she casually remarked, "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Hurry and help me bring these things inside." Dr. Zhao silently extended his hand, then suddenly slapped himself again. Could it be that I am indeed dreaming? No way. Even if a malevolent spirit were to walk through that door, I could accept it. But why her? What's the matter? Have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting yourself? Are you facing challenges at work? The woman approached him, concern etched on her face as she examined his flushed cheeks. Without warning, Dr. Zhao embraced her, burying his head in her shoulder. Weeping uncontrollably, she gently stroked his head and whispered, "What's wrong? Were you wronged at work? Or did you encounter some troublesome patients? It's all right. It will all pass." As he wept, Dr. Zhao turned his head, searching for something. "Where's Xiaohua? Is Xiaohua here, son? Isn't he at school? Oh, right, it's almost 6 o'clock. He should be home soon. I must start preparing dinner." The woman gently pushed Dr. Zhao away and began washing vegetables. Everything felt so normal. Just then, a voice called from the hallway, "Dad, are you home?" I'm back that a youthful voice resonated, sending shivers down Dr. Zhao's spine as he cautiously opened the door, his hands trembling for the first time. He fervently prayed for good fortune, and to his relief, a bright-eyed boy entered. "Mom, what is for lunch today?" the boy inquired. "Nothing yet. You should watch some TV with your dad first. Have you finished your homework?" As Dr. Zhao observed this utterly ordinary scene, a smile broke across his face. "Today, I'll cook. After all these years of marriage, I've never prepared a meal for the two of you." He accepted the freshly washed vegetables from his wife's hands. "If only it could all be real. My name is Zhao Yang, and I am a doctor. That my life is quite simple, devoid of national grievances or familial hatred, and free from the tumult of fate. I grew up in a privileged environment, the sole child of my parents, who treated me exceptionally well. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, I excelled academically, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious medical university. After graduation, I became a doctor at a local hospital. In the same year, I met my wife, Su Lan, who was of the same age as I did. After a year of courtship, we wed. Our married life was filled with love, and until that point, I believed my future would continue in blissful happiness. A year after our marriage, we welcomed a lovely son, Zhao Lele, affectionately nicknamed Kaisen. Although my work kept me busy and I occasionally dealt with difficult patients, I remained patient with them, always striving to assist as best as I could. Life was warm and bustling until my son turned 12 that year. My son had just started middle school, where he excelled academically and was well-liked by both teachers and peers. Yet, every school harbors its share of so-called big shots. Sporting dyed hair and flamboyant attire, who swagger about as if unrestrained by rules. One day, after school, my son Zhao Lele was on duty and lingered a bit longer than usual. He was cornered by 3 bullies from his school, who brandished knives and demanded money. My son, being timid, obediently handed over all the cash he had on him. However, his meager funds did not satisfy the trio, who dragged him to the restroom for a brutal beating. Even a clay figurine can only endure so much. Lele, pushed to his limits, began to fight back. One of the thugs pulled out a switchblade and stabbed Lele in the abdomen. The names of those 3 beasts, Li Chun, Zhao Chunfeng, and Sun Guohai, are etched in my memory forever. Seeing the blood, the bullies panicked. Had they promptly sought medical assistance, perhaps Lele could have been saved. Instead, they fled the scene in terror. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that a dormitory teacher, using the restroom, discovered the gravely injured Lele and immediately called the police and an ambulance. Ironically, Lele was brought to the very hospital where I worked, and I was the surgeon on duty that night. As I witnessed my son being brought in, drenched in blood, my mind went blank that I immediately prepared for surgery, but due to excessive blood loss, internal injuries, and having missed the optimal window for intervention, Lele's life was tragically extinguished that fateful night at the age of 12. The moment the ECG turned flat, I felt as though the sky had collapsed upon me. That I am a doctor. Throughout my life, I have saved countless lives. Yet in the end, I could not save my own son. Was I cursed in a past life? Overwhelmed with grief, I longed to cry, but I found myself incapable of shedding tears. Soon after, my wife arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Lele's lifeless body, she fainted on the spot. In the end, we reported the incident to the police, who swiftly apprehended the 3 thugs. However, what followed was even more absurd. All 3 were minors, and thus bore no criminal responsibility. I heard that Li Chen's father held a position of authority in a government department. After 2 rounds of trials, they were ultimately charged with negligent homicide. But due to their age and various connections, they would only serve a few years in a juvenile facility before being released. I exhausted every resource and called upon every favor I could muster. But to no avail. I could only watch helplessly as those 3 beasts roamed free, their mocking laughter echoing in my ears as they strolled through the juvenile facility. I was utterly powerless. I am merely a doctor. I sought revenge, but could not find the means to do so. 3 months after the verdict was handed down, my wife succumbed to the trauma and took her own life by hanging herself at home. As I gazed upon her lifeless body, I fell into a state of profound confusion. I have treated so many ailments and saved countless lives. Surely, I should not be punished in such a manner. In this moment, I have succumbed entirely to despair regarding this world. I laid the lifeless bodies of my wife and child in the morgue of the hospital where I worked, preparing to accompany them in death. Yet, unexpectedly, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky at noon that day. paralyzing the entire city. Did I end that moment? I yearned for death, huddled in the morgue, indifferent to everything around me. Soon after, darkness fell. Suddenly, one of the patients in the hospital emitted a heart-wrenching scream, claiming that something was screaming in his head and urging the doctors to open his skull immediately. Initially, the doctors presumed the patient had lost his mind and hurriedly restrained him. However, mere minutes later, the patient expired. The doctors were bewildered. This individual had merely undergone an appendectomy and was due for discharge in 7 days. Why had he died? He had been recovering well. How could he suddenly perish? If the family were to find out, the consequences would be dire. At that time, people remained oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse had already arrived. How peculiar. Logically, there should have been no issues. One curious doctor approached to examine the corpse, but as he uttered those words, he suddenly froze, then frantically clutched his head, exclaiming, Something is screaming in my head. Hurry, pry open my skull. Quickly. At that moment, fear enveloped everyone. No one dared approach the doctor, retreating to a safe distance as he desperately pressed his head against the marble floor. In less than half a minute, this deranged doctor suddenly ceased to breathe. The entire hospital was engulfed in terror. I must leave. I need to escape this cursed place. There must be an infectious disease. One patient cried out. Yet in the next instant, this same patient also clutched his head and began to scream in agony. His symptoms mirrored those of the previous appendectomy patient and the insane doctor. Panic ensued, with everyone believing there was a virulent contagion in the vicinity. Both doctors and patients screamed in terror. But death did not relent. One by one, they fell, each lamenting that something was inside their heads. Even an elderly doctor shouted before his demise, "There are ghosts! There are ghosts!" Before succumbing to madness, death became the dominant theme, one after another, until dawn broke, and both doctors and patients, as well as their families, lay lifeless. I, having remained in the morgue with my deceased wife and child, was the sole survivor. Observing the behavior of these individuals led me to conclude that whatever was killing them pounced upon the living. After daybreak, I emerged from the morgue to find the ground littered with corpses. That moment, I felt little fear, only a tinge of sadness. I understood that the world was on the brink of a true apocalypse, and no one would survive. I remained quietly in the morgue, waiting until dusk, when hunger finally struck. Indeed, the necessity of sustenance is paramount. The pangs of hunger are unbearable. Even in death, one ought to be a satiated ghost. However, as I ventured not far, I beheld 2 men pushing a blood-soaked pregnant woman toward me. Upon seeing her, I could not help but feel a surge of compassion. If you wish to save her, then let me take her place. The ensuing events are well known. Time shifts back to the present. Dr. Zhao gazes at his gentle and graceful wife, at his adorable and lively son, and suddenly smiles. Isn't this what my life is truly for? My wife and children by the warm hearth. Now, isn't it all within my grasp? Dr. Zhao looks out the window. The dense fog has yet to dissipate. Yet he has an inkling of the current situation, that he is undoubtedly dreaming. More precisely, he is experiencing a lucid dream. This building, as well as his wife and child before him, are mere figments of his imagination. Should he depart, the illusion will shatter in an instant. But why should I leave? I had intended to end my life. Merely seeing my wife and child once more fills me with contentment. This journey, it has been arduous. I am sorry, Lao Chun. I am sorry, Fatty. I can no longer endure. Allow me to remain here, Dr. Zhao murmurs to the misty expanse outside, just as he prepares to fully immerse himself in this dream. A colossal hand, larger than the entire building, suddenly emerges from the white fog. With a single slap, it disperses the mist before him. Old Zhao, wake up. Stop daydreaming. The voice belongs to Fatty Smack. The enormous hand lands squarely on Dr. Zhao's face. He jolts awake, as if startled from a dream of falling from great heights, and upon opening his eyes, the brilliant sunlight shines upon him. Chapter 67. Enlightenment. Little Fatty is now in a state of great anxiety. Why is it that when they entered the village together, he now finds himself alone? Old Zhao. Brother Chin, where have you two gone? Little Fatty clutches his spider sword tightly, fearful of an unexpected ambush. Yet, after only a few steps, he discovers that the path beneath him has vanished. Initially, there had been a stone-paved path when they entered the village, and to avoid getting lost, he had consistently followed it. However, as he continued, the path inexplicably disappeared. This disappearance does not refer to the stones that formed the path, but rather the ground beneath him, the sky above, and the surrounding village. All have vanished, leaving only a void. Little Fatty realizes he is now suspended in an entirely unknown realm, with nothing but white surrounding him, devoid of any sense of direction or boundaries. What the hell is this place? What on earth is happening? Old Zhao Brotherchin, where the hell have you two gone? Come out, Little Fatty shouts. However, within this bizarre space, there is no up or down, no left or right, no front or back. Everything is an absolute void, devoid of the imagined monsters and demons. Only silence prevails. Initially, Little Fatty felt a twinge of panic, but upon realizing he was not in danger, he regained his composure. He extended his hand to touch the space around him, discovering he could swim through this absolute void, moving freely in all directions. This cannot be the realm of reality. This must be my dream. Little Fatty rapidly deduces the situation at hand. This is likely a lucid dream, which means one is aware they are dreaming while still unable to wake up. Sometimes, while the mind remains asleep, the body awakens, resulting in such a dream. Does this mean I have fallen asleep? When did I fall asleep? Am I still in the car? Little Fatty raises his hand and slaps himself hard across the face. He feels the sting, but does not awaken. After pondering for 2 to 3 seconds, Little Fatty realizes he has certainly fallen into a trap. Along this journey, many dangers lurked in the shadows that, as the saying goes, while a direct assault is easy to evade, a hidden arrow is difficult to guard against. And these creatures are adept at ambushing. How can I awaken from this? Why am I experiencing such a void-like dream? Little Fatty gazes up at the blank sky when suddenly the cawing of crows reaches his ears. Caw, caw, caw. Little Fatty suddenly has an epiphany. So it was you, the harbinger of doom. I knew you wouldn't stay up late. You've been following us all along. Upon hearing the crow's caw, Little Fatty realizes what has transpired. The crows must possess a special ability to draw people into dreams. After a moment's contemplation, Little Fatty bursts into laughter, for he understands why his dream appears as a void. That my name is Juan Warren, the same Warren as in Five Nut Mooncake. You may also call me Little Fatty. Throughout this game of escape, I have encountered many individuals, but none have left a deeper impression on me than Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao. The two of them clearly have their own stories. Yet, I am different. I lack such tales that I am merely an ordinary person. I was born into a very typical family. Both of my parents are workers, earning a meager income in a factory to support the household as a child. My father would often admonish me to study hard, insisting that education would benefit my future at the tender age of 8. I was curious. Does education truly yield benefits for the future? Don't all paths ultimately lead to the same conclusion, which is death? Nevertheless, to please my parents, I endeavored to read as much as possible. Perhaps my memory is slightly better than average, as I excelled academically from a young age, becoming a top student in elementary school and directly entering a key high school after graduating from middle school. However, choosing between arts and sciences in high school presented a dilemma that I loved the arts. I adored reading history, enjoyed geography, and cherished listening to stories. Yet my parents insisted that the arts would not lead to good job prospects, compelling me to switch to the sciences. So, I pursued the sciences. Although I had no interest in physics, biology, or chemistry, I managed to barely secure a spot in a second-tier university and led an uneventful college life. At times, I ponder whether all I have experienced holds any significance. Though the outcomes are the same, why must one become entangled in the process? This question has long plagued my adolescent self until I graduated from university and began searching for a job. The devaluation of my current educational credentials is alarmingly rapid. By the time I graduated, a second-tier degree had already lost its worth. Ultimately, I found myself working as a teaching assistant at a tutoring institution, earning a meager salary of just over 2,000 yuan per month. Subsequently, my parents advised me that with the current job market being so challenging, securing a position in the public service would ensure a lifetime of financial security. Thus, I embarked on the aimless journey of preparing for civil service examinations. And to my surprise, I succeeded on my first attempt, becoming a local government official. To be honest, my initial excitement gradually morphed into confusion as I delved deeper into my work. I soon realized that this was not the life I had envisioned. Firstly, While the benefits and compensation of being a civil servant are indeed commendable, essentially guaranteeing a worry-free existence as long as one avoids mistakes, there exists a most critical flaw: the absence of freedom and dignity. Once you step into this realm, the words of your superiors become law. What is deemed incorrect is often accepted as correct, and what is right remains unquestioned. The rules established are merely shackles imposed upon us low-ranking individuals. Coming from a family devoid of power or influence, it is likely that I will remain a mere clerk for the rest of my life. Perhaps, as I near retirement, a compassionate leader might take pity on this aging figure and promote me to a minor supervisory role, merely to await retirement. During my first year in this position, I enjoyed a semblance of prestige among relatives and friends, yet my inner turmoil was profound. One winter evening, while carrying takeout dumplings home, an epiphany struck me that I suddenly grasped the essence of life. Its significance lies in the passage of time. Whether one is an emperor, a wealthy capitalist, a celebrated star, an ordinary employee, or anyone else, the fundamental truth remains: we are all merely passing time. Ultimately, everything leads to nothingness. The greatest significance of life is its inherent meaninglessness, that if one were to ponder the value of existence, I would assert that it lies in the ability to exercise one's own will throughout one's lifetime. To hell with leadership. To hell with superficial glory. From this day forth, I shall be my own master, and no one shall dictate the course of my life. When I close my eyes for the final time, if I deem my life well lived, then even if the remaining 8 billion souls deem it squandered, I shall consider my existence worthwhile. Conversely, if I believe I have wasted my life, it matters not if those 8 billion proclaim me a hero. My life would still be in vain, that I yearn for the freedom to govern my own existence. This is who I am. Wong Warren. Chapter 68. Dreaming of crows. The following day, I submitted my resignation letter to my superior, declaring that I would no longer serve in such a capacity. That my parents began to plead with me, as did my older brother and sister-in-law, cautioning that jobs are scarce and passing the civil service examination is no easy feat. They questioned my sudden decision to resign. That I replied, "It pleases me." Throughout my education, I was taught that academic performance was paramount. In the workforce, salary was of utmost importance. And upon checking my phone, health experts proclaimed that well-being is the ultimate priority. However, in my view, none of these matters hold true significance. The most inconsequential of all is life itself. The endpoint of existence is predetermined. Money, familial bonds, love, and friendship all will ultimately dissolve into nothingness. That, of course, contemporary mainstream experts vehemently reject such notions, labeling them as nihilism and detrimental to mental and physical growth. That I countered, asserting that the best way to maintain one's health is to avoid the drudgery of work, were it not for financial constraints. Who would willingly endure the indignity of being summoned and scolded for a few meager coins? For 99.9% of the time, working does not foster a positive mindset. Without a good mood, how can one expect to be healthy? Furthermore, is nihilism inherently erroneous? It is merely that the vast majority are reluctant to acknowledge that their lifelong struggles ultimately culminate in futility. For some successful individuals, this realization may be unbearably painful. In this regard, I am a staunch materialist. I do not believe in an afterlife. Death is simply the end, that if there were to be a subsequent life, forcing one to endure the same painful existence again would be true hell. From the moment I arrived at this understanding, I found myself less fearful of death. Life and death are merely natural processes that I refer to it as going with the flow. Simultaneously, my perspective on life underwent a significant transformation. Previously, I considered myself a rather warm-hearted individual. However, since that moment, I have refrained from performing any good deeds or malevolent acts, allowing each event around me to unfold naturally and reach its own random conclusion. I simply observe quietly. Naturally, having resigned from my job, I needed to devise a means of sustaining myself. After much contemplation, I opted to write novels. Although the income is modest, it suffices to ensure my basic needs. Yet before I could finish writing, the apocalypse arrived. That I end this cataclysm, I forged heartfelt friendships and embarked on a journey of escape. That I viewed this apocalypse as a grand survival game. Each day lived was a day earned. While life is undeniably important, should I ever confront death, I might feel fear. Yet I believe I would face it with equanimity. That as for this wholly illusory dreamscape, It reflects my innermost thoughts. That moment. The chubby individual opened his eyes, and the gentle sunlight cascaded upon his face. Indeed, he had succeeded. The chubby fellow realized they had not entered the village but were instead slumbering beneath the great locust tree at the village's entrance. It appeared that the instant we arrived at the village's edge, we had collectively succumbed to slumber. The chubby individual stretched lazily. In truth, the method to escape the dream was remarkably simple. One merely had to relinquish their obsessions. The chubby fellow held no such attachments, effortlessly emerging from the dream. Dr. Zhao's fixation was his wife and child. Chen Ji's obsession was with his mother and younger brother. They may have recognized their entrapment in the dream, but felt reluctant to part from their loved ones, willingly remaining in a state of slumber. Upon looking up, the chubby fellow spotted a grotesquely shaped crow perched upon a branch of the great locust tree. This crow possessed 6 wings, each adorned with an eye-like pattern. To his astonishment, the chubby fellow noticed that the crow lacked a beak. Instead, it produced a cacophony of cawing sounds through the incessant fluttering of its wings. Perhaps this 6-winged crow had not anticipated anyone could escape the dream, for it stared intently at the chubby fellow, who returned its gaze with equal intensity. Quietly, the chubby fellow reached into Dr. Zhao's embrace, recalling that a slingshot lay within. Indeed, he found it that he picked up a stone from the ground. Despite his lack of combat prowess, he had delighted in using a slingshot during his childhood, that he wondered whether his skills had dulled over the years. With a sharp crack, a stone the size of a thumb flew forth, striking the 6-winged crow squarely on the head. The irritating cawing abruptly ceased. The 6-winged crow, struck by the slingshot, was momentarily stunned, its 6 wings flailing chaotically. The chubby fellow seized a nearby spider's sword and charged, delivering a lethal thrust that pierced through the crow's body. After a few desperate flaps, the 6-winged crow lay motionless, likely lifeless to prevent the creature from feigning death. The chubby fellow took up a fire axe and smashed its head to pieces before tearing off all 6 wings. Throughout this ordeal, the crow remained silent, leading the chubby fellow to conclude that it was indeed dead. Indeed, those who play with illusions possess pitiful combat abilities. The chubby fellow clapped his hands in triumph. However, the 6-winged crow was dead. The question remained, how could he awaken the 2 individuals? Did this crow hold the antidote, akin to the forgetting worry spider? The chubby fellow rummaged through the crow's body with his spider sword. But lacking medical knowledge, he was unable to locate anything resembling an antidote. What could this mean? Was it possible that only external stimulation could rouse them? Approaching Dr. Zhao, he observed that the doctor slept soundly, a blissful smile gracing his face, making the chubby fellow reluctant to disturb him. "Old Zhao, my brother, this is for your own good. Please don't hold it against me." The chubby fellow swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Dr. Zhao's face. Perhaps he struck too forcefully, as Dr. Zhao let out a groan. Simultaneously, within Dr. Zhao's dream, a colossal hand dispersed the mist and, with overwhelming force, shattered his dreamscapes entirely. Wife, child. Though this dream was beautiful, Dr. Zhao understood that dreams are ultimately ephemeral. Reality cannot be transformed into fantasy. Lacking the courage to shatter the dream himself, he could only rely on external forces. Dr. Zhao groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though he had slept for an eternity, only to be met with a sharp, stinging pain on his face. Ouch! What the hell? You heavy-set fool. How much strength did you use? Dr. Zhao clasped his face with both hands, curling up in pain. Old Zhao, you nearly scared me to death. You've finally awakened. The chubby fellow sighed in relief upon seeing Dr. Zhao regain consciousness. You couldn't have just pinched my philtrum instead? You heavy-set fool. All right, enough complaining. Quickly check on Chunji. What do you think if I slap him? He will awaken too. Chapter 69. The yellow cow Chungu gazed quietly at the shattered sky, resembling shards of broken glass. The moment he beheld his mother, he realized this was but a dream. The dead cannot be resurrected. Yet he lacked the courage to step out of this beautiful reverie. It must have been the Dr. Zhao who vanquished the creature that drew us into this dream. Chungu murmured to himself that in other words, this illusion before him could not endure for long. And no matter how enchanting the dream, one must eventually confront reality. Observing his mother seated on the kong, diligently mending his clothes, Chungu found himself at a loss for words. Without lifting her head, his mother inquired, "Chun, are you about to leave?" Chen Ge felt as if his heart were being torn apart. Forcing a stiff smile as he replied, "Mother, I no need to say more. Your mother understands," she interjected, raising her gaze to her son, her smile radiant. "There are others waiting for you outside, yes? Go on. As long as you can live happily. Your mother will be content." Chun Ji's eyes brimmed with tears. "Enough now, don't cry. Such a grown man should not behave like a child." His mother gently wiped away his tears with her rough hands. "Go." Chun Ge knelt and bowed deeply 3 times, reflecting that throughout his life, he had never wronged heaven or earth, nor owed anyone anything, except for his dear mother, that in his youth, he had caused her worry with his reckless behavior. And now, as an adult, he lacked the means to provide her with a better life. "Brother, take good care of mother. I must go." Chen Chu nodded vigorously, and Chen Ge hurried outside, afraid to look back, fearing that a single glance would trap him forever in this dream. With his eyes shut, he ran wildly, not knowing how long he had been racing. Suddenly, he felt a sensation of weightlessness. Opening his eyes, he found himself leaning against the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, with the perch atop him, delivering a slap. Chen Ge reacted swiftly, grasping the wrist. "What are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" He stared in astonishment at his own hand. "Could it be that I have mastered the legendary technique of hitting a cow from afar? Can a mere wave of my hand injure? Get out of here." Chun Ge retorted with a laugh. Gazing at the sun above, Chen Ge felt a surge of emotions. Although it had merely been a dream, the awakening stirred his heart. "By the way, how did you two manage to escape?" he asked, curiosity etched on his face. "That I am immune to all forms of psychological harm," he declared proudly. Dr. Zhao offered a bitter smile, that if it weren't for waking me with that slap, I might have been trapped forever. "But what has transpired is in the past. Since we cannot change it, let us forget. Old Zhao, here, this is for you." They handed over a slingshot, and Dr. Zhao's expression grew somber as he regarded it. This was one of the few relics of his son, carefully kept close. "Let it go. Bury it. Consider it a farewell to the past." Dr. Zhao dug a small pit beneath the locust tree and interred the slingshot. Finally, the trio's gaze settled upon the dismembered body of the 6-winged crow. "Who would have thought? We were caught off guard. We nearly perished at the hands of this beast," Dr. Zhao mused, still shaken. The 6-winged crow was peculiar. It had no beak and emitted sounds through the vibrations of its wings. Moreover, its voice could ensnare one into a dream state. They picked up one of the crow's wings, waving it to see if it could be transformed into a legendary artifact. Yet despite his efforts, the wing remained silent. "It's better to burn this thing," Dr. Zhao suggested. The 3 gathered some leaves and roasted the 6-winged crow. They was tempted to taste it, but both Dr. Zhao and Chen Ge kept their distance. "You don't have to be so scared of it," they exclaimed. "By the way, should we enter this village or not? We were dragged into a dream at the village entrance, and no one knows what the village holds. How far can your pair of black eyeballs see? Why not use them to take a look?" Chun Ge proposed. "Good idea." They summoned the 2 black eyeballs, tossing them into the village. Sitting beneath the ancient locust tree, they scrutinized the village's entirety. "Nothing special, just an ordinary village," he muttered. "Let us see if there is anything that can serve as a means of transportation." Chun Ge inquired. They had come to this village because their vehicle had broken down, and with so much cargo aboard, they could not bear to abandon it. "Well, I don't see anything that could replace the Wuling," they replied quietly. Since the promotion of urbanization, the population in such small rural areas had dwindled significantly, with the youth leaving to seek work, unwilling to return home to farm. There were hardly any people, let alone modes of transportation. "Anything will do. Even if you find a bicycle, it would suffice," Chen Ge stated to Hub. "A bicycle? I see you as the one needing a bicycle." They scoffed, and though they chatted, the village had already been searched extensively to no avail. The only items found were farming tools like hoes and shovels, which they had no need for given their ample weapons. Just as they prepared to retract the eyeballs, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! There are living creatures in the village." Upon hearing this, both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao tensed. "In this world, any living thing could pose a threat to one's life." "What is it?" Chen Ge whispered. They hesitated. "It seems to be a yellow cow grazing." "A cow?" Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances. Dr. Zhao appeared somewhat excited. "I've never seen a living cow in my life, but how do you know if this yellow cow is a normal one or a mutated one?" Chen Ge poured a bucket of cold water on the excitement. They had encountered far too many strange phenomena on their journey, creating an atmosphere of paranoia. Yet, without some means of transportation, traversing hundreds of miles while carrying heavy equipment was a daunting thought. Take a closer look. Is there any issue with this cow? Chingu asked. There was uncertain wait. I'll go check it out, but he brought the two black eyeballs closer, and soon, the yellow cow noticed the dark orb staring at it. However, the yellow cow remained unfazed, continuing to graze, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the black eyeballs, as if nothing mattered more than its meal. It appears to be non-aggressive, they remarked. Shall we observe it up close? Chapter 70. The corpse tree. Ultimately, Chingu, and Dr. Zhao decided to enter the village. Chingu led the way, with Dr. Zhao flanking him, forming a triangular formation so that if any one of them encountered danger, the others would notice immediately. The village was small. They traversed from one end to the other in less than 15 minutes. Soon, they spotted the yellow cow, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic surroundings. It grazed leisurely, chewing on the tender grass, seemingly indifferent to the end of the world. Who could discern any issues? Chingu asked. What do you think? It should be fine, right? I believe we should send someone to test it. They said seriously. Who will go? Chingu turned to his two companions. That I am a doctor. Why are you both looking at me? I can only be of use when you are injured, Dr. Zhao replied earnestly. Dante, look at me. I'm a writer. I'm utterly useless. Don't you understand such simple logic? He added gravely. Chingu sighed. With both of you saying that, what else can I say? He rolled his eyes. Fine. Let me investigate. Armed with his spider sword, Chingu cautiously approached the yellow cow. Although the cow noticed him, it paid him no mind and continued grazing. Chingu gently tapped the cow's horn with the spider sword. The cow merely shook its head and resumed eating. Who would have thought it would be such a glutton? Chingu scratched his head. Brother, how about you stop eating and come with us? We will provide you with grass every day. Initially, Chingu had spoken in jest, but to his surprise, the yellow cow turned to look at him, as if it understood. Chingu was taken aback. Stepping back a couple of paces, eyeing the cow warily. The cow's large eyes were filled with innocence as it continued to graze. Thus, Chingu and the yellow cow remained in a stalemate for some time, with the cow behaving as if nothing were amiss. Chingu, feeling tense, reached out to stroke the cow's head, only to discover a nose ring dangling from its nostrils, indicating that it was a domesticated animal. Whose cow is this? I'll count to 3. If no one claims it, it will belong to me. Chingu announced loudly to the village. That I'm counting 1 to 3. All right, the cow is mine. Chingu reached for the nose ring and, to his surprise, the yellow cow followed him obediently. This was a treasure indeed, far more reliable in this environment than a Wuling. Old Zhao, perhaps you should learn a bit about veterinary medicine. What if old Huang falls ill in the future? Chingu remarked half-jokingly. Yet Dr. Zhao nodded with utmost seriousness. That it is said that an abundance of talent is never excessive. However, relying on a yellow bull to pull a Wuling vehicle seems rather unrealistic. It remains uncertain whether one could locate a bullock cart or a horse-drawn carriage. Chingu had only seen a horse cart in his childhood. During his elementary school days, the school was quite far from home, making the journey on foot exceedingly tiresome. Consequently, parents would hire a horse cart, driven by a jovial old gentleman in his 60s, who would greet them with a smile every day. Each day, the fare for one child was a mere 1 yuan. At the end of the school day, the old man would arrive in his horse cart to collect the children, meticulously counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all present. Off we go. The chubby boy had scanned the vicinity thoroughly and discerned no apparent threats. There was a warehouse with a locked door nearby. What could be inside? The chubby boy gently pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. The warehouse was locked from within. Chingu waved him back, opting to investigate himself. Upon attempting to open it, Chingu rolled his eyes. Is it possible that this door pulls instead of pushes? With a gentle tug, the warehouse door swung open, but in that very instant, a corpse tumbled forth, colliding directly with Chun-Ji's face, their visages nearly touching. The corpse wore a ghastly expression, as if it had suffered unimaginable torment in life. Startled, Chingu felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly pushed the body away. Fortunately, it was merely a lifeless corpse, utterly devoid of life and incapable of transforming into some grotesque creature. Chun-Ji's expression turned grave. Why was there a dead body here? Could there be some unknown peril lurking in this small village? The silver lining was that the warehouse indeed housed a wooden cart, complete with reins and a whip. Yet, Chungu dared not venture inside and instead withdrew cautiously, weapon in hand. The chubby boy cast a glance inside. And after surveying the scene, nothing alarming occurred. But why was there a corpse here? Dr. Zhao retrieved gloves from his medical kit and examined the body. There were no evident external injuries, and the cause of death was indiscernible. Dr. Zhao stated somberly. He was not a forensic expert, so he could only provide a superficial analysis based on the body's exterior. However, I can't shake the feeling that this corpse resembles the one I saw in the hospital. Both bore no obvious injuries, yet met a tragic end, Dr. Zhao remarked gravely. Chungu recalled their encounter with the black corpse in the hospital, but Dr. Zhao had insisted that the hospital's victims were not slain by the black corpse. Rather, a certain monster preyed specifically on the living, decimating everyone in the hospital overnight, leaving no trace behind. Could it be? That creature has followed us. Having battled numerous monsters, Chungu and his companions had gleaned considerable experience. The visible monsters were not particularly formidable. Apart from the indestructible fleshworm, every other creature possessed its own vulnerabilities. The true terror lay with the unseen monsters. For Chungu, the most perilous adversary was neither the fleshworm nor the man-eating shark, but the forgetful spider. Had it not been for the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao locating the antidote for the forgetful spider's venom, Chungu might have met his demise without realizing it, becoming sustenance for the forgetful spider in his slumber. This place is unfit for prolonged stay. Let us take the cart and leave at once, Chungu whispered. The trio hurriedly secured the reins to the yellow bull. And with a gentle flick of the whip, the yellow bull obediently moved forward. Moments later, they departed from the village, finally experiencing an uneventful escape. Chungu remained vigilant, yet the surroundings appeared serene, devoid of any lurking dangers. Suddenly, the chubby boy shouted, "Look! Up in the tree!" Chungu immediately looked up, and in an instant his blood ran cold. The grand locust tree at the village entrance was grotesquely adorned with countless human corpses. By the looks of it, it seemed the entire village had met its end here. When they entered moments ago, they had seen no such sight of hanging corpses. Chungu's expression grew tense. It wasn't that they hadn't seen them. Rather, there had been no corpses hanging from the trees earlier. The chubby boy exclaimed. This time, we are truly witnessing ghosts in broad daylight. Chapter 71. In the rain, the tree, laden with corpses, swayed like wind chimes, oddly captivating. Who would dare approach to ascertain the truth? The chubby boy glanced at Chungu, who twisted his neck to peer ahead. Not a chance. Shouldn't he be making haste instead? Why linger here? Have you grown fond of this? Chungu glared at the chubby boy. If you wish to go closer, be my guest. We shall remain here to cheer you on. Very well. Let us hasten our departure. The chubby boy chuckled reluctantly, and the three of them led the yellow bull, taking a wide berth around the grand locust tree. Dr. Zhao's expression was grave. From a geomancy perspective, locust trees are referred to as ghost trees. The saying goes, do not plant locusts in front, nor willows behind, as they are inherently malevolent. The chubby boy whispered, Dr. Zhao, with your esteemed education, do you still believe in such superstitions? Dr. Zhao scoffed dismissively. Which high-ranking official doesn't he possess an esteemed education? Who among them is not wiser than you or I? Do you think they believe or not? I once witnessed a wealthy businessman driving a Rolls-Royce, laboring sincerely in a Buddhist temple, sweeping floors and washing dishes that I must say, it would be wise to investigate his background. He is either a rogue or a thief, that if one is innocent, why seek the Buddha as protection? Impressive. The chubby boy cautiously skirted around the grand locust tree, but as they approached the roadway, he couldn't resist glancing back. Suddenly, the corpses turned sharply, their hollow eye sockets fixated on the chubby boy. He trembled in fright. They can't see me. They can't see me. Yet, the corpses posed no tangible threat, merely staring vacantly at the trio's retreating figures. Upon returning to the Wuling vehicle, the three of them promptly set to work, transferring all supplies onto the bullock cart. The yellow bull seemed entirely oblivious to any danger, contentedly munching on grass, as if the apocalypse bore no relevance to its existence. The trio moved swiftly, exchanging not a word, and once the supplies were loaded onto the cart, they immediately set off. eager to distance themselves from the eerie locale that I in this apocalyptic world. Discovering a safe haven would be akin to finding paradise. The pace of the bullock cart is hardly noteworthy. It was slower than anyone could walk. And the yellow bull ambled leisurely forward, occasionally pausing to nibble on tufts of grass, embodying a carefree spirit. The trio remained unhurried, allowing the yellow bull to wander freely as long as it adhered to the correct direction. Before long, the small village faded from view, and having encountered no dangers, their hearts finally settled. The chubby boy retrieved the map he had brought from the bookstore, scrutinizing it closely. This should be the last village. Beyond this, there are no signs of human life for at least 100 miles, that not preferable. Look at all the troubles we faced. They arose in crowded places that I would rather sleep alongside the dead now. Chun-Gu mused. The black hole still loomed above, its presence a reminder of the unknown time it would take to mend. The trio chatted amiably while taking in the scenery, occasionally dismounting to stretch their legs. If this were not the apocalypse, it would feel like an impromptu adventure. However, their lightheartedness was short-lived, for rain began to fall from the heavens that was not heavy, merely a gentle drizzle. Yet the rain was an unsettling shade of blue. Reminiscent of the downpour on the day of the apocalypse, do you think this rainwater could be toxic? The chubby boy voiced his concern that Dr. Zhao extended his hand to catch a droplet, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. It bore no unusual scent akin to pure water. Lacking specialized equipment, analysis was challenging. Nonetheless, I can collect a sample. It may prove useful later. Dr. Zhao procured a test tube from his medical kit and captured a small amount of the blue rainwater. The chubby boy observed that Dr. Zhao seemed to have a penchant for collecting items. He had amassed quite a bit of the forgetful spider's venom and antidote earlier, and now he was gathering rainwater. Perhaps for Dr. Zhao, this was akin to collecting snacks featuring the 108 heroes of water margin, that we ought to find shelter from the rain. While we cannot confirm whether this rainwater is harmful, we cannot dismiss its potential danger either. Moreover, being drenched will lead to a loss of body heat, and catching a cold would be troublesome. That Dr. Zhao provided his professional advice. Naturally, Chun-Gu and the chubby boy had no counterarguments. Yet as they surveyed the barren landscape, there was not a single tree in sight to offer refuge from the rain. The bullock cart was open-topped, with a thick wooden plank beneath which sat 2 wheels. Ultimately, the trio had no choice but to huddle beneath the cart, making do with the scant shelter from the blue rain. The yellow bull, unfazed by the downpour, continued to graze on roadside wildflowers. Seemingly indifferent to the apocalypse, all it cared for was its meal. As the rain ceased, dusk began to settle. The sky darkened, and the yellow bull lay down amidst the grass, refusing to awaken regardless of entreaties. After a meal, it would sleep. After sleeping, it would eat, living freely and indulgently. The trio realized they were living far less mindfully than the yellow bull. Old Huang, your sleeping position is incorrect. Rise and reposition. The chubby boy, envious, attempted to rouse the yellow bull, but it paid him no heed, steadfast in its refusal to work overtime. The 3 of them nibbled on some food, preparing to rest. I believe we should designate one person to keep watch during the night. The chubby boy suggested that I think 1 watchman is insufficient. At least 2 are needed. Remember the incident with the forgetful spider? A solitary figure, burdened by his ample girth, stood vigil through the night, inevitably leading to unforeseen calamity. Indeed, Chun-Gu remarked, the margin for error when one keeps watch alone is perilously slim. Should anything go awry, it could spell utter disaster. Thus, let us take turns. I shall rest while one of you remains alert. With 3 of us rotating our slumber, we may sacrifice a bit of sleep, yet it is a far better alternative than courting death. Moreover, now that we have a bullock cart, we can afford to catch up on sleep during daylight hours. In these extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. Dr. Zhao concurred, and soon the trio established a sequence for their rest. The clock read 7 o'clock, from 7 to 11. Chun-Gu would sleep, while the stout fellow and Dr. Zhao stood watch from 11 to 3. The stout fellow would rest as Chun-Gu and Dr. Zhao maintained their vigil. After 3 o'clock, Dr. Zhao would sleep, while the stout fellow and Chun-Gu kept watch. Each person would average a mere 4 hours of sleep. Indeed, a scant amount, but there was little choice in the matter. I shan't be impolite. Rouse me when it is my turn, Chun-Gu declared. Not long thereafter, the cart echoed with Chunji's sonorous snores. Dr. Zhao, adorned with a mechanical timepiece on his wrist, had relied upon this watch to track the passage of time, as electronic devices proved less reliable in such circumstances. The stout fellow and Dr. Zhao refrained from conversation, anxious not to disturb Chingu's much-needed rest. They sat in silence, a trial in itself. By 10 o'clock, the stout fellow found his eyelids growing heavy. Struggling to maintain his composure, that he longed for the days when he could sleep until he awakened naturally. Stretching his stiff limbs, he suddenly noticed a faint glimmer in the distance, reminiscent of someone lighting a lantern. Instantly alert, he called out, "Chingu, Dr. Zhao, there is something amiss." Turning around, the stout fellow's scalp prickled with dread. The two companions who had been in the cart were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 72. The coffin. Chingu had not slept soundly. His mind plagued by concerns. After finally drifting into slumber, he was beset by a myriad of dreams, the details of which had slipped from memory upon awakening. What time is it? Why have neither the stout fellow nor Dr. Zhao awakened me? Chingu roused himself, engulfed in darkness. Not a single ray of light to be found. Gazing skyward, he discerned no moon, nor even a solitary star. What in the heavens has wrought such darkness? Attempting to rise and replace the stout fellow and Dr. Zhao, he found his head barely lifting 20 centimeters before a resounding thud met his ears. His forehead collided with an obstruction. What on earth? Startled, he reached out to strike, only to encounter a hard, unyielding surface. Regaining his composure, he meticulously explored the barrier before him, discovering it to be a wooden plank. Could it be that I inadvertently fell asleep beneath the cart? Chingu mused, curiosity piqued, as he prepared to roll out from underneath. However, as he turned halfway, his head struck another wooden board with a resounding thud that in an instant, he recognized the gravity of the situation. He was not beneath the cart but rather confined within a box. Swiftly, he extended his hands to explore the confines around him. Above, to the sides, and directly overhead, he encountered thick wooden panels. Striking the bottom with his feet yielded the same result. Another wooden surface. What on earth is happening? Chingu thought, his heart racing with dread. The sensation of being enclosed was akin to lying in a coffin. This some cruel jest by the stout fellow and Dr. Zhao. Stout fellow, Dr. Zhao, are you two there? Stop playing games and let me out, he shouted, yet silence enveloped him, a stillness as profound as death. Desperately, he attempted to lift the lid of the coffin, but despite exerting all his strength, it remained steadfastly shut. Anxiety gnawed at him. It was evident he had fallen victim once more. Calm down. Panic serves no purpose, that I must devise a means to alert the stout fellow and Dr. Zhao to extricate me from this coffin. That he kicked the lid again, but it remained unmoved. Fortuitously, he was not afflicted by claustrophobia. Otherwise, the mere environment could spell doom. That in this pitch-black space, sealed on all sides, he was bereft of escape. With oxygen rapidly depleting, if he did not act, he would be suffocated within the hour. Most individuals would have succumbed to despair in such a predicament, but Chingu remained remarkably composed. Though he was unaware of the events unfolding outside, it was likely that the stout fellow and Dr. Zhao had encountered peril. First, he needed to ascertain the nature of his confinement. Was this coffin buried beneath the earth or merely abandoned in an open field? If it lay exposed, his chances of escape would significantly increase. However, if buried, his fate was grim. That he recalled a film he had once seen, where the protagonist, entombed within a coffin underground, managed to escape by breaking through the lid with sheer determination. Alas, such feats belonged to the realm of fiction. Some skeptics had attempted a challenge. Even if one managed to pierce the coffin lid, the earth cascading down upon them would seal their fate. It was implausible to dig through a meter of soil by hand. For Chingu, while it might not be difficult to break through the wooden lid, executing such a feat without the requisite skill was another matter entirely. Moreover, the force of a punch was far less formidable than cinematic portrayal suggested. A single blow could shatter 3 or 4 bricks, but that was merely the magic of editing. In truth, a sniper rifle could shatter only 3 bricks in a single shot. Chingu doubted that a mere human fist could surpass the power of a sniper's bullet. Calm down. It is impractical to attempt to break the wooden lid by hand. Let me assess what I possess. He meticulously searched his person and was relieved to discover a lighter. Yet, he refrained from igniting it. Doing so would illuminate the darkness, but would also hasten the depletion of oxygen. Continuing his search, he came upon a pack of cigarettes, of little utility in this dire situation. Next time I sleep, I must ensure to carry a knife. He lamented that as he continued to probe, he felt a long, sharp object beside him. Realization struck. It was the spider sword. His heart soared with hope. This weapon significantly increased his chances of escape. First, he needed to determine whether he was indeed buried. Grasping the spider sword with both hands, he thrust it upward toward the wood above him. The sword was too long to be positioned vertically, and should he truly be buried, breaking the lid could lead to his immediate entombment beneath the dirt. Instead, he would create a small hole, which would minimize the amount of soil that could fall in, even if he were buried. The tip of the spider sword was incredibly sharp, easily puncturing metal, let alone wood. Like a hot knife through butter, the spider sword pierced the wooden lid, creating a small opening that as Chungu reached up to feel. He encountered damp earth that a wave of despair washed over him. He was indeed buried. Following the path of the sword, he felt something peculiar. It was neither stone, nor soil, nor roots, but rather a human finger. That a chill coursed through him, and he quickly retracted his hand. What in the world is this? He cursed, the oppressive atmosphere now tinged with terror. The environment had already been stifling, and now the prospect of something lurking beyond the coffin was unbearable. Stay calm. Perhaps it is not a monster, but merely a corpse. Yet, as thoughts raced through his mind, words failed him in the face of such dread. With no retreat left, he would soon suffocate if he did not act. Perhaps it would be more merciful to be devoured by whatever lurked outside. Summoning his strength, he rolled over so that he could see the wooden lid he had pierced, granting him a clearer view of the situation beyond. Stay calm. Life has always been a dance with death. Whether one arrives sooner or later, death is inevitable. What is there to fear? Chungu repeatedly reassured himself that in his current position, he lay prone within the coffin, one hand clutching the spider sword and the other grasping the lighter. Igniting the lighter would undoubtedly accelerate the consumption of oxygen within the coffin, yet without light, he remained ignorant of his surroundings. Resolute, he took a deep breath, retrieved the lighter from his pocket, and struck it to life. A flickering flame illuminated the darkness, revealing the hole he had created. However, in that instant, as the flame cast light into the void, he was met with the sight of a hollow eye, devoid of pupils, pressed against the opening, staring intently at him. Chapter 73. Escape. What in the name of all that is holy? In the dead of night, confined within a coffin, bereft of escape above or below, he had finally managed to create a small hole, only to find a disembodied eye peering back at him. That a chill swept through him, sending shivers coursing up his spine. What on earth was happening? Chungu immediately extinguished the lighter, plunging the entire space back into an abyss of darkness. Had it been his former self witnessing this scene, he might have screamed in terror. However, after enduring such circumstances repeatedly, one could not assert that his courage had grown. Rather, he had simply become numb to fear. That he held his breath, gripping the spider sword tightly, and with a sudden force, he thrust it again into the small hole in the coffin lid. Regardless of what monstrosity lay beyond, as long as it had flesh and blood, he would pierce through it. The perils he had faced along the way had taught Chungu that many monsters were not as terrifying as they seemed. Humans often frighten themselves, just as one might imagine lurking horrors in an impenetrable darkness. Chungu began to discern a pattern. Should he encounter a creature, he would strike first, and should he find himself overpowered, only then would fear resurface. The spider sword, remarkably sharp, penetrated the coffin lid, with 2/3 of it embedding itself into the earth beneath. Yet soon, Chungu sensed something amiss. The sensation of stabbing flesh was wholly different from that of piercing soil, but he could confirm that his previous thrust had not struck any living being. Carefully, he withdrew the spider sword, using his hands to scrape off the mud clinging to it, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. That a foul stench assaulted him. Chungu could not suppress a grimace. Typically, soil bore no such odor, but the dirt on the spider sword reeked of decay. That a heaviness settled in his heart, reminiscent of a time in his rural childhood when a rat had perished in the heating pit. A stench he could never forget. The putrid odor now mingled with those childhood memories. Gone was the initial panic. If escape were impossible, whether facing demons or monsters outside, death was inevitable, and it would be better to meet it head-on. However, the confines of his current space were too restricted. How he wished to break free. Chungu began to explore the limited area with his hands and feet, searching for anything of use. Suddenly, his left foot kicked something soft beside the coffin, resembling fabric. With determination, He ignited the lighter, raising his head as high as possible, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the object he had touched was indeed a backpack. Inside were some provisions and fresh water, but most importantly, the shark cloak was also nestled within that if he could retrieve the shark cloak, escape from this accursed place was assured. Chang'e felt a glimmer of hope, his mindset shifting entirely. Yet the confines of the coffin were too cramped. He could neither bend nor rise, and his arms could barely reach the backpack. After a moment's contemplation, he kicked off his shoes, revealing his bare feet, and used his big toe to unzip the backpack, stretching his foot inside. The shark cloak seemed to possess a will of its own. Chang'e was unsure why a piece of skin would have its own thoughts. But the advantage was that an understanding had developed between him and the cloak through their cooperation. The instant his foot touched the shark cloak, it wrapped around him, and in that moment, Chang'e distinctly felt the remaining wooden planks beneath him transform into liquid, pulling him downwards. Finally, he had freed himself from the wretched coffin that as he emerged, the first thing he did was surface, eager to ascertain the situation above. What had become of the fat man and Dr. Zhao? Yet as he lifted his gaze, he was met with the horrifying sight of a decaying corpse merely a few steps away. The more he looked, the more horrified he became. Within mere meters, there lay another body, whether fresh or rotting. Some had even turned to bone. Where in the world was he? Chang'e wasted no time and quickly swam to the surface. After enduring so much, he finally reached the ground, gazing up at the twinkling stars above, his heart racing with excitement. This was a true escape from death. Without the shark cloak, he would have been buried alive. What had happened to the fat man and old Zhao while they kept watch? Could they not withstand the night alone? And where exactly was this place? Chang'e carefully placed the shark cloak back into the backpack, preserving it with utmost caution, for it could prove vital in desperate times, but he needed to ascertain his location as swiftly as possible. Yet as he looked around, apart from the distant stars, an expanse of darkness enveloped him. Those who had grown up in cities could scarcely fathom the depth of darkness found in rural or wilderness areas devoid of moonlight. The phrase unable to see one's hand in front of their face was no exaggeration. Even if something were to press against his face, Chang'e would be unable to discern it. Thus, he resorted to his lighter once more. This lighter, a mere $1 before the apocalypse, was economical yet unreliable in quality. Now, it contained barely half its fuel, and each flick of the flame felt like a painful sacrifice. Igniting the lighter, Chang'e finally obtained a sliver of light, but his expression soon soured as he found himself confronted by a gravestone. An elderly visage adorned its surface, and oh wonder the dirt brought back by the spider sword had such a pungent odor. It appeared he had unwittingly stumbled into a graveyard. "Forgive me, esteemed spirits," Chang'e muttered. "If I have inadvertently offended, I humbly ask for your leniency. These are extraordinary times. Should I have erred, please release my companions and me." As he spoke, he realized that his unintentional slumber in the coffin was likely linked to this graveyard. Yet silence enveloped him, an eerie stillness that it was summer, and logically, the wilderness should have been alive with the sounds of insects. Yet not a whisper could be heard, amplifying the strangeness of the situation. "That if you release us three, I promise to honor you with incense and offerings once we reach safety. However, should you refuse, I swear to make you suffer again. In death, we shall all be ghosts, and I, having taken so many lives, shall return as a vengeful spirit," Chang'e declared. Despite his blend of firmness and gentleness, there was no response. Growing increasingly anxious for the fat man and Dr. Zhao, he pondered their whereabouts. Just when he felt utterly helpless, a distant mooing of a cow resonated through the air. Chang'e's spirits lifted. In this desolate expanse, the sound of a cow could only belong to a yellow cow. That he cautiously made his way toward the direction of the sound, uncertain of the fate of his companions. Chapter 74. Possession in the enveloping darkness. Chang'e felt his way forward. Compared to the seemingly infinite blackness, a small lighter offered insufficient illumination. Previously, he had crafted several torches, but they remained on the ox cart. Just as he struggled to ascertain his direction, another distant moo echoed, and he decided to follow the sound. After walking about 50 meters, the faint light from the lighter revealed a yellow cow lying ahead. A weight lifted from his heart as he reached out to stroke the cow's head. "Old Huang, you've done well today. From now on, I'll treat you to tender grass." The yellow cow merely mooed in response. Seemingly in agreement, reassured, Chungu cautiously approached the ox cart. Given that he had unknowingly fallen into a coffin after sleeping on the cart, it was likely that the fat man and Dr. Zhao had met with misfortune. Prepared for anything, Chunji's gaze landed on the cart, and he froze that eye in the dim light. He saw the fat man sitting with his back to him, completely still, resembling a statue. "Fat man, are you asleep?" "Where's old Zhao?" Chungu called softly. The fat man remained silent, unresponsive, sitting there motionless that eye in the pitch-black night, having just crawled out of a coffin. This scene felt profoundly eerie. "Fat man, are you alive?" Chungu cautiously took 2 steps closer. Halting less than a meter away, the fat man showed no sign of reaction. Summoning his courage, Chungu gently pushed against the fat man's back. His greatest fear was that upon contact, the fat man would unexpectedly topple over. As often depicted in films, to his astonishment, the fat man merely leaned forward slightly at the gentle nudge, quickly returning to his original position like a weeble. Though the fat man made no sound, Chungu was certain he was alive. The dead do not exhibit such resilience. Steeling himself, Chungu moved in front of the fat man and illuminated him with the lighter. The light startled the fat man awake, and he suddenly stared at Chungu. Chunji's heart sank. The fat man's eyes had turned pitch black, devoid of any white, his pupils nearly bulging from their sockets, his expression grotesquely contorted. Yet juxtaposed with that horrific visage was an utterly emotionless gaze. Hollow and icy, lacking any semblance of humanity. Clutching the spider's sword tightly, Chungu felt a surge of anxiety. This was beginning to resemble the legends of possession. They had encountered numerous bizarre phenomena along their journey. Even if they were to confront a ghost, it might not evoke much panic. He needed to think quickly. How were such entities dealt with in films? Black dog blood? Child S urine? Yellow paper talismans? None of those remedies were within reach. As Chungu was consumed by anxiety, the chubby boy suddenly rose to his feet, his black pupils oozing a mysterious dark liquid. Simultaneously, his lips moved slightly, as if attempting to utter something. Summoning his courage, Chungu leaned in closer, pressing down on the boy's head in fear that he might suddenly bite his ear. The chubby boy muttered incessantly, "Save them, save them, save them! Old Zhao, old Chun, the graveyard, the graveyard, the graveyard!" Suddenly his murmur ceased, replaced by a piercing scream. "They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Ah, they all deserve to die." At first, Chungu was bewildered by the boy's previous words, but soon realized that it was not only himself who had been buried alive. Dr. Zhao had also been entombed. Oh no! Old Zhao, but the chubby boy. Chungu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The chubby boy remained utterly perplexed, while Dr. Zhao was buried underground. Oh dear, which one should I rescue first? Emotionally, Chungu felt a deeper bond with the chubby boy, without a doubt, yet Dr. Zhao had saved his life along the way. It was truly a predicament. Suddenly, the chubby boy grasped Chunji's hand, his expression contorted in agony, appearing utterly tormented. "Chungu, hurry and save old Zhao. I can't. Hold on." The boy's condition seemed to hint at a flicker of awareness, prompting Chungu to inquire urgently, "What is happening? Quick, there's no time," the chubby boy struggled to say. Understanding the urgency, Chungu realized that hesitation could lead to the loss of both lives, that he was uncertain about the boy's affliction. But it was clear that Dr. Zhao was buried alive, that if he could locate Dr. Zhao and rescue him, there might still be hope. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Chubby, I'm sorry," decisively. Chungu retrieved a torch from the ox cart. To prevent himself from losing direction in the darkness, he planted one torch beside the cart, keeping another for illumination. To his astonishment, he discovered a shovel on the cart, an item the chubby boy must have casually taken from a village they passed earlier. "Hang in there, Chubby. I'll dig out Dr. Zhao and return to save you right away." Fearing the boy might disappear, Chungu swiftly tied the chubby boy's feet to the ox's horn with a rope. He then rushed back to the graveyard, torch in hand. Upon arrival, he illuminated the area only to find that the graveyard was surprisingly expansive, containing at least 50 to 60 tombstones that if he were to dig each one open individually, it would take until dawn to finish. Chungu placed the shovel on the ground and, donning his shark cloak, descended into the earth. Digging one by one was a slow process, but he reasoned that if he inspected each grave, he could manage to glance at them all in 2 or 3 minutes. Fortune smiled upon him. The third coffin he checked contained none other than Dr. Zhao. That moment, Dr. Zhao was on the brink of psychological collapse. frantically clawing at the coffin. Chen Ge realized that if he remained trapped in the coffin, he would not fare much better than Zhao, that he feared that Zhao might be left with a lasting psychological scar. Without hesitation, Chen Ge swam over, easily passing through the coffin and seizing Dr. Zhao's desperately flailing hand. Zhao, unable to see in the darkness, was overwhelmed with terror when suddenly gripped by a pair of hands. Ash! Chen Ge slapped Dr. Zhao's face. Old Zhao, stop screaming. It's Chen Ge. Zhao paused for a moment, then erupted into tears. Old Chen, don't be afraid. I'll dig you out right now. Relax, stay calm, it's all right. After soothing Dr. Zhao, Chen Ge resurfaced, shovel in hand, and began to excavate. Moments later, Zhao was liberated from his earthen prison. The first thing Zhao did upon emerging was to embrace Chen Ge and sob uncontrollably. Damn it, you scared me to death. Chapter 75. Twin Souls. In the dead of night, a grown man weeping over a grave was an unsettling sight. Chen Ge raised his hand, ready to rouse Zhao from his despair. But Zhao sprang up. No need. I'll handle it myself. He slapped his face twice to shake off the overwhelming emotions. Without further ado, Chen Ge gathered his gear, preparing to return. There's no time to waste. We need to rescue the chubby boy. Zhao wiped the tears from his face with his filthy sleeve. What happened to the chubby boy? Is he also buried? The chubby boy isn't buried. He is possessed. He has been afflicted by something. Chen Ge exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Old Zhao, do you have any methods to exorcise evil spirits? I'm a doctor, not a priest, that I can save lives. But I cannot banish ghosts, Dr. Zhao replied. Chen Ge did not engage in further debate. With shovel and backpack in hand, he dashed back. In truth, the graveyard was not far from their temporary encampment. The straight distance was less than 50 meters. However, due to the day's incessant rain, they had overlooked the nearby mound. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? An adult could sprint 50 meters in under 10 seconds. And even with the muddy terrain, Chen Ge stumbled and crawled, ultimately returning to the ox cart at the swiftest pace possible. Chubby, I'm back. Where are you? Chen Ge shouted, but the chubby boy had vanished without a trace. Behind him, Zhao, panting heavily, asked, what exactly is going on? Can you clarify? Chen Ge, drenched in cold sweat, replied, I ought to be asking you. Aren't you supposed to keep watch? How did you end up in a coffin? I don't know. Zhao gasped. I was keeping watch with the chubby boy, and around 10 o'clock, I couldn't hold on any longer and must have dozed off. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a coffin. That I thought you two were playing a prank on me. I never imagined I'd truly be buried alive. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge reflected on the days spent with Zhao. Gaining insight into his character, that he was an educated man with professional skills, yet his resolve was not particularly strong. Comparing this to the incident with the six-winged raven, both Chen Ge and the chubby boy possessed the ability to escape their nightmares, while Zhao remained ensnared. Without the chubby boy, he might have never awakened. Remaining calm was essential. Panic would yield no results. Chen Ge pondered carefully, searching for details. That he took 2 deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Typically, sleep does not render a person completely unconscious. For instance, during the night, if one hears a noise or has a vivid dream, they may suddenly awaken. Although Chen Ge had been asleep, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, guarding his backpack and weapons. That if something had dragged him 50 meters to the graveyard, dug open a coffin and placed him inside, sealing it shut, without him waking, there were only 2 possibilities. Firstly, he could have been drugged. A number of such substances circulate in the black market, rendering an individual oblivious. As if they were dead, he recalled a news story about a foreign woman who, after taking sleeping pills, awoke to find half of her face eaten by a dog. However, they had consumed sealed packaged food for dinner, so drugging seemed unlikely. Moreover, it could be ruled out that they were exposed to toxic gas, as all 3, Chen Ge, Zhao, and the chubby boy, were in close proximity. If one inhaled toxic fumes, the others would not escape either. Yet now, the chubby boy appeared possessed, while both Chen Ge and Zhao were buried without any awareness. Had Chen Ge not casually grabbed his backpack containing the shark cloak, they would have faced annihilation that night. The remaining possibility was that during the transportation, the 2 of them had, in fact, died. Dead individuals possessed no awareness. It was simply that after being buried, they inexplicably revived. Chen Ge turned to Zhao. Old Zhao, what time is it? Zhao, holding the torch, glanced at his wristwatch. It's exactly midnight. Could it be that we encountered some foul entity? Zhao had lost his wife and child, once even contemplating suicide. Yet, human nature being what it is, who would willingly choose death if they could live? Now, facing what seemed like the apocalypse, the daily struggle allowed him to forget the sadness of the past. Revealing his original character once more, that I fell asleep just as the sun set, around 7 o'clock. Now it's midnight, meaning we unknowingly traversed a life and death ordeal in these 4 hours. The chubby boy is under some form of control, and we were buried alive. What on earth transpired in those 4 hours? Chengge was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, Zhao directed the torch at the ground. Old Chen, look at the ground. Are these footprints? Dr. Zhao inquired as Chengge immediately crouched down to observe intently. Indeed, there were 2 distinct rows of footprints on the ground, one set belonging to human shoes, and the other to cattle hooves that it appeared that the chubby boy had dragged the cow away, though its whereabouts remained unknown. The illumination from the flames provided limited visibility. Beyond lay an abyss of profound darkness, concealing secrets that no one could fathom. As Dr. Zhao busied himself with his weaponry, he retrieved 2 more torches, insisting, "We cannot abandon the boy." "All right, let us proceed," Chengge replied, each wielding a torch and brandishing their spider sword, prepared to confront whatever may come their way, as long as it wasn't too outrageous. Thus, the duo ventured into the darkness, following the footprints, step by cautious step. The Tio claimed they were unafraid would be a disingenuous assertion on this moonless, blustery night, with spirits of the grave lingering nearby. One could only wonder what they might encounter. After traversing for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, a sudden bellowing of a cow echoed through the shadows. Chenge's heart jolted. They had found the boy. Fearing he might stray too far, he had tied the cow's horn to the chubby boy, never anticipating that the gluttonous lad would manage to bring the cow along. Taking a deep breath, Chengge called out, "Fatty, are you up ahead?" "I have rescued Dr. Zhao." From the darkness emerged a deep, muffled whimpering sound, akin to someone whose mouth had been gagged, desperately seeking help. Chengge approached cautiously, torch in hand, but upon seeing the bound figure, his scalp prickled in alarm. The captive was none other than Dr. Zhao himself. Hadn't he just unearthed him from the grave? Wasn't he standing right behind him? Chapter 76. Truth and Deception. A chilling wind swept by, and Chengge was drenched in cold sweat. Why was Dr. Zhao bound here? Hadn't he been right behind him only moments ago? Who had he truly excavated from the grave? Was the person before him the genuine Dr. Zhao? Chengge forced himself to suppress his spiraling thoughts. Upon spotting him, the bound Dr. Zhao writhed, voicing soft whimpers. Yearning for liberation, Chengge spun around, his back drenched in sweat, as he beheld the previous Dr. Zhao silently standing behind him, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his true visage unrecognizable. What on earth is happening? Old Zhao, Chengge asked, anxiety gripping him. With 2 identical figures before him, how was he to discern whom to trust? Suddenly, the Dr. Zhao holding the torch bore an expression of sheer terror, his lips tinged with blue as he stepped back, seemingly witnessing something profoundly horrifying. "Old Zhao," Chengge exclaimed in shock. "The do not approach," Dr. Zhao shouted, brandishing the spider sword towards the bound figure. "Why does he resemble you so closely?" Chengge was bewildered. "Resemble me? Is that not you?" He scrutinized the bound figure, and from his perspective, it indeed appeared to be Dr. Zhao. Yet the Dr. Zhao behind him insisted that the captive was he. "Stop. Old Zhao, it seems we have fallen into an illusion. Let us calm ourselves that I shall pose a question. Do you remember where we first met?" Chengge queried. Dr. Zhao, his mind taut with tension, recounted, "Our first encounter was on the street outside the hospital, where you and the chubby boy were pushing Luan Ru, who was on the verge of collapse. That I need to ask you something," he continued. "When you and the chubby boy first arrived at the hospital, what did you bring me to eat?" "A compressed biscuit," Chengge replied instantly. After confirming their accounts, both turned their gazes towards the bound figure on the ground. Chengge perceived him as Dr. Zhao, while Dr. Zhao regarded him as Chenji. Is it possible that neither Dr. Zhao nor I is our true self? Chengge posited, using the spider sword to extract the gag from the captive's mouth. "I will say one thing, and you shall respond. What manner of creature are you?" "Old Chen, are you mad? Hurry and free me. What is behind you? It is a ghost." Quickly, the bound Dr. Zhao shrieked in a frenzy. "You have been deceived. A phantom has clouded your judgment. All right, I shall pose a question. Whoever answers correctly shall be the true Dr. Zhao. What is the full name of the analgesic? Chun Gu prompted. Unsure if the creature could access his memories, he needed to inquire about something he did not know. Buprenorphine extended-release capsules, morphine extended-release tablets, anxiolytic analgesics such as diazepam, as well as central analgesics, the bound Dr. Zhao replied, his words sending a wave of terror through Chun Gu, for he had uttered names of medications he had never heard before. Meanwhile, the torch-wielding Dr. Zhao remained silent, coldly observing the bound figure. Chun Gu took a cautious step back to Dr. Zhao. Dare you tell me what dobutamine treats? He stared intently at the torch-bearing Dr. Zhao, who remained mute, his expression increasingly malevolent. Though you are a surgeon, surely you must know the common medications for heart disease? Chun Gu pressed, recalling that he knew of such heart medications because of his mother-esque condition, which necessitated his frequent trips to the pharmacy. Dr. Zhao's face betrayed no emotion as he suddenly lunged forward with the spider sword. Anticipating the move, Chun Gu deftly dodged and delivered a swift kick to Dr. Zhao's thigh, only to be astounded when his foot seemingly sent Dr. Zhao's leg flying. However, Dr. Zhao did not fall. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. You will all perish. His tone mirrored that of the entity that had previously possessed the chubby boy. Simultaneously, the counterfeit Dr. Zhao's flesh began to liquefy, resembling a grotesque mask made from blended meat. Moments later, the imitation's face disintegrated entirely, leaving only a pair of ghastly white eyes fixed upon him. Chen Ji's heart raced. He recognized those eyes. They had haunted him when he was entombed in the coffin, peering at him through a small hole he had poked. Reflecting on the chubby boy's earlier words, he realized that the boy had already been possessed and that his words might not hold truth. Who are you? Where is Fatty? Chun Gu demanded coldly. The counterfeit Dr. Zhao grinned maniacally. I have concealed him, that if you wish for him to live, one must die willingly in exchange for the other. He spoke. Flesh sloughed off his face, creating a nauseating sight. This was the first time Chun Gu had encountered a creature capable of coherent communication, heightening his wariness. What is it that you desire? He inquired. By now, the imitation Dr. Zhao had morphed into a putrid corpse, extending a skeletal finger to the life. Chun Gu planted the spider's sword into the ground, grasped the fire axe from his back, and swung it decisively. Last year, I bought a watch. With one mighty blow, he rendered the corpse into a pulp, but he then set the remains ablaze with his torch, though he knew this was far from over. The chubby boy remained unfound, and he did not believe a single strike would suffice to vanquish a creature intent on his demise. Old Zhao, do you recall what transpired? Chun Gu queried at Dr. Zhao, still shaken, though terrified, did not succumb to the same breakdown as the imitation had. The chubby boy has gone mad, Dr. Zhao stated. Gone mad? Please elaborate. Chun Gu urged that Dr. Zhao took a moment to gather his thoughts and began to recount the harrowing events of the past 4 hours. At 7 o'clock, Chun Gu had begun to sleep, and nothing unusual occurred until just before 9 that the chubby boy, unable to withstand the fatigue, succumbed to slumber first that Dr. Zhao thought little of it, and merely nudged him to rouse him. However, when the chubby boy opened his eyes, they were entirely black, devoid of any white that Dr. Zhao nearly succumbed to terror. But before he could cry out, the chubby boy struck him down, gagging him tightly. Helplessly, he watched as the chubby boy retrieved a syringe of anesthetic from his medical kit and plunged it into the neck of the slumbering Chun Gu. Chapter 77. A life at stake. According to Dr. Zhao, the anesthetic he carried was meant for surgical use. Any ordinary person would succumb to slumber within a mere 5 counts, given that Chun Gu was deeply asleep. He felt nothing as the anesthetic took effect, plunging him into a profound coma within seconds that Dr. Zhao could only watch in horror as the chubby boy dragged Chun Gu toward the distant graveyard. Shortly thereafter, the boy returned empty-handed, and Dr. Zhao, fearing the worst, soon realized that the chubby boy had been possessed by some malevolent force. The entity possessing the chubby boy inquired, and it was Zhao the doctor, who was encountering an intelligent monster for the first time. The anxiety he felt at that moment was beyond description. That I am a fair person. It said that if you die, the other 2 shall live. However, should you choose to survive alone, all 3 of you must perish. Excuse me for interrupting, Chun Gu suddenly interjected. Are you implying that he is negotiating with you, attempting to make you willingly commit suicide? In this situation, we have completely lost our ability to resist. That I have been buried alive, you have been captured, and the chubby boy is possessed. The once indomitable alliance now crumbles. Why then does he urge you to take your own life? Would it not be simpler to kill them directly? I find it perplexing as well. Zhao remarked, why go through such elaborate means? It makes no sense. Yet in that moment, I nearly acquiesced. The chubby boy, under possession, tossed a kitchen knife to Zhao, urging him to take his own life. Zhao was deeply conflicted, but after much contemplation, he pointed the blade at his own throat. Suddenly, the chubby boy lunged forward, snatching the knife away and flinging it far from them, shouting, "Don't believe him. He dares not kill us." Yet, the chubby boy's clarity was fleeting, as he was soon overtaken again. Wait, Chengu interrupted once more. Are you suggesting that the boy is not entirely under control? That he possesses the capacity to struggle? Chengu recalled the backpack and the spider sword in the coffin. Initially curious as to why his equipment remained with him while buried, he now realized it was likely the chubby boy's desperate attempt to leave him a means of survival. It was evident that the chubby boy was controlled by some entity, yet not completely that he could momentarily break free from its grasp to express his thoughts and intentions. Therefore, the spider sword and backpack were deliberately thrown in by the chubby boy as a means of self-preservation. Truly impressive, Chengu exclaimed, striking his palm with his fist. The chubby boy clearly knew something. When Zhao contemplated suicide, the boy stated that the entity did not dare to kill them. Dared, not couldn't, Zhao suddenly said. I enjoy horror films, and I recall the Western demon lore. A sacrifice must willingly offer their soul for the demon's power to grow. Could it be that this entity has been coercing us into suicide? Following a similar logic? In other words, only through our demise can it reap some benefit. This creature appears and disappears without a trace, undoubtedly possessing the capability to eliminate us all. Yet if we die, it gains nothing. Thus, it may likely threaten us with the chubby boy's life. Regardless, the utmost priority now is to locate the boy. Just as they were devoid of leads, a distant moo echoed through the silence of the night. In the stillness, the sound of the cow was particularly jarring. Chengu readied his torch and weapons, advancing towards the sound. After walking approximately 100 meters, he spotted a yellow cow grazing on the ground. Savoring the grass, beside it stood a figure with pitch-black eyes. It was the chubby boy.at that moment. The boy's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Now that the cards are on the table, spare me your bravado. State your desires, and we shall provide what we can, Chengu declared. The possessed chubby boy revealed an eerily wide smile, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. Exposing a row of stark white teeth that I want you all dead. Stop with the theatrics, Chengu retorted with a cold smirk, that if you truly wished for our demise, we would have perished long ago. We would not have lasted this long, that do not assume that everyone in this world is a fool. Our survival in this apocalyptic landscape is testament to our intellect. Our deaths would yield you no advantage. Would it not? Zhao analyzed from the side. If I am correct, you lack a physical form. Your ability lies in possession. You can possess both the living and the dead. Your pallor suggests we have hit the nail on the head. The possessed chubby boy brandished a kitchen knife, pressing it against his own throat. One must die, and the remaining 2 shall be released. Otherwise, all 3 shall perish. His gaze was filled with venomous hatred directed at Chengu. Old Zhao, would you sacrifice yourself for another? Chengu suddenly asked, a smile playing on his lips. Certainly not, that if you wish to kill the boy, do it now that we shall watch. Zhao proclaimed with bravado. Yes, if you possess the audacity. Take us all out at once. Let us end it here, Chengu added, casually tossing a fire axe towards them. When one casts aside the fear of life and death, particularly when unencumbered and solitary, they become impervious to the machinations of others. The possessed chubby boy's facial muscles twitched, yet he ultimately could not bring himself to act. Both Chengu and Zhao experienced a moment of cold sweat, realizing they were gambling on a precarious edge, but it seemed their wager was correct. Only through their suicide could that monster gain some benefit. The monster's expression twisted into one of rage and helplessness. The darkness in its pupils suddenly receded, allowing the chubby boy to momentarily reclaim control over his body. Before he could utter a word, the boy raised the kitchen knife and struck it against his own thigh, letting out a shriek. Yet the scream was a cacophony of 2 voices. Damn it! How dare you possess me? You want to play games with me? If you have the guts, let us all die together. I fear not death. What about you? The chubby boy's expression was one of fury. But soon, his pupils darkened once more. Have you lost your mind? Do you not wish to live? Humph. Life and death are merely trivial matters. If one cannot comprehend the essence of existence, what is left to explore in this apocalypse? Old Chun, end my life, and this entity will cease to exist. Do it, the chubby boy shouted. Chapter 78. Let's deal with it. Chungu and Zhao watched the chubby boy, who was conversing with himself, and even self-harming, as if they were witnessing a stand-up comedy. Yet they understood the general situation. The monster was indeed possessing the chubby boy. But if the boy was harmed, the monster would suffer the same fate, that if the boy perished, the monster would also meet its end. The chubby boy continued to slice at his own thigh. But Zhao firmly grasped the boy's wrist, preventing him from inflicting further harm. Are you scared? Now you know what fear is. It's too late. You are doomed today. Old Zhao, I know you have potent toxins in your medical kit that can ensure a painless death. Give me a dose. Even a painless exit is a blessing. Do not hesitate, and do not act like a coward. The chubby boy was engaged in a fierce struggle for control against the monster. But it appeared he was losing ground. The Zhao's face showed a flicker of reluctance, yet he retrieved a syringe filled with a clear liquid from his kit. Chubby boy, I am sorry that we could not save you. He signaled to Chungu, help me restrain him. Chungu easily held the boy down. The chubby boy lacked the strength to resist effectively. You are insane. You are truly insane. You would kill your own. The monster cursed vehemently, but Zhao had already plunged the syringe into the chubby boy's body. You beasts! I am done playing with you. The monster roared, and the chubby boy's body convulsed as if electrified. His gaze gradually returning to normal. It hurts. Stop. It hurts. The chubby boy attempted to struggle, but Zhao, grinning wickedly, administered the entire contents of the syringe into the boy's system. That I am back. It's really me. He is gone, the chubby boy exclaimed. Seeing the boy truly return, Chungu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, he turned to Zhao and asked, what exactly did you inject him with? Zhao chuckled. Just glucose. That I never anticipated the monster would be so afraid of death. A little scare, and it fled. The chubby boy nearly burst into tears. I am diabetic. You injected me with glucose. Couldn't you have used saline instead? Chronic conditions do not lead to quick deaths. You just need to exercise more. By the way, what exactly happened? Zhao asked. The chubby boy began to recount his tale. Originally, at 7 o'clock, he and Zhao were keeping watch together. But by 9, fatigue set in, and he began to doze off. It was at that moment the monster seized its opportunity. The entity can only possess when a person is unconscious, either in a state of stupor or slumber. Moreover, this being is not a material organism, but a true spirit. That I refer to it as a death substitute, the chubby boy explained. While these death substitutes may appear terrifying, their existence is rather tragic. Though they are spirits, they retain the sensations of the living. They feel hunger, thirst, and pain. However, as a spirit, they cannot consume food. Even when they possess another, what enters the hostess' body does not nourish them. Zhao suddenly shuddered. So, they cannot eat, cannot drink, cannot sleep, yet cannot die. Forever subjected to this torment, that is akin to living in hell. Starving yet unable to eat, suffering from thirst yet unable to drink, exhausted yet unable to sleep. This monstrous plight is indeed wretched. There exists but a singular path to liberation. One must willingly offer themselves as a substitute, a vessel for the death spirit, in order to extricate oneself from such a plight. He possesses the ability to invade our memories. However, when he possesses my body, I too can glimpse into his memories. Humph. The exchange of essences is a tactic I frequently employ during alliances. The chubby one scoffed. This isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Do you recall those corpses we encountered, dangling from trees in the village? That was the handiwork of the death spirit. He has been fixated on us since that time. Chungu combined the insights of the chubby one and Dr. Zhao to analyze the situation. At7. He retired to slumber, while the chubby one, possessed, easily succumbed to sleep alongside Dr. Zhao. Yet, around 10, the chubby one suddenly awoke, discovering the ox cart to be eerily empty. Shortly thereafter, Chungu emerged from the grave, causing the chubby one to once again fall into a state of possession. At that moment, the malevolent spirit revealed to Chungu that Dr. Zhao had been buried alive. though what Chengu unearthed was, in fact, a corpse controlled by the death spirit. What shall we do now? Flee? Chengu inquired. Flee? What nonsense! We shall confront it. The chubby one gritted his teeth. That it can only possess human forms, whether living or deceased, that if it is a corpse, it can control many at once. However, if it is a living being, it can only dominate one. It must be lurking within that graveyard, that we shall search. We will dig to the very depths to unearth it. I will not rest until its bones are scattered and its ashes dispersed. For my heart's vendetta cannot be quelled. Hissed old Zhao, could you assist me in tending to my wounds first? Dr. Zhao skillfully tended to the chubby one's injuries. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep, though painful. They would not hinder movement. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao inquired, Chubby, do you enjoy drinking? Drinking? Does rice wine count? The chubby one was perplexed by Dr. Zhao's inquiry. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao sprayed alcohol onto the chubby one's wound. What the hell? Old Zhao, you sneak attack me? Ah, it hurts, it hurts. This unscrupulous doctor was undoubtedly seeking vengeance for the slap he received earlier that day, repaying it in kind come nightfall.